Peace, y'all. I'm back with another live. Give me a second. Putting my stuff on. So I run to go get me something to eat because it is lunchtime. But I'm back. And I got a different topic this time. The top part is basically a statement saying that we're two different people, two different cultures, okay? These pictures I have on the background is the emblem of Africa and the emblem of America from the 1700s that you can find in the British Museum, okay? Um, Next question, next statement is American culture does not come from African culture. So I'm trying to say that my people's culture is influenced by African culture when the world is influenced by my people. I do not like that. That is erasing my people. That's erasing my people heritage. It's erasing the contributions that my people have given to the world. Y'all hear my dog in the background, y'all? Cutting it up. He's rushing me because he wants to come on the car ride too. Right, so that's erasing my people, their culture, their heritage, and the contributions that they have given to the world. Because my people have contributed a lot to society. Next is 90% of Black Americans are American Indians. And I leave that 10% for the ones that are mixed with African or some type of European or other demographic of the world. But in my opinion, 90% are American Indians that are just mixed with a bunch of different American Indian tribes. That is my opinion. And then on top of that, nobody can prove that Negroes were not in America before 1492 because there are too many first-hand accounts stating otherwise. And as always, we got to keep it respectful because people want us to prove that we've been here before a certain date. But the same people who we be disproving can't even prove the exact opposite of what they're saying. They can't prove that Black people weren't in America. You ready, baby? Yes. Zip your coat up. Peace, everybody coming in. Zip it up. Look at that man. You can't prove it. Hold on. I'm back. Tap the screen, y'all, so we can get into the algorithm. TikTok's lit today. A lot of lives are lit. So there's people on here. Good job, Batman. Peace. How are you?
Hello.
Hello.
I'm pretty good.
You got a question?
I don't think this is true at all. I think Native Americans are Native Americans. They are not African people. Black people were not Native American.
Well, you're right. We're not Native American. We're American Indians.
You guys are literally
We're two
African.
Not
different
black.
people. We're two different people. You're right about that.
Yes.
Absolutely insane.
But we don't come from Africa.
Yes, you do.
Yes,
No,
You
you
we
do.
look
don't.
West African. Are you blind?
Look, the comparison words.
Have you seen people
Y'all like to
evolve to
use a
look
lot
certain
of
ways due to the
comparison
climate?
words. Climate has nothing to do with
Yes, it does. Due
pigmentation.
to the climate, due to the
Okay, prove
what's
it.
called migration patterns and stuff like that.
Prove
That's why
it.
East Africans
Can
look
you
a certain
turn on
way.
your camera?
Why would I turn
No,
my
you can't
camera?
even cut on your camera to prove what you're saying, to put it on the
Prove
screen.
what?
You're,
You're not. I'm sorry. I know your
That
history was really
climate has
depressing. What
nothing to do with
happened to you guys? But you're West African.
This is actually hilarious.
Prove it.
It's sad because I'm African. Actually, I'm actually East
You can't
African,
prove. You
and this
cannot.
is so sad to witness.
You said you're East African.
Yeah, I am.
Okay, so how can you prove that I'm from West Africa?
Have you looked at your phenotype? Have you looked at your facial features? Are you blind or something?
Africa don't have a pattern on phenotype.
Yes. Every
Right.
continent where people come from. Okay, you can talk. Yeah.
That's not true
Africa
because the
definitely does
original
that.
people of Europe was the Black Moors.
That's not true at
So
all.
Oh my god.
yes, it
It's
is.
crazy how much. Why can't you just accept your
Look,
culture for what it is and not saying that?
I am willing to have a conversation. Okay. I understand people going to agree. People are going to disagree. We can agree to disagree. But you cannot prove somebody's lineage without building their family tree.
So, are you from Africa?
Nope. I've done my
No.
family tree.
You have
I
no
have no
family
African
tree.
in me.
You have no
So
African
on
in you.
my background are the emblems of America and Africa. Two melanated people. Why would they document that?
Can you you have the link of the documentation of that? Like, what the fuck is that? You just put up two
Places
random ass
of
pictures of two
melanated
black
Literally.
people.
people saying America.
I'm
That makes
telling
no
you, I
fucking
just
sense
told
at
you where you
all.
can find it.
You have two black people of a picture of America.
I
How does that
told
mean
you where
you're a
you can
fucking Native
find it.
American? That makes no sense at
You know
all.
how Native Americans look like? They don't look
I
like,
told
no offense, they
you
don't look like black
where
people.
you can
They're
find it.
not black.
You're
Completely
right,
different.
because you guys are so used to seeing the Eastern Plain Indians. That's why. Y'all used
No,
to
it's because
seeing
most
them
of them look a
whitewashed out
certain phenotype
Indians.
that's similar to those from South America. Have you seen how Mexican
You're
people
right,
look like?
they got the
Because Mexican people
phenotype
have
of
the high
So are
Mongolians.
Mexican people black too?
Oh my goodness.
This is, yeah, the original people in Central America is
So
black too.
every
You never
original
been
person was
there? I
black. You're
have.
saying original Europeans black,
Yep,
original Mexicans
And
black.
also the
yep,
Moors were North African,
Yeah.
yep.
right? North Africans aren't fully black. They're a mixture of races, okay? They're like Berbers,
You know,
Algerians. I
the
would know I'm
North
East African.
Africa,
Africa isn't just
okay,
black
but the
people. There's
original
different
people there
ethnic,
were
ethnic
black
groups and
too.
races in Africa.
So you're saying you're East African. I'm not disagreeing with you that the
I know,
original
but you're
people of this world was
delusional.
black.
The Moors
So I don't
aren't
know why you're
actually
following.
black. They're actually different groups.
Hold
They're
on,
like,
East African lady, because I don't even know what to call you. Okay, so
okay,
you agree that
coolio.
the original
I know, just
people of
call me
this
East
world
African
was
lady. Yeah.
black. Yeah, you believe that the original people of this world was black, but not in America?
The original people of this world. I'm
Of
not
this
gonna get into the
world.
subject matter,
That's so
but
stupid.
people evolved to look
Why
certain
not?
ways
You're
due
East
to
African.
migration patterns. I'm East African.
You should
I'm
be
part of my East Africans are
advocating for the
actually
quote unquote black race, the black diaspora, right?
okay.
We was
My
everywhere
people.
first.
Okay,
Why is that hard to
can I
believe?
speak? Holy shit! My people
I'm trying to
ethnically.
figure out.
My people ethnically I have more in common with Berber people than I do with Yoruba
Mhm.
people of West Africa, okay? Even ethnically,
Okay.
I probably have more in common with people from the Gulf, Arabia, than I do with you. Because Africa isn't
Okay,
just a
you're
little,
right.
black is not a monolith, okay? Black people are different, are ethnic. The whole Africa, everyone has different ethnic groups and stuff like
Phenotypes in Africa.
Jesus Christ, yeah. So black is a very stupid ass term, but I use it because now we
I
have to use
agree
it,
with you on that.
okay?
It's a misnomer on the
In reality,
melanated
you guys aren't black
diaspora.
either anymore. You guys are what? Native American, European,
No, we're
West
not
African.
Native
You're
Americans.
everything.
Why
You're
can't
everything
y'all
mixed together.
respect that? Why can't y'all
You're
respect
not
that we're
Native American.
American Indians?
You guys are mixed people. What, Black Americans,
So
you're
are
mixed people.
Africans.
Yeah,
Africans are
technically,
mixed
but we're
people too.
ancient mixed people. Our mixture is very old.
But
Your
we're
mixture
more
is very
ancient
new.
than y'all.
How?
Your mixture isn't
We
ancient. Yours
have
is
the
new.
oldest bloodline.
Oh my god.
No, you do not.
Yes, we do.
Native Americans have the oldest bloodline. You're saying that?
No, Native Americans, they come from Mongolia. They come
Yeah.
from the Mongolian region. They
Yeah.
traveled over the land
Yeah.
bridge and came here,
Yeah.
but they met people who are here. They met the people who built the pyramids and the mountains
What
and are
pyramid?
here in
So
the
when the
Americas.
Europeans
Pyramid
came here,
where?
why didn't they see any black people?
In America, look it up.
Oh
We
my
have
god.
pyramids here.
Okay, cool.
So
Okay.
you're
So
saying,
when the
oh my
Europeans
God, but
came over
have you ever
here,
looked
why didn't
into
they
it?
see any black people? Why was there no
What you talking about?
documentation of any black people in America when they came
Are
over?
you serious? Are you serious?
Yes, I'm serious.
Yeah, you serious?
I can pull up the source that said that
Are
they
you
Okay,
found
serious?
pull it up.
the Negroes amongst the Indians.
Pull it up.
That was a common phenotype.
And
You can
also,
pull it
don't
up.
bring Aboriginals from Australia into this because I feel like you're gonna eventually do that. They're not the
I'm
same
not
people.
talking about the Aboriginal Australians. Those are the original people of Australia. We're talking
Why you
about the
don't see black
melanated people
people
of
on the
America and the
YouTube
melanated
show?
people of Africa. Are two different people with two different
I
cultures.
know. Duh. Honestly, I feel like you're just traumatized and you can't accept history for what happened. I mean, I get it. It was really
What makes you
depressing.
think I'm traumatized?
I feel bad for you guys. You guys have to live amongst the people, using your
When
reparations.
you
I feel
see
bad for
the
you
old
guys
TV
Why do
shows,
you feel bad for
people,
us?
when you see the
because you
old
guys
TV
never
Holly
got
shows
the
about
told
the
Chima
black
proper,
Chuck
people,
my
baby,
Fairfax.
you guys never got the proper,
they tell you what they want to tell
apology,
you.
Holly told
reparations.
Artifacts Chima Chuckma.
I feel bad for you guys. Yeah.
They show you what they want you to see. That's why.
Holly told Chima Chuckma open your
It's all an Israeli
You,
conspiracy. The Israeli people
you,
controlled all the ports and all the ships. Okay,
Okay, okay,
you,
buddy. Okay,
Holly
buddy.
told
Blame
Chima
the
The
Jews.
Jews
Chuckma
got
Blame the
the.
Brian.
Jews.
They
Yo,
got
when is
the.
this? When did Israel
you.
control all the ports? When is this? Whatever.
the majority of the money was made by
So I'm
Israel. It
gonna
was
put it
not
on
made by white
Showtime,
people.
and I'm gonna let
Keep
people
That's
keep
talk.
facts.
spreading the
Okay.
conspiracy theories, my
How?
dude.
When?
Blame the Jews, right? Blame the Jews.
It's the Jews' fault.
I've been studying this for quite some time.
When did
Definitely
Israel
conspiracy
control all
theories.
the ports?
Yeah, Israel. The Jewish people controlled all the ports and most of the ships.
No, for the fifth
They're
time.
the ones that
When? Not
dictated
how.
who gets to
Man,
When?
speak what
man.
language and everything,
Shoot,
from the Spanish to the English.
All right, I got it on Showtime for everybody get 2 minutes, so y'all can say what
Uh,
y'all gotta say without getting cut off. Go ahead, O.
yeah, I was
I'm
gonna
gonna mute
say,
up while everybody go.
can we start from the basics? Because everybody wants to sit up here and, you know, blame this or point their finger at this or say it's them or say it's this. When, like I said, most people that's in this chat, I'm pretty sure Raw and DMT and Adam Sandler, right? No offense like that, but I'm pretty sure y'all can't tell me about them 12 million immigrants. I'm pretty sure y'all can't tell me about the orphan train and how your friends or family or someone that I may know or someone in this continent may have an uncle or auntie or a descendant from the orphan train or from the 12 million immigrants or an incubator baby like Jerry Seinfeld's daddy, right? Some of y'all have Jerry Seinfeld family members and shit that come from incubator babies and shit that have something to do with fucking up society, right? So I say instead of always going way back in the past and talking about, let's talk about them goddamn 12 million immigrants that a lot of y'all related to. I'm gonna straight up say it. A lot of y'all, like I said, brothers and sisters, mamas and daddies, uncles and aunties that got all this fucking money because they came over here and stole identities and shit and was capitalizing over the fucking labor board and water plecker and all the unalivings and genocides and ethnicides of my people that half you motherfuckers don't even know about. Let's talk about that shit. Let's talk about them fucking cities underwater that no fucking African American want to claim and shit. Yeah, start leaving and shit. Cause I want to know what the fuck Raw and Adam Sandler and the rest of everybody fucking know about them goddamn orphan train babies that, like I said, they uncles and mamas and daddies may be related to.
Exactly. Peace
you.
artifacts.
What's good? How you feeling today? Um, so it's not going to take that long. Like as you can see, every time somebody talk, these people always leaving. But let me just see something real quick. I just read this shit. That's the worst part about it. So, um, on the Book of the New World, when the colonizer first came over here, um, page 190, where is this at? All right, yeah, page 190. It says the Indians in Maryland. Oh, excuse me, right here. Can y'all see this? I don't know. All right, the Indians in Maryland are
Yeah, we can
people
see it.
okay, generally of freight, able and well proportioned bodies, exceeding the ordinary pitch of the English. Excuse me, corn complexion at the time. You know, corn was very dark. Corn and high yellow. I mean, not high yellow. Excuse me, dark yellow. Corn complexion. Swarthy. Swarthy is a synonym for dark skin or brown people. Their hair naturally long and black without curry, which generally they cut after some excuse me after some strange, fantastical name, circum, excuse me, some circumcised. They die with red. Circumcised to mean to cut. They dye with red or other preposterous colors. So yeah, and like they put the bear grease on their skin. There's only one group of people that look like that and have those customs. Like
Hmm.
that don't
We
even
use
make no sense for it to be
that
this
bear
way.
grease as for our hair and to protect our skin from the sun, especially our lighter Indians. Go ahead, Matt Fax.
I just wanted to address the one question that a lot of people have in mind is why don't we see the carbonated people as far as evidence and stuff like that goes? It's like watching the I Love Lucy show or any black and white TV show. They don't want you to see those things. They're not going to talk about them. They're not going to put the highlight on anything that has something to do with the people that are originally to this land, especially when you're trying to take it from them. So stop asking that. If you really want to know or seek out the real truth about the past, it's written all over the ancient artifacts. You look on the walls, the pictures on the walls, the statues, and things of that nature. Stop believing that these are different types of people. These people didn't die out. They had children. Their children had children, and so forth. Just like your own ancestors. And when you do your genealogy, you'll find out exactly where you came from or who you are, really. So stop asking ignorant questions or questions that insult people's intelligence and use some critical thinking about the past. It's not hard to do. Just think
It's
about the old
not.
black and white TV shows.
And then it be the evidence be right in our face. So I don't understand the point of denying it. And then
Exactly.
my question to the people is, especially the people on the continent of Africa, why do y'all want us to be African so badly when y'all know that we don't practice anything of y'all culture?
I mean, it's pretty apparent you're African. You can keep denying this all you want. We know you're denying because of trauma your people went through. You know, it's understandable. If you guys
What
didn't,
makes me African,
have you looked in the
in your
mirror?
opinion?
Have you looked in the mirror? Your phenotype. Have you looked at your phenotype?
Do Africans have a pattern on phenotype?
The reality
What,
is most black people come from Africa.
that
Actually,
doesn't
all of them
answer
come
my
from Africa.
question.
All of them come from Africa.
Why do you
The skin.
why is that? Who told you
Because we
all
evolved to look
black
a
people
certain way
came
due
from
to the
Africa?
climate, due to like, have you even looked into evolution and how people evolved to look certain ways due to like, their climate or
So
stuff
you
like that?
believe that black people evolved from a monkey?
I'm not gonna get into that. I'm not gonna get into that right now because I'm not discussing that part. But it's very apparent that you're uneducated and you're letting trauma speak for you. I get it. You're traumatized. I don't get why you want to be Native American. I don't understand the appeal of wanting to be Native American. I don't understand it. I
I
don't
don't
get it.
understand the appeal of everybody wanting to be African.
Because you guys are African. Were you on the ships? How did you guys come here? Magically popped up?
Okay, so how would you like if I started telling you that you're an American Indian and you know that you're an African?
I would laugh my ass off because I don't look I
That's
don't
what
look like
I'm
them,
doing.
and
I don't look like y'all.
you don't look like me.
No,
You do actually. You look
no,
African. You
I
can
don't.
reject all you want. You look African.
Lookership. Okay, if I'm African, you're a Native American.
It's okay. One day
You're
you'll
an
realize when
American
you're like 50
Indian.
something, 60 something, you'll realize how stupid you are for
One day
anything.
you will realize that
It's
black
okay. I
people
get it. You
are
guys are
not from
traumatized. I
there.
get it. You know, slavery did a
You're
number on you. I get it.
traumatized.
It's
Why y'all
trauma.
don't talk about the East African slave trade that happened that took y'all to the
Yeah,
East
it was
Indies?
sadly it did happen, and they're all in Kuwait now, and they're actually doing well. The slaves that were taken, they're all rich now because they're all in all the countries they're sent to. They benefit. Sadly, they got lucky. They benefited because they're all well off in Kuwait. They're all like the descendants of. They married into well off families, so they're doing well. So
Hi,
All right.
Lito. Amaru, Chimachekma.
Peace, 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 family. What we just heard right now was a perfect display of African superiority and African rhetoric. This is what I mean. let me show you the contradiction in their whole conversation. On one hand, they'll say that we so lost and we need to find ourselves and we don't know who we are. But at the same time, they will praise our education system. So if we so lost and we got an education system that you praise, and how lost can we really be? You lost right along with me because you're learning the same thing. This is what I mean by it is time for the great separation. This African superiority, like she was just about to bring up evolution. Like we can break that down so simple. Was anybody there to see a monkey turn into a human? And then was anybody there to see that so-called black person turn into a Chinese man? Like we can simply break that down. You come up with rhetoric. At the end of the day, nobody can take our history away from us, and that's why y'all mad, because the only thing that's keeping us afloat into having some type of bond with each other is our American culture. You take our
My bad.
American
I
culture
sent
away
that
from y'all.
request on accident. My bad.
Are you good? Hey, you take our American culture away from y'all, we have no connection whatsoever. It's y'all practicing our culture that's keeping us connected. So we take that's why I say it's time for us to start gatekeeping our culture. Take this shit away from them and let them starve out. If you gonna speak down on America the way y'all speak down on America, don't do anything pertaining to America when it comes to inventions and culture. Leave it alone. And I'll land my American plane right there.
Yeah, I'm pretty much what he said. He's right though, because everybody look at me and I'm American Indian and everything, and I'm registered. And they'll still say that bullshit that I'm African American. My lineage ties to this land. Period. Um, People need to get up off that. Talking about who we is. They've been trying to tell us who we are for like
Hmm.
so long since everybody got over here, and it's time out for that. And that's some weak ass points when you keep telling the person that they African American. No, believe me, them people probably came right from us. Soon as the landmass
And
broke up.
laugh.
Yeah. They can't explain or they can't explain in Memphis, Tennessee why they keep digging up pharaohs and kings and all that. See, they can't explain that. But see, ain't nobody did they genealogy or none of that, but they'll sit up here and talk about who supposed to be who. I did mine and it goes way back to the pharaohs and way back to Sumerian. And all three lines split up. So see, people need to stop telling people who they are and who they supposed to be. Hell, I thought that was somebody else that made that corn up Africa. What Africanus, what his name, who
It comes
conquered a
from a
continent.
Greek Roman goddess. The
All
name
right then,
Africa.
that explains everything. That explains everything. You can't go by what a
Yeah, and
person wants
it's
you,
supposed to be a white
and when they
lady
and
too.
when they colonize it, you can't go by that all the time. I went by my timeline, and what my timeline says, I've been over here. I ain't been over there. I was over here. See, people got to stop that. Other people who they is and who they ain't. That's sickening. And then, like the man said, y'all keep coming.
Peace, Pinstraight,
Grand rising
Carlito.
to the. When I get up here, I just surf through the TikTok, neighborhoods, and I get here to the panel, and I look at everybody, and everybody on the panel has a brown with a red undertone. So to call yourself black is insane. And when it comes to Africa, and trying to place us in Africa, you suffer from an acute case of cognitive dissonance where you ignore real facts that just stick out at you. And you suffer from Stockholm syndrome. So you're afraid of the people under the stairs. And you're afraid if they hear you saying, y'all not from Africa, that they gonna reach out from under the stairs and grab you. See, civil rights was only, what, 60, 70 years ago? So these are their grandchildren we're dealing with today. And so that plays a part in you saying, I'm African American, because you don't want to scare the people, get the people under the stairs upset. But when it comes to Africans and saying we're them, it's bragging rights. Africa's supposed to be number one. So you want to make us a part of you because you want the bragging rights that all life started there. And we know that came from the mouths of colonizers, the descendants of colonizers, which are criminals. Colonization is a criminal act. You don't go to court and take a criminal to court as your witness because you're going to lose. Criminals lie. Okay. So please stop pushing your narrative on us. Stop trying to make us go along with your sickness, mental sickness. And that's really what it is.
Tap the screen, share the live, y'all.
Hey, real
Trying to
quick,
get more
Hold
people
on.
up in
let me
here
let
Hold
me
on.
so we
ask
can
Hold
have
on.
Rob.
this
Let me
Hold on,
see.
let me
Let me
ask
see
discussion.
one
What
Rob
up,
thing, bro.
a
Opium?
Let
question
me
real
see
quick.
one thing,
What up?
bro.
What up, y'all?
Hold
Hey,
on, y'all. Let Opium and Raw
Uh,
talk.
That's
let me ask you a question, right? So first of all, respectfully, like, are you from Africa? Are you in Africa?
yes, I am African. I came from
Uh huh.
Africa. I don't live there now, but I
But you're
came
here.
from.
But you're here in America, right?
Yep.
Okay. How long you been here in America?
My most of my entire life. So yeah.
Okay, so I was born and raised here in South Central California, right? And I'm an '80s baby, right?
Okay.
So can you tell me why a person like myself, right, that's born and raised here since the '80s and stuff, right,
hmm
am just now finding out about DeSoto, Louisiana? Do you know anything about
Of
DeSoto,
course I
Louisiana?
don't. This is not my people. What happened? What happened to you guys? What is it? What happened? Can you explain? Of course I don't know this stuff. I wasn't taught in history class.
Exactly, because my I wasn't taught history either, due to how the schooling system was in the urban communities in South Central. And due to how I was raised and going through the crack era, and if you were to just look up how a history book was in Los Angeles during that time, during the '80s and the '90s, you would fucking trip out just alone. But that's just a whole nother subject, right?
Okay.
So due to the fact of us both fucking not really caring about history and not knowing shit about history, just honestly, right? Because due to the demographic of probably the era we were born in, right? So now, like I said, to look up the history about DeSoto, Louisiana, because I didn't know shit about DeSoto, Louisiana either, and you probably couldn't tell me shit about DeSoto, Louisiana either, right?
Of course I don't. I know nothing about Native Americans. All I know is they're wiped out. Most of them are wiped out. Because
We're
they
not
don't.
wiped out. We're still
Exactly.
here. A lot of us
That's
integrated with other
exactly.
Yeah,
That's
they
tribes.
got
that's what I
mixed
thought.
into.
Hold on.
Most
That's what
African Americans have
hold
a
on,
decent
ma'am. Hold
amount
on.
of Native
That's what I'm
American
trying to.
admixture.
Hold
Most
on.
people in America have a decent amount of
Hold on.
Native
That's what
American
I'm trying
admixture.
to hold on. That's what I'm trying to tell you, because I was told the same thing. I was actually, to be honest with you, reclassified as an African American, quote unquote, black, because due to the documentation and me and my family doing our family tree, right, within the last 4 to 5 years, guess what we ended up finding? On both sides of my family, which I'm kind of happy about, but then I'm not happy about. I go through it like an emotional roller
What
coaster
did you
because
find?
I found the fact out that my whole lineage comes from DeSoto, Louisiana, and that's named after Herman
But do
DeSoto.
you have admixture? Do you have like
No, I do
European and
not at
African?
all.
So
And
you
I
don't have
thought
any
I
European or African
and you know what's
admixture?
so funny? You know what's so funny? I thought I did too until I did both sides of my family tree, and we ain't found
Can I
shit.
say something? I have a cousin who's half African American, and she actually gets
I don't
money
have
from the
none of that
government.
so
Can I
far.
speak? Holy shit! Now my cousin, what's funny? Most African Americans, they say they like you people you say you're like you have native admixture, and then you don't get any money from the government. My cousin's actually African American, and she gets money from the government for being native
I'm
because she
native.
can
I
actually
I didn't
do
wasn't
say
the
gonna
anything
do
about
this, but
documentation.
I'm
native.
gonna show one of my records. I'm gonna show my second great grandmother record real quick,
I didn't
and
say
I'm gonna
anything
pull up
about.
her
Hold on.
photo.
Exactly. Go ahead, C3. And I didn't say, first of all, correctly, respectfully, I didn't say anything about, hold on, I didn't say anything about Native American, ma'am. When my, hold on, y'all, hold on. I didn't say anything about Native American, ma'am, when my birth certificate says American Indian. When I have documentation from
That's the
DeSoto,
same thing. This is literally
from
the
when I,
same thing.
listen to what I'm trying to tell you. I didn't know this shit. There's some people out here that's finding out it's some fucked up ass history that they're tied to,
I
and
mean, I
thought they
knew it. I mean,
and thought they had hold on and thought they had African descent because they were told by others that look like you and Europeans and all kind of
Mm-hmm.
Chinese looking people, right? And immigrants and shit, and believed them, right? Because they thought people were fucking telling them the truth, right? And then they go and do
They
their
was
family
believing
tree,
a
and
stranger
and they
over their
go and
own
do their
family.
family tree, right?
So you're
And find out.
100% in
And hold on,
native?
listen, ma'am, listen. And they go and do their family tree, right? And find out on their fuck
It's
that
insane.
even hold on, that they even piqued their cousin's interest, right? To the point where my fucking
No, I mean,
cousin.
dude.
Hold on, listen. I'm gonna show you how fucking how wildly I'm tied to this shit, right? My cousin is tied to Colonel Laundry of the French fucking army. that has something to do with the motherfucking. You should know that history with Colonel Lounge that has his
There
own
you
museum in
go.
New Orleans,
There
right?
you
He just
go.
found out. He just found out 2 years ago. That's his fucking uncle. That's his grandfather. So that shows you my ties with who I am. How I know that we had ties with like doing business with the Spaniards and the French because I'm literally
What?
tied to the Red River people. Literally tied to the
Oh
Red
my
River
god.
people. What the fuck are you laughing? You laughing to find that I found out I'm tied to an ethnocide and a genocide? Is that what the
No,
fuck you
I just
laughing
find,
at?
I'll be honest, I feel really bad for you
Cause
guys.
I got records of
I feel bad for
people
you.
that I got me and other
There you
people got
go.
records of
Just
people being we got records of people being unalive. So I'm trying to see what the fuck is so
hold
funny.
on, hold on,
I
hold
feel
on.
bad for y'all. So I'm saying, no, you guys are just sad.
Hey,
I
yo,
feel
Because we
bad.
finding out records
hey,
of relatives that's had stuff taken from them that look
Hold
like you and others.
hey,
Can I
yo.
ask you a
That's
All
what
right,
question?
you feel
real.
bad about? Or are you just saying that sarcastically? I'm trying to figure that shit
No,
out
I actually
because
do
I
feel
don't see
bad
what
for
the
you
fuck is
guys
so
because the
funny.
reality
No, I
is
want to answer
you're
a question.
traumatized people, you know. I get
Hold
it.
on.
I
Do
would.
you understand? Hold on. Do you understand what trauma is,
Okay.
Rano?
Obviously. Yes.
Okay. Trauma is when you go through a horrific thing. Now, to be honest, Africans have been through trauma a lot
Yeah, because Africa's a
more
shithole. It's a
recent,
cursed continent. I'll be
a
honest.
lot.
Africa, I'm saying this, it's a shithole. It's a cursed continent. Be thankful you guys left if you find anything.
Okay, but
Hey,
see, that's my point. Hold
I
on,
don't
let me
believe
finish with it real
she
quick.
really
That's
wanted
my
to
point.
I
restore
am literally
What you
respect.
actually
mean
from
left?
You need
Africa.
to
Hold
show
on,
records first
y'all gotta
before you
not
say
let
that.
her fish
Okay,
y'all.
hold on, y'all.
She's
Hold on,
fishing
y'all.
you. Okay,
This,
but
as
my
y'all see,
question
I
to
have
her.
circled is my second great grandmother on on my mom's side. It's I blocked out her last name so people in her roll number so people don't try to take her shit. And it says degree of blood full. This is an Indian record. I'm about to show you the picture of my grandma
Okay.
because I have her picture
Oh,
too.
wow.
Okay, Rano. See, to
Yo,
me, Miss, that you from Africa. How do you pronounce your name? Because I don't want to tear it up. How do I pronounce your name?
Just say raw or something. I don't know. Say
Okay,
Reno.
Raw.
Just say
All right,
Reno.
cool,
Say Reno.
Craig,
cool.
sit
Okay.
back.
Now, Raw, you don't think
Oop,
it's
wrong
trauma?
one. Sorry, y'all.
I just got a
What?
question
That was the
for her.
wrong one.
Raw, I gotta
Hold
have a
on.
question for you. You don't think it's trauma or a mental hiccup when you
All
get
Craig, leave him
alive?
alone, please.
Huh?
Before you make
I'm
me
a,
mad.
uh,
There we
who?
go.
Oh, she
That's
This
your.
talking
is
to.
my grandmother.
Okay,
She
Raw.
look.
The
I'll
question
be
I'm gonna
honest. She
ask
looks
you.
like she's from West Africa. I'll be honest. But
she
But
she
I
she
probably.
just
definitely
showed you
do.
her records
I know
though.
she probably has admixture. You guys have admixture. It's
There ain't
obvious.
Hold
no
on, hold
admissions.
on. How is it
God,
admixture when
that
I
woman
just
What
still
showed
year is
you
breathing.
that
that?
Her
her
Wait a minute.
record
Hold on.
says full blooded?
C3. What year is that? That picture.
She
What
was
year?
in the that was her in her Indian training school outfit
What year?
in the 1800s.
Okay, that's blowing me. Why do these people look? Our people look so
But hold on,
civilized to me with these
this
ugly
what she has
people.
to understand too. Though, look, this is the thing that we don't be conflating or clarifying with people
Oh
that
my
be
goodness.
in disbelief. Do you not think that it was COINTELPRO, like on your side of the fence too, on people that look like you also? Or you think it was just no kind of nothing happened to y'all? Like is that the delusion that you have, lady? I'm trying to figure
Actually,
this shit out.
opium.
What is he talking about?
Their
Like,
trauma is
no,
more
I'm trying to figure
recent
out.
than
She, like,
ours.
does she not like how? So you mean to tell me every single person on this big ass continent looked like you?
Africans don't all look the same. You do know that, right? People look different depending on where they come from.
That okay?
Opium.
So hold on. So if that's okay, so as big as
Opium.
America is, right? And first of all, you not being from here, right? This is not even. You don't have no lineage. You
Thank
don't have
God.
no.
I know I can go back to my country anytime. Thank God.
That's
Yeah.
fine. I'm happy for you,
You
but
sound
you
like
don't
an
have
alien.
history.
I
You
can
don't.
I can
He'll
You.
feel
never
people's
go back
pride
to
when
that
I support
country.
her.
He will
Question:
never
If
go
she
back.
commits a crime, if
No,
she
she an
commits a
That's
alien.
crime,
the
will they
whole. That's
deport
my
She
her?
an
whole
alien.
point. She
I
don't have
know
no.
her
That's
for an
it.
alien.
She don't have no ties here. So it's impossible damn near for her or someone else to even get to the point of even understanding what we may even feel or even be going through.
Hold on,
It's
I
opium.
feel
not
bad
letting
for you
me do
guys,
it.
you know?
Opium. I'm trying to ask you a question. If she commits a crime here, since she's from Africa, if she commits a crime here, will they deport her back over to Africa?
No,
Seriously.
I was
Hell,
born in
hell no.
Canada. I
And
grew
that
up in
one's
America. They're
yours.
not deporting me anywhere, okay?
So they, so will they deport her back to Canada?
No.
I mean,
I'm a citizen.
no, I'm asking, will they deport her back to Canada? I'm just asking a question. 'Since she's born in Canada, I know
I
that.
did
I'm
go
just
back. I've
asking a
been to Kenya
question.
before, so I did go back to Africa. So you're
Hold
talking out
on.
of your ass.
The question I'm asking is, if she's from Canada, well, if she commits a crime in America, will they deport her back to
I'm
Canada?
a citizen. Holy shit.
So will they deport her? I'm just asking.
So it's corporation, right? That's what you're trying to say.
I'm not getting an answer from nobody. Which,
Artifact, yeah,
yeah, I
we
can
can
hear
hear
you.
you. We can hear you. What?
No offense. I always know it's always the lower income black people pushing the.
Kill your face.
Yes, I'm a dual
That
citizen.
shit ain't
Oh,
cool.
there we go.
Cause you don't
Okay.
even sound like one of them.
Sound like what of
Okay.
who? What I
Hold on,
say?
I
wait a
said
minute.
you don't
Fred,
sound like one of them.
request back up. My TikTok had froze and it just fixed up. Fred, request back up so I can let you up. I was trying to.
You say
Okay,
you
so
For real,
dodging
it's
the
always
question
lower
and
income
you
black
just
people clinging on
and
to
on top of
stupid
that,
conspiracy theories. People who go to
you call it a and
HBCUs
on top of that
used
you
to
call it a
black people from like
shithole. Like if that's supposed to be
normal
your home
families. They don't
and
act
you
like
could
this.
go back there anytime you want. Why is it a shithole? That is
so
crazy. Like you don't even sound like an authentic African. You sound like somebody perpetrating to be
Should
one.
I sound? Should I speak some African
well,
for you?
I'm
You
kind of
should
Ashamari
show your
Asafalaya.
confused.
face.
Should I speak
That's what you
Asafalaya?
should
That's
do.
a
Hey,
see,
You should
that's
really show your
artifact.
face.
artifact, man. Ain't nothing
I'm
feeling
kind
for
of
the crime.
confused here. Now, if everybody else they can get deported and go back, once you what they'll do is they put them in jail. If I'm correct, they'll serve time, and when they get out, they'll deport them and back to their country. Correct? Right? Ain't that how it go with deportation? Right?
Mhm.
Where they're from, where they're natively from.
Correct.
Man, she
So
not even
then,
You're
why?
right.
African.
You're right.
But she
How come
not
no
African,
African
bro.
American, if we're from Africa, originated from Africa, how come when we commit crimes, we don't get deported
Because
afterwards?
you're not African anymore.
But you not African. You
We
not
was never
Correct. Not at
African.
all.
she wasn't. She don't even sound like an African.
How? But then why am I? Then why do I have the title of? If I'm not African anymore, then why do I have the title of African
I don't know
American?
why. You guys are mixed race people. You're basically like white.
Yeah, I was gonna say I took my
What happened?
I don't
somebody
know.
kicked her.
I
I,
don't
I
know.
I lost
But
my
she
POV.
wasn't making no
I can't
sense, and
kick people
her
no
ass is
more.
Well,
probably
see, she's
confused.
suffering from trauma, bruh. You got to remember,
She an
Africa is
agent.
more traumatized
She's an
than
agent,
America.
bro. She's an agent. I can tell.
They,
You know,
you got to remember, they was getting
Like an
going
Asian.
through
Thank
hell
you.
in the
I'm glad you
'60s.
said that because she sound exactly like an Asian. I was saying that since the beginning. I'm like, yo, she not showing her face. And the way she sounds, she kind of sound like a Korean. Like that shit
Mm-hmm.
not adding
Yep.
up. And then,
Maybe
on
her
top of that,
phone had died, y'all. Maybe her phone died. There's no saying that anybody kicked her.
possibly, but she was talking too down on her so-called own people for her to be
And
from that
Yeah.
area. Like, come on now.
have you
Mm.
any of y'all studied what they did to Africa in the last 50 years, 60, last what 80 years? They literally traumatized the shit out of them people. The atrocities is more recent, so they are really Stockholm syndrome victims, literally. Because look what the British Army did to them in the 1960s. Good Lord, boy!
Mm-hmm.
They used to literally bury the children in the dirt and play a game of kick the child in the head. And this was in the 60s. The British Army was doing this. So can you imagine how traumatized the modern African is
Right.
from,
And we see
from
our
the way
people,
they were doing
we were
this
still
just
fighting
recently?
all the way up to the battle of the pyramids. We were still over here fighting. See, that's why it's
Right.
so hard. And people
I treat
understand
me,
that we always will be resistant.
you know what? Our treatment is different. You understand what I'm
Right.
saying? And because you can look at how they treated us, we were treated differently. But like you can still literally see Africa's history in the treatment of the UK and the British Empire when they went over there. It was, man, them people. I seen that lady drop to her knees and start crawling to the king. And I was so, we was all upset when I scrolled through the comments. I seen nothing but Americans telling her to get off her knees, all that stuff. Not one African commented and said, "You're embarrassing us." Go if y'all ever get a chance, go see that TikTok again with that lady crawling to the King of England after the Queen died. That black, that African, y'all see her with the glasses. She dropped to her knees and started crawling to him. You go look at them comments, ain't nothing but Americans in there saying, "Get off your knees, what is wrong with you?" Not one African commented and said, "What the fuck is wrong with you?" This is the mental state of the modern day African.
Because they're used to
See,
it.
yeah, but a lot of them. But you see, when you talk about certain topics, a lot of motherfuckers don't want to stay around for certain topics. When you start talking, like I said, that's why I always talk about them 12 million immigrants. A lot of people don't want to talk about that shit. A lot of motherfuckers always want to talk about other shit. Let's talk about some shit that you may be related to. Fuck all that. Like I get the history. That shit's all cool, but like I'm trying to talk about some shit that niggas maybe you know what I mean. That's how we really gonna fix this shit. Motherfuckers gotta start accepting who they are and what they tie to. We done got
Right.
caught under too many titles, too many umbrella terms. They're not paying no homage to who the fuck you may be, whether it's good or bad history. God damn it, you need to find out who the fuck you are.
There you go. And that's the bottom line right there. Because
Right,
our history ain't gonna be perfect. You know.
Peace, Fatima.
Only quite insane that they refer to it as black. When I'm looking at you yourself, I see a brown brother with red undertone. When I look at opium, I see a brown brother with red, light skinned brother with red undertone. When I look at Swarthy, he darker than us, but I still see a red undertone.
Right,
Pepper
right.
colored red. I don't see the black. And I'm like, man, that's insanity to call ourselves something that we look nothing like. And then to say that's what we are. Something is mentally wrong with you.
But see
We didn't
that's
start
just an
out
illusion.
calling
That's just a
ourselves that,
color of a
Greg.
crown. That's like controlling, dictating. You know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna separate this class from this class and this class. That's all it is. You know what I'm saying? Because when I was in Memphis, Tennessee, you could they'll say the same thing, but see my phenotype's still different. Because back then I got a picture of me looking blue, but my phenotype ain't changed. You feel me? I'm talking about straight blue. You see the picture. If you look at me now and you look at my Memphis, Tennessee picture, you be like, damn, that's you. Yep, that's me. You see the eyes in the chip. Don't nothing change. So you just can't go by the color. That's what they want us to do. They want us to go by the color. You got to go by your lineage and what your parents and your grandparents left you, man.
yeah, because
These
that's
people
how they
know
was
how
able
they
to
know what they're
integrate.
doing.
Because that's how they was able to integrate. That's why I always bring that shit up, and I always bring up the fact, like I said, if you really look into it, they was offering these motherfuckers their names back like 2 years ago. Why are you
But see,
offering immigrants their fucking names back when if they obviously didn't fucking take people's names back then in the 1900s? Like that's why I always keep talking shit about that shit because like how he just said, for them to be able to keep up their fantasy, for them to be able to keep up their businesses and have that goddamn amazing immigrant story and how we came off the boat and
right,
we got
right.
here and was able to survive and do this and in 4 to 5 years. Yeah, motherfucker, because my folks was fighting and doing all kind of other type shit and you was backdooring and helping motherfuckers out, nigga.
And constantly bringing them over.
Opium, you cause a ruckus, man. You got me going down a rabbit's hole ever since you was talking about that orphan train, dude. And I started connecting the dots between those those American Indian women that they call nannies and the orphan train. And I started noticing the children with different ages you would see these nannies with. And I kept looking at the orphan train in the 1854, and I said, God damn it, opium was on some shit here.
Because that,
That orphan
that,
train
that
don't make any sense, bro.
because that's one of the hardest ways you can break a bond when you integrate into another culture like that, like either like that or do it with a child. You know how hard it is to break that bond.
Yeah.
That's why
But
we've
what I'm
developed the
looking
shit
at
that
is,
we've developed. That's why we've developed the love hate relationship that we have with these motherfuckers is because of
Right.
that.
That's what it
yeah.
is. And he's
So
telling the truth
what I'm
about that.
catching, what I'm catching is from going behind what you said is that I don't see any pictures back then in the late 1800s of Caucasian women adopting um those orphan trained children. I can't find one. I can't find one. I've been searching. I can't find one Caucasian European picture of
No,
them
because
pushing the
that was
orphan train. Who the
that
fuck were they giving these kids to, bro?
to us to build a
Right.
relationship. That's like I said, that's one of the hardest ways you can't break a bond. You know how hard it is to break a bond with something that's done integrated with you like that?
Yeah. Yeah, but
You right about
I
that
just
because
find
that's
it quite
down my tree. You know what I'm saying? That's how they get the names. That's how they get our American Indian names. You know what I'm
I
saying? What
figured that, bro. I figured that, Yusuf. I was like, that's how they got in there. Because I'm looking and I'm not finding any pictures. You got an orphan train. You're giving away kids, trying to get people to adopt them. You're going to do a campaign. You're going to show other people adopting. I don't see any pictures of, Caucasian European women here in America with an orphan trained child.
See how
So
the
where the fuck
y'all
did
didn't
they go?
see how the room cleared? You didn't see how the room cleared when I brought up the orphan train? Like how it was a bunch of niggas and I started
Mm-hmm.
that fucking room clear. I didn't mean to clear the room, C3, but y'all see what happened. Because like I said, these motherfuckers, some of these people know their uncles and their family members that got all this bread or got all this shit. It's from them, man. You better start asking these
yeah,
folks
from them.
about this
You
orphan
right.
train.
That's how
I don't
they
give a fuck
got
if
it.
they
That's
black,
how they
white,
got
Asian.
it.
When y'all getting in these chats and these lives, like, man, what's up with this fucking orphan train? Who got motherfucking I'm telling y'all.
Too. They don't have a they and they show you all the trip and the Oddville, whatever the fuck, Odd Fellowship, all that orphan and everything, but then they don't show we're adopting these children. That baffles me. Only thing I can come up to is the nanny pictures. When I try to
But I
follow
did
the
see
orphan
them
train where the
selling
children,
babies.
it leads
I
me to the
saw
nanny.
that going on back then, Dred, where they were selling
Who
babies,
at the
giving them
casino?
away, and all of that. But I haven't seen any adoption of any babies back then. But
Well,
like you would do puppies or whatnot, they were doing babies that way.
they had them. They had them at the Indian training school, and when the teachers were our ancestors, they forced our ancestors to teach them.
Yeah, I agree. Just like with the y'all remember the cartoon, the oblongs. Do y'all anybody
Yes.
remember that? Those
That shit
were
was funny.
yeah, but they were the incubated baby rejects because they lived in a orphanage, an abandoned old orphanage. Those were the rejects. If you go watch the Oblongs cartoon, you'll see that the house that they lived in was way out there, and it was a big. It's literally a fucking orphanage, and they lived there. And those were the orphan
Oh my god.
incubator baby rejects, the ones that came out misformed.
Yeah, she
Right,
left
and
after
that,
I showed my grandmother's records with her picture.
right, and then they
Right, oblong. That's what they
it's
named for
you
it.
gotta you gotta understand that this was a plan. They planned all this stuff, and then what they did was when they had them go to them
Hey,
Indian
everybody.
schools. When they had them go to them Indian schools, they forced our ancestors. They forced our ancestors to teach them our ways.
I literally popped in on the same narrative. This
People
shit
who
is
planned
rigged up.
this aren't the
This
people you think the people are. These are people that probably don't even live here, that just have conquests of taking over this country. That plan that it's not the people you think it is that you see every day. This is
we
something that's been going on over hundreds of years.
thousands. Let's not
Tap
even
the
play
screen,
that.
y'all.
Incubator.
Thousands.
What is an incubator, baby? I been hearing this shit, but I don't know what the fuck it is. What is it?
Exactly what it sounds like.
You sure? You
Babies
sure?
that
Wait.
came
You
from
sure? You sure
incubators.
you ready? Because once you hear about it, you not gonna be able to unsee it or not. You sure you want to know?
It's
I
basically
know what it
a
is
baby that's
because I
made in the
was from.
lab
I
mixed
was
with
from
animal.
food. How do I find? How do I evidence?
You
You see them every
I'm
day.
warning you. I'm warning you now, OG. I'm warning you.
We talk about it, man. It's funny that we talk about this stuff every day. We know that certain people around this motherfucker is mixed with animals, and now we got questions about people mixed with animals. We know who it is.
No, but just chill. I just want to know.
No, no,
I
no,
don't
not
want
like that. I'm not trying to get. I'm not on you like that, bro. I'm just saying we know
to.
who it is. Trust me, you know who it is.
And type it
It's who
in,
you
G,
think
and
it
go to
I
is.
know who
images,
it
bruh.
is.
Type it
But
in and go
listen,
to
I know
images,
who it
bruh.
is, right? But I got children, and we just regurgitate to each other. So I want to teach my children this shit.
All right, you got to because they teach there. That's all teach there.
Yeah,
because they may run into a person like Jerry Seinfeld and they descendant may be from the incubator baby. So like I'm saying, you just got to be careful. Just read, like I said, it's just the history behind it of how it was another way to sit up here because how we already know, and if you take and connect the dot, how they're dwindling now, right? They can't reproduce, right? Like we know that they have trouble reproducing. So if we know they have trouble reproducing nowadays, why would they
Right.
not try to come up with concepts of incubation and trying to make a child or interbreeding with other demographics of people to try to make their bloodline survive? Or if you're coming from a
That's how
dying
they do it
society,
through the
exactly, you're going to think of ways to have children.
and the reason why we're not like just saying what it is certain shit gets these lives messed up, bro. So when you
So
put
do what
two
you
and two
do then.
together, you can add it up to the fold that it is. You know what I'm saying? That's why I'm trying to kind of code flip to you right now
Well,
instead of
okay,
just
okay, so since y'all can't tell me, then send me a link or something. Inbox me a link where I can do my own research.
For sure.
Well, what I can tell you is this. If you ever watch Superman and
Yeah.
they was talking about a codex or something like that, where they were starting to have their babies without the woman having babies, and they would have this area like a
Oh.
laboratory where all the babies came from.
Oh. I know. Thanks for describing that to me, matter of fact, because I
yes,
was
nigga.
there's a warehouse in my state, right? That's like surrounded. And I had a guy that I had did a Uber and dropped him off like probably like he had to walk to it. I couldn't go to it. And he was saying something that's like life is produced in this area and manufactured and sent out into the public. So I'm like, what the hell you what kind of life? He never answered.
Mm.
So
So
so you knew,
they might be still doing that shit.
Wait a minute.
you
Say that
already
again.
know. You know
Say
shit
that
that we
again.
don't even know.
Say that quote again. What he told you.
He said, I said, what's this place? He's like, man, this is a place where they manufacture life. And I'm like, hell no. I'm like, well, in my mind, I'm like, what kind of life it is? He said, well, what we do, we manufacture life and put it out in the public. I was like, okay.
So it's,
All right.
they're walking amongst us. They've been walking, but he just confirmed it.
Yeah, that's all he did.
Told you that shit for real? He
Yeah,
told
he
you
told
that?
me that. I
He
was doing the Uber. I couldn't drop him off at the facility. I had to drop him off away from the facility.
he code flipped to you. The way he
Yeah.
told you that was
Yep.
code flipping.
That's
He was
why.
telling
That's
you
why
without
y'all
telling you.
listen. That's why I'm gonna tell y'all. Y'all need to start listening, man, and stop interrupting people because y'all will get some real jewels if y'all let them talk.
Yep. And that's why I
I'm
listen.
telling
That's
you.
a repeat. Repeat it.
Don't stop debating everything when you don't feel agreeable to it. Let them talk, and they'll give you more information.
Now let them expose themselves.
Yeah, they'll do it. Y'all just got to be patient. Stop being so anxious, you know, and just let them let it out. If you let them let it out, and then write that shit down when they talking, or if you got a good memory, use your photographic memory, man, you'll be like, oh, okay, and then you can ask them accurate questions by listening. You know, you can ask them accurate questions, and they won't feel threatened. Your whole job is to not let them feel threatened.
Right.
That's why every live I go to, I learn something from everybody. Like I learned that shit from Josh by letting people talk and let them talk, and you let them talk, and you did, and then you be like, okay, and you gain more information. Now, the way that Josh them do shit, I don't agree with, but he do have a nice tactic that he use. So that's where I learned that shit from. I was already doing it, but I didn't know I was doing it. But Josh, the one, let me know that, bitch, this is how you do it. This is what you've been doing already. So, bitch, I'm gonna show you how to do it. I'm gonna make it noticeable for you. So, but yeah, just let them talk, man. They'll tell y'all, man. Don't be so quick to be defensive. Just let them tell y'all.
Mm-hmm.
Right. I mean, we
And
got
most
two
most
ears and
people
one
do spill
mouth.
the beans like that.
Huh?
Two
Most
ears
people
and
do
one
spill the
mouth.
beans.
Listen twice as much as we talk.
Right. They gonna tell it all too, especially if you make them feel comfortable. They ain't gonna tell you if you're threatening and talking shit and laughing and joking. Man, them people ain't gonna tell y'all shit. Y'all ain't gonna get no more evidence. You gotta let them talk. Let them do like the police do. When you get a motherfucker that run their mouth, let them spill the bean. You ain't got to do nothing.
Yep, yep, yep.
PC knock.
So I'm just getting. I'm just a mature.
Peace.
I'm just a mature man getting y'all some game. That's it. And y'all gave me some game, so I really appreciate that.
Definitely.
Peace to the family. How y'all doing this evening? I don't know exactly where y'all at. I'm on the East Coast of America, so I'm saying good evening.
Good evening. Yeah, it's usually where I'm at.
All right, so I see the topic says, and get don't you kill me. It says two different people, different cultures. American culture does not come from African culture. 90% of Black Americans are American Indians.
That's my
You
own personal opinion on that third one. I'm not saying it's factual.
prove America before 1952. All right. So I'm gonna be as respectful as possible.
Uh-oh.
Um, I'm I'm gonna just say that, and I'm not trying to be nasty about the situation because it's a
Uh-oh.
stigmatism,
You're
so to
already
speak.
sounding like you're about to come left.
No,
Just if you're gonna come left, just come on.
I'm not
Like
coming left.
you had to give us
I'm
two warnings about it already.
Hey, little homie, remember I was telling him, let him
not,
talk.
Yeah,
Let him
let them
right.
talk.
talk. Let them talk.
Yeah.
Let him talk.
So
Don't worry about it. Let him say what he gonna say.
I've been on the East Coast for a long period of time, and I've been adopted by a Puerto Rican family. I'm personally African American, and I've always found an infatuation with different people as far as how we look in America. Like, I've never been introduced to Haitians until I moved to Florida. And I saw that there was a difference in the features of Haitians compared to the Americans that I grew up with. So I grew up in a two hotel town in South Carolina. In that particular place, the black people looked a particular way. They had a certain facial structure about them. The same thing as pretty much anybody that you see across America, you can kind of see the difference. So for me, I don't know why, but no one has to tell me when I go to 28th Street in Manhattan who's African and who's American. I can see the difference. And I'm not saying that there's not Africans that don't have some of the same phenotype that we do, because I've met people like from Egypt. Or this family actually looked like they were more almost like a mixture of Indians from India slash I would say like Dominicans, so to speak. So I know that there's different phenotypes in America. I mean, excuse me, in Africa that look different ways, but for me, the culture, as far as the people are concerned, I can literally physically see the difference between them. So I'm on the agreement that any of the places, I don't know too much about the West. I've only been to California and Nevada once, but I can see the difference in the Americans there as well, because I think that Africans and Americans are all over the place, but we all, like, we share a different look. We share a different, as far as like our spirit and our culture and what we like. Africans don't necessarily like the same things that we like. They don't necessarily act the same way that we do here in America. And I'm not downing anything that they do. I'm just saying that what we do, to me, is different. The things that we like are different. We may be similar, but I think we're similar to everybody because we're all from the human family, obviously. But I'm gonna land my plane right there.
Anybody
Basically,
want to respond?
like a
Now,
like a
Yeah, that
see
Japanese
was
and a
well said.
Chinese.
about,
Yeah, it's the
hey,
same
That was
hey,
thing.
see
well
what I
said
was just
because I
talking
feel that
about?
way.
You were able to hear him out, and he exposed what he see through his eyesight. That it is a division when he see different people from different places. So he just lined it up for y'all and said the same thing y'all was saying when y'all gave him a chance to speak. See that?
That's right. I
That's
mean,
so
it's a
simple, y'all.
no-brainer. It's a no-brainer. We should people. We know who we are as a people of color. We know
Right.
the difference between each other. We know everything about each other, just like Asians do, just like so-called white people do. We know our differences, so we should be able to see these things.
I agree with him.
Sorry, y'all.
He definitely is on the same train as us. And my thing is this: it's almost like okay, you got different phenotypes for different Asiatic cultures, right? You got Chinese, Japanese, Vietnamese. You got some of the people that's in Central America that still have Asiatic features. If you were to call any of them one of the other ones, what would happen? We all know. We all know.
Yeah, they get
We
upset.
all know they gonna get in your ass a million different ways.
Yeah.
But when we do this, for some reason, my man has to come on and say he's not trying to be offensive about something. That is just a clear factor, and I'm gonna take my rebuttal back. I'm an asshole for coming out because I thought you was about to come at us. So my bad, but he has to come on and apologize before he says this when every other culture that has similarities amongst each other will tell you exactly what the differences are. I said Asiatic first, but look at all the so-called Latino or Hispanic or whatever little names y'all want to give the conquistadors offsprings. Okay, you're not gonna tell them that they not different. You're not gonna tell them that they're not different because they all even speak the same tongue. You will not tell them that and then leave from anywhere okay because they're not gonna have it. Us saying it in even a peaceful way is still an issue though, and that has to mean something on the long run. I mean, of course I know it means something, but I'm just saying if that means something, that's telling you something that they don't want us to be able to signify ourselves uniquely amongst ourselves.
I'm sorry to cut you off. Citizen, what are you talking about? Are you talking about what are you talking about? A deep old debunked science.
Man, don't pay them silly ass niggas no attention. Them niggas just looking for some attention. It's Sunday.
I'm just
It's Sunday. They supposed to have their ass up cutting the grass or doing something, man. You know what I mean? If you ain't on here talking real shit and you down there texting, your ass ain't got no life. You know what I mean? Cause right now we talking about life. And he down there texting ain't making no motherfucking sense.
Right.
yeah. I'm not understanding what you were
Yeah,
saying.
don't worry about his ass. He just probably this motherfucker probably an agent down that bitch trying to cause some disruption.
They only
Peace,
can
Noon.
like 2 or 3 words: wobble,
Sean,
pretendian, or debunk. That's their 3 favorite words right there. They don't know what else to say.
But
Yeah.
Well,
no other group like us, like you don't see the Europeans trying to make us all Europeans or Australians trying to make us all Australians or the South Americans trying to make us all South Americans. It's only the Africans that try to make us all African.
Yeah. The people in South America and Europe and things like that, they know who we are. So they when they get up on here on this live and they try to communicate with us, things start happening. Like the page, the live will start glitching and all this stuff because they willing to tell the truth. But since Africa is really the place, the people that conquered us, they don't want us to know who we are.
I
yeah.
believe you on that, sister. I do. Because they have a real stake in this and they are trying their damnedest to make us something that we're not. You know, that's it shows because we are all over the world, and no other group of us in any other corners of this earth is trying to make us into them. And everybody knows who we are, including the Africans.
It's just like the movie. It's just like the movie called Us. You know how they wanted to come and take our place, and that's what they've been doing. I ask questions when I talk to him, like, well, how y'all get over here? Um, some go through the lottery and some come the back way. And I was like, so what's the back way? He said, we go through Mexico. I said, hold on, how you go through Mexico to get to America the back way? So it's a lot with them, just like with taxes. They take all our money, but they only take like $7 out their taxes. So it's a lot with the Africans.
Wow, that's deep.
I
That's
was
deep.
gonna get into with that.
This
Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. There's an echo.
Yeah, somebody got an
oh,
echo.
that's me. Hold on. That's
I'm gonna get down because every
yeah.
time I talk, they like to mess with me.
Okay.
That was me. I ain't got to go nowhere. That was
Peace, Noon. Did you want to add to the conversation or talk on the topics?
Shalom, Miss Parker, family, what's happening? Yeah, I wanted to add to it. The I concur. This whole demo right here, this whole topic. I mean, we are two totally different people. Like my man was saying, Kenak Yahweh, they got it written as Enoch Yahweh. The proper way to say it is the way I just did, Kenak Yahweh. The way you say Yahweh's name is like a breath. You just put a voice behind it. So anyway, what I wanted to add to that is, yeah, you cannot prove that Negroes were not here in America before 1492. And I would also argue that you cannot prove Negroes were not here before 1 AD. And you cannot prove Negroes were not here before 900 BCE, 700 BCE. You cannot prove it. It's enough evidence out there showing it. I don't know if y'all know about the Lost Lunar Stone. That's the name that they dubbed it. Of course, that's like Espanol or whatever. But the actual name of the stone that they want to give it in English is called, the Stone in Hidden Mountain. And that's located in New Mexico. Now, on this stone, it's showing that it's carbon. They showed it as carbon dated 700 to 900 before Common Era. And that but this stone is located in New Mexico. And if y'all familiar with all the stuff, y'all know how long that land been there before it was called New Mexico, let alone Texas or Mexico or all of the, how they separated all the Americas or whatever. But that stone was there before any conquistador came or any Mongol came there. So on the stone is the 10 Commandments written in Lashon HaKodesh, and not that the modern Hebrew write or that the Jewish people write. It's not written in that form. And the first line where folks got stuff, yeah, pictures, before it was vandalized, but the first line is vandalized. It's scratched out, and it's several writing all over the stones in the area. But there's one big stone where it had the 10 Commandments written in Ebony. And it's the first line is vandalized, which means that people who were not from here or people that are not Negroes, they obviously the ones that did it. So like they got it blocked off where you can't really go there. You got to get permission to go see it now, because people were reporting to the authorities like, look, man, they destroying this stuff. This is ours. So. But these people, man, I call them $5 Indians because that's the way I was taught to call them. My family taught me to call them that or whatever because they paid $5 to be an Indian. But I don't mean to sound bogus where I say it, but I'm from Chicago. I don't have no filter. But like,
Chicago.
and most of my people, they come from Mississippi,
That's all.
Louisiana, Kentucky. Yeah, yo. So like,
We in here.
yeah, they come from Mississippi, Louisiana, and Jamaica, and Kentucky, and Tennessee. So like, yeah, man, they obviously the ops. You know, you can look this up. Just look it up. Google, DuckDuckGo, Brave, whatever browser that you use, and Lost Lunar Stone of Mexico. Everything I told you is gonna say.
Exactly. They want us to prove that we was here. I'm like, y'all can't even prove that we was not here. I mean, we have too much evidence to state our factual claim.
On both sides of my grandparents, on both sides.
Yeah, usually you got to be beware of people that try to make it seem like you're the one out of line when it's really them that's out of line.
Hmm.
You got to make
I,
sure. And he's right. I
let
Dog,
me
mean, the
bro.
explain.
evidence is everywhere.
Yep,
Sorry,
they
I ain't
paid.
mean to cut nobody. It's the
They
common
paid.
sense for me. At the end of the day, if we go to China and we don't see no Chinese people, it's going to be astonishing. If we go to Russia and we don't see no Russian people, that's astonishing. I don't care what land or continent we get on. We're going to expect to see the people who are supposed to be there. You can't tell me this story about how
Facts.
we as a people came from another land, and everywhere I go, I mean, I don't care how long I've been living, 40 years, been working all types of jobs, and I've never worked with a Native American. Not nobody that classified themselves as this. You can't tell me it's all just about the fact that we on reservations and things of that nature. It doesn't make any sense to bring somebody from another land and they outpopulate the people that are there in the original first place. That makes no sense. It's just dumb. Like there's no possible way we would have populated this much. We're in every city. It doesn't matter which city you go to. We are the most populated people within that city in that landmass.
Yep.
That doesn't make like it just doesn't make any sense for anybody else to be the original people because I
But
don't see you ever. And
brother,
that's not respectful.
If you go on my page, you will see my whole tree. All of it's right here. It's right here. I'm talking about back from the pharaohs, back to Joshua, all the way to Joshua is on the pharaoh line. My granddaddy, Rahim Judah, that's where they get it from. See, they not when you open that Pandora box up, there ain't nothing they can do about it because it's all undisputed. If you go on my page and look, you'll see my whole family tree. See, all of it was lies. They've been telling us lies. They didn't really want us to know who we were all that time.
Hey, I just saw something in the chat. I don't know, dude, the ops or if he gang, I don't know, but his name is Don't Scared Debate Me. And I saw something that he said Balana people from Guinea Bissau. He got Guinea Busa, but Guinea Bissau. So that's true and false. Because the false part about it is they are not from Guinea Bissau, but they do inhabit Guinea Bissau. And they came to Guinea Bissau from the 11th to the 14th century. So that means that the Balana people were not there before the 11th century. Balana actually means in Mandinka, those who resist. And everybody that's over there in that region are not the same people. So, what you say? They're from North Sudan, Egypt, and India, bro. All them people are totally different from the Balana people. Most of the people from
Yep.
Sudan, they are descendants. Actually, the Sudanese are actually descendants of the ancient Egyptians. And Hindustan, Bharat, Gujarat, they have nothing to do with the Sudanese people genetically. They are younger than the Sudanese people. They actually became them because of the Arabs and the Egyptians. Before Hindustan, Bharat, Gujarat, that land was not like people migrated there. So yeah, I'm Balana descent too. What are you talking about? I know about Balana people. So like you don't even know they Mandinka people. And Mandinka is a bastardized word for man. I mean, it's the true word for the bastardized word Mandingo. Malinke is feminine, Mandinka is masculine. And these people pretty much are the same people as the American Indian. So if you want to know, I'm Balana, I'm Anayumuya, and I'm Yamaye. Those are my, that's where my heritage come from. So Balana people are not African. They not Indian like Hindustan, Gujarat, Bharat. They not Arabs. They not Egyptian, Mitzrayim. They not Mitzri, Mitzrayim. They not Kush or Kushi or whatever you want to call it. The people that come from Kham. But it don't mean that they don't have any DNA of Africans, but they're not African people. Their lineage don't come from Africa. So,
Right.
but these people, Balana people, they migrated to that region from Asia and from Europe because they migrated to Europe and they got deported into North Africa and they got deported into Egypt. So they moving back and forth. And you can even look it up that you will see that Balana people migration from when they were in the area where Sudan is today because they were refugees. You know, just like today, you see people, they move towards resources when they get kicked out of their land. Like, look at the Caucasian people that's claiming stuff of the other people, like the Egyptians. You know, you got Caucasian people that's claiming Egyptians, or you got like Iranian people, Afghani people. When you know when they was bombing and getting stuff over Baghdad, man, them people moved southwest towards the resources, and they moved towards North Africa. They started moving where people kind of look like them and where the resources are, so that way, you know, they can still be fruitful and multiply or whatever. It's the same here. Like everybody want to come to America. Like if you hate America so much, why everybody want to come to America? And if you Mexican, like if you love Mexico so much, why don't you go take your ass to Mexico? Why you want to be here and be like, oh, I'm Mexican? You don't even know what Mexico means. So like you don't even know what Anahuac means, but you Mexican. Like yo, you more of a mestizo than a $5 Indian. You mix with them plus Ernie Cortez and a nigga. So, and if your lineage ain't Negro, you ain't one of us. So, like, you know, I'm gonna land my plane there because I'm gonna let the conversation, you know, go ahead and develop, and then you know I add to it. But I just saw Buddy in the chat talking about Balana people, and yeah, Balana people, they ain't got nothing to do with Egypt and Sudan and India genetically. Like they just kind of inhabited them regions, and they went to beginning with soul in the 11th to the 14th century.
For whoever trying to laugh in the comments, if y'all don't understand what your name means, and it's in your name telling you the three people that you were mixed with that makes you ego, makes you Mexican in the first place, it's in your name. How we can figure this out, but y'all can't figure this out.
The Clovis people have not been dated to 46,000 years here in America.
Even still, they don't know who the Clovis are.
There's a
They don't know who the Clovis
anybody.
were.
Well, I mean, you probably could order it online too, but it's a book. It's called 1491. That book is heavy. That tells you all about the technology and the science that was already in America, you know, based on the cities and how the cities were built. They didn't have this type of they didn't have the technological advancement to be able to do what we were doing in the city. We already had lights, we already had streets, and everything that you see today wasn't built in the last 200 years. And this book, 1491, really maps that out. I actually found it, and that's the funniest thing about it. I found it at Yale University out here in New Haven. And if any of you ever been to Yale, like you'll really realize, like, just the logo in itself, that's not theirs. That wasn't their school. It's not their school. They didn't build that. When you go and look at it, it is such a marvelous thing to look at. But they have a bookstore across the street from it that has that book, and that book is fire.
Those who also want to know, since I mentioned about Mexico, Mexico was dubbed from that name from the conquistadors, and they meaning for it was land of Moses. Like say that made people stare into the serpent staff to make the bites of the seraphim stop. Now, seraphim are basically flaming snakes, and that's what we actually give the attribution of Meru to, the serpent god. The serpent god ain't no other god than the Most High, because he got serpents that guard his throne. They flaming serpents. They look just like snakes, but they on fire. and seraphim literally means burning ones. So like Amaru is the attribution to that. That's the nickname that we called ourselves in short for Amaru Khan. Amaru basically means to speak with a battle shout like a war cry. You don't want no smoke, you don't want to start nothing with us. And if you try to kick
I'm
it
getting
off,
another one.
we do our thing
Get
like
another
ooh,
one.
ooh,
You know.
like we still do it today. So but
You about
Khan
to
means
another
chief.
truck?
Khan means chief, not chief. So like they
Yeah.
made a Meru Khan into the era. None of these people that claim they indigenous Americans, they don't know that. They just learned it now from me. I guarantee that.
Noon, since ain't nobody got the floor. Noon, I was gonna say that what you just said as far as the serpents, that kind of brought something to light to me because I actually personally seen looking at fireworks ship that was like it was completely
You got the
covered in
limo service
fire.
too. Oh, you doing it?
I'm
I'm
end
finna
up
go
on
get the
that.
other truck back in
This
January so I
boy.
can keep doing what I'm doing. You know what I'm saying? Cause I do the
Oh,
housing
got
and
me
stuff
on the
too.
road.
Trailer man. I had a trailer. Somebody stole my trailer, man. I got what's called back there. Now I had two extra trailers. Yeah. One of them I had the guy, you know, them oil barrels to get out the house, the big bear in the basement. Yeah. I put two in the back, and I got one more to put in I made out of
Joshua, you
I got
gotta
another one
read,
back there,
man.
man. Them trailers running $1,200 a pop.
Yeah, it's like he handling some business right now.
About to get a trailer out this.
And sister, you take the service letter to goddess. Uh,
You're
no
going in and out.
disrespect
What
to you,
did you
sister,
say?
but I don't believe Lilith ever existed, to tell you the truth. And
You don't
but
believe
it,
what existed?
Lilith, I don't believe she or whatever Lilith is. I don't believe that person or being ever existed. But
Oh,
like,
she's supposed to be Adam's first wife.
yeah, I don't believe that story
Why
because
not?
like even when you look in the hierarchy of haplogroups and haplotypes. Like everybody got an ancestor. Like even in science, I can't find Lilith, and even through that, like I could kind of match throughout the ages, like what's what. So everybody got an ancestor, mtDNA and y-DNA. And like Guala Gualas, $5 Indians, mestizos, all them, they'll argue that's white people sounds woo woo woo. But then they be like, oh, we on the reservation, but you take everything from the white person when it's beneficial to you, but when it comes to something that don't benefit you, you be like, oh, it's European concrete, you know, shit like that. So anyway, but in the DNA thing, with mtDNA, mitochondrial DNA, it's basically a thing that's inherited from a woman, and only women pass it down to their daughters. And that's kind of like how we could tell if you mix or not, based on what your mama is. And so, you know, I hear people argue that the father is lineage, the mother is the lineage. And I mean, it could go both ways because each has a mother and father. You cannot come into this world without going through the womb of a woman, and a woman can't make a baby by herself, and neither can a man make a baby by himself. But men don't carry babies. So the thing is that the mtDNA, the mitochondrial DNA, uh, the oldest one that we find is mitochondria L, and that's believed to be Kawhi or Eve, and ain't no other being around, and that's the oldest one. So, you know, they basically dubbed it as mitochondrial Eve, but like everybody that come out of her is a descendant, and the oldest descendant of that is L3, which is what's found in pretty much almost every black woman. And you know, you got some black women that don't have L3. That's because they had a mutation or something else based off what kind of man, you know, mixed with the woman when, you know, during the time that they came. So like basically based off your haplotype, your haplogroup, we can actually figure out where you came from, who you came from, and the time that you came into about.
I
So
don't believe that
I
haplogroups
was
will
about to
tell
say
you where
I
you're
don't.
from.
I was about to say I don't believe the Eve gene is the Eve gene.
right.
It's because I think it's something predating Eve, and that goes to the whole story of there was motherfuckers here when the garden came about, the garden is pretty much what we was talking about. The garden is pretty much the first incubator babies type of
There you
situation.
go. There you
So
go.
to
It's on
give
my
it to Eve,
timeline.
is probably a default because that Eve and Adam and Eve would be them other people's people. We predate
Right.
any of that. We predate any of that Anunnaki shit. We predate any of the biblical shit. We predate all of that shit.
Well,
All
see,
that
what
shit is
Adam.
Oh,
based on us.
one
yep.
one
All
thing
that
you
shit is
gotta
Biblical.
what
encounters with
Yep.
us.
one thing you gotta understand about the dating is that they did play with the time and the dates, and they still doing that. But not only that, one fact is that 1 year in the skies is 1,000 years in the earth. So when they doing these dating and stuff like that, it don't match up with any ancient text or whatever because people usually don't understand how to calculate time. And also, you can calculate everything with the solstice clock. Like you can calculate each pharaoh which pharaoh was a pharaoh of what. Nigga, you could do that using the solstice clock. So like even the clock that we own, like we adjusting our time, like take an hour back, move an hour forward. Like you ain't even supposed to play with time like that. So like you can actually tell time, by looking at the skies, where you at on the earth and stuff. And everything, is the stars or whatever, they use for telling days, months, and years, like the timepiece. So this midnight to midnight stuff, like, man, I couldn't tell you when
Right.
it started, but like you could probably Google it to find out. But I know we ain't always use midnight to midnight. you know.
And what's crazy that analogy of the one day with that's how it's said in the Bible. But one day with God is of 1,000 years. That's how I got out of the trap of religion. And this was at 3 years old. I asked my mama how dinosaurs were here millions of years before humans, but God made everything in 7 days. She couldn't answer me.
Right.
I gave the analogy of, okay, so if one day with God is of 1,000 years, was it 7,000 years? And then 7,000 years now would probably be way longer back then. I'm able to break this down at 3 years old, but I'm being indoctrinated into a system of stuff with people who can't answer these questions for me. And I'm three.
Because
Right.
Joshua
You know
never
what I'm
said
saying?
that.
Like,
There's a book
so
called Children of the Matrix that explains a lot about how you would actually create an earth or a civilization prior to you actually stepping foot on it to get it ready. So, according to that book, we kind of use those dinosaurs as a means of being able to get the earth ready for us to be able to come and put our seed here. But that, like I said, that's the children of the matrix, and take it how you want to. But I kind of could see it from some of the older texts as well, dealing with like the Sumerian tablets and how they were talking about manipulating the DNA, and then when you deal with Thoth and the Atlanteans, that they all kind of had the same thesis.
Well, I don't hope to offend anybody by saying this, but I don't believe in dinosaurs. The story that they give about dinosaurs, I don't believe that's legit. And the dinosaur, to me, what I believe is almost every animal you see is a descendant of what could possibly been a dinosaur. Or maybe it was before the dinosaur. I think the dinosaur is something
Draco
that was
knew.
either created or or it's fictional, but like it came from the original if it got bigger. And the thing is that what a dinosaur to me actually is a bigger version of the animal that we see today. So like I don't believe that a Tyrannosaurus Rex ever existed, but a crocodile was probably bigger than what it used to be.
Yeah, I don't,
They say
I
the
don't.
chicken is the closest related relative to the T Rex.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't get offended by any type. Like I'm happy to have people like yourselves even come and give me any type of information because I talk to people that's dead on a consistent basis. Like I can go, at my job and they're talking about Trump and just sports and all this. I love
Right.
these type of conversations, so I don't care what you bring. To me, I appreciate it.
Well, yeah, that shit that they construct in the museums, you see them bone stuff. I just think they found some bone remains or whatever, then they just imaginally put something together. But like only on some ancient stones, artifacts and stuff, Mesoamerica, you could see people riding birds. Like you could see niggas like nobody else. Niggas riding birds on the neck of a big ass eagle, basically. It don't look like a pterodactyl or nothing. It just look like a big ass bird. And he on the back of the neck riding.
Just like Avatar. Avatar showed you pretty much. Look, that was the
Right.
we gonna fake the funk, but we gonna give you the real blueprint. We
Right.
gonna give you an imaginary story, but we gonna give you the real blueprint. Like I say 90% of that fucking movie was factual.
Mm-hmm.
And
Well,
Mm-hmm.
nobody really knows it. And it's two parts to that situation. Because we sky people who came from above and went down below and became water people. Or if you want to say we sprung from the waters, either way, because the movies might be in reverse when it comes to the actual factual of it, because it could have been some condensation shit. You come from the water, you go to the sky. Then we came back down, but the story only gets told when we come back down. Like people
Right.
don't really. I study metaphysics before I do any of this. Before I do anything on a day-to-day basis, I'm on my metaphysical shit. So I can't help but look at shit and see the metaphors and the similes and and
well,
and, and shit in the imagery of what we looking at,
Well,
especially on an artistic level, because I'm an artist too.
you know they lying and stuff. Tell the truth, cause my DNA scrap it goes way back 100,000 years. I got all that on the page, and we
so
walk around and stuff.
somebody says in the comments, "Oh, it's Avatar is a movie," but like the brother Noon, I'm pretty sure he studies the name. So in the name, it's really four elements: it's fire, earth, air, and water.
Yep.
Avatar was not only a cartoon, but it was also a movie. So when you study in a synonym finder in itself, it's synonymous to the word God, literally. So if it's saying that we are the gods connected to the earth, like I could completely see that. There's no possible way you can't draw that conclusion. And then when you look at stuff like, all right, take Anubis for instance. Anubis was a deity that was a dog that you only found in South America. That I've never seen a dog anywhere up here in North America, but definitely in South America. Even the falcon in itself, and that's an American bird. That's not really found anywhere else in the world. It's native to this place. So
He's a little
yeah,
bit.
you kind of got to put all of that stuff together.
I was about to
Definitely.
say, look, you trying to teach a troll. It's clearly they're a troll because they're sitting here saying the same shit about Shrek was a fool too, or Shrek was factual too. We not pointing out stupid ass Disney cartoons and da 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 da.
Yeah,
But
it's
if you
probably
know
good.
any better, if you knew any better to know and how to look at any fucking thing, there's gems and shit in every fucking thing. But y'all don't know nothing. See, that's the problem. Y'all know of nothing. All you know is surface level everything that's only been validated by just the shit you see on a day-to-day basis. You know how not to seek through anything to find anything and become true. That's the problem. Now, if you was truly a so-called native or so-called indigenous or had any tribal ties whatsoever, you would directly see your people in those movies on the avatar level. I'm not talking about the cartoon that came on Nickelodeon. The movies, the blue people, the red people, the green people, the trees getting cut, the tribal wear, what they did with their hair, how they move, their languages, their tongue. If you don't see any of that in the truth factor of what you come from, that's not you then. So you shouldn't be having these conversations. You shouldn't be here trying to diss on nobody or nothing else that can see past the bullshit of what they want to call fantasy and understand that there's factual shit in there. And I said 90%. So did that make it 100% concrete fact? No. Your ignorance is abounding everything else that you're saying. And they
Man,
don't get that.
he a troll talk about woodoo 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 who out the band the movie, but he got a Looney Tune character. And then not as his name. And then like that's how I'm saying like, these guala gualas, these mosquitoes, these $5 Indians, they all want to make these little fake names. Like you lame as hell, bro. Who got time to make a fake name and come
I
to a
mean,
chat like
Gonzalez. I'm tired of people with conquistador names, speaking conquistador tongue, talking shit. That's really what I'm tired of. I need you. I need a whole lot. I need Sitting Bull or somebody to come to me. Somebody with some validity to your nativeness at all, because ain't none of y'all even the original people that came across the damn bridge. But you
Okay.
talking
Well,
shit.
let me stir their ass up some humble pie another time. But this
That's
dude,
facts right there.
Kenneth Song, talk about Wabo alert, right? So I don't know if anybody here familiar with the name Wabo, but it's an Urban Dictionary word or whatever. You can look it up. Actually, Urban Dictionary, all these words come from us. Niggas is the Urban Dictionary. So we actually came up with the name Wabo first, and you ain't really gonna find this information. But basically, Wabo is an acronym for wannabe Aborigine. So that's what they use, Wabo alert. They talking about us. But basically what we did was we called them Wabo at first. And actually Wabo is a Semitic word. It's actually Ebre. So what Wabo means to come in and go out. And like, for example, like when Shalimar, you ain't gonna see it in the Bible written this way. But like, or whatever language that they give it to you. But when Shalimar, who people call Solomon, say for example, when he was talking to Yahweh, he said, Anakilo at a keton at a shawabo. And that basically means like I'm a little child. I don't know how to come in and go out. Because he didn't know how to lead the people. He was just giving all this shit. And he was like, man, what the hell am I supposed to do? Like, you just put me here on the throne and on, or what the hell to do? So that's why Yahweh was like, well, I'm gonna give you some wisdom and stuff, and you ain't nobody gonna be as wise as you or before you after you. So like, this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna work it out. So basically, that's what Wabo mean. It mean to come in and go out. Now we acronymed it into wannabe Aborigine because we are the Aborigine people. None of these people that call us wannabes, they're not Aborigine. They're not old enough. They're not autochthonous, and they do have any autochthonous DNA that come from us. So the Wabo is the conquistadors that came because we beat their ass and drove them out. That's why we called them Wabo. So everybody who is descendant of them, we call them Wabo because you are of the conquistador. And now all you do is hear our terms and they start dubbing it, adopting and stuff and try to use it like they've been saying it. They do the same thing with dance moves and hip hop and music, all that shit. Everything that we do, we the blueprint for that shit. And then they start mocking and mimicking our shit. Like they even call themselves niggas. And y'all ain't even niggas. Like that shit blow me.
Here goes some across the
Peace,
Barren
Nana.
Straighters right here. I got a picture of some across the Barren Straighters right here, mixed in with a authentic Russian up in there too. You see his ass. Y'all don't even look like these people. That's your people. That's your Mongolian, Siberian. Goddamn, your daddy is Genghis Khan ass. You used to have a nice ass civilization, which you should try to claim and have some pride in, but instead you want to take our shit because it's more beneficial because you ain't got no land no more. Because your lands
Nigga,
don't exist no
Choctaw.
more. Y'all not them people. You're not even them people I'm showing. That's supposed to be your ancestors, and it's not because you only got a certain percentage of their DNA in you. So quit the cap with the nonsense.
Peace, Hannah.
Hi, I'm still wondering where I'm at, but I just have one question, just to be clear. When you guys say that, are you guys saying that you're native to the land, or are you saying that you're Native American, like the people that are native? That's what the
We're
question.
the
I think you pretty
original
much answered
people
that
of the land.
because I see a lot of comments that say pretendians, and it's like, are you trying to be like them? Are you trying to be them, or
Listen, we
No,
don't
we're
even
not
use the
them.
terminology Native American. We don't even say it.
G,
We don't even say it.
you look up pretending to they ass, no cap. Look on
We
Google
are
translation.
American Indian, not Native American. And go look up the word pretendian, yes, and you'll see exactly who the hell pretendians by definition are. We're not gonna just keep letting everybody just say what they want to say and don't even know what they're saying. We're gonna look this shit
Right.
up when they say it.
But the
well,
real
I'm saying
question
that
here is,
because I hear
Hannah,
a lot of Native Americans that are that are saying that you guys are trying to take their culture,
right,
and I'm not saying that's correct. I'm here because I want to understand what you're talking about. Okay, I'm not here
right.
attacking
That's
you. I just
good.
want
That's
to,
good, Hannah. Do you know
Yeah.
who you are? Do you know who you are? Because we know who
according to
we
my
are.
DNA, I know it was different than what my family said.
Well, then you need to go
Have
Do
we
look
you
up
did
think
your
your
African.
family
family
tree?
lied to you?
I don't think my family lied to me. I think that a whole culture was taken away.
Have you did your
Listen,
family tree though? Do you know who all your parents are, or most
Yes,
of them are?
I know my mom and my dad. Yes, I know my grandfather. My grandma, my grandmother. I know her. My great grandmother had died before I got there. So yeah, I pretty much know my family.
No, no, no.
So you
What
got
we're
to do
asking
more
is,
than that.
have you done a genealogy
Have you
trace
built your family
of your
tree?
family? Yeah,
I
that.
I started one, but I didn't really finish it
Yeah. So
because
so that's what you need to do. You need to negate the DNA talk until you do that. Once you do that, then you look up habitants. There's a lot of stuff to the DNA. It's not just what they're sending you as the entertainment purposes only part, because that's the information in which you've read that you probably taken to heart because you don't. And I'm not disregarding your knowledge of it. This is just average person's knowledge on the planet. Period. Don't understand haplogroups. They don't understand SNPs. They don't understand the things that it takes to make the DNA. They don't understand the fact that they're only tracing people that are alive. They're understanding that they can't trace anybody that's past a certain date, and they can't trace you to a location. So you need to be looking up genealogy, your family tree, them people's names, many names as you have. Use those names. Go do that genealogy, and that will let you know exactly where you from, where your people from, how long they've been around. Because all the
my
people in the
family
comments
came
that keep
over
talking,
as they came over as well, they came over as Jews, but they converted to Christianity through marriage when they got here. But I don't know with
from
like
where?
a lot of it says Fulani on the DNA, but you said DNA is not correct, and I've heard that before, you know. But I don't know. As far as I'm concerned, I'm native to America because I've been here long enough anyway. You know what I mean? But I don't, you know.
That's by definition that doesn't make you native. By definition,
It
just
does
being
make
born.
me native,
No, no,
not
no,
like
no, no,
I'm
no,
not
no,
talking
no,
about
no. I'm not
Indian
trying to be
native.
offensive to you. I'm just saying literally by definition, as in what a word means in a dictionary, it doesn't mean that doesn't make you native. Native just means born on a land. So if you're born on a land, yes, you're native. Anybody born on the land is native.
For
At all.
example, I'm a
Well,
We're
that's
talking about
Chicagoan.
well,
we're
I'm
that's
a
talking
true.
about
Chicagoan, so I'm native to Chicago because I'm born and raised in Chicago.
yeah, I was born, yes, I was born in Chicago. I'm native to Chicago. Cook
So you're
County
not native to
Hospital.
America if you were born in America?
I didn't say that. You made it seem like you were born somewhere else.
No, I said when my family not oh okay, I guess I did. I'm talking about my people, you know, like my grandmother and all that. When they came over as Jews, but they converted to Christianity. That's what I was saying. I'm sorry.
I'm still confused by that they came over as Jews. Are you saying they came from another country? They came from a different country than this country?
Well, yeah.
Okay, so now that makes sense. Okay, so you might not be Aboriginal to here. You
Yeah,
might be Aboriginal to wherever your people come from, but you still need to do that genealogy
Well,
to
which
find out for
country did
sure.
they come from? Which country did they come from?
well, the part that was I don't want to say because it didn't come out the same in on the DNA. That's what I'm saying.
So say what your family said. We're talking about your family. We don't really care about the DNA. And not to be offensive, but your family matters more than DNA. So what did your family tell you?
Well, it was somewhere in Europe, and I don't want to, and that did come on the DNA. That came up on the DNA, but you know,
Is that kind of a trigger to you for some reason? You got to understand that there's black Europeans. There was black Europeans way before there was ever, and I'm saying black, but melanated Europeans way before there was ever any YT ones. So you don't have to feel a way about that. I know for some reason that's a culture shock to a lot of us when we see stuff like that, but you got to understand that we worldwide. So that there's a separation between who you may be compared to us, but that doesn't make you any less melanated because you got European in your blood. I don't
well,
ever
I mean,
want
it's more African though, like Fulani and things like that.
no.
But the thing is, I don't even know that much about Fulani. I've been trying to read up on it and like Hausa and stuff like that.
Does the Fulani part is coming off on your DNA, or is this what your
It's
genealogy is
it's
telling you?
coming off on my DNA. You
Okay, so
know,
I'm trying to get you to focus on genealogy and drop the DNA part. What does your family say? Where are they from? Don't give me the DNA. The DNA is a distraction for you.
What
It's a distraction for us being able
My
to help
father's
you.
side of the family is native and black. His mother, Christina, my grandma Christina, she looked like a native, what we would call a native, you know. And my dad was from her, and her husband was a black man. My mother's family is different, you know. So anyway, like I said, I just wanted to know, what was what was your understanding on it? Like when you say, I thought that you were trying to be like take the place of what is native, and say, no, you're
you
not native,
believe
we
in the
are.
native erasure stuff?
Yeah,
Why do
that's what
you
it sounded
believe
like.
in that?
Hannah, those people don't even know who they are. They haven't did their family tree. Most of those people are mixed, passing as natives or supposedly be native. That's a lot of Hollywood over there.
But
Ask
they're
them
still
about their
native though.
genealogy. They don't know it. Just worry about your
Yeah,
genealogy for now
listen.
and find out who
There,
you
there
are.
was a there was a baby born 37 minutes ago. That baby is Native American. It's so like I'm trying to get you to think about definitions by definition, words by definition, and to also look at what your genealogy is telling you, because your next explanation again was going right back to your DNA. That's not what your family said. Then you said your father was native and black, but then you just said that they were from Europe, so that means he's not native to here. He's
My
native
mother's family
there.
was not all European, just like, only have like 21%. That's it. So it's not.
You're giving me a percentage that has nothing to do with genealogy,
Yeah,
lady.
that's what I'm saying. And it's not that
I
I'm
don't know if you're trying to
ashamed of any of
enforce the
that.
DNA right now. Do y'all hear what I'm hearing? Am I
Yeah,
tripping?
yeah, I see
Hmm.
what you're talking about, Abu Ali, brother.
Well,
So
that's all
Yeah,
she got right
we
now.
So,
She needs
but
to
we
do
but
her
we
I want
family
I
tree.
want to know why a person who look like us believe that we're trying to take some people's culture when they practice our culture.
I don't think that. I just wanted to be clear because like I said, I don't I see like these lives like this often, and I look at the comments, and they say stuff like pretendian. So I wanted to come to the source and ask instead of just assuming.
So Hannah, let me ask you a few questions. You say
Well,
you
there's a whole court case going on, a pretendian court case going on, and none of them people look like us.
so you say your family is Jews, right? So Jews as in what? Like y'all
No,
practice Judaism?
we're Christianity. We're Christians. We're
So
Christian. We
y'all were Moranos that converted to Christianity.
yeah, we converted.
So y'all from the Iberian Peninsula, Spain and Portugal? 'Cause that's the only place I know where they converted Judaism to they made Moranos basically a person that's Jewish or Judaism, not as in heritage or Yahuti, but Jew as in Judaism, Jewish. They practice this religion and they converted to Christianity. That's what it's called a Morano, and that only happened in Spain and Portugal. So that's where your family from. You talk about Europe.
No. When we came here,
Came from where?
because of
That's what we want
marriage,
to know.
because
Came
of
from where?
marriage. Well, it was because of marriage.
Whatever,
Married Christian.
whatever. Came from
Like
where
you're
though?
doing a
Where did
lot
you
of
come from?
around the way answering.
Where did
Nigga,
you
we're
come
trying to
from?
get direct answers, and you're
Where did,
not
where,
giving that.
where your daddy come from? Where your mama come from?
My daddy was here, and my mother was born here. It
I
was
didn't
her
ask that. What city and state?
California.
What city?
My dad, I'm not sure. Well, I
Where
know
your
he
mom?
was from Oklahoma is what it was, but he lived in California when he met my mom.
All right,
And
so
my
your
mother's
so
from
your dad moved from Oklahoma to California. Where your mama from?
California.
So where her mama from?
Uh, California,
So where's her mama's mama from?
from Europe.
Europe where?
Well, that's the thing. They said it was Irish, but the DNA said
I
something
don't care
different.
what they saying. I'm talking about what they said. What your
Okay.
mama's mama say they from? Where they from?
They
Irish.
said Irish, and the
You ain't never
DNA
talked to your
said
people?
different, so it means your
Yeah, I
people
talk
said
to my people.
Irish.
Please don't talk to me like that.
I'm
Okay.
asking you a
No, we
question.
we trying to make sure that you don't put the power of DNA over your own people. And that's what it seems like you're doing. If they told you that they were from Irish descent, then they from Irish descent. That paperwork don't negate what these people know and what's on their history and what's on their paperwork. Have you looked at census records? Have you looked at any of that information? Or have you just ran with what you heard from DNA and then ran wild with it? Because right now it sounds like you
I
are.
ran with what I had with from DNA. I didn't run wild with it. You know,
Oh, it
it
sounds
was no big
wild
deal to
right
me.
now.
But I
It
ran with
had to be a
DNA.
big deal to you. You took a DNA test. So you ain't never talked to your people, your mama, your daddy, your
I
granddaddy,
didn't
great
say I
granddaddy, great
calm
grandmama,
down.
none of them?
I did not say that, sir. What I said was I took a DNA and it, I wasn't like, oh my God, it was just I ran with it, but I, didn't, make a big deal out of it. I was like, okay.
All right, so scrap the DNA. Did you ever talk to your peoples? Like that's what we asked
Yes,
you. You talk to your
yes,
mama,
I did.
daddy, granddaddy, great granddaddy. Like what they saying? Where they say where they from? We don't care what the other people that don't know you talk about.
Okay, they said Indian, Black, and Irish.
Indian as in what?
Mm-mm.
Oh, Cherokee, that's what they said.
So when they say they native, do they look like Chinese or like Latinos, or they talk about native as in like a Negro?
They didn't say they said Cherokee. My grandmother, she didn't look like what we would call my grandmother on my father's side didn't look like what we would call like a black. You know what I mean? She looked
Right.
more like she was Mexican.
Okay.
And in fact, she was born in Mexico. But she was from Oklahoma. She was born in Mexico though.
Okay. So your mama, that's on your mama's side or your daddy's side?
My dad's side.
So your dad's side is from Oklahoma and they Cherokee.
His mother was.
Right. Where's daddy from?
His daddy, I don't know, just black American.
Right. Okay. That's cool. Uh that's what we're just basically trying to get to. We're trying to understand what you're trying to deliver. Like what you're saying, like we're just trying to clarify like who's who and what's what.
Yeah, I just had
And
that
also
question. That's all.
figure out your stuff too. I mean, the question led to a whole lot of other things because of the way it sounds and how it comes off, and it's almost like maybe it's a little bit of Native American that you do have in you from this mother or grandmother from somewhere else that kind of stems you having to feel as if you need to ask that question in defense of natives because we're not talking native stuff, we're talking American Indian stuff, which is not the same thing. And the whole
Well, I think my
Oklahoma
dad,
situation, you should do
growing up, my
research
dad
on
was
whether.
kind of like a racist. You know what I mean? So it's
Well, I
a
mean,
lot of
we
stuff
ain't gonna do
I'm
that.
dealing with. Concerning that.
We ain't got nothing to do with that. So,
Yeah.
any triggers, let them triggers be pew pew somewhere else. We ain't got nothing to do with that. Whole point is we trying to actually help you and
Okay.
understand you at the exact same time. So you need to be doing genealogy. You need to be asking questions more so about your mother line than your father line because don't let them tell the lie that it's all about the father line. That's that new shit. That's only been around for a couple hundred years. It was originally motherline stuff, matriarch. So you need to find out as much as you can about your mother's line and trace that as far back as you can. Now, because you say the Irish part is where on your father's end or your mother's
No,
end.
that's my mother's side.
Okay, okay. So trace that back. Don't make such a big huss and fuss about it because you sound so sad as you every time the European conversation about who you are comes out. You seem about it. I got Scottish in me somewhere. You know what I'm saying? So just it's there, but we migrated a lot from this landmass. That's why we asking you these questions. I think Mad Facts is probably gonna pinpoint on that, but
No,
we
I don't. I'm
migrated,
not
we
sad about
migrated
that
a lot.
or anything. I
I
don't.
mean, I know it's just I'm just saying, listen, I'm from outside in, and I'm not the only one who hears this. I can't be. When that part comes up, you sigh, you blow. I study psychology, babe. So it's just certain little things that you're doing that, psychological level. If I'm testing you on something, I'm gonna be jotting in my notepad. You see what I'm saying? So I'm just letting you know. But it doesn't have to seem like it's that big of a deal because I'm letting you know we migrated around from here to those places in Europe too. Not saying that we was the first peoples over there or anything like that, but we migrated back and forth between these areas. So it's a possibility that your people could still have their ties be back to this land and be American Indian.
But wouldn't that be for anyone like if they were white tea and they've been here as long as I have, they are also native to the land. You know, that goes for anybody.
You just said anybody born in a land is native to the land.
Exactly.
Hannah, we are not talking about being Native American. American Indian and Native American are literally two different things. There's another court case in which the Native Americans actually won, where they didn't want to be called American Indian because it was reference to us.
Your name is
So you got to leave this native
yeah.
word.
Your name Hannah is from here, and it means favored. Like that's an American. That's an American Indian name.
Okay. Well, I'm American, so
Duh, that's what we're trying to tell you.
I know that already though.
So why you bringing up all the stuff?
Hard to live. It's hard to live here without mixing with the original people of this land. So yeah, you have us in you, but there's more to us in you too. So all your parents, it takes all them. If they didn't happen, you wouldn't be here. So don't be
Yes.
ashamed about your genealogy.
But see, that's the thing. I'm not ashamed. You guys keep saying I'm not ashamed. I never said I was ashamed. I just, I just think some things don't matter as far as race goes. You know what I mean? So I didn't bring those up for that reason. But when you guys asked, I finally just told you. But I don't think, I just feel like if you're born here, you're American, you know, and maybe who cares who was here first? You know what I mean?
I mean, have you ever heard of birthrights? Have you ever heard of land deeds? Have you ever heard of land patents? Have you ever heard of
Some people may not care, but I
business
do.
patents? There's things that our future generations have to hold on to based on this information that we're talking about. So somebody cares. I care. I got two twin boys.
Well, I care
Yeah.
about those things also, but it's not because of, my race. It's because
We're
those
not
things
talking
are
about
available.
race either. We're not
She
talking
never
about race
thought
either.
about
We
it
never
that
said a
way.
word
That's
about
all.
race.
Don't take it out of context. She just never thought about it. She's still got a long way to go. Most of us up here, if not everybody, know who we are. So she's just in the beginning. It's all good.
I know who I am.
Oh, well,
We're
who's
not
your
talking
fifth
about your
grandma?
confidence internally in yourself as a strong woman. We're not saying that. We're
We're saying your
actually talking
family.
about your genealogy. Like
And that's
we're
what I'm
man,
talking about. That's what I'm talking about, sir. I'm not, you
Okay.
know.
okay. Yeah,
But
you
she
can be
knows who
whatever
she is.
you
She
can be
knows who
whatever
she
your
is.
DNA says you are. Let's just leave it at that for y'all, because I ain't gonna lie, this is gonna go on for
Yeah.
forever.
You seem triggered, for somebody who when I
I'm
came up
not
here, I came up
triggered.
here to ask a question.
I'm trying to
Okay?
help
And you do
you
seem a
figure
little
something
triggered.
out. Why would I
Uh-huh.
be triggered about
I'll,
trying to
I'll
help
say
you figure
this.
something
I'll
out?
say this. I see both ends. I understand why Hannah would think Aboriginal feels triggered because we get this a lot. We get our own people asking why are we trying to be native, or and why are we trying to take their culture or pretend that we're them. But I understand you asking the question on the pretendian and Wabo comment. It's more so just getting tired of explaining over and over again. But we understand that we'll have to, because there will be a lot of people that's coming into this information and it will be their first time hearing it.
Right. And on top of that, um, when you're asking someone about themselves and you don't know who you are yourself, that could be kind of, triggering to some of us, because if you don't know who you are, why are you even investigating someone else when you're supposed to be your first priority?
I think I know who I am, but I was trying to learn more. But okay. You guys have a good day.
Oh, you too.
Yeah, somebody said turn the camera on. It's funny that I turned triggered because I'm actually trying to help you. It wasn't like I was defending anything I said. It wasn't my stances. I'm trying to get you to understand the difference between two different categories of tracing who you are, and one of them being a fallacy and one of them being factual. And for some reason, that obviously means I got to be triggered. I don't know what that was. Please, David. Please. You just want her to run with DNA while she was just sitting there saying her DNA said that she was three or four other things that her family didn't say. So
That's
y'all
so
just get to
nobody's
this thing on
erasing
believing their families.
anybody. Stop it.
Yeah, that's crazy at this point. Then none of them believe their families. Go ask y'all great. Oh, the ones you keep in the closet. Never mind. Y'all won't. Go talk
I
to them.
mean, these the same people who can't even prove that we was not here. They want us to prove that we was here. We got all the evidence. How does it feel like it? I'm gonna invite you up. Come up. Come up. I want to hear this. I really want to hear how natives think we are taking their culture or erasing them. What are we doing that you guys literally practice? I need it to be explained for the people.
And it needs to be real specific of what we're doing, not just some roundabout bullshit. I mean, this specific thing that we do is what you do, and we stole it. Please let us know.
Whoever Native American or whatever you claim as Indigenous American, I would like to know your blood type. Since y'all like to troll with your little thing or whatever, just type your blood type in the chat.
Listening to us too hard now. They gonna all know what to put.
Put that. I know I could figure it out. You know what I'm saying? Based on what their mom and daddy is, all that. You know, because blood type goes a certain way as well.
What you say? That's all. I'm
I wasn't talking
Kichi
about you,
Mayan.
Abia. We already know what you're gonna be.
Yeah, our people need to stop putting the answer in the comment for these people. We ask the question directly for them. We know what we are, and we know what y'all are. I want to know who these people is and how many different variations of blood types is gonna come up from the same people that swear up and down they one group of people that be coming at us. That's what I want to know.
VBR, I don't understand what that means. Native. Willer, I sent you an invite. I want you to explain how we have no culture. I want you to explain how we have no language when we're clearly speaking a language.
What up, C3? I see the panel done cooled down. I've been walking around listening to y'all for the longest. I forgot I was still in your chat. You know, C3. When you dealing with all of this, you know the truth. Okay. You, you know what I find asinine is that we sit here and argue literature from people that's just 70 years ago. Their grandparents was unaliving us. It was just 70, 80 years ago. 70, 80 years. I was born in the 70s. Equal rights was in movement was in 65. Like literally, this was not too. I'm only 53, so that was only 5 years before me. Damn, that was only 60 years ago. And we sit around arguing this history from these colonizers, which are clearly criminals. Colonization is a criminal act, C3. If I come to your land and unalive you and take over your land and steal I'm a criminal. Criminals tell lies. Why do people want to believe the narrative of the literature? That's the first thing that anytime I start studying, the first thing that I go in with is these are the words of criminals. Okay, when they say, "Oh, this archaeologist dug this up," and I look and I see he's YT. Oh, he's a descendant. He's the wrong person to be telling me what's going on because you have a stake in this. You
Well,
understand
I
what I'm?
didn't say all of them. I would say some yes, but there were some that just wanted to explore and document what they saw.
Then they hand their documentation over to other people who want to what cover it up. What up until 10 years ago, you couldn't even get a book out unless you went through a publisher's house, and we all know who the publishers are. You see, I'm a realist. Okay, I don't expect them to literally publish the truth. You're criminals. You have to, if you start telling the truth that this is that we are the real people of this land, you don't have a reason to be here anymore. Right to it. And so the problem with us is, we have a great sense of right and wrong. And the problem is will we let them keep it? If it comes out, it's ours. And we all know we gonna be like Martin. Don't let the good Lord hit you on let the doorknob hit you with a good Lord split you on your way out. You know how we gonna be. So they got to keep up this narrative that we are not from here and we're from Africa and all this other stuff. They cannot come out and say, yeah, our ancestors kind of screwed up. Yeah, this is really y'all.
See,
Uh-huh.
that's the thing. That's the thing, Prince. They could, and that means they would have some type of access to the new world when it really shows its head. But the fact that they on here doing this nonsense on here is gonna deter real people in real life. See, that's the thing. These internet trolls are gonna affect real people in real life that they supposed to really care about, that they really obviously don't give a shit about, because they know that they doing this shit to protect their ends right now. They know that they haggling and trying to be trolls to protect their ends. And they know that one day they ain't gonna have that option no more. But you done played stupid this whole time instead of just fucking showing face and grace to at least being the second of the fucking people around here.
Well,
And
but
knowing that, okay, if you act right, you get a little bit of access. But no, now
Ali,
you gonna fuck around and have to get that goddamn doorknob in your ass because you wanted to act goofy the whole fucking time. So now I'm gonna be biased and triggered by all y'all and be like, fuck it. I
okay,
don't want none of them
Ali,
motherfuckers around.
Ali, you kind of like that dude that walk. When it comes to us and other races, we kind of like that dude that walks in. It's always that one dude that walks in and all the chicks love him. you know and we kind of take that position. We're the superstars, we're the super athletes, we cool, we walk with demeanor, we talk with swag. You understand what I'm saying? Like, we the all around, and so they gotta have something, and they cannot let you even have the claim of the land. So they gotta try to beat you down. To me, when we look and we see, your eyes don't lie to you, but your mind does. Okay. You see what I'm saying? When you place other women next to our women are more shapely. Your women are more oblong. Which is more attractive? Shapes. If you put a straight peg in front of a baby and a curvy peg in front of a baby, the baby is always going to go for the thing with the shape first. Okay. So you're denying and lying and all this other stuff. So you got to look at it like that, Ali, when it comes to us. They just don't want us to let us step up there and have that number one spot, because it just makes them so mad. You understand what I'm saying?
Can't
You ever
explain, y'all.
you
Join
ever
the panel if
notice
you disagree.
when you hear a racist talking about melanin African American women? Oh, they're ugly. They get real angry and start talking about they're ugly. I would never look at one of them. This, that, and that, because they know the truth. God damn, she look good. You understand what I'm
Make
saying?
one of them and they can't ever make one of her. That's
Right.
really what it is. And I
Right.
can't, like, stop hating the source. Stop hating the source so goddamn much. What does that say about how y'all feel about whatever you believe personally is your God? What does that say about how your relationship with that is? If you hate source so much, if you hate the earthly source of everything so much, not saying that we created everything as in how we depict God to be, but God made us. If
Bro,
let's just give it to you on a simple fact, if you think that God is outside of you, because I don't, I believe we all
you know,
manifest our own, but whatever. If there's a source that created a humanoid thing first and it happened to be us, and you hate us so much, what does that say about how you truly feel about the grand creator?
when you look outside, bro, I was noticing this because I took my son's hair down and we were sitting outside. And I looked at my son's head and I looked at the trees and I said, God damn, that's the same shape as that tree. We are so connected to this earth, bro, that when we pick our hair out, our hair has the shape of the trees. You let your hair grow out right now and you pick it out, I guarantee you're going to walk outside and see a tree that look just like it. The branches and everything, the leaves look just like your head. That's how connected we are. And I started noticing this when I was looking at all the kids walking around with their afros and everything. I'm like, damn, these kids look like these trees. That's how connected we are, bruh. When we pick our hair out, we have the shape of the trees in our head.
I mean, it's the reason why they didn't want us to goddamn have our own hair, or the men had to have their hair cut, couldn't
Mm-hmm.
grow locks. The fro thing was cool in the 60s and 70s, but after that, there was this 20, 30-year period where they were just like, nah, we need all the women to not have their own hair in, and we need none of
Because
the
what was
men to
going
be
on
able
in
to
the
rock their
60s
own
and
shit either.
70s?
Hmm?
Revolution.
Yeah.
Revolution. We
Yeah,
can't have them doing that no
that's
more.
why, and
Right.
that's what I was hooking it to too. I knew you was gonna say that too.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I was trying to hook it to. Was like when we're in a revolutionary state. That's why that natural hair craze was a thing like that. That
Right.
wasn't bringing us back to Africa. That was bringing us back to just pure nature
Right.
and just the
Who we
authenticity of who
are.
we are as a being on
Right.
this in this reality. It wasn't
Right.
bringing us back to any continent. It just so happened to help us get to where we are now when it comes to most of this shit. Because look at everybody that be spitting their shit and look at their hair. Everybody
Mm-hmm.
got natural shit. Look at
Yep.
C3 hair. Look at Natural
Mm-hmm.
Lisa hair. Look at
Yep.
Natural's hair. Look at
Yep.
my shit. Look at
Right.
you with your fro.
Yep.
Look at Noon. Goddamn, even the balls. Niggas don't even know the ones with the baldies. The baldies is nobility sign too. So let's not kill that either. It's still us in
Mm-hmm.
our natural states. They didn't
Right.
like that about us either. It was a minute where the bald head was getting cool because of Jordan, and they didn't like us having a bald head, rocking a baldy either, because that meant they thought we thought we was better than them because we was like Jordan on some we the best in the league type shit. Well, we are.
Right.
It doesn't matter what we do. There's an issue, bro. We can go out here and just carve random ass shapes inside our head and walk around. They gonna not like that neither. It doesn't matter what we do
Or,
or how we do it.
or they gonna mimic it real quick.
Oh yeah, they gonna not like it for 6 months to a year, and then after that, it's gonna be theirs. Trust,
Mm-hmm.
trust.
Just like Caucasian, European women wear weave in their hair now.
Bro, they started wearing that shit. That's the funny part. They was wearing that shit before our women was wearing that shit.
Oh damn!
And
I
our
thought
women
they
don't even know
followed
that.
behind us. Well, we was following, so we followed behind them for once, huh?
They think that shit was for us.
Oh, you talking about weaves?
Yeah.
I mean, we don't have that same horsetail weave for no
Well, I don't know
reason.
about the lunch part, but they've been wearing it, bro. They've been them women's hair is not that fluffy. It don't be that full. You know that. And shit lay down like copper stones like this bitch.
Yeah, flat as a rock.
Them the name. Just so you
Flat as a
know,
rock.
entertainment purposes only, but that's how they hair lay. I ain't never
I mean,
seen them with them bushy head. No, that. What's her name? Dolly Parton was the last one with them big bushy head. You know them shit. That's not really them.
for a
That's not
long
really them.
time. Ali, you
Same thing
coming
as
through
them young
muffled,
niggas that
man.
dress
We
like
can
they
barely
got
understand you.
with shapes to them, like you said back in
I
the
don't
day.
think he can hear us.
With the whole goddamn
Ali, we can't hear you.
pieces that hang up under the dress, look like the caves up under the dress just to get in my ass, and some hips that they still ain't got up under there. Come on now.
We
I
didn't hear a
don't
word
know
you
why
just said.
people saying we wear weaves to look like white people. That don't even make sense when white people do their hair to look like us. Come on now.
See, the
Our
problem
queens
was
been
is
pimping their hair since the beginning of time. And however they want to pimp their hair, they can do it. It's not looking like anybody that comes after them. They're the first beings on this planet, and they can do whatever the hell they want to do with their hair. Anybody else that's not our queens, they're not the original. Yeah, my queens don't follow anyone, so like the tail following the head just don't work that way.
you know what trips me out is they used to have colored uh the dye thing, and it was strictly white tea woman's thing. I remember when sisters started grabbing that colored, doing that colored hair thing. Oh, they was so mad. Y'all took the last thing they had and made it look good, better than them. That's the fucked up part about it. Nah, I ain't trying to be racist or anything. I'm just being a realist. Some people take stuff and add it and make it better. I never cared about blue hair until I seen one of our women wearing it and how she was rocking it. But then again, y'all fill it out so good. Let me stop before I get banned. The last time I said the BLK woman was the most BEA in the world, I got banned for hate speech. Literally, because I
Well,
Yeah,
but you
said
can't say,
they
the
do that. I don't
American
but you
know
can't say
why.
nothing good about us without
BLK,
hate speech.
dude, I literally got
Exactly.
banned 4 times. I got banned 4 times for saying that. And I didn't realize what I was getting banned for. Hate speech. I ain't care if I just said, and then I said it again. I came on live and I said it again. I said, man, they just banned me for saying that the BLK is the most beat, and the book banned hate speech.
Now look.
You cannot
Ain't it
say,
real funny? Ain't it real funny that we cannot speak directly positive about ourselves or our people in any form of way, or it's hate speech, but the rest of them can talk good about themselves all day long and directly disrespect us, and none of them is getting banned and popped off, and none of them they don't get slaps on the wrist, they don't got to go sit down for 30 minutes, they ain't got to come back in
right,
7 days, none of that.
right, right,
That should tell you something again. Like, they don't do this to none of y'all. So that means none of y'all really matter like that. It's what we say about ourselves that boosts us as a grouping that matters. What y'all doing on the sidelines don't matter. What you doing in your res don't matter. What you doing in your little colony from Africa that makes you true African Americans don't matter. None of y'all really matter. And it's not a diss to y'all. This is not us doing this. This is the governments. This is the agencies. This is the so-called powers that be letting you know that you are not a factor. We're a factor.
mm-hmm,
And we got to deal with that. Like,
right,
y'all ain't helping us at all. So we got to deal with that drama. Y'all don't
right,
really got to deal with that, but y'all still don't like us.
right. We know we the top dogs. That's why we say what we say, because all the action y'all go through to stifle and quiet us up.
Please come up here,
All the
horse.
attention you pay
Horse.
to me.
Horse Lee Hope. Please come up here and tell us how slow we are,
They
please.
don't even have enough to come up.
I know he don't, because he's a burner page as the rest of them, and he's about to get burnt right now. You know I don't
Yeah.
play that shit
It's
tomorrow.
funny
They're
how they
so
create
afraid
all
of
these
being
different.
erased. They're just so afraid of being erased, Prince, that they even kick out their own kind, the
Oh,
Afro-Indigenous kind. They erasing them every
oh,
day.
I'm on to something. I'm
Don't
on
be
some.
mixed with them. You
Speaking
know?
on, I'm glad you said something, mad facts, because I'm on that Scooby Doo shit again. Okay. I was looking at the 1973 AIM thing that went down with the Lakota and the government, and I was looking at the Indians then. They don't look like. Now, I got to check into it a little bit more.
I
But the
told you.
Native Americans from the 70s don't look like the Native Americans today.
They change every 10 to 15 years. They look different. What didn't I show you the picture of the Mongols that came across the land bridge, bro? They make the same people from the 1970s as you talking about. And that's even lesser than people now. I'm tired of
To
lesser.
me, I said I'm gonna really sit down and compare them, not to just be spouting this. But I just noticed when I was watching the AIM, them dudes were big. The Native Americans then were bigger and more European looking and Asian looking. As in now they're smaller and more Asian looking. So I don't know. I'm gonna have to check into that. I was looking. I said I'm gonna have to compare that shit. But if you go check out the AIM thing in 1973, they dude, they set that all up, bro. The government hyped them people up to fight with the government so they could burn down the Bureau of Indian Affairs. Because after all that fire and weapon exchange, what was done? The Bureau of Indian Affairs was burned to the ground. You understand? They were burning up records, bro. Now, if you look at it, you can see it was a setup because they made money off of it and everything. They started releasing
But,
the movies called Billy Jack ahead of time.
but talking about erasure, So you got to be careful with people and systems, because the one thing that they talk about often is probably what they're guilty of doing.
Right.
That's the one thing right there. Somebody keeps saying something or trying to accuse somebody
And
else of doing something. That's probably what they doing.
and why are you worried about our little weak conversations erasing you if they're just such made up garbity gop? It shouldn't even bother you that we say this. Oh, ho, ho, those people, they're so special. You know, that's how they should be looking at us.
Tell you
They
two
care because
things.
they know we telling the truth.
See, this is the
The
thing though.
truth they
When you
don't
got
want to
shit,
get out.
when you got shit written in stone and then written in permanent marker, you can't erase it.
Written in
But when
stone.
something is written in pencil and it got penciled in, it could
Hmm.
easily be erased.
Right.
Not saying that that's what we doing, but see, that's the thing that y'all worrying about. You worrying about that shit because the same pencil you use to write yourself in, somebody else is using somewhere to erase you out.
Oh,
It
they
ain't
call
us
us
though.
pretendians,
It
Ali.
ain't us though.
Do you know that there's 195 federal cases against the pretendians?
I just mentioned that, and none of them look like us.
Hey,
Right.
so I was just on a Native Americans live, Joshua, because I'm Six Nations, but I'm African American, and he
Who is a
took
Native American named Joshua?
what Josiah. I don't know what his
Oh,
name.
Yehoiah. Yehoiah. I think that's how you say
Yes,
it.
I was
Chief
on his
Smoke a
live.
lot, y'all. That's who he's talking about.
Oh, okay, that's I've been hearing that name all over the place. That's funny. Okay, so Chief Smoke a lot invite me up a lot because I told him how I am an African American, but my mom is Six Nations, and I was reclassified as an African American, even though I'm Native American. So I got the black truth though. So I pulled up on him. I pulled up on him today, and I pulled up. He said, "Show me anything in America that predates the Native Americans." And I pulled up the Hebrew text found in America, and I pulled up the Grand Island conspiracy, as he would call it. He took me off the live in a matter of seconds, and he never take me off the live.
He do that when we bring facts because he don't want the people to see.
And it was just real good that he had did it because there was people that know he sit there and talk to me and teach me about my Native American mother, her past, and I was trying to teach him about my father past, and he stated there's no proof, and I brought proof, and all hell broke loose because I got proof. I was down south with my black foster family meeting the Native Americans. I was in Chicago meeting the Native Americans. I was in Atlantic City meeting the Native Americans. In Ohio meeting the Native Americans. They was African. I mean, they was black. Excuse me.
You know, it's so funny how we just accept the literature of these colonizers as truth. I'm sorry, I will always have a problem with that whole slave ship and the Victorian ship. I actually studied the ships and studied the North Atlantic Ocean, and yeah, they just don't add up.
I'm from I'm from Niagara Falls. We got a museum called the Underground Railroad Museum, and we particularly are
Kid, it's easy to plant a
the
narrative and paint a narrative. Just because you got a museum there,
the
don't
ones who
mean
run it are God body on
it's actual
purpose.
true. Like the Underground Railroad, that
No,
shit
brother, I'm trying to
real.
tell you that we are secretly working. I'm trying to tell you that we're secretly. I'm trying to tell you that we not telling what's on the walls. We're bringing people into the back room and we're telling them the real truth. The
That we wasn't
ones who
slaves.
have the Underground Railroad building, yes. The
That
the the
that we
um the person who runs that we're not slaves, correct. We're not slaves. We're indigenous to the Americas, correct.
correct.
I have a 5%er that works at the Niagara Falls Underground Railroad, and they think we teaching them that Harriet Tubman knew the Underground Railroad because she wasn't native herself. No, we tell her she knew the behinds of the country. How else did them slaves know what to go get to put on them?
Well, bro,
when
I ain't
they
gonna
got
lie.
whipped.
You know, that's a lot of good backstory. Harriet Tubman didn't really exist,
Yeah,
you
I'm
know.
about to say you gotta do more
I
studying on
know
Harriet
that. I
Tubman.
know that. But if we gonna stick to their narrative of their
Hmm.
people,
Listen, I love how we do this shit so other people can understand, but as a teacher, I don't believe in misinformation at all. I don't believe that we should be misinforming at all. I don't believe we should use misnomers at all. I don't believe we should use fake stories to make points at all. We should be spitting the facts and only the facts. So having to reference ourselves as black to get people to understand, that's stupid. Having to reference stories that we know are fake so people can understand, that's stupid. I'm sorry. We're trying, a teacher does not go down to where someone is
I mean,
and
I
bring.
understand where he's coming from, Demetrius. He's
I
using a fictional
I know
story.
I know what he's doing. I know
Yeah,
too, but
appreciate.
this is not just about him right now. This is just I
right.
just hear us doing this kind of often these days,
Yeah, I
and
understand.
we using the misnomers so other people can get it. But you got to reach up for this information. All that us coming down, a teacher is supposed to bring you up to the level that they are at an understanding. They are not supposed to go down to your level of understanding at all. They need to understand where you are, but they don't need to come down to that level. Their purpose is to get you to come up to the level of understanding that they are at. So we should be doing that. So instead of us using constant misnomers like Cherokee, we need to be talking about Kitawas. Instead of us saying Choctaw, we need to be saying Chata. Instead of us talking about fake characters that came from a circus that are actresses in a play that didn't die until the damn 1900s. Goddamn, she was old as hell to have been doing what the fuck she was doing for slavery. We shouldn't be doing all that no more at this point because this information has been out here for so long. We shouldn't need to keep using any of the misnomers. See, that's the thing. If we stop using the misnomers, none of them will be able to connect with what we're talking about because they don't really
Problem
study
is,
this. They don't know none
problem
of this
is
shit.
I find Ali myself, I find it a hiccup uh, when I say, um, "What am I?" You know, and so a lot of people can tend to refer to BLK as a reference point because really the hiccup is, well, okay, I know I'm Chata. My grandfather was Blackfoot. Um, so what do I refer to myself as? And so that's why you find people still using that.
See,
You
but we're
you
the only
understand
people
what I'm
that do
saying?
that. We don't. Nobody else does that. Go to any other country right now.
Right.
If
I
you
know
ask
you're right.
somebody what they are, they're gonna tell you what they are based on their culture, their nationality, or their tribe. So why are we the ones who want
Hmm.
us? Who want to? You see what I'm saying? It doesn't make any sense.
Anyway,
That's us. That's us reiterating and putting back out there the narratives, even if it's not on purpose, even if we're trying to I feel like that's a hindrance to the actual knowledge. I really do. I feel like it's a way for them to have us still perpetuate the same nonsense, but we're trying to clean it up at the same time. It's like putting bleach and Dawn in the sink to soak something, but you keep throwing dirt on top of it. It ain't never gonna get clean. It's just gonna get more soapy and more murky, but it ain't never gonna get clean. And I feel like we gotta stop the nonsense to stop the nonsense. Fuck if anybody understands what you're saying, Prince. They need to know what you're saying. As in they should go study what you're saying. If they don't know. It's not the point. Like all that coming down and dumbing down. We're not Jay-Z and Lil Wayne having to dumb down our lyrics so you understand. We're not trying to make millions. We're trying to drop knowledge. So you need to reach me where I'm at.
Peace. Appreciate you.
Fact, bro. You like the first guy in like my 35 years of living, bro, who done talk just like how I've been talking growing up, man. Not saying you ain't been talking like that, but that's how I be every time I done had encounters with people throughout all my whole entire life. I'm talking about I've been getting locked up since I was 9, yo. I'm talking about prison and all. You know what I'm saying? I done made it through all of that shit. But what I'm saying is that every time I had encounter with people, I didn't just let people tell me shit. You feel me? I couldn't dumb me down. I couldn't be dumb. I couldn't let them just say that shit. You know what I'm saying? I didn't know how to I didn't know how, bro. You know what I'm saying? I didn't know how to be dumb.
I'm gonna just put it like that. So, like when you saying that, man, like dog, I'm just so glad like you spoke like that, bro. I condone that. You know what I'm saying? I admire that. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what's up, bro.
I
Talk
feel
about this history. It ain't like we don't know about it, bro. But trying to voice your throne. I mean, like voice your voice so hard, like you know. I don't know no nice way to say it, but like voice your voice like you over someone, you know what I'm saying? Like what you saying is we don't know or something, bro. Like, bro, we bred at you. You feel me? We gave you our shit. You fighting us with our shit. You ain't even respectable about having our shit, learning it, embracing it, and becoming like us. Yet you used it for your corrupt ass ways. Not saying like you yourself, Dimitri, but your people. You know what I'm saying? They used it for their own personal gain, bro. That's why we in this big ass trap, which is coming to an end, bro. You know what I'm saying?
A lot of people in the comments is saying stop indigenous erasure, but I'm saying start doing your genealogy. Even
Is
the Native Americans, and then that'll just take care of everything.
I
Because
just
nobody
read.
can erase anyone. Period.
Well, it's not our
I
fault.
have personal
It's the
knowledge
Lord.
that they know, the Native Americans know that they not native to this earth. Now they got the Houdini tribe. The let me get my notebook. Excuse me. I don't want to say their name wrong. I
How
don't
you
want to
gonna
say
try
their
to
name.
tell God
I don't want to say
in
their name
flesh?
wrong. They
Hold
got the
on, bro. Hold
Hopi
on, bro. How you
tribe.
gonna try to tell God in flesh, pure Hebrew person, bro? Hebrew man, bro. To the reason why you even exist. How you gonna try to tell him his own shit, man? Like he don't know where nothing came from. That should be mind blowing to me with people, bro. Like I
You act
don't
like
knock
I'm not sitting
nobody
here as an
for.
Israelite myself.
Bro, you
You
not
act
none of
like
that,
I'm not
man.
sitting
Come
here
on, man. You
as
just a
there's
child. You just
12
a child of
tribes.
mine. You get what I'm saying? And I ain't here up here for that. You know what I'm saying? But it's like I agree with my man, but I'm gonna just get to the reason why I came in here for real. 'Cause I came here about the topic. You know what I'm saying?
So
So when they say like,
ain't nobody but y'all the children of the Most High.
bro, you came from me. We
You
bred
can't.
it. We
I
bred it.
can't.
We bred it.
I am
Everybody
you.
out,
We
bro.
are more than one, yet never two.
Bro, okay, man. Okay, man. Good, you know. But so quit playing with your trickery, then.
My trickery. I don't got no
Uh,
trickery towards you.
I'm here for the topic, right? We say two different
Ski,
people,
ski.
two
You got to
different
dig
people.
deeper.
You said it was my trickery now.
Yes,
Nah,
two different people, two different cultures.
How I'm working with them?
he did. You got to dig deeper.
You
Yeah, I
gotta
ain't tripping
dig.
on it.
Yeah, ski.
What
You
you say
just
right
got to
here?
dig
American
deeper.
culture does not come from African culture.
Yes.
Yep, American culture don't come from African culture.
No, it do not.
The third one is my own personal opinion that 90% of Black Americans are American Indians. And then the last one is you cannot prove Negroes were not in America before 1492.
When they talk about, I keep saying it's a colonizer narrative that Africa is where the life all started. Because when you really look at Africa in a whole, it's hard for life to really get a grab. If you look at them African people, they be struggling for life.
Hmm.
Literally, they gotta the average African, from what I was researching, has to go 10 miles to get some water.
That's supposed to be the motherland.
Right, but you got to walk 10
Milk and
miles just to
honey.
get some water. If you look at the Congo, all they do is transport water.
Now
They
that's
they
the.
they constantly, I was watching I was just checking out the Congo. And I noticed, even though they live by the sea, I see them always transporting water. If your continent is so fluent and rich for the beginning of life, you wouldn't have to do all that transporting of water.
Peace.
Water would be
That's what.
abundance for you.
That's why I know America is the land of milk and honey.
Right. That brings life.
But
Water
Prince,
brings
but you don't believe in the slave thing, bro. That
No,
would
I
trip me
don't.
out. Yeah, but
No,
I'm
I don't.
saying, it really was a boat, but it wasn't. How can I say? It really was a boat, right?
You want to say it was
But it
called
just
Jesus?
wasn't the boat. It just wasn't the boat that they talk about.
What boat you talking about? Oh, you talking about
Yeah,
a
I like
ship?
to hear this too.
Yeah, I'm saying it really was a ship, but
Okay.
it just wasn't the ship that they talk about.
You
I
mean
hear you now.
a cargo ship when they hired hands and they brought them over here
No,
when the
Dimitri
steamboat
already know the
started?
real answer, so he just wanted to see what I was really saying to know if I was how much truth I know. But I'm
You
just
mean
saying,
the
Prince.
steamboats that they started transporting people with? Because they wasn't doing it in those Victorian ships.
No, I'm about to tell
Mississippi
you then if you
steamboats
don't
was
know.
real
If you
famous.
do you really know the difference between I mean, do you know the
Do you realize when we say that the colonizers went to Africa, captured people? See, when I was young in school, me and Mad Facts, we older than y'all. Mad Facts can attest to this. They didn't teach us that Africans traded other Africans to the Europeans. They said they caught us with nets. That's how it started out when I was in school. Okay.
You were right. That was funny, my bad.
Yeah, that's what we was taught in school. Now, Mad
okay,
Facts,
but
you
the
remember
slave
that?
trade. Listen,
Yeah,
man.
that's facts.
Right.
The
There wasn't
slave
The
no
trade
story
though.
has been
no, there wasn't no
changing over and
slave
over and
trade.
over again.
There wasn't no when I was in school. There was no slave trade. All they said was they came here and they showed us pictures, drawings of them throwing nets over us and tricking us with silk and mirrors and shit
Right.
like that. Like we were just these extremely mentally challenged people. Ooh, look, shiny. That's what they told us when I was in fifth and fourth
Hold on,
grade.
Prince. Hold on, though, Prince Lane, man. I'm just saying when they tell you about we was on a slave ship, right? All I'm saying we really was on a freak, bro. We really was on a ship, okay? It's just not the ship that they talking about. Now, if you don't understand that for real, like if you don't really know
Are
that
you
real truth,
talking
bro,
about the
I
Indian
would share it
slavery
with you.
trade?
Know what I'm saying? When they say we was on a slave ship, right? When we was on the slave boat, when they this whole slavery thing, period, we was all on a boat, okay? We really was on the ship, okay? But it's just not no ship that they talking about. Now, whoever don't, if you really don't know the
Now,
answer,
Sid, are you going to the we came from another star system thing on the ship here? Is that what you meaning?
nah, bro.
So would you please clarify what you're saying?
The technology of the world was different back then.
Demetrius, let that man clarify what he's saying before you start talking.
Right, because
Speak.
Dimitri just
Speak.
something else.
What do you? Because I know you're not saying it because Demetrius right now. I know that's why.
I mean,
So
I'm saying it because
what
of
are you
Prince.
saying? What are you saying exactly to a T? Because we don't profess to the out of Africa. We was all on a boat situation. We profess to the fact that there was a percentage of people who did come on a boat, and the rest of us was already here. So what are you exactly saying?
About us being on a slave ship, about this whole slavery thing, is that we really was on a ship, okay? But just not no dang on ship boat that they talk about. Now the ship is the woman, bro. Just like when your mom's
Oh,
hold on. Just like when your
okay.
mother
No,
go to the
I
hospital.
understand.
But just hold on. Let me talk. Whoever did that. Because what I just said is facts. You can't override that. You can't debunk that. I don't even know why you even try to challenge that. That's crazy to
Brother,
me. But could I just finish real quick?
Because we want
Could
you
I
to
finish real
teach us.
quick?
before you finish, you got to understand that we're literally not challenging you right now. I just said I'm saying that based on what you just said, you are right. So go with the
Oh,
narrative that you're right, and there's nobody. We got to stop being defensive, bro. Everybody
no,
not
I thought
always
Prince was
opposing.
jumped in, bro. I didn't know that was even you, bro. I just saw
No, I
Prince
just want to
Steve lit,
understand what you're
and
saying.
I
That's
thought
all.
Prince was trying to
No,
interfere me, bro. I didn't even see.
No, I'm
no,
not
I didn't
trying
Prince
know
to
was
that was
trying
you
to
at
get
the
the
time.
same clarity I'm trying to get. I'm
I'm
not trying to tell you about a specific boat or some shit like that. Now that you said that, with that part, trust me, I know. Because where do you come from? Through the mothers, through the waters of the mother, the child is free. I understand that whole concept. So now we have clarity. Now we can talk. So now explain what you're saying. My bad.
Prince get it now, you know what I'm saying? That's just about the, you know what I'm saying? That's where I was landing at, man. 'Cause I was just gonna take it to the hospital, to the waters, with the ships on the waters, you know what I'm saying? Pulling up to the docks and all of that. But they get it now with me, being able to
okay.
get it
Okay.
cool.
I got you. I got you. Yeah, I
Because
was
look,
trying to understand, Skeet.
people who don't understand, that goes back to why we don't call ourselves black. That black shit is dead at sea. It means dead at sea. That's why we don't give a shit about being a government official or a government recognized ship, excuse me, seized ship or citizen or having citizenship. We're not seized ships. See, that's the thing. That's the difference between us and them other people who want to yell at us about cards and can someone please recognize you? No, we don't need somebody to recognize us. See, that's the thing. You only need recognition when you yourself don't even know who the hell you are to state your fact of who you are and them just have to accept it. That's what we want. That's what we expect. You expect to have somebody sit there and please validate me. Please, I need your validation. I need you to make sure that you understand who I am. I need you to tell me who I am and to put it on paper for me, please, so I never forget. No, see, we don't have that same backstory. That's why we're not Native Americans. We're not trying to be Native Americans. We know exactly who we are, and American Indians are not Native Americans.
Ali, Ali, I want to let you in. When you were talking from a teacher's perspective, you made me realize with my parents and them. I grew up in an academic family. Okay, everybody in my family my mother was a English major, my father was a history teacher, and so I grew up in that environment. And they used to always sit around saying how frustrated they was teaching this stuff. You know, when they get to, because them teachers back when I was young, they used to come to get together. The teachers and faculty, the black faculty would come and hang out at each other's house. Okay. And so I used to hear them saying this when growing up as a kid, how frustrated they was teaching this stuff. And I didn't understand until you clarified it when you was talking from a teacher's point. You know what I'm saying? So I want to thank you for that because I never understood why my parents were saying that until you said what you said about being a teacher. They all used to say that. Oh, this is so frustrating having to teach this, that, and that. And it was like, I was wondering what they was frustrated about. But it made sense. They're teaching stuff that's not real. You understand where I'm coming from, Ali?
Mm-hmm.
Right. I
And
didn't
then
understand it until you just started talking about it as being a teacher. Like, oh, that's what my mama and them was talking about. They used to be frustrated and be talking
you
about.
know how
I used
hard it is to know the truth, and then you have to teach
to
a
have to teach
misnomer.
the dogma. Right.
Tap the screen,
Like,
y'all.
come
Let's get to
on.
20K.
That
So we
shit's
get the
hard.
algorithm.
And then for the ones it's not hard for, you already know they ain't got the heart and they ain't got the soul. And I mean that figuratively and goddamn for real, for real. They just don't got it. It's not there. They empty vessels, so they just spewed out whatever you put into their programming for them to spew out. That's what they're gonna give everybody else, and they don't care. But when you really got soul for this stuff, and it really touches you in a way and you feel a way about this stuff for real, it's very difficult to babysit through nonsense when you know what the hell is going on. It's like, it's too difficult. Like, I can't do it. I don't know.
I remember them arguing about the curriculum they were teaching. And when I was little, I didn't understand why they were so upset that they and didn't want to teach this and they didn't want to teach. And I didn't, I'm a kid, so I didn't really understand. But now I understand. You're teaching dogma, not truth. You're teaching indoctrination. And I remember my pops being real frustrated about history. He he was doing when he was grading them papers and stuff like that. I used to always see him going, and he was like, I don't like. He'd be talking to my mom. He'd be like, Kitty, I don't like teaching this stuff and this, that, and that. And it's the crib. Yeah, but it's not factual. And I didn't understand, but I understand now. Wow, our parents was having a problem with the curriculum. Go ahead, Demetrius. I stopped talking because you was trying to say stuff.
I just wanted to say to everybody, thank you. I appreciate you for building this atmosphere because there is a real narrative to not have this in anybody else's atmosphere. As soon as I pulled up an Egyptian sculpture from the Americas, I was up out of there. So thank y'all for doing our work.
You're welcome. You talk about on Chief Smoke a Lot's live?
Yeah.
Yeah, they do that all the time.
I just didn't expect it because he can't call me a pretendian.
Bro, they can stab you in the back real quick.
Oh no, they can't me. No, they can't me with what I
They
got. Bow.
first minute you start
They're gonna
saying
look at
something.
you.
First
They
minute you
gonna
start saying something that actually makes some real
Sense.
connections. That you out of there, bruh.
You didn't even look. You could be talking straight fuckery. If it's in support of us, you out of there. It don't matter what you're saying.
He said
I
we
would
had Chief
I
Smoke a
wouldn't
Lot
say
said
support. I wouldn't say supporting us. I just know that supporting me is supporting it.
he
Look,
said
anything that
and
don't
Chief
directly support them is supporting us in their minds. That's what I'm trying to let you know.
I know.
So
I
if you
know.
try to come with any narratives at all, and it's not what they say, and it's something that we say, they're gonna automatically put you in that box.
See, I'm new. I didn't know that this was going on. I thought I could just pull up a true thing and we could talk about that. Hey, look, I got a. You said there's no history of black people being here. I got some Egyptians here. I got some. I got proof Egyptians was here. What about this block? Dang. Okay. Trying to find the truth. He know the truth.
I was looking for that dog that they be talking about in the Egyptians, the dog that's native to here, and I realized it's the Doberman Pinscher. That's the dog they're
Doberman
talking about from
pincher.
here. The Doberman Pinscher is native to America,
Oh
and that's one of
yeah.
the Egyptians' dogs. That's the Doberman Pinscher. That dog that they be talking about is just a souped up form of that dog. Um, when you talk about Egypt, and I ask this question all the time: why are people over? So if Egypt is over in Africa, why are they describe? Why are all the Egyptian gods animals from America? Please make that
Right.
make sense.
Right. The falcon, or how
Right.
the falcon could look like
All the
the
animals,
American
all the
eagle.
Egyptian gods
I
are
mean,
animals are from America.
I heard a conversation yesterday where somebody pulled out that it's not a lion on the Jamaican flag, it's a panther. Oh, the Jamaican went crazy.
Mm. But I just so
What
stop
do you
with the
okay?
old
Explain.
Egypt is in Africa stuff when all there's gods symbolize no, American continent animals. Every
Explain
last
to them.
one of them.
Explain to them that the lion or the Leo is actually the leopard
Oh,
and the
it's a
jaguar.
panther.
The and the panther is a jaguar. All of them are
Right.
Yeah,
jaguars.
panther is
The
All of
just a
them
lion
are.
is actually a
classification for
jaguar.
big cats.
The lion
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
is actually the mountain lion.
Peace. Look.
Lion is the lions and stuff. Those are still jaguars.
Look,
So I was watching this video about the ancient Egyptians in the Grand Canyon, and it said the
Raz,
Hopi.
Golden up
It's,
here. Come
it
on.
said it
Let's
said
go. Come up here. Let's go. Since you don't think we know what scolding means, we know it means let's go. So let's go. Get up on the panel. Let's have a conversation.
oh, they talking in their language. So the it said the Hopi Indian has a tradition of praying to the temple of the sun and waiting for it to come back because they used to live underground and they pray to the temple of the sun. That's where that's from. Who the sun people? Who the people of the sun?
We are. Peace, Raz.
A peace. Talking about. So they saying Native American people in this story. They said that the Hopi Indian got a prayer ritual where they pray to the people to the temple of the sun. So wait a minute. They do know about us. They do
You talking
oh,
about Native Americans knowing about the Egyptians in America. The ones that
I
Chief
are
ain't never
Smoke a
heard
Lot
federally
that.
Hold on,
said
y'all.
the
Raz,
ones that
what's
are
your tribe?
federally clawed the ones that are federally called Native Americans.
Hold on. Raz,
Oh,
what's your tribe?
I ain't know about that. I ain't read that one yet. So maybe I could look it up. I don't know.
Where you from?
What you need, Blockiana? You invited me up. What's going
Yeah, I
on?
said, because you said let's go. That's it. So let's go. Get up on the panel. Let's have a conversation. So I sent you an invite.
Yeah. Yeah,
You
what
don't
is that?
believe
What
that
is
we was here
the
already?
No way.
Why not?
What?
So
Okay,
can
I
you
just
explain to me
please
real
let
quick?
me
Can you
finish.
explain
Just
to
let me
me?
finish.
Hold on,
Just
just one
let
quick
me
question
finish.
for you. It's a quick
No
question.
question. I don't
Just
answer. I have to
why
talk to the
is
host
all the
first.
Egyptian gods animals in the North America in the American continent? If Egypt ain't here, why are all their gods
Okay.
animals
Wait.
native to here?
Okay, let me ask you, what is the significance? If you are right and you believe that you are,
No, I asked you
what
a straight question. Please answer that.
I you don't get to ask me questions when I'm not even talking to you. How do you do it? How does it happen like
You
that?
did.
It
Why are
doesn't
all
work.
the Egyptian gods animals native to the American continent?
They are not.
They're not the falcon. So that falcon head dude ain't the falcon over here in America. That
No,
Go
it's
horse
with
not the
the
dude,
Falcon
picture,
over
the
here in
that horse
America.
falcon,
dude
That's what he
ain't
want
the
to say.
dog,
But he
ain't the
yo,
can't.
government picture that's here in America.
What
the
is
elephant.
okay, let's say it is. Well now what? What happens next?
Bow
The
down.
No, we're not doing that. We already know what's going on here, y'all.
What
Before we
happens
start
next?
asking a whole bunch of
Anyway,
crazy ass questions.
what's your
Let's,
tribe,
keep it
Rez?
handle this.
What's my I don't
Are
got
you
no
from the
tribe.
eastern tribes or the western tribes?
I ain't got no tribe. What you mean tribe?
He
To
looks
America?
extra religious on his page. He don't look like he's really into tribal anything.
I'm not tribing. I don't do that. I just know
He trying
that
to get there, y'all. He trying to get there. Let's teach him.
I'm
So
not.
are
I'm
are
not.
you native to the Americas? How do you
Never.
identify?
Never. I'm stolen from Africa, brought to America, fighting an
You ever
arrival, fighting
you
for
ever do a
you
survival.
one
DNA
of those
test?
slow people. You a descendant of a slow person.
Quoting Bad Marley lyrics, 'cause he ain't even
'Cause you know that
African.
makes you that makes you slow if you in your own home and somebody from not from your home can come over there and take you from your home. You can't get away. You can't fight them off.
Why you don't go back?
I've been invited back. I have a home I can have in Africa. I got a couple
I
places
had
in
a
Africa I can
Yeah,
go.
non-for-profit
where are
company.
they?
Why
I
you
had a
here?
So why are
non-for-profit
you still
company where I
here?
sent 10,000 shoes a year to Africa. They didn't send me one invite.
Okay, so back to the point. You said Egypt is in America. That's one topic in here. Then another topic is what's my tribe. I answered and said I don't have a tribe. And the
Not even
other,
an African tribe?
the Mbundu peoples, right?
Okay.
That's from the Kingdom of Congo, which you also are probably related to.
No, I'm not related to the Congo
You're
people.
more related to
They're a
the
beautiful
Congo.
people with a beautiful
Just
culture,
don't
but
start
I'm
telling
not
people
them.
who they are. If you're
He ain't
related to
Beautiful,
said
them, that's
probably,
fine.
he
beautiful.
But
just
don't
don't.
tell
And
us
you're
who they are,
probably.
please.
I didn't say you were. I said you might. You're
It's
probably.
a probability that you're telling people who
It's
they are.
possible. It's
Let's
possible.
not do that. We know the possibilities because we've done the research and we know more about we know. So if you're saying who you are, that is fine. But please, we're not gonna do that because we
Why
don't do
is it
that to
so hard
nobody.
in
So let's not
Chicago?
do
They
that,
have to
please.
make bug patties.
So Raj,
You
Raj,
understand?
So, Raj,
They
you
have to.
believe all black people come from Africa?
No, not the color. No, because people in India they are blacker than Africans, but they are not African, right? So the color itself, no.
what do Raj mean? Is that an African word?
Yeah. So
Raj,
we from a
Raj
place
is
where they have to
actually.
scratch out life. I mean, I literally
Wait,
sat there
you
been
hold
watching the
on. You
Congo,
guys are
bro. They
asking me a
eat
lot of
bugs.
questions. I got like four different questions going on, bro. I can't
Is,
answer
Yeah,
all at one
when you
time.
is,
say Congo, those
is
people
Raj
have to
Congolese?
literally eat bugs. They sit there with these little bowls, scooping up these bugs. Do you know how hungry you got to be sitting around trying to catch bugs?
Yeah,
Well,
and
I'm in a
Catch a
house where we don't eat
bug?
our roaches.
homeless people in New York sleeping in trash bags, bro.
No,
You tell
bro,
you
they
tell
not
me the
eating
difference.
bugs.
Don't
They
even
not
play
sitting
that
around.
game, bro.
They
I've
not
been to
sitting
New York.
around.
I
Don't
haven't
play that
seen
game,
anybody
man.
But do you
sleeping in
Don't play
trash
understand
that
how
game,
bags.
hard
man.
up food is if you gotta literally sit around and trying to catch bugs, thousands of bugs, and
Do
then
you
turn
know
them
how
into a patty?
crazy it is
You
to sleep in
hungry
a
as
trash
fuck.
bag during the winter time? You gotta sleep in a trash bag in the snow. Do
We
you know how
ain't
hard that?
we
What
ain't
is the
talking
difference?
about that, but as soon as the spring
What's
hit,
the
if they
difference?
hadn't cut everything down, you could easily grab a peach or a plum or anything. You could
Where?
literally store food over the fucking winter
Tap
here.
the screen,
The
In New
y'all,
York
difference
so
is
that
City,
they
New
you
not
York
eating
can.
City.
bugs.
You telling me in New
Like
York
like we
City
had so
I
many
can grab
fruit
a fruit
trees
tree?
running around here, bruh. When I was a kid, I didn't even the reason why we get in trouble because we didn't come home because we was eating off the trees, bro. We
Can
wasn't
you
hungry.
do it now?
No, they cut down all the damn trees.
Ah, damn, bro. This your land. Why you didn't stop it?
Because at the time I was a
Because
kid
it's
and we
not
didn't know.
yours.
Bro,
Yeah,
y'all
it
just
is
Why
ours.
haven't
That
So
that takes
Africans in the
So
Congo
you,
stopped digging
get
for
that same
minerals?
energy
next
to the people
question.
whose lands you think it is.
look,
Next
Hold,
well,
hold,
question.
hold on,
Roscoe,
y'all.
you like
The
being a
same
descendant of.
question can go for your people in Africa. Why haven't they stopped digging for minerals in the Congo then?
Why haven't they stopped digging for minerals in the Congo?
Mm-hmm.
I haven't heard about that, but I do know
Bro, they
America
dig for
and the whole
coal
world is
tan. They getting
stealing
I
from
haven't
money,
heard
Congo.
about them digging for
Why they
minerals in the
And
letting
you
Congo,
haven't
but
heard
they're from
about
the
them having
Congo.
children dig for the minerals for the cell phones and stuff in the
Go
Congo?
on, go on TikTok and look it up then.
Who's enforcing that labor? That's America. That's
That's
No,
your
who's
France.
boss.
enforcing
That's
that
your
shit?
boss.
And y'all
That's your
didn't
It,
y'all
boss.
no,
didn't
the
That's
make
hell
the
it's not. No,
American.
no, no, no.
So
Time out, y'all.
That's a
That's
The
what I'm
choice
talking
at
mass,
about.
that point.
the mass kick out of all of the Euro countries that came and colonized. Did they kick out Americans from Africa? Can anybody answer that? They kick it. They kicked out the French. They kicked out Italians. They kicked out Russians. They kicked
Yeah,
They
out.
they
working
kicked
on
out
they
Did they kick
working
out
on
Americans.
it.
Americans?
They working on it. They
They've
are
been
No,
working
no,
kicking
on
no,
it.
them
no.
out.
How they got
America
everybody else up
they
out of
they
there?
kicked they
See,
kicked
now that's the
America out
thing.
of
No, no,
listen,
Raj. Now you're just
listen.
talking to being
They're
against
trying to
Listen.
be
America.
Freemasons with them.
Listen.
Now
They
you
want to
just
be
talking to being
Freemasons
Listen.
against
together.
America
They
because
kicked
We
America
we
out of
Africans
South
want to
we
be
Africa.
don't actually have
Freemasons.
anything to do
Listen.
with the Congo shit. That's not us. That's the
Listen, man.
French and the fucking right. I don't gotta listen to you because you're incorrect.
Because
That's the
you
French
don't want to
and the
listen.
Russians. I'm clueless, but you don't even know what's going on in the place
Yeah,
that you
yeah,
say you're
yeah.
from.
You're from there
You
too,
just said
bro,
you're
and
from Congo.
you know more about it because you're from there.
Boy,
That's
you
why you
from
know
New
No,
so
York.
much.
You don't
motherfucker,
know
because
nothing
I
about
study.
Congo.
You because you
Some
I
of it, bro, we
study.
not built like
the
this.
thing
Rod,
is
Plenty
can you
people.
prove that
He's not
anybody
here
on
for
this
nothing but
you
panel
want the
is
bullshit.
from
connection
I'm
so
not gonna
Africa?
lie,
bad.
C3, he got like a good 5 minutes. He's not here for nothing but bullshit.
Hey, he
And
don't
I
even
see
know
You
No,
that
who
just
about
from.
him.
no.
That's
mad,
Let
why
bro.
he
him
lying
The
expose
from the
truth
top of
himself.
these
hurts. The
Got a
words.
truth
good
hurts,
5 minutes. He's
boy.
already
It
exposed
don't
himself.
nothing
He ain't
hurt,
even
The truth
Rob.
does hurt.
Rob,
because he
Listen
talking
nothing
here.
hurt.
slow.
You've offended nobody. You've
You are
embarrassed
gonna be
yourself.
African.
Really,
It
you've
doesn't matter what
embarrassed
you
Yeah.
do,
yourself.
We just don't deal with
where you
depictions
Hold
go
of
on,
America.
on
That's
anywhere.
mute.
what you're here
Let
for.
him get it off
You
his
are
chest.
gonna be considered a child of Africa no matter where you
I'm
go.
a
You can
child of
argue with
We
God
me.
no
we
matter
screaming
where I
Africa,
go.
but you
You're
got
I'm a
too.
videos on
child.
your
You
own
know.
page that say your
Nariela
own
Kai.
people
Can you
telling
say
you
that in
that
Congolese?
Africa was not called Africa, but you keep using the misnomer. Again, here we go. This is Prince. You see what I'm talking about? People running around with misnomers and acting like they're fact. And
Peace to the gods and goddesses of today. His embarrassment.
He was
What's
muted.
happening there? Anyways, the thing is, nobody's told me what's the significance of Egypt being in America. What's the significance?
It means it wakes up all of our people that
Were took out of Egypt.
out.
Is
Okay,
there
so
Who
significance of
what
it being
is
in
the
Africa?
Israelites? Who
benefits?
are the Israelites? That's
It's
what I
not.
want to know. If the Israelites were in America and Egypt, who are they? The black slaves?
So
Who?
we can't be all those people, bro. We got to be one. We can't be all of those people.
you
Okay.
said
See,
you
Why?
they
not
Why
don't
would
want
you
us
say
to be
that?
all them people. Them the
But
all the
you
people
y'all
that's missing
claiming
that had the
y'all are claiming to be
powers.
so many different
Who?
people. You have to pick one.
there's
How?
different
How do
time
we have
periods
to
in which
pick
people were
one
called
if
different
black
But
people
things.
why
were
do
the
you all look the
Peace.
same
people?
if you all different people, but you look the same?
Look,
So what are
look,
Africans?
comparison
What are
words.
Congolese people? Are they
I don't
Egyptian?
understand this, bro. Like how the original Egyptians look like you, and the Hebrew Israelites look like you.
Yep.
They're not the same people.
So who do the Congolese people look like?
Why are
The
you asking me
Israelites
questions? You
was
haven't. Nobody's answered any of
okay.
my questions, but they're
Hold
asking
Okay,
on.
me
so
questions.
Okay, let me answer your question
Listen,
then, real
never
quick.
answer any
For that to be possible, that means that the first group, if the first people on this earth was so-called black people, that means they was the first of everything. It's that simple.
The first of them,
it's
or the
it
first.
speaks that the Israelites were in Egypt.
Yeah,
And it says that
that's correct. They were in
Moses,
Egypt.
It's Moses. It says that Moses was an Israelite and he could fit in the house of Pharaoh because he looked it like us. That's why we all look alike, cuz.
And not a Hebrew Israelite. It said an Israelite. There's no such thing as a Hebrew Israelite, just like there's no such thing as an African American. You can't combine the two terms.
It's Ra's children. It's Ra's children is what Israel is. Ra.
Oh nah, that's what that is, boy. Where you read that from?
Man, you don't read, and you gotta stop reading things, and your ancestors gotta tell you something now for you to get what we know.
Bro. Okay, so since we have all this proof and you
Listen,
guys are right, why don't things change? Things have to change, right? This is Egypt. We have to get on board. We have to do what we gotta do, right? So let's do it then. Start it up. Come
Yeah,
on. What's the?
no,
We got time. We got
Uriah's
time,
name
bro.
is it a
Okay,
Congolese
okay,
word?
okay. Who not willing to go to
hear
work
it.
tomorrow to get money?
See
Who not willing to
bullshit
go to
right now.
work tomorrow to get money? Who not willing to go get some money tomorrow? Well, then you're not ready for change.
Look,
Israel,
be
please.
ain't change, ain't no pyramids being built, ain't no kingdom being established. This is the weakest Egypt I
Wait,
ever seen.
you said that there's no pyramids here?
I said there not no pyramids being established. There's no kingdoms being built. This Egypt is
I
weak.
mean, you can say the
You know
same
what
thing about the
pyramids are
Egypt
for?
on Africa
To be
too.
out here
They're
being
not
pretty.
building pyramids.
You only got like how many do
About
they got?
over
See through
here.
over there? How many? Give them a number.
We have
No,
who
over
over in
there. Tell them how many
Africa?
they got over there. Tell 'em how many.
Africa have like 200 and
Yeah,
something
yeah.
pyramids, while America have over 2,300.
How do?
And ain't no Egypt.
Hmm,
African
that's
Caucasians
weird.
or
Can you show
Africans.
me evidence on the 2000? I didn't hear that part.
Hey, hey,
Okay,
can I say
you
something,
can look it
y'all?
up yourself. You
Hey,
can look it up
Oh
yourself by
yeah,
looking
give
up
me a
Mississippi.
second to
I,
bring up my laptop. Go
yeah,
ahead,
I
Mr.
want to
Bringing
share.
it
Branch.
I
up.
want to.
She bringing it
I
up.
want to share something with y'all. Hold on, real quick. Uh, you know that the compass is upside down. The
Doesn't
compass that
matter.
we have now
Doesn't matter.
is up.
I don't know what's going
He
on.
must have got a phone call.
It just is it's bothering seeing that our people fought so hard for unity amongst America and Africa, and to see you guys like you try to
Let me finish.
destroy what the ancestors helped build.
But
What the
we
What,
hell?
trying
what
to
are we destroying?
rebuild
I'm
something
confused.
else. We
Listen,
Are you
trying to
slow,
rebuild
bro?
something else. Nobody
let
want to
me
help us
finish.
rebuild that.
Let me finish.
Are
Let
you
me
slow?
finish, man.
No, no, no. Because I got,
If
I
you
got,
would
I
answer
got, I got a
that.
mother and a father who did their due diligence in the civil
Man,
rights,
that's
Indian
two
civil
people.
rights movement, and everything. So fucking
So
what?
what
So you
do
want to talk about our
Americans
ancestors?
have to
Those are
do with
ancestors.
Africa?
Don't disrespect mine.
Walked everybody
Don't
into a
disrespect
Bible.
It's
mine.
only two
Because
people
my
out of
parents are
millions
older
of
than your
people.
fucking grandparents 9 times out of 10. So don't disrespect mine.
My grandma's
It don't matter about the
79. My
two. I'm
grandma's
telling you
seven.
what I
Listen to me.
All
She's
right,
70.
y'all.
My grandma's 79 years old, and she told me.
good for you. My mom was born
Listen,
in 1940. My dad was born in
listen.
1940. My mom was born in
Okay,
1947.
we
I'm in my
probably the
fucking
same
30s,
age.
bro.
Then what should
I'm
be
in my
quiet, bro?
fucking 30s. So at the end of the
Well,
goddamn day, I got two that walked and did this shit and was in this shit. While you want to talk about how ancestors did this to unify Africa, and Africa wasn't doing shit. The same way Native Americans wasn't over here helping us when niggas was getting shot at, when motherfuckers had hoses and everything else for entertainment purposes only. Don't fucking say no dumb shit,
what
bro.
Native American had
Don't say
hoses
no
on?
sideways shit.
What Native
Okay,
had
there we go.
hoses? What Native was shooting hoses? I ain't never seen that.
Ain't nobody say nothing about a native.
So,
You this
What
way
are
you
you
don't know what the
talking
fuck
about?
happened during the Civil
What
Rights
are
Act
you
or
talking
during the
about?
Civil Rights Movement. You don't know what the fuck was going on. You don't know about the dogs and the hoses. You don't know about You don't know about none of that.
And
You
yeah,
don't know about us
and
getting
you're
so
beat up in
claiming
the
a
street. You don't
land.
know nothing about
You're
none of that,
claiming
hold,
a land
y'all.
that did that
huh?
to your ancestors. You claiming that land is yours. How stupid is that?
What?
Ra, have you ever looked up Native
Okay, he
Americans
got
getting
quiet,
lynched?
didn't
I ain't
he?
nobody get
Exactly.
quiet, bitch. I
That's what
said
I
what?
muted
I
him.
didn't
Exactly,
hear you.
bro. Exactly, bro. Because you ain't
Ra,
listening.
Repeat your fucking statement. Now he talking to me now, C3. So repeat your
I,
statement to me. What did you say?
you know, I'm guessing he never looked up Native Americans getting lynched and won't realize that he's looking at people who look like him. I was trying to understand how um our ancestors fought to unite America and Africa when I've never seen Africans
First
fight to
president,
unite.
Sierra, the first president, the first like 10 presidents of Liberia are indeed black people born in America that are originally from Africa. Yes or no?
No, they're not from Africa. That was the American Colonization Society that wanted to get rid of the Negro problem here by sending Negro Americans over to Liberia.
What does
Were
Negro
there
mean?
now there
Negro
were
mean?
some
Ooh,
Africans
wow,
that
shame
did
on
go
you.
back home on their own free will.
The U.S. I just Googled
What
what
does
you
Negro
said
mean?
too.
What does Negro mean?
That's our old
Negro?
stuff.
Do I need to bring up the etymology?
Yep, go ahead,
Let
because
me
The
he don't
bring it
know.
up.
definition
Let
of
me put
Negro.
myself
Go
on
ahead and get
He
all
asked
the
a
speaker.
question like we
questions.
don't know, but he don't know.
Go ahead and
Okay?
get all the
Because we
questions.
are Negroids. We are Negroids. But they called us Negroes too because they couldn't tell
Okay,
us apart
is
from
that in West
Africans
Africa? Is that West
and
Africa or no? Is that a
from
name that
Africans.
was that
I'm
used in
about to
West
bring it
Africa
up.
or what? That's in West Africa,
You do
right?
realize that most of the countries in West Africa were inhabited by American Indians, right?
See how you change. See how it changes.
It doesn't change. It's the same.
How
It's
you
the
change.
same. We're talking about the
I'm
That
about
exact
to
whole
bring
same
it
thing.
Negroid
up.
that was on
Hello,
West
everybody.
Africa, right?
Everybody
That
else
was
on
on
this
there.
panel, y'all understand what I'm saying, right? And what I'm talking about.
Oh, wrong one.
The western side, those tribes. You go talking about Nigeria, Liberia, any of that, that's all American Indian shit that got put over there.
Wait,
And
wrong one again.
now
My
you want
bad,
to stamp
y'all.
them African. All y'all swear up and down
But
that y'all
where it's
African
in
from there.
Africa.
When you
How
give
is that
you and
American?
your phenotype, bro, you are not African. Your phenotype does not give that.
There
Unless
we
you're
go.
East African because you're mixed in with some Arabs, you are not that, bro.
So they called us Negroid, which means resembling or akin to the Negroes, resembling the Negroes. The Negro is from the Greek word. Is from the Greek word.
See, it's different.
You
We
add
different.
"oid" to it, it means like or resembling, as a noun from the 1859. Let me
Okay,
bring up the Negro one though. That's
Look
Negro.
up. You should put up on the thing how you just said Native Americans getting hung. I googled that and it pulled up a picture of black natives
I
on
told
Google.
you.
On
Let me
Google.
tell you,
The
Demetrius, how
U.S.
I
Dakota
came
War.
across that. I was
Yeah,
on Josh panel,
yeah.
and there was a white person claiming to be a native, and I had asked her, "Was it your people getting lynched?" And she said, "Yeah." Google Native Americans getting lynched, and I said, "Okay, I'm gonna use Google because it was that's the source you want to use." And I
Peace.
literally put in Native Americans getting lynched,
That's what I
and
just
you
did.
see nothing but quote
Black people.
unquote black people. They even
U.S.
have a
May I
picture of
say
Emmett
something?
Till up there.
Come on now.
Um, the Spanish used to like to cut people's hands and feet off, and they did this long before lynching. Um, there's a lot of history here, and it's not all told by Europeans.
How you
And
doing,
so,
Badger? Nawe Scano.
what's that?
How you doing, Badger? Nawe Scano.
I don't understand that, but I'm doing well. Thank you. I I um I know you guys don't really know me, and I've been wanting to kind of talk on this topic with a lot of people because um I'm a mountain biker from Arizona, and I ride mountain bikes out here.
Talk
And
about it.
my background is that I have a CIB, which is a certificate of Indian blood, and I am 3/8 Hopi and 1/8 Salt River Pima, according to that.
How
And
about the
then
Hopi,
on
brother?
my
I got a
mother's
question for
side,
you
this
later.
is where it gets interesting.
I don't
My
finish.
mother is Scottish, Irish,
I
English,
was just talking
Holland
about the
Dutch,
Hopi
and
people in again.
French, which most people just
The Hopi.
say, I think, YT or whatever they call on here. And so I have this background that honestly was never truly accepted by either side for most of my life until now. And I've learned a lot about both sides, and I'm proud to be exactly who I am. I'm happy
Peace.
that I get to be me.
Brother, you
And
said
and
the
so
Hopi. You said the
yeah,
Hopi native. I
yes.
just heard I just heard this thing that you guys stand up at your village every night and you look into the sunset.
Here's the thing.
You're waiting
Here's the
for a
thing.
black god to come back.
Well, I'd like to tell you a little bit about the Hopis.
Ooh, we got it, y'all. This is peace.
The Hopi people are made up of many different clans,
Okay.
and there are four major clans. Each clan came in from a different direction: the bear, the badger, the eagle, and the parrot. And so these clans, remember, these were clans before they were tribes, and so it goes way back. And when I look at other people, and for instance, we're just using continents as adjectives, so I don't mean to offend anybody. When I speak of Africans, I've met lots of Africans. Not I can tell you by name, but I've met a few that have told me about where they come from, and they're tribal people, just like us, and they all have different tribes with different ways of doing things, and throughout history have interacted with one another, sometimes not friendly. And so when looking at that as a whole, that's, what it is. And now I see everybody. It's like when you have, again, I want to use the right terminology. I grew up in the Southwest where this was Indian country, and Native came later and all that. So I don't mean any offense to anybody, but the thing is that the people that I know from Africa, the roots that they have to their tribes, that is that's what got lost when things happened the way they did. And now we're in this situation where everybody's trying to look at pictures, which is kind of well, it is what it is. And if you look at the history of pictures, they only started in the early 1800s. It's not that long ago. And so we have a history here with buildings that are very old, and we still know what those rooms are used for because we still use those rooms in that way sometimes, and we don't talk about it, and it's not to be shared with everybody because it is what it is. And it's
Peace. So what I want to do with my time, right? What I want to do with my time is I want to show this video. Let me see. Boom. Cameras, effects, enhance effects, zero effects. Boom. So we get the camera and then flip the camera. Boom. Here we go. So this is a documentary about, and he was just talking about the Hopi people. He was just talking about the Hopi people. He was just talking about the Hopi people. So this is a documentary talking about ancient civilization in the Grand Canyon. One room measuring about 12 by 200 meters. Damn it. My bad, y'all. Y'all see it it's trying. And now y'all see my passcode. I gotta change it. Was in all probability the main dining room. Now listen. As cooking utensils were found in it. What these people did for a living is unknown, although it is assumed that they went south in the winter. Native American tribes found in Arizona are descendants of subjects or slaves of the people who inhabited. It's saying Native Americans to live comfortably in the caves. One theory is that today's Native American tribes found in Arizona are descendants of subjects or slaves of the people who inhabited this. Subjects or slaves of the Egyptian pyramids. Undoubtedly, many thousands of years before the Christian era, there lived people who had reached a high level of civilization. The timeline of human history is full of biology. The constant thick. Trying to get to the Hopi, here it is. It is said that their ancestors once lived in an underworld in the Grand Canyon until a discord arose between the good and the bad, the one-hearted and the two. The constant. The Hopi Indians. Yeah. It is said that their ancestors once lived in an underworld in the Grand Canyon until a discord arose between the good and the bad. The one-hearted. Show it.
Yeah, that was a pretty interesting video. I kind of want to hear some more of it. Can I yield my time over to him so he can finish it up?
I'm gonna just take it off Showtime. I only put it on so Badger won't get interrupted when trying to talk about his tribe.
Demetrius, you used up your whole damn time
You
trying to talk.
thank you to the video, y'all, and it's gonna say what it's gonna say.
Your imaginations could revel in guesses and visions. Back
Finish
through the
hearing what
ages,
Badger had to say.
science found Italy in
I
space.
was
Yeah, I'm gonna let
I
Badger
was
go next.
Until a disc, also a remarkable Native American legend connected with this story. Among the Hopi Indians, it is said that their ancestors once lived in an underworld in the Grand Canyon until a discord arose between the good and the bad, the one-hearted and the two-hearted. Macheto, who was their leader, advised them to leave the underworld, but there was no way out. Then the chief caused a tree to grow and break through the roof of the underworld, and the people with one heart were able to leave. They settled by the Paisavai, the Red River, which is the Colorado, and raised grain and corn. They then sent a message to the Temple of the Sun, asking for a blessing of peace, goodwill,
Temple
and
of the
rain for the
Sun
people of one heart. However, the messenger never returned.
never returned.
Even today, in Hopi
Even
villages at
today,
sunset, old men of the tribe
he
can be
he
seen out on the roofs,
he said they do
looking
that.
up at the sun, waiting for the messenger.
So they waiting for the black Egyptians to come back, huh? Right
No,
there,
no, I'm
right
sorry.
there,
Um,
right there, right there.
Okay,
there,
The
let
there,
him
Hopi
there,
respond to
there's
people.
a,
that, Demetrius. Let him respond because that's his tribe. Let him
there,
respond.
there, there, there is a thing about Hopi, and
You
people are
just don't know
very
what it is.
specific about things. It's a very specific culture, and to give you an example,
He not
as I said,
telling.
I'm
He
of
going
mixed,
around it.
I'm of mixed ancestry. My father, my grandmother, my su'o, our su'o, that's what we call our grandma in Hopi, su'o. My su'o
Do,
was
do y'all
half
be
Salt
standing
River
there at
Pima,
night?
Let him
half
finish,
Hopi.
Demetrius.
And even that mix right there is not always accepted at Hopi. That's what people don't begin to understand, that this is a culture that has remained very pure, that you get your clan from your mother. It comes from your mother, not from
Okay,
anywhere else. And if your mother is not Hopi, you cannot really have a clan unless you are adopted in. And so
that's how Six Nations where I am is.
it's the way it's called, a matriarchal society is
Hmm.
the term for that. And it's very old. And so as this is going on here, I feel as a person. Remember, I'm a mixed person, and I grew up in today's world. I'm just over 50 years old, so I've
Peace.
been around since the early 70s.
Halfway to
And
100.
you know, I've watched all this take place for a long time. I've watched my father. I've got pictures of my father in the village with bare feet, and I look at that man and I think to myself, what he did to make my life different for me and the world that I have grown up in. I'm grateful. I'm
He
grateful
not
to my father
explaining.
and to every
Is
person
this
that lived
story?
before
What
me
about this
so that I
story I
could
just
live.
played? What about this
Huh?
story I just played? Is it old men from the Hopi village, from the Hopi clan, standing up at night waiting for black people to come?
There's nobody waiting for black people. I've been to the village many times since I was a
Are you
child.
from the Hopi clan that lived in the Grand Canyon?
Well, here's the story about.
Because I want to
I could
know, because you said it was four different directions. I want to know, I want to talk to the people that was living there, because that's the Hopi people that be looking out at night.
that came out
You might not
of
know
the Grand.
nothing.
It came out of the Grand Canyon. The clans came from four different directions. The
Which
badger
one
came from
stayed
the
in the
north.
Grand
The
Canyon?
bear came from the west. The eagle came from the east, and the parrot came up from the south. These
Y'all
are the
don't know
four
where y'all
major
came
clans in
from.
Hopi
You
society.
gotta let him answer. Let
And
him let
and
him talk. Let him answer.
there's many other clans. These are the four major clans. These are the four leading clans of Hopi. And here's the thing about this. It's not everybody's, and this I say this, as a half white person too, half Indian, whatever you want to say. I it's not everybody's right to know exactly what's going on in this specific type of, if you want to call it, religion. Each
Religion.
clan has a role that they play, and it's their responsibility to handle that. And they don't tell everybody what they're supposed to do because it's their responsibility, and that's what they do. And
I'm,
together, we do what we're supposed to do.
I'm
And
not gonna
so
lie,
when you
bro.
come
Listen,
to
listen. You,
Western religions, they think, okay, we're just going to study everything. We're going to learn everything. The more that you learn, the
we're
more
gonna
you're
turn
looked
that
up
to a
to,
religious
the
thing.
more
No,
the more you're
wait.
recognized. But that's
You're
not the
losing
way.
everybody, Badger. You're just
Yeah.
talking and rambling right now, and you shifted because you lost a lot of people when you said mixed and white, and then you lost more people when you start saying when you tried to put anything tribal into a religious aspect because they are not the same thing. Being Hopi would not be considered a religion. It would
Oh,
not be
I
that.
disagree.
Do you
I
understand
disagree.
anything about tribal workings whatsoever and the fact that none of them are linked to any religion whatsoever? All religion will be linked to it versus it being linked to a
Religion
religion.
is a word, but
Oh my.
we're talking about a belief system.
So your tribe is not your belief system, man. That's not the same thing as that either. That's your family, dude. That's
Now,
your family
again,
ties.
but you're not understanding what our tribe is.
So
That's the
what
point
is
that's
your
being missed
tribe?
here.
It's sounding like your tribe's not really a tribe right now.
Well,
Is what it sounded
My
like.
here's
I
questions,
don't
like,
bro.
know.
have you
I'm
heard of
not
the
talking shit. I'm just
have
saying
you
it
Never
heard
sounded
answered
like it's not a
nothing.
tribe. It sounded like it's a religious aspect or a religious group that was created by some
Devil
plains
worshippers.
Indians maybe. But you're
well
making it.
if
You're not giving a case for.
as a part of history, are you familiar with the Aztecs?
Oh my
Hey,
No,
yo,
god.
we
please
was
don't
just
go
talking
through
about
this
the
again.
Hopi
Right now.
people. We was talking about the Hopi people. He don't want to answer my question. What
No,
Chief
I
Smoke
Hopi
a
do.
lot.
people
You want to
live?
come up? Come up, Chief Smoke a lot. I sent you an invite.
I do want to answer. I do want to
Please.
answer.
Am I saying your name right? Is it Yehoya?
Yeah, that's a yo here. Come on up.
It's
Joya?
joy. It's joy. Yeah.
Joya. Okay.
Hey.
I've been saying it wrong
What
then.
language
Joya.
is that?
Okay, go ahead and finish, Badger.
Okay. Yeah. Like I'm gonna tell you a quick story. I was 18 years old, and I was at the New Mexico State Fair, and the Aztec dancers were dancing from Mexico City. They're a troupe that comes up and they dance their dance, and we're watching them dance. And one of the dancers comes over and speaks to my dad, and they dropped off into their language and they started speaking. And I stayed very quiet. I was respectful. I was 18, and when he left, I said, "Dad, do you speak Aztec?" And he said, "No." And he laughed. And I said, the obvious question, "Does he speak Hopi?" And he said, "No." And I said, "Well, what?" And he said, "Our dialect is Yuto Aztecan, and we can understand one another. The language shows the relation." And when you ask the Aztecs who the Hopis are, they'll tell you it's a cult-like group that broke away from the main group for religious reasons. And the Hopis will tell you that the Aztec civilization failed because they didn't complete their migrations. So there's two sides to a story there from people that are basically the same people. Different different ways of looking at things. That's why they split.
Euro Aztecan. I know. I never heard that neither.
So you can't verify one way or the other about the video that we saw. Is that
No, we
correct?
can't. Yep.
The
Thank
only
you for
thing I can
saying that.
tell you about that is that I sold jewelry in Sedona, and I sold jewelry with a lot of different Navajo vendors. And from the Navajo vendors, that a lot of them worked in the Grand Canyon and told me about sections over there that are fenced off that people can't go into. So I've heard
Peace.
about that stuff, but I've never actually personally seen it.
Hmm.
All right, you don't know. That's all you had to say. And
It
you
said
know
it.
you don't have to know.
It
I
said the
don't.
It might
Hopi
not be
people was
true if it was a
praying to the
video.
temple of
I
the
don't mean to
sun.
laugh. I'm not trying to laugh, but I'm just like, bruh, this is good. But it's like, bruh, that's why individually we have to start understanding and speaking to each other to have a common respect because it's not like necessarily probably he don't know, but this is probably what his folks told them, and this is. I'm saying we got to try to figure shit out,
Regurgitating.
y'all.
He don't
We,
know. He really
I'm
don't
from
know.
here. I'm from Arizona. Think
You
about
It
ain't
that.
bad.
doesn't
We
matter.
like
You
you.
don't know about the
I like you,
video.
Badger. Shout it out, Badger. I like you, man.
Being from
51
an area
years.
and
I'm
knowing the
old. I'm
history of an area
51 years
doesn't
and I'm
mean
from
the
here.
same thing.
That
Being
don't
It's
mean nothing.
cool. You don't
no,
have to
that don't
know,
necessarily
Badger.
mean the same thing, man.
No,
It's okay
my
though. Like we're
grandfather
not
was
getting
in the
on you,
Santa Fe
Badger.
Indian boarding school.
I was selling jewelry in Santa Fe, New Mexico, and a little
So which?
Santo
Okay,
Domingo
so
man walked
look.
up
You
to
say
me
you're
and
mixed. So
he
you
said
say
my
you're
last name, and he says, "I know your grandfather." And he smiled and he
okay.
said,
Before you
"That
start
man
going
could
into a
run."
story that has nothing to do with what we're asking you, which
No,
one
No,
of your
I'm
we
parents?
showing
want
Which
to
you
know
one of your
about
direct
the
parents?
Hopi
relation with my
people
Y'all
praying
family
to
is
the
through
too
people of
many
the
Demetrius.
sun.
talking at once.
Demetrius, God damn it, boy.
My bad.
My bad. My
That's
bad.
all.
So
Ain't no boy.
Badger. So which one of your parents is native?
My dad.
So what's your mother's line?
My mother is Scottish, Irish, English, Holland Dutch, and French.
So that's what you should be talking about. No
No,
offense.
I do talk about that too.
No,
So how
but
you hoping?
I'm
I've
just
We
I've
should
saying
be
that.
able to
But
talk
listen, that
about
means
both,
you're
though.
not.
I've
No,
gone
no,
across
no,
and I've
no, no,
studied
no.
my
Wait. Let
European
me
family.
finish my statement before
Sure.
getting interrupted, please.
Sorry.
Demetrius, I understand why you say that because your tie comes on your father line and you're so gung ho, and then but you were adopted in, so just understand that you don't have to be so with it. You were adopted in. Bro, you get real sensitive with the us and us and us and us, and sometimes it gets to be a little weird because we know your story. So it's like the us is kind of sometimes. But for him, he needs to understand it's his mother line he needs to deal with because he knows his mother and father directly, and that's not disrespect to you, Demetrius. It's just the facts of the matter.
Oh,
He
not
needs to
Chief
be
Smoke a lot left.
he needs to be
I
thinking
know.
about his mother line and focusing on that and not
Why
making
he
claims.
leave? Why
And
he
I
Not
Chief
leave?
Smoke a lot. I'll tell y'all a secret that y'all don't know. I'll tell y'all a secret. Chief Smoke a lot cannot come against me. He cannot come against me. I'm Six Nations itself, what he is. He cannot come
Well, you
against
got a
me.
challenger, Chief Smoke a lot. He calling you out.
Stop that. He can't come against me. He
Bruh,
my people. He my brother.
he just came to siphon some energy real quick so he can go start a live, huh? So he can jumpstart your
That's
shit,
pretty
huh,
much
nigga?
all it was. That's all it
the
was. He
mother
came
line,
in to talk shit and leave.
the mother line, I'd like to respond. My like I said, my mother is Caucasian, and it's always been that way. And when I first got taken to Hopi, I was 5 years old. My dad worked for the tribe, and I was the little white kid, and the other Hopis looked at me different, and I was treated that way, and so I grew up thinking that way. And at some point, I realized I
Yeah.
am who I am, and I come from two sides,
But we trying
and
to
I'm
find
here.
out about the Hopi people who pray to the temple of the sun.
Listen,
Again,
I'm not.
you're taking something that you saw on a video, but you're actually talking to a real Hopi right here who has continuously been
You
out to
from
the
the Grand
No,
villages.
Canyon?
you can't
You from
really
the Grand
make that
Canyon?
claim, sir. I'm not
You
gonna
said
lie.
y'all went all over the
Wait,
place. Y'all migrated.
Demetrius. Wait. I feel like you're just trying to shit on this man. Just wait. I'm trying to
Okay.
talk to him in a place of fucking educational purposes, not just shit on him the whole goddamn time. Hold on, bro.
There you go. That's why I'm just
I'm
chilling. Yeah, just
yeah. I'm asking him these questions because you're okay. There's this thing when it comes to people who know that they're mixed off gate and they don't have to do searching to find out and they know like my direct line is mixed, or people who are adopted, no offense, Demetrius, where y'all have this thing about claiming one side or the other super strong, but you also know that it's all about your matriarchal line and ain't nobody trying to just respect your matriarch. Respect them, no matter who they are and what they come from. Respect them and honor them because your father line is a piece, but your mother line is what matters. So to say you're fully Hopi because you got a piece of it on your father's side is not really
Oh
that. It's not
no,
really genuine. That's not genuine. That's a little
I'm not fully
disingenuous.
Hopi. I said that
So
clearly.
you just
I even
said,
told
but
you the
no,
percentages.
no. But you literally just said, "Am I the only one with ears on the panel?" That you're talking to a Hopi now. You just
Okay,
said that.
you're right. You're right.
So
May I explain?
terminology. Listen, up here,
May,
I know you've never been up here. You said we don't know you, but we're big on
okay.
terminology. We're very big on terminology. We can't just say what we feel. We have to say what is true and what is factual.
When I was 18 years old, I was selling jewelry in Santa Fe, and there's a symbol called Coco Billa, and in English it sounds like Coco Pelli. It's a very famous symbol, the humpback flute player. And I do this symbol on my jewelry, and people come to me all the time with all these stories. They found this figure in Mexico. They found it in Canada on the rocks, and they asked me about it, and I would tell them. And then they would come with different stories and I didn't know, so I'd go home and ask my dad, and that's when he showed me the word. Coco means wood, bila means humped over. It comes from our language, the whole word. It's not even debatable. Everybody knows it, including all the museums, all the tribes, everybody. And so now that this debate is taking place at this time, um, I just stayed quiet, man. I love people, human beings. I'm fascinated by the powers that we hold as people, and we delude that by so many different things, including the things we eat. And so that's what drives me. I'm not here to put anybody down. I'm not here to say I'm right over anybody else. I'm just telling you my story.
All right, my bad, y'all. My baby was talking to me.
That's the thing. I'm not sure if you're aware or you kind of room you stepped into, but there's a demographic of people who are finding out because they thought they knew, who they were because they were told who they were, but now they're coming into finding out that they have their own individual story, and they're coming into this story, and you're now having people that look like you and others, and even people that look like African Americans and black of all demographics of shapes and sizes and colors sitting up here saying, no, motherfucker, you can't do that. You're fucking African and you're African descent. The Native Americans can do that. The Chinese can do that. Everyone else can do that. But when it comes to you motherfuckers here in America, you black motherfuckers here in America, no, all you motherfuckers is African descent. Case closed, bitch.
Hey, let Hoya come up and speak since the stage is clear now. Invite him back up.
I don't even know if he's still in here.
Still lurking? I just saw him. I just asked him what tribe is his ancient Japanese dialect from. Before that, he said, what? He said Demetrius, are you a woman? You ain't a woman,
Yeah,
matter
he
of
was
fact.
just up on the panel.
I'm 6'4", 250 pounds.
Yeah, I think he left.
I look like a woman to you? They got you. They got you demonized, child.
You know, I was out in Georgia for 4 years.
Badger, we asked you about the Hopi people. You let us down, brother.
Oh, and I'm sorry that you feel that I let you down because,
I
like I
know you
said,
human. I know you human, but you shouldn't call yourself a sorry human. I understand you apologetic, but you now know not the witchcraft you even talking out your mouth right now. Talking
no,
about you
okay. Well,
sorry. You're not
I'm
even a
using
sorry
English.
human.
I'm using English words to apologize.
You gotta
I
be
guess.
careful. You gotta be careful. The English language is the wickedest language of all.
But
Do you
this is
tell
the
people
language that I was raised in because of what happened.
you gotta learn how to use it right? Don't you know morning is connected to the bringer of morning, which is Satan? So when you say good morning, you're saying good Satan?
Well, what I've learned,
Huh?
no, no, I appreciate what you're saying, but
Peace.
what I've learned now
Lucifer
is that
Morningstar is
we are
not
going
Satan,
back
just so
and
you
we are
know.
second
Peace,
guessing all these
Clubhouse.
words
The
and
bringer of
terminologies
morning
that
is
we were
not
taught.
Lucifer. It says it. The bringer
Lucifer
of
Can you
morning.
imagine? Can you
Lucifer
imagine a
is not
dog
Satan. You're
arguing
not
whether his
listening.
name was Spot or
I
Rover?
understand what you said there. I understand what you said there, Lucifer not Satan. I understand that.
Lucifer means light bringer.
Yeah. So even Yahweh or Yahshua or Jesus,
You
whatever
know,
you want to call him, was
you know
called
who else's name was
was a light
Morningstar?
bringer.
Lucifer's name
Lucifer
was
is Greek.
Morningstar.
It is,
It's a Greek name.
and
Can
even
you
Jesus is Greek.
imagine? Can you imagine though arguing over whether your name was Spot or Rover? That's what we're doing.
No, we're arguing over origins, which do matter. And I need us as humans, since we're gonna be human or be
Yes, yes.
humanoid or
Thank you.
be whatever, because we're not human. We know better than that. See, that's the thing. I said that for a reason. We got to stop using terminology and simplifying everything in the
Peace.
sense of like you're not gonna say what the hell it actually means. You just want to say it for some surface level understanding. No, see, we don't need to do that. We can dig deeper.
Well,
And I'm not
the
trying to be
thing.
offensive to you, but one of your sides is the reason why you have to only deal in surface level stuff because they literally only scratch the surface level of existence.
Well, that's
Again,
the
that's not to
thing.
be
Is
offensive. That's historically accurate information I'm dropping on you.
Now
That's
imagine
all.
this. You're me. You're this kid that's half white, that's half Hopi. You're never really accepted
And
in
that's
either
why you
world,
move the
right?
way you do now, man. You're 50 years old and you still have triggers from it. I'm in my 30s, bro, and it's I don't want to judge you because you're an elder to me in that sense, but I've also know a lot about triggers and psychology and stuff. I minored in this. C3 was a major. She never brings this out the hat when she's listening to these lives, but she be
I love
analyzing what the
psychology
hell
and
y'all be saying.
sociology.
She be analyzing what y'all be saying like I do. She just don't say nothing.
Yeah.
But like, bro, you're the way you're explaining your story and everything else, it comes off in the sense of like, I'm still a little hurt by how I was raised in my childhood. I've come to some acceptance about it, but there's still these things that I have that still dwindle me a little bit because of me being mixed up and not having a so-called place, and now I've made my place. And most people who do this whole let's group the world and everybody is one and everybody love everything because you felt like you had no one, like you didn't get picked on to play basketball till
You
last, or you never
you're
got
right.
picked. That's just the analogy I'm giving. You know what I'm
No,
saying?
you're
So
right,
it's like,
dog.
so when you do that, you have to come at a place where you start to understand that that's what you're doing, so you can start to really look through this shit and cipher through the files and understand that your ego, fuck if your ego gets hurt. Fuck if you had to cry about it again, like the 5-year-old who was hurt back in the day. Maybe you need to cry with him. Maybe you need to do that.
It's
You know what
not
I'm
the
saying?
ego
So
though.
you can heal from the stuff.
That's why I'm here though. That's exactly why I'm here, because I see people that need to heal. And I've been trying to do this from the beginning. That's
Man,
why I
look,
started the
I'm telling
mountain.
you that you're the one that needs to heal, and you're trying to put it off on everybody else. You're not listening.
Yeah, I was gonna say
I'm
because
I'm also healing. If you look at my story, there's a video in the very beginning where I came out and I told people that I was Badger Clan. And I told them that this is the healing clan of the Hopi people. And I also told them that I was here not only to help them heal, but that everybody was helping me heal. And I thank all of you. That's my story.
And that's fine. And that's cool. And nothing wrong with it. I'm not telling you nothing is wrong with this. I'm just giving you a perspective that you can wrap your head around on a mental, if you want to say spiritual, and a physical level of what it all is. So you don't ever have to feel a way about nothing, or you don't have to put yourself in a position where you're overly projecting anything or anything else upon anybody else based on the narrative, which was your backstory. You know what
But
I'm
that's
saying?
why
That's
I
all.
never do. I'm not out here trying to be an Indian. I'm not trying out here to be a white guy. I'm not out here trying to be none of that. I am who I am. And all these people in this state here, they know me because I'm a silversmith and I make jewelry. And my art is all over the whole world.
You got any of
I've
your
sold
stuff?
jewelry to
You got any of
people
your
from
stuff
all
on your
over the
page?
whole world.
You got any of your stuff on your page? Like dead ass. I'm
I
really
do.
interested.
I have a video of me making a badger claw bolo tie for my uncle, and Badger is our clan,
Mm-hmm.
and that is the clan that the claw that I made is a badger claw. It's me making the jewelry, and the video is on my page. I also have a page of some stonework, and I'm not on here trying to sell jewelry. Believe me. My uncle is Charles Lolama. You can Google him. That is my great uncle, and to give you the relation, my great grandmother's brother. So I come from a very famous family of silversmiths, and I am a silversmith.
Say Badger and Hopi.
There you go. I don't speak Hopi. I know a few words that my father has told me over time, um, and I was never quite able to grasp the language. I've only spoke. I mean, I've lived in New Mexico a long time. I could never pick up Spanish either. My children are part Spanish. I can't speak that language either. I only speak English. This is what has happened to me.
So you a Spaniard too.
So what?
So you're a Spaniard also, or was your wife?
No, no, I have no Spanish blood. My children do, but I don't. That's because their mother was.
I got you.
And there's a story. I mean, we have a history of the Spanish coming here, and there was what was called the Pueblo Revolt. when all the pueblos in New Mexico revolted against the Spanish and chased them all the way back to Santa Fe, killed all of them except one, and sent them back to their people to tell them never to return. And the Hopis took part in that. It's part of recorded history, and the Spanish government recognizes it as well. Now, this is long before the English ever came here.
Hey, brother, I ain't asked you about the Hopi and the Spaniards, and what they did with the Pueblo, like against the Spaniards. We asking you about you. We ain't asking you
Okay,
about.
sure. I'm sorry. Like I said, I get to rambling a little bit. Part of my personality, but yeah. Any questions about me?
Yeah, I got a few. Hallie told everybody Chima. Okay, so I'm hearing your story, like part of what you're saying. I just came in probably like 10, 15 minutes ago. So you say that, okay, so you part white and native.
Yes.
All right, and you say that you wasn't able to just grasp like the language or whatever your dad tried to teach you some of it. So with that being said, do you experience racism from, the natives because you don't really just speak, your
Yes.
language like that?
Yes, I do. Not only did I, but this is what I was trying to tell you about Hopi specifically. My grandmother is half Salt River Pima and half Hopi. And because that is two different tribes, my family experienced racism from other Hopis because of being half Salt River Pima, let alone what I am. So this is something that my dad experienced and has told me about his experience in the village.
So that's interesting because, like, I don't know if they even told you, but we are all, American Indians that's on. Well, I don't know everybody that's on this panel, but a few of us on this panel, consider ourselves American Indians. But we experience racism from the Native Americans because they always telling us, like, for our skin tone, first off, and they're trying to say that we're not basically connected to the culture, the language, things like this. So I be trying to get people to think like if they doing this to their own people, even the folks that grew up on the reservations, then what do we like? How should we think or how should we feel? Because I feel like it's pointless of trying to prove yourself to them because they don't even like half of them don't even like themselves. So like,
Well,
are you like white passing? Like, do you look like more like a white person than a native?
it's funny. Like I said, I grew up out here in this culture. I went to the same elementary schools as everybody else. From Washington State, Oregon, California, Arizona, New Mexico. That's my whole area there that I lived in. And I've been to schools in all those places. And it's been interesting. I've met a lot of different people. And then selling jewelry, I met people from all over the world. And I've been exposed to many, many different
Hey,
cultures. And
that was the question. She
okay.
just asked you a simple question. I mean, I don't mean to be rude, but
No, good, good. I told you I ramble. I
people are
apologize.
looking for a simple answer sometimes for a simple question.
Yeah, I talk a lot.
It's okay, but answer the question and then go ahead and say whatever else you want to add to it. Don't keep her waiting like that.
Okay, and another thing I could explain to you. I remember I told you guys I was a mountain biker. Um, about 3 months ago, I had a very serious wreck. It's also in my videos, and I had a TBI injury, and I've been recovering from that. So I've had a very serious brain injury that I've been dealing with, and really I feel like I'm just kind of coming into myself. So sometimes I ramble like this, and it's part of my condition.
Okay, I understand.
Yeah,
Trust me, it ain't even got to be your condition because I done ran across a lot of people that just be talking and talking without answering the question. So I'm kind of used to it. But
oh,
I
I
was
don't mean to do that.
saying, I was asking. Well, some people say they just looked at your profile and say that you look. I guess you look like a white man or whatever. So,
Oh,
um, with that being said, do you experience racism because of how you look?
yes. There's a word in Hopi called Bahano, and it means white. And when I was a little kid, 5 years old, and I was going to kindergarten at the Hopi Day School, it was the only year I lived out there. They called me Bahano, and I didn't even really remember. My mom reminded me, and it means white. So I've always been looked at differently. I have. and I grew up with that. And now here's where it gets interesting. I want to share this with you. Remember, I'm half white, half native Indian, whatever you want to call it. I'm mixed, and I look the way that I look. When you look at all of these people that you now call Mexican, this mixture is a mixture of different native tribes and Spanish, which is Southern European, which, as we know from history, the Turkish Moors invaded Spain and held it for 1,000 years. There's Turkish bathhouse in Spain to this day, in the ruins. And so these were Turkish Moors who were darker people that were influxed into Spanish. And then the Spanish come here. So you have a whole mixture of different types of Spanish people running around mixing with different native tribes, which created a whole bunch of different people. And that's why people sit there and say, well, you don't know your culture, you don't know this, you don't know that. And they talk about colonization. This truly is what colonization is.
Can you invite Faye up? Oh, somebody blocked her ass.
Can you put me on the big screen?
I told her to
God, so
come up,
them
because she,
bottle cap goddamn eyeglasses could see the fucking truth if it was in front of her face. That bitch
yeah,
evil.
and she up here talk about Badger like she more better than he is, but
She
won't
was
come up
talking
on the
junk
stage.
about Badger. As soon as Natural Lisa started saying something, she started talking shit about her. I'm like, damn, you dissing him and you dissing her. Now, this is what we was talking about, Badger. It don't really,
Okay.
we get smoke from both ends from people who look like this, who are just as
She
YT
gonna have to
passing as
request
you
up if she could
and
come
don't
up.
look like the original natives of anything at all. And they will talk junk about you and talk junk about us at the same time. We're having a conversation with you. We're trying to
Yeah.
analyze where your mindset is, where you
Hey,
at,
hey,
you know,
hey,
all that kind
Aldo,
of shit.
while speaking Spanish, right? They'll talk shit about both of us about speaking Spanish, but be talking
Yeah.
about they full Native American. But speaking Spanish.
It's more respectful for you to only know but so many of your native tongue words and still speak English than it is for them to know their native tongue, speak English and talk junk to us in comments, but then speak Spanish in their house. That's weird to me. Now, your household, it makes direct sense because you know your kid's mother is of that line. So, okay, it is what it is. But they're riding around with the conquistador's last name, the conquistador's face, the conquistador's everything, except for probably original skin tone because they was darker and look more like us anyway. And they will talk junk about anything and everything that doesn't proclaim the same thing as them. And it's sad at this point.
I would love to tell you something my father told me about the names. Remember, my father is full blooded. Um, and we have lots of relations with many pueblos in New Mexico, and a lot of the people have Spanish last names. And I was confused when I first moved there. I told my dad, what's going on, and he explained to me. He said it's the same as in the South. When you go to the South and you see people, and I'm not trying to get anybody in a blanket here. I'm just talking. When you see people of Black African descent, and they have names like Johnson and different Caucasian names, that what happened through history is they ended up with the names of the slave owners. And
No,
so when you come over
no,
here and you
no,
see a lot of
no,
native people with
no,
Spanish
no.
names,
Listen, man,
it's the
listen.
same thing.
Let them finish so then we can correct.
It's the same thing over here. The Spaniards came and enslaved people, and many people were left here with Spanish names.
That part is fine. Your first part is wrong. You need to
Which
get
part?
that out your head.
Which
That
part?
that these last names that we carry are slave masters' last names. No, they're
Johnson?
not. No, that's
Oh,
not. No, no.
please educate me.
Opium. Hit them with the orphan train shit. Goddamn, we can't stop talking about the shit, even though we leave it alone. We got to bring it back up. These last names are ours. They've been ours. The only reason why any YT person ended up getting one of them is because they were adopted through what's called the orphan trains and the incubator babies and the mailroom boomers. That's what I call them. The babies who boom through the mailroom, where you get the whole entire the stork thing from. Yeah, okay. That's not. They're not for us. Those are our last names. They've been our last names. Those are not last names that came from YT people or the conquistadors. Spanish
Okay.
people, though, or so-called Spanish people, or Hispanics or Latinos, those names did come from the conquistadors, though. So those are the ones who have
I
this.
want to add something to that before you finish. And
Yeah.
another thing, with the last names that we have, like those also were like the things that our family were doing. So you have people that have like Smiths, like that, or bakers. They was doing like going towards their names. So like their occupations was also their last names too.
I can see that. I can see that. I'm again. What I was saying about the South, I apologize. You're right. I was assuming things that I had heard. What I was speaking about the Spanish names are things that I heard right here in this part of the country from my father. Um, that's what I know. And again, I mean, I've read. I love history. It's funny that like when you and I hate to go here with this because this is not what I believe in, and I know some people do, and I do not want to go there. The Bible, um, Egyptian and Hebrew, the story of Pharaoh and Moses. Um, these people, they've been doing this a long time, and they've been having slaves and doing all this stuff, and it's not a new thing. And so even to this day, like people get real caught up in history. Like, do you think human beings changed? They didn't. We're paying taxes every single day on everything. At some point, you got to realize we are still enslaved.
Which is true. Okay, so I have a question and then I got a statement to make. So my question is, with you, experiencing racism from your own people because of your skin color or because you didn't know, I guess, how to speak the language and things like
Yes.
that. Do you even think, like us being melanated people, should even try to enroll, or should we even try to explain ourselves, or tell our stories to these people, but to the
Well,
Native
see,
Americans?
the thing about tribal people is that if you're related, you're related. And so when you come with I guess they call it a blood quantum or a degree or something, that will connect you to the group. But within the group is families, and you've got to find your family, you know? And so that's the beginning of your journey there, if there's a journey to be had at all, is finding who your people are. And when it says that, it doesn't mean your tribe, it means your family.
I
It tells
agree.
it, yeah, it tells you more. And that's the only way I could say that, because for myself, again, I've gone and studied my family a lot, and as you all said, I've been displaced, and so that led me down a long road. I have kids that are half Spanish. I grew up in Spanish neighborhoods. I talk with an accent. Sometimes people think I'm Spanish, but I can't speak Spanish worth a lick. So it's a funny world I live in, and now I'm a professional artist that people come from everywhere, and they come and they talk to me, and I show them my art and what the symbols mean, and I show them how I make it because I have videos of it. There's videos in my page of me making a bolo, and so this is what I do. This is who I am, and this all here is an interesting conversation. But this is what I gotta say. Never in any of the Hopi stories, and I do know about it a little bit. Never in any of the Hopi stories, the only mention of other colored people, of the black, the white, the yellow people, is when the ears of corn were given out. The creator created corn as an ultimate food, and he gave out the ears of corn to each of the races of people, and each one came up and chose an ear of corn, and the Hopis were the very last to choose an ear of corn, and they chose a very small, the last one left. It's very small and withered and didn't look like anything. Nobody wanted it, and that corn grows anywhere in the desert. That's Hopi corn. And so that's the story behind it. And to be honest, it's almost kind of like, to use an English word, a fable. And so putting it into that aspect gives you an idea, kind of. But there is discussion of other races long before Europeans ever came here, because it's part of our creation story.
Now, you said something about maize. Okay.
Yes.
Now, you need to understand who the creators of maize are to know who the gods you're talking about are.
Hold
And
on before y'all go over that way, cause he just said something really really important. And Opium, you remember when we was talking to Miko, when we was all talking or whatever, and he was telling us like the most kept secret that they have amongst the tribes. Now he just said that in their creation story they're taught that it basically was other races. So that's why I wanted to ask you, within y'all tribes, like are y'all like is it a big kept secret that you know that like y'all knew that it was other melanated people here, like people of our skin complexion that are indigenous to this land, or were you just
There,
told it was just y'all?
that's it. There was no story of any other people here. It was just us. And it is a story of before it was us. The story says before the people were Hopis, they were clans. And before they were clans, they were groups of people who were migrating. And so that's the story.
Do you know where the migration come from?
The point of origin. There are four different worlds according to us. Again, I don't. There are four different worlds, and each one has been destroyed along a different way. And this is where I have an education in other areas. So, somewhat kind of like the Bible. There's stories of different worlds being destructed for mankind not behaving correctly and not following the ways. And so the first world was destroyed, the second, the third. The fourth world now was the third world was destroyed by water, and this is our fourth world. And accordingly, there's supposed to be a time when the fourth world is also destroyed. And that's why, like, if you watch Ancient Aliens or any of that stuff on the History Channel about stuff like that, they mention the Hopis a whole bunch of different times, just not always correctly, but it's thrown out there many times.
Talk about the Hopis. They talk about the fish people walking around delivering stuff throughout the nations of the world. But really, those fish people are the original people that are actually passing out that corn, feeding the Africans and all that. And they were really coming from Americas because we're still feeding the world population. And we're still the ones educating the world's population and all that other good stuff. You won't get that from ancient aliens.
Now,
But if you think about it, this is where it came from. The whole Americas, from Canada all the way down to the Amazons.
Badger,
one of the
go look up who were the people who were spread in the four corners of the earth. That right there will tell you what you need to know about your story. You said something about the four, they came from four. Yeah, go look up the people who are known as the ones who were spread in the four corners of the earth. Once you know that, it's gonna tell you a
Who
lot,
watches
bro.
football?
no, but in our migrations, we left from a center point and we went out, and then we turned and we came back. And the story is all the way to the Atlantic Ocean, all the way to the north, which was the Great Frozen Door to the north, which was before you could actually go through Canada to Alaska. Before then, it was frozen through there, and you couldn't. It was called the Great Frozen Door to the north. And the Spider Clan were actually responsible for heading north and using their powers to melt the ice
Spider Clan,
and
right?
change some of this part of the world.
You said the Spider Clan.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
yeah, it's in the story. Again, I'm not 100% educated, but that's the part of the story I know, is that
What
they
kind of
were
powers
one
did
of the
they have?
clans that went north and unfroze the frozen door to the north. The Bear Clan came in from the west, and those are the leaders. And the Parrot
What
Clan came up from the south.
Badger? What kind of powers did the Spider Clan have to melt the ice?
I'm not Spider Clan, and I do not know a lot about them. I just know a few simple things. That's it. That's the other thing about that I was trying to share with you guys about our people is that each clan has their own responsibilities and their own um things that they do for each ceremony. They're
But that's the
responsible to do
thing.
certain things.
Some of the
And
clan,
nobody else gets to know what those things are because that's their responsibility only. And that's why it
but to
works
give you a
together
heads
with
up,
all of us.
but to give you a heads up, some of your of the other clans have been hiding the identities of some of the other clans that some of these that we're finding out that we're tied to, Hopi, that we're trying to basically
Yeah.
tell you that others could have been privileged us to this information that we're tied to, and why the balance is all fucked up. And we're trying to give you a heads up that motherfuckers don't want to acknowledge that they've been lying to their brothers and sisters and their big brothers and their little sisters and shit that really got ties to this shit, and let them get reclassified, my guy.
And another thing you gotta understand, bro, with you being, and this is again not to offend, this is just the nature of the situation.
Let's go.
That whole I don't want to tell you everything has a lot to do with the fact that you are mixed and they treated you a certain way, bro, and you only have a but so much chunk of information when it comes to this stuff. Cause like most people on this panel right now can explain to you exactly who the Bear tribe that came from the west would be, because we know who the Khalifas are. And the symbol for California would be who and what. It's either her, the Khalifa, or one of the Khalifas, excuse me, because that's just a title from a numerous amount of what you would want to call maybe Amazonian queens, but that's not exactly who they were either. And the Bear from California. See, we can tell you that because we know certain stuff and we weren't disprivy to certain information based on certain biases because we did our homework on our own. A lot of what you got is cool. You got little, they gave you scraps, dude.
Oh,
Like that's what we're
I
trying to let you know. They gave you little scraps, and they
have
only gave you scraps from the table because of what you are in their view. The same way you get mistreated by ones who look like you and the same ones be mixed up with something else are gonna hate on you because you're mixed up. They're not giving you all the information either. They're giving it to you in a metaphysical format that you can't pinpoint actual physical factual anything because you're still associating the spirit animal of the tribe instead of being able to know that that actually comes from this area. This region is that animal, and da 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 da. See, that's why when we listen to a lot of natives tell stories and it's just those little factors, the spirit animal, and you're not saying nothing else. Like, I know the bear comes from California. I know California is Califia, and I know that's an entire empire of females that look like us,
and
bro.
I just told you
Not
the Bear
like
Clan
you.
came from the West, and we're in
I'm not saying
Arizona.
you're wrong. I'm giving you the jewel that comes with that because you
Oh,
couldn't. You just said the Bear Clan came from the West, but you couldn't tell me what clan it was. I'm telling you
the
what clan it is.
We had
no,
and
I
we
did tell you the clan. The Bear
I'm,
Clan came from the West, and we're in Arizona.
But you don't
Um,
know it's Khalifa. That's what he's
but you
saying.
don't. I'm trying to tell you're not listening, bro. I'm trying
I
to tell
agree.
you that I can tell you. These people on this panel can tell you exactly who the Bear tribe from the West is because we know the symbol for California is the bear. We know the Khalifa is the name that was
he put
given
it
to
together.
California.
Get
We
him,
know
bro.
all of these factors.
As as you go through this, I will let you know the Bear Clan are the leaders of the Hopi people. There's four major clans. Bear.
Shit. Oh shit.
So really, the Khalifas are the ones who helped start the Hopis. Is pretty much the Khalifas are y'all big mama.
In other words, the
Though again,
California
again,
Indians.
And
again,
there's nothing
again, that is a
exactly, and
different
there's nothing
thing.
wrong with that. That's okay. That's
No,
him
that is a
paying
different way
respect.
of thinking.
It's not. It's giving a title to a term. You're saying a term, and we're giving you what the term is talking about. I don't understand why that's a default for you. Maybe just because it's not what you were told. Exactly.
The real Native Americans. Some of them are our real little brothers and sisters. And that's nothing wrong. I keep telling y'all that. If you're a real Native American, you'll understand that some of y'all
Mods,
are
just
little
mute
brothers and our little
so we can
sisters,
have a
bro.
conversation. Unless they being disrespectful in the comments, then you can block them. But just mute people.
Right. And I was going to say, like, if when we're talking to certain Native American people, like, if they're not being confrontational, ain't no reason for us to be confrontational. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Absolutely
Thank
not.
yeah, that's just how. But like, you have those ones that disrespectful, then yeah, match the energy. But
Yeah, I
like,
agree.
if they just talking and trying to understand, then give them grace.
Yeah, I was really like, no, I mean, I don't even want to get into my whole history. I've been all over, man. I spent like 4 years down in Georgia. I know a bunch of people from down there. My friend Country from our Crunchy, he's from Jacksonville. Man, he used to call me Nigga Mike. That was my name. We played cards together for a long time, and that's my friend. And so this racial stuff is like, it's not even real to me. I know it's real to other people. I don't see people that way. Never have. And so I'm happy to have these conversations.
So what did they tell you? Uh, Quinn?
What's
Yeah,
that?
they're coming up with something new every day. Like now
And
we
that's
have
the
cultural
thing. That's why
erasure.
I'm glad I've been saying this out loud because I feel like I spoke it into existence. But I've been saying I want to hear what natives from other tribes have learned because something's not adding up. You know what I'm saying? And it's important because everybody been lied to, and everybody been fed 32 lies and the truth.
And you're
And
not
how are we
wrong
supposed to
there.
come to an understanding if we not learning what each other learned? You know?
That's one of the things that I've noticed about human beings in general is that when you look at this history of humanity, it's forever evolving. And everybody goes back and says, well, we're going to use science. We're going to use science. But then when they don't like the science, they disagree with it for whatever reason, and that's cool. But um, at some point, at some point, we have to think about the people that are here right now that have a story that's not written down that they got from the people they came from. And if you listen to it, you do. If you don't, you don't. I don't really know what else to say about that. It's not like I'm not like mad at people for not thinking this or that. It's cool. I mean, we're all part of a world that we're trying to make sense of, and it changes every day.
But that's the thing is that you have people that are now representing Native Americans and representing African Americans and want to sit up here and now tell others instead of individually that person may be tied to or how crazy history is and just sit up here and say majority of African Americans who are here in the States are all African descent. It's impossible for anyone to look like me or C3 or anyone else naturalista in this live to have naturally been here with other demographics of people. We either had to be slaves off a boat or integrate with people that look like Native Americans, which is crazy, bro.
Yeah, and again, from the Hopi stories, like when you go into our ruins that are our ruins are so old, and when you go into these ruins, they're it's a lot of the stuff is still the same as it is today. When you it's an interesting thing. There's a book. There's a book, and I hate to even throw this out there, but I'll tell you how I got it. Remember, I told you I was selling jewelry, and people kept asking me questions, and I did not know the answer. And so, rather than tell a mistruth to make money, I just stayed quiet, and I went home and asked my dad. And my dad, who came from Hopi, rather than sit here and tell me all this, gives me this book, and it's by Frank Waters, and it's called The Book of the Hopi, and it's a Pelican book. You can get it online anywhere. And so I read this book, and in the very beginning, it says that 40 Hopi elders came forward and gave all this information to this man to write this book. But to give you an idea, it wasn't something that all the Hopis agreed on or agree with to this day. They still argue about the things that were written down. So not all of it is really 100% correct, but there is a lot of information there that is correct. And so I invite anybody to take a look at that. It's just some more information to have in your head. And whether it's true or not, that's for you to decide.
When it comes to the Hopi people, there was a tale that they were living underground for quite some time, and then the ant people led them to the surface. Are you
Yeah.
familiar with that?
Yes, I am. Twice.
Now, do you know why or how long they were living underground for?
Okay, it doesn't say exactly how long. When the world was destroyed, the people went underground to live with the ant people. And this is the thing about the ants. Like when you look at an ant and you see how there's three sections to the ant, the saying is that the ants only had so much food. So for them to survive and the Hopis to survive, they shared their food with the Hopis, and so they tightened their belts in order to because they were starving, and that's why they have those three bands in their body of the ant. That's the story behind that.
Now, I'm trying to figure out, are they really the ant people or were they just ants that they followed underground?
You know, that is something that is, it's a very, very old story. And again, I'm a very mixed and very open-minded person. And I've even debated the thought that these ant people could have been extraterrestrials.
Right. Royal is saying the Anunnaki. Yeah, I heard that before too, Royal. But then there's this Egyptian thing that just came in to light. How that guy from the video was looking for his Egyptian masters that led
Yeah,
them
and
underground.
this is so interesting, this video and all this, because I live in Arizona my whole, like almost my whole life. I told you I've been up and down the whole West Coast, but I've been around this Grand Canyon forever. And I know all kinds of people that work out there and all this stuff, man. And I've heard about some stuff out there that I've never actually seen, but I'm definitely interested too. I'd love to go see it.
Oh yeah, they have a lot of stuff like that that they don't allow the
No,
the people to see or to view. They're
no, you
trying to
can't even
keep
get
it
in
out
there.
of view. Yeah,
The people,
you
I
can
know
see it
people that
from
work
the
out
sky
there. It's
though.
it's blocked off.
You can see it from the air. You know, if you fly over it. But no, they don't want you to go in there and see all that stuff. I hear it's a lot of good Egyptian stuff.
Well, when you look at the Grand Canyon and you go north just a little ways and then to the right, there's a village out there called Monkopi. And that is where my father is from. It's the very first village where the Hopi reservation starts, and then it goes along the pueblos. And it started as a farming community from the village of Aribe. And if you look up Aribe, Aribe is considered by the Smithsonian Museum, well, just that's what it is, as the longest consecutively occupied village on the North American continent. And it shares this title with the village of Acoma in New Mexico, because these two villages, they can't tell between the two which one has been consecutively occupied the longest. But these are the longest consecutively occupied villages in the North American continent, Mexico, Canada, everywhere. You got to think
Now,
about
was
that.
that your tribe that fought the red-haired giants, or no? Or am I getting
I
that mixed up?
I've heard about those red-haired giants a little bit. I'm not too well educated on it, and I believe that was more up into the northwest.
Okay. All
I
right.
believe that was more into the northwest, but I'm not sure.
I get it. I get it. Well, that's all I kind of wanted to touch bases with you on. Seems like you got a pretty colorful history there. Have you did
Yeah,
your genealogy
Yeah,
yet?
that's all. That's my thing. I ain't really got too many questions. Only thing my thing is that you don't think, like I said, are you one of the people that feel like the only way for someone that looks like me or C3 or anyone else that's here to have lineage here would have to be either through slavery or integration, or do you agree that there were demographics of people that look like us here also?
I don't know that your people were ever here living, because I've never seen evidence of it. As far as I've been taught, I'm not saying that there's not some type of thing out there that I've not seen. Um, but and I've studied a lot of this history because I have a very personal interest in it. And so this was the very first time when this started on TikTok that I started hearing about this. And then I have a lot of friends here from Arizona because remember I'm an artist, and so there's a lot of people in Arizona that know me,
Okay.
and I do this mountain biking thing on TikTok. That's really
Yeah.
all I came here to do. It's not to do anything else, and I got involved in this somehow.
So the
But
last two questions. So that
yeah.
so because I know you say you don't know too much, so you wouldn't know anything about either the Red River people or DeSoto, Louisiana, would you?
I don't know much about them. I understand about Louisiana and Creole history. I think I'm probably pronouncing it wrong.
What about
Um,
DeSoto? It's like specifically DeSoto, Louisiana. Do you know anything about DeSoto,
I do
Louisiana?
not. I do not. I understand the Caribbean line that came up from the Caribbean islands into Louisiana. That route right there from the
Oh,
sea.
okay. No, I'm just okay. I'm good now. I just wanted to give you. That's all. I don't really have anything else to say. I just besides that, DeSoto, Louisiana was named after Herman DeSoto, but that's it.
Herman DeSoto.
Yeah, bro. But that's where my bloodline's from. But I'm not gonna
Okay.
go all into that. Yeah, but it's
Yeah,
cool.
I'd
But for
like to
sure.
look it up sometime just to see what you're talking about. Let me write it down. Herman DeSoto.
So,
Yeah,
Meso, how we erasing natives?
Yeah, because I'm trying to figure out how are we doing erasure when it's just me and others finding out, like I said, with a family member or a lineage to places like DeSoto, Louisiana, and for other individuals to even live here and kind of, I don't give a fuck what you look like at this point and fucking don't know the history of DeSoto, Louisiana. Like my ass didn't know for half my life, but didn't have personal blood ties to that motherfucker. It's kind of hilarious and a little soft, but it's all good.
well, the
Immediately you
thing
federally
is, we're at a
recognized, they're the ones that will erase you, not us.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah, now I can hear you. Go ahead, Meso.
So what do you want to like learn? What are you asking me specifically?
You're, oh, shit. You're saying that we're causing native erasure or
Well,
stop native erasure, so I'm trying to
well,
figure.
that depends. Do you guys
So,
have like?
hey, oh yes, oh so go ahead, bro. Can you tell me about the DeSoto, Louisiana history, my boy?
I mean, do you? What I'm trying to say here is that a lot of people on here on TikTok try to alter history, basically. Is what I'm trying to say.
What about
And if you and
the
if you
one?
have
What about the ones that are finding out that they've been lied to the African about the
and if you have
African Americans and the
hold on.
natives? That what about them that's been lied to about all them people? You know what I'm kind of saying? Because they've been lying to them. They've been lying to people like me. These special individuals that you talk about. Because it ain't just me, bruh. I'm not saying everyone, but
So
it ain't just me that
what do
got
you
these
think I
ties.
find?
The fact that
What do
you and
you?
others live here on this soil and don't know how to fuck me and others got reclassified, and my shit is from DeSoto, fucking Louisiana, and you can't tell me shit or the history about DeSoto, Louisiana, and you supposed to be a Native American. So what the fuck?
I mean, there's a lot of different Native American tribes and stuff like that. So I can't
Herman,
talk about
know about
specific tribe
how you
from
not know about
DeSoto.
where Herman DeSoto first fucking landed, where I'm from, really actually from that soil, my boy, with an address and everything. So go ahead, explain to us how you not fucking know about where Herman DeSoto first. That's the whole history of Native history, bro. Fuck is you talking about?
Yeah, bro, you typed stop indigenous racial about 20 times. You came out, you came back in, you came out, you came back in, you said confidently directed to everybody here. So go ahead and like don't be a coward about it now. Talk what you know.
Like I said, so since you're a Native American, elaborate us on where Herman DeSoto first landed and how he conquered everyone. Where I'm motherfucking from, where I just found out because I got reclassified because I was thinking I was a good old South Central '80s baby African American fucking descent and didn't give a fuck about no until my mama
All right,
wanted.
can I talk here for a
yeah.
minute?
Hey, bro, go ahead and explain to us, bro.
I would like to.
Okay, hold on. Let me talk. So if you know you have native like ancestry, then I'm not talking about you. You can claim to be native if you want. I have no issue with that. If you have direct lineage and you can actually trace it. And what I mean by that is you know the culture, you have genetic evidence, stuff like that. You can pull that up. I have no issue with that whatsoever. I'm not talking. When I'm saying indigenous erasure, I'm not talking about you specifically. Does that make sense?
So what I gathered is you basically just came in the room, in any random room where you see melanated people talking, and you just type in the comments.
No, not really, because I mean a lot of times, well, most of the time, anyways.
But I'm saying, so why did you come in this room saying that if you didn't see no erasure happen?
Do you know you have like, have you done like a, let's say like a 23andMe or something like that?
Yeah, some of us have done those DNA tests, and some of us, and most of us have done genealogy.
Did it show you have indigenous
You keep saying
lineage?
native
But
when
I
I'm
have a
not. When
question.
my folks are not native, bro. I'm identified. The government identifies my bloodline as American Indian, bro. So
Yeah,
why you keep
I
saying
got a
native?
CID.
I'm
Are you sure?
I have a
assuming.
Okay,
question.
in that case, I'm not talking about you. I'm just talking
I
about
need
the
the
people
mtDNA
who
information. I'm
claim that
assuming.
How many natives
certain
are you
people.
taking DNA test?
CIB, Certificate of Indian Blood. I have it.
No,
Exactly, that's what I'm talking about. If you have a
I'm not
certificate,
talking about
are you
that.
like,
I'm talking
are you
about the
Hold
part of a
up, dog.
tribe? Then
23
I have
andme
no
and
issue with you
Ancestry
whatsoever.
test.
Hold
I'm
up,
talking
dog.
about the 23 andme and Ancestry test, the mainstream ones,
I see.
not the BIA ones.
Say this real quick. Why are we acting like there's not motherfucking Spaniards and Africans that didn't infiltrate into the real Native Americans and the American Indians? And both these motherfuckers is acting like our fucking folks, and that's causing a lot of the confusion between us fucking coming together because some of you motherfuckers don't want to realize that you done integrated with some of these fucking Africans and some of these fucking Spaniards. It is what it is. Stop being pussy about the shit.
I'm so sick and tired of hearing about DNA tests when it's the information's out there that these DNA tests cannot tell you what landmass you're from, that everything that they're using is out of probability, guesstimation, and algorithms. That's not science. Science is knowing, not you have to guess or it could be, it's to know.
So
I agree.
Meso, I'm assuming you did a
DNA
23andMe
test
test,
that you
right?
gave your sample to BlackRock and Blackstone that is owned by the funny hat people, the ish people, you're crazy.
Meso, you did 23andMe test.
Your six or
Yeah.
seventh your six
What do your mtDNA
your
say?
sixth or seventh cousin is only
Indigenous Central American, I
No,
think.
what is the haplogroup type? What is the code?
Haplogroup, I don't remember. I gotta pull it
Go to
up.
go to the 23andMe app or whatever you got.
Yeah. I mean, I can pull it right now, but I'm kind of in the middle of something. I can try to pull it up.
You're not
Man, the TikTok ain't going nowhere. You can open multiple apps while the live's still going.
Mm-hmm.
So you did the
and then
mtDNA test or whatever, the 23andMe test. Go to the 23andMe app and go to the haplogroup of the mtDNA and tell me what that code is. It don't say you're a Native American. It don't use that kind of language.
also
It
these
tells you
companies, like I know for
specifically.
sure 23andMe and I know for sure
So while you looking for that, can you explain to us how you're Native American?
Well, I have family that, you know, they can actually speak the language, that
I
know
ain't ask all that about your language. I asked you, how are you Native American? We get your language later.
because language ties directly to indigenous lineage. If you knew
So
that.
what language do you speak?
Well, my parents do, or my
What language do they
grandparents.
speak?
They speak Kichen Mayan, I think it's called, or is it mom? I think it's Kichen. No, it's Kichen.
So you from Mexico?
Not Guatemala. It's different.
So, so you from
I have a
Guatemala?
question. Cause hold on, I
But
gotta catch
still
this thing.
considered indigenous. People sometimes forget that indigenous people come from
You
north,
said you
not
don't
east.
speak the language?
Yeah, my grandparents do.
See, look, this is hold on real quick, y'all. And this is how you know shit is fucked up and be people bullshitting on both sides, bro. And this is what we're trying to have you guys pay attention to. They'll fucking tell us, right? Because we're fucking copper tone or however the fuck we look, and be like, oh, you don't speak the language, even though we can have documentation, we can have 23andMe like you, motherfucking can do the DNA and everything, but due to the fact that we don't speak the language, oh, you're not fucking who you are. So why does that not apply to you? Because you look like them. That's why they want to do that shit to you, bro. It's fucked
because
up.
I know. Do you have grandparents that speak the language? Is that my first? That's my first question.
Exactly, opium, because that's literally what I was just about to
It's
say.
contradicting. You
So
don't feel like
because
that's
your
contradicting?
grandparents
Shit,
speak it
privacy
and
for
you
me.
don't, that still makes you a native? Is that what you're saying?
I
Do
mean,
your
not really.
parents
Um,
speak
If you
it?
don't have the language, if you don't know the language, that's fine. But if you
And
can,
do you
like,
see the
if you can,
contradicting part though? The ones that
but
shouldn't have, like I said, you
there's like
got people.
many different ways to like know you're indigenous or not.
The only thing I'm gathering now,
So language is not that
Language is
important
not like
then.
a yeah. It's not the driving factor, but it's still very important, right?
That's what I'm trying to have you pay attention and notice when you leave up out of these lives or when you are going through your TikTok, whatever, you're gonna notice. I want you to pay attention and notice this. You'll have people that are supposed to be representing, saying that they're full Native Americans, but then they'll only ask people like me or others that's dark skinned the language and say that we're not these people because we don't speak the language. But then a person like you, they won't do that to. That's
I
fucking
never said
racist as
that.
fuck.
I never said that.
I'm not saying you,
you
bruh.
literally did just say that.
it's
When
a
did I
bad
say that?
argument.
When did I say that? I want.
It's a
You just
bad
said
argument.
you just said if you're not speaking the language, basically, like you coming on the panel
No,
and you
I did
trying
not.
to
I
ask.
did not say
Hold
that.
on,
Let
You're
Billy,
me
I
you're
gotta
trying
finish.
to
raise
mix.
my
You're trying to
hands.
mix what I just said. I
The
did not
thing
say
is,
that.
you coming on the panel. You came in the live saying we're doing Native Erasure first. Now you coming on the panel trying to ask us 23 and me questions about how we indigenous and
Because
stuff.
it's relevant to the
But
question
the
you
thing
asked.
is,
Because
but
it's
look,
relevant to the
if
topic
that's
when
the
I say
case,
native erasure.
if that's the
If
case,
you,
then that should
I want to ask you
apply to
something.
you
Can I really
too.
ask something?
Hold on,
When
let
I
me
say
finish.
native
Let me
erasure, I
finish
mean by
making my
people who
statement.
claim to be Native American.
Let me finish making my
Okay,
statement
so
because I ain't trying to holler.
if you ever took a genetic test, you know that you're not claiming because again, Native American can come in any color, any
Listen, long
melanated,
story
any
short,
form.
if you don't speak the language, if you don't know the culture and all
Oh,
that,
I
then
never
you're
said
not
that.
native.
I
Then,
never said that. I never said
if
that.
that's the narrative that y'all going on,
Hold on,
That's
listen.
not the
I
narrative I'm
didn't
saying.
say. I didn't say. Hold on, listen, bro. I didn't say that you said that. I'm telling you, there's other people that's representing Native Americans that's supposed to be representing your folks, your claim, your title, making you look bad and shit. Sitting up here and claim, going to just darker skin tone people's lives that are finding out their identity, doing their family tree, and telling them that whether they have documentation or not, that they are not who they are because they cannot speak the language. How does that not apply to you?
I would like to address it because obviously I don't speak my language but a few words. But and I cannot even tell you my true involvement. That's something that people might understand. And the thing is whatever language that you speak, it is important. The songs that we sing are in our language. To not know that, it hurts me as an individual. You know, there's many times that I've stood on a rooftop and I've listened to the songs and I feel the beat. And that beat is our heartbeat. I swear, it's our heartbeat coming from the top of these roofs. And we are sending our prayers. And if you felt that, if you knew what that felt like, you would know what I'm talking about. And it you don't need to know the language to feel it in your heart. But for you to be accepted by the people that are conducting the ceremony, you do need to know some things. And to be a part of that is a beautiful thing. And it's not something that you can force your way into. And here's the thing is all people, we're all a little different. We speak many different languages. We have many different cultures. And so when they put us all together in one group, that begins to cause a problem to begin with because we have different stories of origin. And it's not to say one is truer than the other. It's just that we do. And this is where I said if we went over to Africa and we meet with some African people and we learn about their tribes down there and we talk to them, I believe that you'll hear, because I've talked to some of them, that you'll hear some of the similar things that I'm talking about, is that people are different. And when they look at our faces, they know, like I have the same eyes and the same eyebrows as my family. And so when you look at me, you know what family I came from if you look at my
Mhm.
eyes.
See, Badger, what you talking about? I'm glad you said a lot of that because the thing is, we keep telling people, well, Native Americans, that we have been stripped away from our culture, but at the same time, even we really ain't because we still practicing it. We just didn't know. I'm from Louisiana. We get together almost every Sunday or even every week at my grandma's house. And we all come together in the front room. We clapping our hands, stumping our feet, singing with no goddamn instruments, like actually singing and everybody harmonizing all this. So the thing that you talking about, that music that you feel up in your soul, your spirit, we feel the same thing with us. Or people who go to church, I'm pretty sure you feel the same thing too. When you go in them church, that's where you sing a cappella, things like that, not using the music. And like you said, you can see in our family, you can tell who we are. Like each one of us, we all look alike. I can go to another town in my same state, and they be like, "Oh, you one of them." You ain't gonna say my last name. You one of them people, ain't you? That's your family. That's your mom. Yeah,
Yep,
that's my people. They know us when they see us, so it's
yep.
no different. We're just not calling it what y'all calling it, but we still have our own culture too.
I agree. I sometimes look at, like, they call us Americans now, I guess. And sometimes I look at the faces of the people when I'm watching TV, and I think to myself, how many of these people are related, man? This is crazy. There's like a whole bunch of us that are related that have no
So
clue.
native.
What's that?
Do your genealogy, then you can find out. Okay, so do your genealogy, then you can find out who you're related to. Do your family tree. So the word native, that's the legal definition of native, right? And knowing that federally recognized tribes, according to the BEA, is not based on ethnicity or race, but it's based on a government to government or corporation to corporation relationship. All right. So, of course, legality is going to be important. So, the legal definition of native is a natural born subject or citizen, a denizen by birth. Now, let's see what a denizen is, right?
Okay.
Okay, hold on, give me a second. I already got to screenshot it. Denizen. Now we have a formal or a humorous definition, but we're going to go to the historical, since this is about history. A denizen is a foreigner allowed certain rights in the adopted country. A foreigner. So when I hear stuff like that, I think about why would people allow themselves to be put onto a reservation? Um,
I could tell you. Um,
their own land, right? And it's not that they allowed to be put on a reservation, but they were put on a reservation because they were foreigners on a new land. And until they became citizens, either by joining the military, because we know that's the fastest way to become a citizen in the United States,
yes.
or right? And if I'm not mistaken, I've read that Native Americans have the number one
Yep.
enrollment in the military, right?
Yep.
So, like, I don't understand why you are joining the military of the people who did you wrong, right?
Yeah, you're right. You're 100% right. And I wondered about that myself. My uncle Tony, I love him. And the bolo tie that you see in my page is what I made for him. He was a Marine, and I love him to death. Um, that's the route that he chose. And there's a lot of people that choose that route for whatever reasons. It's not for me. It wasn't my choice, but I respect it. I also respect people that choose not to. Um, there, like, we live in this crazy world right now that is, it's I can't even explain it. Like, one day I woke up and looked around and said, how in the heck did I end up being controlled in this manner? How in the world am I paying all this money out of anything that I make? Every time I buy something, they take something. It was getting I couldn't believe it. And nobody seems to be bothered by it. Everybody just goes on like this is okay.
So what I recognize too, because I do live by Oklahoma, right? And what I realized when I first, now that you said that, right? When I first went to the casinos in Oklahoma, any
Uh-huh.
other casinos around the country, you could just play. They made me pay a quarter each time I play.
That's interesting. We have casinos out here. Um, I am Hopi and Salt River Pima. My grandmother was half Hopi, half Salt River Pima, which is down here by Scottsdale, Arizona, and we do have a casino right there, two of them. And a lot of people have different thoughts on that, and I respect everybody's opinion. Um,
You have
but
to
the
pay
thing
more.
is that a lot of the natives have now been able to rebuild their reservations from this casino money and do things for their people as far as educational purposes and it's funny, like everybody wants to go back to the old, but at the same time you have to be with the new, otherwise you're going to go broke, and if you're broke it's not going to work in this world. and
You
and
know what?
this is what they got us caught up in.
You know what else? Somebody said to me one time. I was in a chat, and this guy he said something that really hit me, and he said, "Where are all the Native American colleges? We got HBCUs here. Why would they give us colleges but not give y'all colleges?"
My father was a teacher. My father went to school and got his bachelor's in fine art from Washington State University and became a teacher for a number of years before becoming a professional artist. And so he
Yeah,
taught at all
but why don't
levels.
you have our own schools though?
Well,
Like, like,
here's the
like,
thing.
like, like,
I
this was what I want you to imagine. Imagine you weren't a Native American. Imagine I wasn't who I said I was. Imagine you were sitting down and you were hearing a story. You was
Yes,
hearing a story about a group of people that live on this land, right? And we don't know how they got here. We're not going to say through slavery, nothing like that. You hear that their towns were put underwater, that every time they build, that the government bombed them, right? But bombed them. Like they didn't even bomb nobody else in this country. But
you
these people, they unalive them. They force integration on them, and they sterilize them. They did all
yes,
these bad things to them, right?
yes.
And then they lost their language. They lost their knowledge, and all this stuff happened to them. Then you hear about these other people, but when you hear stories about it, but there's not really people that can talk about it because those people are not alive anymore. So now all we hear about these things that supposedly happened to these people, but we can only go off the
Um,
history that we're
if you
being taught.
if you Google Hopis in Alcatraz, you'll see a picture come up with 30 Hopi guys that they sent to Alcatraz, and they held them prisoner there. And there's also stories of sending Hopi guys to different Arizona state prisons by the Indian agent, because the Indian agent was the person that was in charge of the little area there.
The
That
Indian agent.
his people that yeah. So he would have trouble with it with the Hopi guy. He wasn't doing what he was supposed to do or what he told him to do or whatnot, and he'd send him off to a state prison for a couple of years so he could learn his lesson, and then he'd come back. And this went on like there's a story, I can't remember the name of the guy. It went on with him like three times. He got sent to three different
Indian
prisons.
agents were, like, for instance, with the Apache and with the Navajo, the Indian agents were other Apaches supposedly in Navajo. And there's pictures. They got pictured the Indian agents. They
Yes.
were so the Indian agents worked for the government. So why are your let's say you're Apache? Why is the Apache over here arresting Apache people and taking them to Alcatraz and all that stuff? That don't
Okay.
make sense.
This is one thing too. If you're from here, from Arizona, this is where a little more inside knowledge helps. Um, the Apache and the Navajo people, they speak a dialect. Remember we're talking languages.
What,
The
Dinesh?
Hopis, the Hopis speak a dialect called Uto Aztecan, and when you Google that, that is the largest language family on the North American continent, and it gives you a list of the different names of people that speak that dialect. which shows some type of relation, although it's just a dialect.
But you,
And when you look at Navajo and Apache, their dialect is different. It's I want to pronounce it correctly, Alabaston.
you're at the
And
basket. They're at the
yes,
basket. Yeah. Uh-huh.
yes. One time I was with one of my Apache friends. I was kicking back and we were talking, and he tells me, he goes, Mike. I was like, what? He says, when the Navajos are talking, I can understand them. And I looked at him and I said, but and he goes, no, he goes, our languages are so similar that I can understand what they're saying, but they don't know it. And that was my first bit of knowledge to understand that the language showed a relation, and so that's how they were similar, related, but not the same. And
You
that
talk about
also they have
the
skinwalkers in their culture, both of them, and so that
oh,
also shows a similarity.
you talk about Apache and Navajo?
Yes, yes,
Oh yeah, yeah, they're Athabascans. That's what they are. That's their language. That's where they're from. They're from the Klondike. They're from the Yukon, and they're from East Asia. That's been proven. Now they had a word which they tried to say it's okay. They got a word Anasazi. Anasazi.
yes,
They say
yes.
it means ancient. They say it means ancient ancestor. No, it doesn't. It means
Ancient
ancient
enemy.
enemy. Ancient enemy.
Ancient enemy, and that's us. That is us. My dad. Remember, I told you my dad was a teacher. I was selling jewelry in Sedona, and I was at Oak Creek Canyon at the Dairy Queen. There's a place where the vendors sell, and I was there. I don't sell there anymore. And my father had come by, and he was talking to a customer, and he gave him quite a good lecture, actually, on who we are, and it's very interesting to listen to. You know, when you go out to Mesa Verde, those are some ruins north of us. You remember I told you about the clans? The Badger clan came from the north. That is my grandmother's clan. So by traditional Hopi, again, it was recognized earlier. I wouldn't be recognized as having a clan because my mother is not Hopi. However, there is a chance for my father's clan to adopt me. It is accepted. So it's not a dead end story, but it is different because my mother is not Hopi.
So, also, do you know what the etymology of the word Hopi is?
I do not. I asked my dad that actually. I said, when did we start being called Hopi people?
It
You know?
means civilized.
Okay.
Yeah, if you
Yeah,
look up
because
the
I
etymology of Hopi,
question
it
a
means
lot of that
civilized.
because I question this because these are all English terms and this is an English language that we're all speaking. And so when it comes to that, I step back and I take a look at it and I wonder.
He said, we are part of the Mongolian people, ancestral Pueblo people came after.
I sent him an invite. Come on up. We sharing
That's,
history. We want to hear about what our brothers and sisters on the western side, what they went through, because we know that we was invaded. Our land was invaded on the west coast and the east coast.
They
It's
used to
about time that we start talking about the history instead of fighting each other, so we can figure out what to do to get our land back to how it's supposed to be.
yeah, less debating, more discussions.
It's not a Mogollon. It's not Mongolian. It's Mogollon people.
Oh, I thought you
We're the Mogollon people. The
Where
Mogollon
do they
people
come
came
from?
before the ancestral Pueblo people, and it's not Anasazi. Anasazi is no longer used. Anasazi in Navajo or Dene, it means ancient enemy. That's what
yes.
that word means.
Yeah.
So we're considered the ancestral Pueblo people. My people still live in cave dwellings in Chihuahua. I'm what you call Raramuri. We're part of the Casas Grandes, Paqueme, Membres people.
yeah, there's numerous people here. I don't
We were never colonized.
No, there like when you read the word American, and the word American says one of the Aboriginal people here. So if it says one of the Aboriginal groups of Aboriginal people here, the Copper or whatever, that were here before the European came. I read another encyclopedia that said it was more than two types of people, or it was more than one, just one type of people here. There was two types of people here, and they didn't know which one they were going to call Indian because they were both fighting over who was there the longest. So I don't know. If y'all want to read it, it's out the Chambers Encyclopedia, and it's like the 1700s one.
Y'all hear
Huh?
echo? Do I have an echo?
Hmm?
My mom had called me. I
No,
was just
no echo. We're not from Africa. I got the same encyclopedia says that Africa was a country in the 1700s.
This is like I said, I've been interested in this history for a long time, and so I
Uh-huh.
don't pretend to know any of it, of course. But I grew up in the Southwest, and for better or use of the term, I apologize again if it offends anybody, but I've just always known people as black and white and brown, and
Yeah.
and and yeah, I
Did we
never thought anything wrong about it.
real quick, hold on. Do
Yeah,
we look black to you? You see that Will Smith picture up there? Does he look black to you on her name?
no. He's not calling us black. He was just saying that's what he grew up knowing.
Yeah,
yeah.
but still, like, who do you really know anyone that's black though?
Again, I have noticed from dealing with people is that people come in all different shades, and not only that, different facial features.
Yeah, I
And
look.
that's where because I took sociology and I took two different courses in psychology, and I do have
Uh-huh.
some college credits, and
Uh-huh.
and 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 I've been down a long road of discovering a lot of different things, and so when it comes to that, I'm totally interested in people's origins and where things came from and how they got to here. It fascinates me. The human story is amazing.
I could tell you a story of what I know from our people. Back in a long, long time ago in the Four Corners region, there used to be a
Uh-huh.
great lake that dried up. So everybody, other tribes, what they did was they left once the lake dried out because there was no more food. So the Mogollon people were before the Mesa Verde. Uh, our people were in the Gila Cliff dwellings, Huapoca, 40 Casas, and you could keep going south and find cliff dwellings just like the ones in Mesa Verde. So,
Yeah,
anywho, what happened was since the lake dried out a long time ago, the tribes left, and at one point we came from the same origin, but then we left and we left to different places. From what I heard a long time ago, the Hopi came from the south. They went up north, and they're at where they're at now. And the Dene and the Ende, they came from the Canadian area at the Baskin. So that those are the stories that I know.
Mm-hmm.
yeah. I've heard that similar of the Apache and the Navajo. Um, of course, my dad grew up right there at Hopi, and so growing up Hopi and Navajo right there, they have a whole different way of getting down out there. I'll tell you that. But as a person who witnessed it, I have many relatives that are half Hopi, half Navajo. I do. I've got many relatives, and yeah, it, there's no difference to me because that's my family.
They all came from a black woman. A black woman was the creator of every nation.
Again, I don't, I yeah. Um, there is a
A
point.
black woman
There's a
literally
point. There's a
created.
point of origin. Obviously, like this is one of the topics that amazes me too, as we talk about men and women. You know, a lot of people are debating issues of God and whether God is a man or a woman or this or that. And my opinion is that as human beings, we are two halves of the same whole. We are necessary to one another. We need each other. We cannot procreate without one another. It is so strange to hear people try to say, "Well, I can do this all myself." It's like, no, you can't. You can't even remake yourself by yourself.
Well,
We need each other.
I'm all for men and women procreating, but I'm just saying every other race and ethnic group came from a black woman. That was just my statement.
Uh, Again, I don't know whether I don't know where to go with that because I have heard those stories of all the original human beings came out of Africa, and they show the migration patterns of going up into Asia, then splitting off into Europe and all that. I've
Yeah,
seen that.
that's a racist man's
Okay,
theory.
yeah, like I said, I've seen that. I don't know that it's true, but but um but that's where I first heard that everybody came from Africa.
Well, I believe that everyone did come from Africa because at one point in time, I believe in the Pangea theory. So it's like I believe we all were together at one point in time. It was highly melanated people at one point in time, and then as the what is it called? The
But
shift in the what is it looking for? Basically, it broke off.
but
I'm listening.
before Pangea, before Pangea, the lands were separate, and it was called Lauritania and Gondwana. They came together and created Pangea. That
This is the
Lauritania
man
was
who came up with Pangea.
What was the name before of it? I didn't. I never heard of that.
like Lauritania, that included Siberia, North America, Europe, Asia, minus India subcontinent, like the India we know today. That was not part of it. And then Gondwana was Africa, South America, Antarctica, Australia, and India that we know today. And then they came together and created Pangea, but they were two separate landmass before it became Pangea.
Yeah,
Interesting.
this man right here, Alfred Regner, however the hell you say this German's man name. He looked at a map during that time period, thought he could connect South America to Africa, and that's how he came up with Pangea. In
And
a nutshell.
and then my thing is like everybody that's like you got what is it? Einstein. You got it's like all these YT people, and it's like, does any black people write any books and things like that? I don't.
Yeah,
Yes, yes, yes.
a lot of our people do write books, but because they don't realize that, not all skin folks is kin folks. Where would that come from? So a lot of these early first-hand accounts were from melanated people, but because they were melanated Europeans, they automatically think white people, and that's not 100% true. Not all of them were white,
Right.
just like not all of them were black.
Right.
Not all of them came to colonize. Some of them came to just explore, and that was it, while others came to colonize. We got to
So
be honest.
did you? I don't know if you guys are in the news about Terrence Howard and like the journey that he's on. I just
Oh,
like got informed with that today, so it's like mind blowing how to see him come from an actor and doing all the things that he did and how
to
his
the
mind
fast
has
that he
evolved.
doing.
Yes,
Yes, I've heard about it. I was following it for a little bit, but then I had stopped.
it's pretty interesting.
I see three. Yes, yes, ma'am. Absolutely, thank you. Hey, Badger,
Yes.
you say you from this area?
Yeah, Arizona right there.
Y'all wanted
And
to
New
get y'all wanted
Mexico.
to get that other dude.
What's that?
Is the blue things that mean water was there?
In Arizona?
I'm talking about the map up there. Is the blue spots water?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah.
All right. So you say you from this little area in the south that's green?
Arizona, right in the middle of it is Phoenix, and up north is Hopi.
Okay, so I paid attention earlier today. One of my friends was having like a little class, and he actually spoke on this very subject. And luckily, I have a great memory. So you see this little green area down here, the same exact area. You remember you said that Hopi wasn't an Athabascan language or an Athabascan people, that they
Yes.
mixed with Athabascan people? That's actually false. That is a southern Athabascan people. The Hopi, the Anasazi, and hold on. What's crazy is the exact same tribe that old buddy said he was in is right here. The Mescalero Chimachera or whatever he said.
That's
That
Apache.
exact same tribe, right,
Yeah.
is an Athabascan speaker.
Yeah, that's Apache. Apache and Navajo are both Athabascan speakers.
But you said the Athabascans were in the north. You said they never really came to the south.
No, that's not what I said. What I said was is that the Hopi story of when these people first came to this land is that the great frozen door to the north was unfrozen, and a people came out of there, and we met them. And the very first time we met them, the story is actually we had a fight, and um, it didn't really work out so well. But it's a relationship that's gone on for a very, very, very long time, and I think eventually was kind of decided by the federal government when they broke up the land.
Because you do know Navajo, Hopi, Ho-Hopi, Anasazi. You know linguistically, you know those are Arabic words.
No, linguistically, Navajo and Hopi are not the same.
No, I'm not saying they are the same. I'm saying linguistically, when you use those words, those are Arabic words.
Oh, okay. Again, I'm only somewhat educated. I've got 18 credit hours of college, 17. So anyways, the thing
Let me speak.
is
Hold on.
okay.
So the Athabascan is a totally different language. We could, the Hopi and the Dene are two different tribes. The
Yes.
Hopi language comes the Hopi language comes from the Uro Aztecan language. The
Okay, I'm
Uro
glad you said
Aztecan
that.
language.
I'm very glad you say that.
That's the Uro Aztecan language. The Uto is equal to Ute, the Ute
Okay.
people. The
Okay,
Ute.
I'm very glad you say that.
They're
So
two different languages.
it says here, did the Apache speak Athabascan? Blah 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 blah. Apache and Eastern Apache are Southern Athabascan languages.
From
Eastern
Canada. That's
East
from Canada.
how Southern Athabascan languages.
Yes, but
Southern.
yeah,
Listen
no,
to
but no, but
Southern.
you're
Hold
not.
on,
You're
hold
not.
on. Listen to me. Hold
Yeah.
on. Let me explain. You jump into conclusions.
No,
Let me explain.
the
So the
Athabascan came
difference. Hold
2,000
on.
years ago.
Hold on. Listen to me, baby. So if they wanted to say northern, they would have said northern. But when they say southern, they're talking about these people here. You see the difference? So when you point at those people in the green and you say they aren't Athabascan, that is an Athabascan
No,
language.
that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is Athabascan and Uro-Aztecan are two different languages. The Athabascans came from Canada. Okay, that means that they were originally from Canada and they traveled southward. Okay, so the Dene and the Ende are cousins. Okay, they're
You're right.
cousins and they speak Athabascan, a form of Athabascan. Okay, now the Uro-Aztecan came from the Ute people, Uto and Ute. Uro-Aztecan. That's the language. They're two different languages. They're not the same.
So he's right. He's right because the Diné and Navajo
Finish,
and
Baz. Let me ask
Apache.
him a
He's a
question. When y'all
20K
two get
life.
done, I need to ask you a question.
The Dene, there's two Denes, okay? There's a Dene in Canada and there's a Dene tribe in Arizona. They're two different, but they come from the same people. There's Dene and Dine.
Heck,
Those,
that's the same motherfucking people according to Native Americans. They claim that's the same fucking person.
now now
So
wait.
the only
And the
difference
Navajo are the
is
same as them too.
is when y'all move further south. and the people from Mexico was moving up, guess what y'all did? Y'all met in the middle. That's where you get the southern people like the Navajo and shit like that.
No, no, no. Navajo did
Although
not come from the
separate, hold
south.
on, although separate, y'all are literally the same people.
No, we're not.
Yes,
Navajo
because
did
when
not.
you
No,
when you
no.
go when you
That's why.
coming from
That's
the
why.
south up north
Listen,
and the northerners coming down south, what happens? You meet in the middle.
bro, we're
And
not the
to
same
get
people.
along, what do? You feast
He's
with each other, you trade with each other, and guess what? You eventually have kids with each other. So yes, down
he's
the
having.
line, that is the same people.
Look, I'm not going to deny that people mix. Yes, okay, everybody mixes. Okay, but it's not the same people. People from Canada are Canadian First Nation people. Then you have Southwest Indigenous people. Two different people. Okay, aside from
What
whatever
you're
they
pretty
did.
much saying is let me tell you what you're pretty much saying. So you know how somebody in New York and somebody from North Carolina and somebody from Texas and somebody from California, we all speak English, right? But we all speak a different accent, right? That's
Yeah,
pretty
but
much
it's
what you're
not.
saying.
No,
Same
no.
shit,
You
different
don't.
accent.
No,
Yes,
it's not the
bro.
same. No,
Yes,
it's
it
not. No,
is.
it's not, bro.
Absolutely,
I'm
it's the
gonna look.
pronunciation of
No,
words.
it's
One at
not
a
the
time,
same.
y'all, so we can hear back and forth.
Absolutely, bro. It's the pronunciation of
No, yeah,
words.
but okay, words don't mean you're the same people, bro. That you're just comparing languages, and those languages, even in the English concept of we all
Words
speak the
don't
same
mean we're the
language, it's
same
not the
people.
same. It's not the
Words don't.
same.
Word. Say that
It's not the
again.
same.
Say that again.
It's not the same.
So words don't mean we're the same people.
No,
O-
no.
Okay. Okay. So then why do people ask people that claim
What
to
the
be
fuck?
from here? Why do they ask what is speak your native language? If language don't connect people, why is it important for
Speak
someone
your
to speak
tribal
their
language. That's
why,
what that means.
why
That
is
means
that
that you're
why is that important if language don't connect
man.
people?
Ceremony.
It's ceremony. We have our
You just
ceremonies.
said it doesn't connect
We have
people
our
though. So
stories.
why
Yeah,
is
now
it
don't, hey,
important?
don't
Look,
contradict yourself.
I'm
Don't
not
yeah, don't
contradicting
contradict
myself.
yourself.
We we have our own traditions. We have our own ceremonies. We have our own language. Okay, it's you can't. It's not the same thing. It's not the language. You could group us in the same group of language now, but we have something called sovereignty. Okay, it's not the same thing. That's all I gotta say. I'm out.
Hello.
Man, y'all can't even govern yourselves, but you talk about y'all got what you call sovereignty.
Yeah, so
I I I I
let me get to this motherfucker ran because I was about to ask his ass, bruh. See, good shit though, Bass. That boy, they don't know what to do. No, it was a
I
double-edged sword, motherfucker.
I
He didn't
like to
even
answer.
realize it.
I had a question too because there's a lot of I've been hearing a lot of natives on the app that the same natives that will come and ask us to speak our language, and you can just be scrolling through your For You page and you'll
Yeah.
hear these same natives say, I don't know my language, I'm trying to reconnect to it. So I wanted to know what he had to say about them type of people.
I would love to address this topic as far as language. Um,
Go
you know
ahead, let me
what
put up my
what
language background.
yeah, when I mean we're all here speaking English, and as people have pointed out, you go to different parts of America and the people speak the English differently. Um, when it comes to native people, it's not that we speak the language differently, although you showed with the Navajo and Apache people, it's the same dialect, but it is different. And with the Hopi, the
Excuse me.
Yucatan and the Aztec and the Comanche and the Zuni and the Yaqui, we all speak the same dialect, but the language is still different because the people have moved about so long
No,
ago.
that's what it is. That's not what it is. The language is the same, but the dialect change. For instance, people often think Mandarin and Cantonese is different when they're literally the same. The only thing that's different is the pronunciation. And
Yeah,
that's
like
that's how the Athabascan language is. Although y'all think it's seven different languages, it's the same language, but again, it's just a different pronunciation. For instance, I'm Puerto Rican, right?
yeah,
And I have Mexican friends, right? But when I talk about beans, They say frijoles. I say habichuelas. But we
I,
speak in the same language.
I have a Tejano. I think what's the name? I have a Puerto Rican friend who told me about the tribe from there that starts with a T.
The Tainos, yes.
Yes, yes, yes. Yeah, he told me all about it and explained it to me. He was an older man. Remember, I'm in my early 50s. So this was somebody, he's probably about 70 by now. He told me this story a long time ago. But I've heard about you people down there. And yes, it's again the story of different native people mixed in with different European invaders at different times throughout history has created what you're seeing now, and this is the story of all of us here. And so, it's like, and then just the other day, of course, and with the utmost respect, I came on and I heard this, that there was a group of people that were saying, no, wait, we were here, we got a picture. And I said, hold on, a picture? Like, when were pictures invented? The 1800s? You really showing a picture and trying to use it as an argument? Come on, man. And so it was like, I finally got an interest because I care about people, man. I think we're all human beings.
I'm
And
not
and
human.
everybody right now is so intensified in trying to find out who they are, and some of it is silly because they're trying to claim to be the top dog. Like, I'm gonna be the top dog. I was here first. I was here first. This is, cut it out. This is a
But see,
continuous evolving,
that's what it might
continuous
look
evolving
like.
thing.
That's what it might look like, but it really isn't. What these folks are trying to do is tell their story. They're telling their history that was really you know how Native Americans say, yeah, our history was stolen, blah 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 blah. How
I
could you
do.
know your history 10,000 years ago if the story of your people was the information was stolen? If that's so, how could that apply to a Native American? Literally, that's the definition of the black man in America, is they don't have their history. So when they talk about it, you cannot be offensive and take it as if they want to be the top dogs, when literally for the last quote unquote 500 years they've been bottom dog. So how them telling their history, how is that them wanting to be the big dog when it takes more than that, bro? When they
That's why
literally
I
have
said.
the
That's
whole
why I
world
said.
fighting against them, bro. How the fuck is that trying to be top dog when
Yeah.
all they want to do is be heard?
This is why I'm here, because I do understand. This is why I'm even here spending my afternoon like this. You know,
Can I
it's
get the big
because I
screen?
do understand.
Damn. Can I get the big screen? Can I get the big screen? I want to show something real quick. So this is my friend's grandmother and her husband. She kind of looks like a Native American, right? But she was labeled black.
Yes,
She's from Oklahoma, and she was labeled black, and she doesn't look really black. She looks
that
like
was the
the
way
natives.
the Europeans did that in the South, and they did that with, and they, I guess they call it blood quantum and all that. But it's a part of the history that if you had even one drop of Negroid blood, you were considered black.
But she didn't have any Negro blood. Maybe she might have had some black in her by having sex or something. But she, but she
Yeah,
didn't have
no.
any of that blood. Though.
And so this is the people that were in charge were the
Were
Europeans
picking
that,
and choosing who gets to be. They were picking and choosing who was going to be black, who was going to be native, and or who's going to be Indian, who's going. They pick and choose. So all these titles that are given out here, like I wouldn't even want to call myself a native. I wouldn't even want to be part of a federally recognized tribe, knowing that the what the BIA says about being federally recognized does not mean because of your race or your ethnicity that you're
well,
only fairly recognized because you have a government to government relationship or a corporation to corporation relationship with the United States corporation.
yeah.
So
And
the only
again,
thing
this,
basically that like that Denison definition I read to you, where it says a foreigner that comes on land and that gets benefits from an adopted country. So basically, y'all got benefits because these people came over here with some of y'all. And some of y'all was here, but y'all ended up linking up with them and coming against us. But some of them came over here with the colonizer, and they got special privileges.
See, one of the questions that I asked, you remember the Hopis? I told you we had conversations with Spain long before the English, and we had treaties with them. And there was a have you ever heard of the Long Walk, where they
Um,
marched, they snatched
yeah,
up a certain group of Navajo people,
yeah,
and
you're
they
talking about
marched them on this evil walk into New Mexico to a
18.
fort out there.
It was
And
like
and
1854 and
yeah, yeah,
1854.
yeah. And so what happened in that story was these were Spanish soldiers that did this, not English. They were Spanish soldiers. And or wait, maybe I got that wrong. I think so. Um yeah, the Spanish soldiers, they did that, and they accidentally took a Hopi girl. The story is they took a Hopi girl, and along the way they brutalized her repeatedly, all the way to Santa Fe. And when she got there, her father traveled to Santa Fe and went and spoke to the commander of the Spaniards because they had a treaty with Spain. Why did you do this to my daughter? And he brought forth the ones that were responsible and put them to death. That was the relationship between the Hopis and Spain at one time.
Yeah, yeah. That's why. What was that name that you gave? What was that name that you said that meant enemy?
Anasazi.
Oh, the
Okay,
the
that's why that word is so new. It's because what, baby? I think your battery is dead. My bad. I'm sorry.
uh-huh. I even have more information about that long walk because, as I told you, I went out here and I sold jewelry for a number of years, and many of my friends that I sold around were Navajos, and they told me many stories. And one of the first stories they told me was that when they came and snatched them up, that they weren't even the people that were doing the raiding, because the reason they came and got those people in the first place was because other people were accusing them of raiding and robbing and doing some bad things. So the Spaniards came out and snatched them up and took them off and brutalized them for a number of years. And here's the funny thing: you want some part of American history, right? Everybody knows about Native American jewelry. Well, that right there is the beginning of Native American jewelry, because until the Spaniards snatched the Navajos and took them as slaves, the natives did not have any metal technology. They weren't welding, they weren't soldering, they weren't doing that. And so they were trained as metal workers to fix the horses' bridles. And when you look at the contrabelts that people wear, those big belts that they wear with the big contras, those contras are like the bridles from the horse's bridle that goes on the mouth. And that's where that original design came from. That is the history of silversmithing in this part of the world.
Okay. So can I get the big screen again so I can show? These are your Indian agents with the YT man. Now, I'm gonna only show it quick because they like to, ban me for showing
I
because they're
see.
holding something. You see them? Look at them.
Yep. And
Also,
again, this
That's
is this
right,
is one of
Kenya. I have shown some Indian agents on my page in the book of the removal of the Choctaw Indians, and they show how the Indian agents for that messed up my tribe were basically half breeds. Indians mixed with the Frenchmen or full out Frenchmen, and then Chief Greenwood Lafleur, grandson of Chief Pusha Tomahawk, both of them, they're the reason why the Indians got removed. Chief grandson Greenwood Lafleur, he supported the Indian removal.
and this is what happens. Like okay, again, I've been an Indian my whole life. I come from Indian country, and I've never been offended by the term. All of a sudden I was told I had to be native, and that kind of bothered me because I was like, You're telling me I got to choose between Spot and Rover. You gave me one name a long time ago, and now you're going to give me another, and I'm supposed to be cool with that? I don't think so. I'm just going to go ahead and go with what you gave me, and we're going to keep it moving. Um, no disrespect to anybody,
So
but
this
that's
is
how I genuinely felt as me when this whole thing came up. I've never liked that terminology stuff. I never have. I understand we're all
so
speaking English.
So you
so
you
when we're
grew up
looking.
knowing that you was an Indian just like us,
I
but
grew
you
up knowing,
recognize your other lineage as well.
oh, 100%. 100%. I've always been too dark to be a white guy, and I've been too white to be an Indian guy my whole life. But my family has always loved me. When I go to Hopi, I'm loved and accepted, and I stand right there with my family, and I have a name, which anybody that Hopi knows what that means. Um, I have my part, and again, it's a humble part. It's not that like, hey, I'm proud. This is with no. There's a Hopi saying that says, "Spend a day without your shoes," because at Hopi the priest don't wear any shoes. They're the same as everybody else. They work in the fields. They do everything the same. They don't walk around in fine clothes, and people don't give them money. They're just another person like everybody else. Spend a day
So
without
this
your shoes.
so this is a map of Africa, right? And I did Google Lens to translate the words on here. If you look here, why do I see the Kingdom of Seneca?
Hold on, y'all. Hold on before you go. One, please don't come in here talk about some free Israel, free Palestine, because I do not care. Okay, I don't wish nothing like that to happen to any group of people, but I care about my people on my land first before any demographic of people who never gave a rat's ass about my people in America. So please don't come over here saying free Israel and free Palestine, because I simply do not care at this point. Go ahead, King.
Us. Free us. But I just want to know why the Seneca, which me personally, I thought they were Afrikaners anyway, right? That's Chief Smoke-a-Lot's tribe. Why is the Kingdom of Seneca found in Africa if they're supposed to be native to Newark?
I mean, me personally, I have no knowledge.
Yeah, it's right over there next to I guess somewhere called Testicles.
Yeah, see, the here, I mean, this is kind of what I know as a person from the Southwest is that all those tribes out there on the east, they were kind of on the front line. They were on the front line of all the the soldiers and the settlers, the
The
immigrants.
atrocities. Say,
They were on the front line of all of that, and so a
say that
lot of them are
again.
completely gone.
Say that again.
They were on the front line of all of that, and so a lot of them are completely gone.
Okay, so
No,
now Badger,
not.
let me ask you this question. I hate to interrupt so abruptly. I hate to interrupt so abruptly. Okay, so most most of the quote unquote what today people call black folks, right?
Yes,
When they say that they're Indians, American Indians, right? Where do they usually say they're from?
the different black folks that are mixed with Indians.
I did not say that.
Okay,
I
all right,
didn't say that
all right.
because
Where do they say they're
so
originally from? I
okay.
haven't personally known a lot of black folks that are mixed, although I do know a few, and I know at Hopi, I have some relatives, and I've never come out and asked them like what kind of black are you? What where do you come from? None of that. I just see the difference, and I totally accept them as family. Period. That's it. It's not even
So
discussed.
so the point that I'm trying to get to is the tribes that you know closely match what the quote unquote black Americans or the American Indians, are saying they are, right? That is the very ones that you just said were the ones that on the front line. So they were the first ones that the invaders saw, right?
What I'm
And they
saying
were the
is that
first. They were on the front line of all the atrocities, right?
the Eastern tribes. I mean, according to history, they landed at Plymouth Rock, right?
Okay, so
if your people come from the Southwest tribes, right? But we have this group of people that, you know, even have paperwork to show that they're from the Eastern tribes, right?
Uh-huh.
And you just said that they are the front line folks that received the atrocities, right? Now
I
does
said
it make
they
sense?
were on the front line. They got it first.
Exactly. Now does it make sense how there's not a lot of them left and why a lot of people
100%.
never heard of them?
100%. There's a whole bunch of people, like when you talk to some of the natives from that area, they will tell you of people that no longer exist. The people that are still there
Exist.
now will tell
They
you of
do
the people that
exist.
no longer exist.
But see, do you know how many people you have to you have to like exterminate to do that? And to give that white man that credit is insane. He is not capable of doing that kind of work.
It again, it's not I don't know how it happened. The only thing I know is what I live in right now is a direct result of something that happened.
And I
And
understand
apparently
that,
we're all
Badger,
trying to
and I'm
figure that
not
out.
arguing. I'm not arguing with you. All I'm saying is, and I actually like you. I'm going to follow you after this.
Right
All
on,
I'm
brother.
saying is, that's what I'm trying to like show you, like how I'm trying to correlate what you say with what
Yeah.
history shows. Like even the history that they fucked us over on, and they gave us little tags, bits and pieces, line up to exactly what these quote unquote black folks that say that they're American Indians, it lines up to the T. It's like almost chasing a car. You know what I'm saying? When you drawing and you tracing the object, it almost lines up to the T. And if you have enough knowledge to say that they were on the front line of the atrocities, which is true, then now that will make sense why we never heard of that. You see what I'm saying? Now that the
Yeah, you
history is coming out, that's why it sounds new to us.
I
Because
see
the
what you're
story
saying.
that we heard of them was that they were killed off. And they wasn't. What happened was they were transferred to the Southwest with you guys. You see what I'm saying?
Uh-huh.
This is why you get Cherokee, which is a Eastern Band tribe. This is why you now get it in the Southwest. Yes, baby. Because when these atrocities happened, they took their land and sent them to fucking bumfuck Egypt, which
Now I
happened
know
to
they
be
did.
Oklahoma.
Yeah, yeah, no. My dad was so happy when they reversed that. He called me up actually that night when that thing went down, that court case. My father, my father, who like anybody can talk about me and say I'm mixed, whatever. My dad's the real deal, you know. And he's yeah. He called me up excited. He called me up
I
excited when
have a
that happened.
question. Would people mistake your dad for a Negro?
Never,
Hmm.
never. When you see my father, you will know the Hopis are. It's funny. Remember I told you about the oldest village in North America. The oldest consecutively occupied village is the village of
Yeah.
Arribe and Acoma in New Mexico. There's two of them. And when you go out to Arribe, there's little doors. I was 5 years old when I drove through that village with my father, and these little doors are tiny. And you look at it, and I'm a little kid asking questions, right? And well, Dad, look, were the people that small? And my dad just laughed.
Hey,
And the doors are really tiny, and it's like
Badger,
the people were different.
Badger. And
Yes,
this is with the very most, like, this is with the most utmost
I got you.
respect for your dad, right?
Sure,
How could he be the real deal, right? If he told you to go read a book on your people.
I can tell you how. I can tell you how. When you understand Hopi is controlled by the people. The people are always continuously watching you. The mother decides who your clan is. There is a very
Hold on, before you
okay.
continue. But you
Yes.
already said that all of the people didn't agree with it. So again, now do you see where your history kind of like contradicts each other every other sentence?
No, it's not. It's
You just said earlier when you talked about that book by what was his name again?
Frank Waters.
Frank Waters, right?
Yes.
You said that, you know, your tribe to this day still have problems with that book because
Yes.
everyone didn't agree on it. But
Yep.
listen to what you just said this last sentence.
About my father? I apologize. I'm not following.
So
Eh, yes.
Hopi were the first, with their name meaning civilized. They were the first people that they brought over here that was civilized.
This is what it said.
That's why you see these other tribes called the five civilized tribes. They
There's
were
a
the
difference.
first tribe that they brought over here, first group of people that they brought over here that they civilized already. They were the test run. Those teepees, when you look at those teepees were used for two things. They were used either for refugees or they were used for like a command center when they were about to kind of go to war.
We don't use teepees.
Not ask a question.
Oh, okay. We build cities in the cliffs. We build huge ruins. There's ruins throughout all of this area that are ours.
Yeah, but they
We
said the
don't use
Anasazis
teepees.
disappeared. They said the Anasazis disappeared.
Yeah, whatever.
Can I
And then
ask a question?
But the Hopi said that the Anasazis were their relatives, but they did not say they were the Anasazis though.
Yeah, it again, it's a term. The Anasazi is a Navajo word.
I understand that, but they said that when it comes to the Pueblo, okay, so you got the Diné, the Pueblo, the Apache. I know they're all linked.
Yes.
They're all three of those are linked together. The Apache and the what's the other one? Comanches,
Well, we're not
the Comanche, the Apache, because
we're not linked.
Comanche and Apache both means enemy. And then Navajo, the Diné, and the Pueblo are all the same people, same
No,
at the
no, no, no,
basket.
no, 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 no. The Apache and the Navajo, they speak Alabastan. The Hopi speak Uto Aztecan.
No, I didn't say
And
Hopi though. I said the Pueblo.
okay, the Pueblo. Here's the fun part about that. The Pueblo people, I know all of them. I grew up in New Mexico and I sold jewelry in Santa Fe, New Mexico. The San Domingo, San Felipe, San Ildefonso. I know all these people. I grew up with them. I don't know them all, of course, but I grew up with some of them. And we all sold our art together in Santa Fe, and they speak a different language. And I first went to my dad and I said, Dad, because he's the one that told me language tells everything. I said, Dad, what language do they speak? What is that? And he said, at first he said nobody knows. And so I'm selling jewelry with the people from Santo Domingo, and there's a pueblo out there called Cochiti and what is the one? San Felipe. So there's San Felipe, Cochiti, and Santo Domingo are all three right in a row along the Rio Grande River. And I'm selling jewelry, and one of the guys from Cochiti is talking to one of the guys from San Felipe, and they're talking in their language. And I look and I thought, what's going on? And so I asked one of the other guys, and he said that their languages were similar and that they could understand each other. Just like, remember I told you my dad, who's Hopi, understood the Aztec guy, and the Navajo guy understood the Apache guy.
So you saying that the Aztec guys? So I guess that means we're relatives because I have a great grandfather. That last name is Gabay, right? And the Gabays had a whole sugarcane dynasty in the Caribbean and in Jamaica and all that stuff. And I'm doing my genealogy, and I found out that my Gabay is linked to Montezuma, who was what, the Aztec emperor?
Well, I've heard the name. I'm not all up on Aztec history like that. I know a little bit about it.
Like here it is right here. Hold on. And it has a lot of like Hispanic looking last names on this thing. Hold on. What did I do with that shit?
Yeah,
Right
Montezuma,
here.
I believe, was the one that was in charge when Coronado first showed up, the Spanish,
Yeah.
because I think they blamed him somewhat for losing to the Spanish, and because there's a story that people don't know, and
And I
and the
mean,
story is of the long lost white brother, the long lost white brother. Remember that? Um, this is a Hopi story, and the long lost white brother, or as in our language,
Hold on,
Bahano.
hold on.
Bahano
Can
means
I get
white.
can I get the big screen real quick? Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay. Yeah, the law. Well, we had a sacred tablet, and the sacred tablet was broken into four pieces, and one of those pieces was given to Bahano, and he left with that. And so when Bahano comes back, he's supposed to bring that
I
fourth
don't
piece
know
of the
why it's not
tablet, so
giving
we
me
will
the
all
big
know who
screen,
he
Kenya.
is.
Hold, give me,
Huh?
hold
I'm
on.
on, I'm on the big screen.
Why is it not showing it on my end? That's weird.
Uh-huh.
Maria Gabby Montezuma.
That's good, Bay.
Gabe, Gabe, I'm sorry.
Uh-huh. Yeah, so which makes sense because I found out that a lot of my people, like, look at this here. I'm just so proud of my dad's side. It just makes me smile every time I look through my genealogy. Hold on.
You know what my dad told me about my ancestors? Because
What?
again, I feel with you guys, man. I'm 3/8 Hopi and 1/8 Salt River Pima, and because I'm only 1/8 is not a lot, but I'm recognized by the Salt. 1/8 is not a lot, but I'm recognized by the Salt River Pima tribe, and my family, my grandmother is from there. She's half Salt River, half Hopi. And that was part of the problem that my dad and his siblings had growing up at Hopi because they weren't full blooded Hopi. It is a problem, believe me. And so they went through that and experienced that, and they're here today. Most of them have all moved away. They moved away from Hopi, and they actually got college educations, about half of them, which is, it's insane, like, because that's what they teach you out there. If you don't get a college education, you're nothing. You have to get the college education to be somebody, and that's what they teach you on the res when you're a little kid, and it's drummed into your head.
And see, the same way you said how you don't live at your parents' house, correct?
Oh no, I'm 50 some years old.
Okay. Okay.
Oh, you
So
sound
so so
good.
that's my point. So imagine, let's just say hundreds, thousands of years ago, right? When this
Uh-huh.
little area gets packed, right? And I don't want to be under my dad's rules no more. Guess what I do? I pack my shit with some of my cousins, you know what I'm saying? And we leave, right? So this is why you say, "Oh, it's similar, but it's not the same." Of course, because when this man left his hometown, right, from being a little man, he wanted to be his own man. So then he created his own language and his own tribe. You see what I'm saying? So that's why I said linguistically, people are related. You see, does
we
that make
we
sense?
we get I get it. We even have stories.
So
We
right
have
here, where I
stories
don't get this
of
change before
clans,
I launch it.
that actually had wars in the
Still
village,
closed, so
fought
maybe
each
this
other,
is why.
killed each other, took off and
Something
started new
wrong.
villages.
Just look
Now,
here.
now, now that's why that's the importance of going back to when I said that's why they group it 58 Athabascan languages. 58. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but
It's the
Hope.
same language, different dialect. Because like you just said, there
No,
was
but Hope.
even wars within the tribe. So
But
when
Hopi
one moved
Hopi is
away,
not
do you
Alabaskan.
think he wanted to go by the same culture that he just got into a war with? No, he wanted to make his own culture. You see what I'm saying? So when I said, like, the Hopi, the Anasazi, and all of them, all that southwest region of people are related
Mm-hmm.
cousins wise. Remember, we have two grandparents, four great grandparents, 8, 16, blah 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 blah. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah. And again, but being a person from out here, I know that we're actually not all related. But I also know the ones that are, because a lot of us are related. And it's like you said, there's really just two groups there that came from. It's arguable. People debate it, and I really don't get into it because um, the truth is
Again,
that
I hate to cut you off again. You
okay,
ever heard of the black sheep of the family? You
sure,
know, you don't think that 1,000 years ago there was a black sheep of the family, and he was such a disgrace according to the tribe that they didn't no longer want that person to be involved in the history. So now that tribe, doesn't have no connectivity to it. But when you actually look, they really are related. They just don't want to be connected to each other.
that
See,
they
that's
that they,
that's the things we have to use. We have to use common sense before anything. We have to use common sense.
yeah, common sense is a really big thing. It's a huge thing, and
Mm-hmm.
like for instance, remember I told you all that my mother's half white, and I've dealt with that my whole life. It's kind of funny. She's a beautiful lady, very very open, but she was raised with a certain mindset, and it shows sometimes. And
Mm-hmm.
so I pointed out to her, and she gets so upset with me because I'm not that, and I'm like, okay, sorry, mom, I love you, but this is what happens to people that are raised in culture, and even if they have the best intentions, the purest heart, they still think different ways.
I can't hear you. I don't think we have any popcorn sauce currently.
Can I get the big screen again?
No.
Okay,
I
never
think
mind.
one of the things they tell us in sociology is values and norms, what we consider normal and what we have as values. That kind of really says a lot about who we are.
So this is my great grandmother, right? And I
Yeah.
find out that her people are originally from Cuba, and then she, I guess, got snatched up and married, and they took her back and forth from Europe and Jamaica. Okay,
I have friends
this
from
is
Cuba.
her daddy. Her daddy's side is the one that's related to Montezuma. Her daddy's side,
Okay.
and her mother's side, I found return to slave sheets. I guess contracts, and I got pictures of them that her mother had slaves, but the slaves were employees and they were returning them to wherever they came from.
Yeah. See that? I mean,
And
it's
I got
still hard
several
for
of these
me.
because I had hundreds of employees because they had they owned 1,400 acres of land in Jamaica for sugar caning.
Yeah. Yeah. The English owned Jamaica for a while.
And on the top it says a return of slaves to the parish of um oh, I can't read that. I can't remember what it was called. I gotta get a bigger one. Oh, St. Thomas of the East. Yeah, that's what they said. St. Thomas of
St.
Mm.
the East.
St. Thomas. I remember St. Thomas too. That was
Jamaica. This is in Jamaica though.
okay. Yeah. Yeah. I
And
mean, I that was one of the things that interested me was I read a book on the Caribbean islands a long time ago, like a 1,000-page book, and I read it, and I was like, wow, you know, because again, these were all European countries that had different sections along this slave route, and they were bringing these people. And if you notice, the very end of the route was the Americas. And so I grew up with all this crap about slavery. You know, we all went through it. We've seen it. It's a messed up thing, and it cracks me up too when everybody got real upset and they're like pulling down statues in the South, and I was like, you understand those are Democrat statues you're pulling down, right? um, and somebody made a good point to me. They said, if you were in Germany now and you went and tried to go run as a Nazi, but said that you were different, if you were different now, you're not the same as you used to be. You're different now. Do you think anybody would elect you? Hell no, they wouldn't. They're done with the Nazis. Well, here we got a group of people that are Democrats that did this and are now supposedly for the people. What the hell?
so right here, this picture here is my great grandfather. This is my European.
Okay.
He was he was born in Scotland. However, his mother's from Ireland and his daddy's from England and Wales.
Yes.
And both his parents were what we would say melanated. On his paperwork, on his passport and all that stuff, he was marked down as white.
Okay.
And that's because he's a descendant. Before the royals we got now, he was a descendant of the Stuarts. And
Okay.
that's why he got that, because it's not a color, it's a status.
Class structure.
Hmm.
I got you.
Yep.
I got
And it was funny because when I was talking to my dad, he was like, "Oh, your great grandfather was white." But he said he looked black, but his paperwork said he was white. And I said, "Dad, it's a status." He's like, "Oh, I wondered because he looked black to me."
you. This is one of the things that I find entirely interesting is for the longest time I've been, remember, I'm half, I don't know what you guys call it, YT or whatever. And I love my people. And so, you know, I've experienced this whole thing on both sides of this all of my life. And finally I just got fed up. I was like, you know what? I'm me. I love me. If you don't
Mhm.
love me, peace. I'm gonna go do me. And I'm done with it. And I really have not spent a lot of time dealing with it ever since.
Mhm.
There's a lot of people that know me, like I said, all throughout my state, both these states, Arizona and New Mexico. And I don't know how long that will, how long I get to be here, but I got about half a century in, and I love this place out here, and people right now just, I it's fascinating to me. Again, I couldn't really tell you where we all came from. I'd love to share this with you. Um, people people are real intent on being civilized, this and that. And one of my things about being a real fitness person and into being outdoors is primal nature. Your primal nature, what's there underneath you, what you do when you don't know you're doing it. And from that, that is the primal nature of a human being. A human being. We all have four limbs. We have arms and legs, four limbs. When you look at any other animals on the planet, any other animals, they all have four limbs. They all have a heart. They have lungs. They have the same reproductive organs. So how are we not animals?
I'm not no animal.
I'm just saying it's not a bad thing. We came out of the earth.
I'm not an animal. It's not saying it's a bad
Animals
thing. That's
don't have four limbs either.
Okay. Again, I'm not saying that anybody else is. This is a theory that I had been working over in my head because I'm looking at the rest of the creatures on the planet and I'm saying, how am I like them? How am I like the raccoon? How am I like the bear? How am I like the horse? What similarities do we have? We have four limbs. We have internal organs. We reproduce the same way. We all came from somewhere. Where was that? Did you come from another planet or did you come from this planet? Because if you did, the only place for you to come from is out of the earth, out of Mother Earth.
That's
Y'all,
not
y'all
that's
all different species
that's
though.
not for everyone. See, Badger, you got to understand, bro. That's not for everyone. That was part of the deceivery and the trickery is to get people to think that everyone is a human and we're all the same when natural law and nature itself would tell you that you cannot have a child with certain people that don't have the blood like you. There's other things that are mutations. There's other things in this world besides, like, even in regular law, in universal law, and if you look this up right now, there's a
Huh?
difference between a human and a person, Badger, even in regular law. If you
Okay.
identify as a human, that means you don't know your origins and you're not aware of your surroundings. But if you identify as a person or an individual, that means you know your family history and you don't consider yourself and let somebody tell you that you come from a fucking monkey, bro. Like you gotta, y'all, we gotta really. I didn't even know this shit. You know how pissed off I was finding this shit out in the middle of my life, and I was expecting motherfuckers that I paid for and the homies that sold dope to send all these niggas to college to come back to the hood and tell us, and these bitch ass niggas didn't say nothing.
Yeah. Yeah. No, no, no. I dig what you're saying. And I'm not even saying that. What I'm saying is that I noticed a similarity between myself and every other living thing on the planet.
My bad, Natural. I had to take care of something.
Hey, opium. So what's up, C3? Real fat ass. Hey,
What up,
hey,
natural?
opium. Guess what, bro?
Yeah.
It's like when you hear the drum beat and
Hold on, baby.
it's the heart. You remember what I told you about that?
Yep. Opium,
With
you can hear me.
that drum beat is your
Yeah, we can
heartbeat.
hear you,
Dun,
natural.
dun, dun, dun,
Okay. All
dun,
right.
dun, dun,
Yeah, I
This
can
is
hear
all
you.
I gotta
What's
say.
going on?
Hey, I just want to say, motherfucking mission accomplished. That shit we talked about earlier, it's accomplished.
Period.
It's accomplished. That's all I just wanted to tell you. I don't know if you've seen it or not, but that shit is accomplished.
I
I'm
saw it,
fucking
natural.
dead.
Period.
Hey,
Period. I saw
can
it.
I say something to all of you too? I've been watching this topic go on for like just a few days. It's kind of new to me, and so I really appreciate you guys letting me get in here and talk to you about this because I was really wondering where this was coming from, being that my people's stories never mentioned black people other than the creation of black people when the creator created all the people, all the different people. And so that was the story that I got. And from that story, I was like, well, how did the rest of this happen? And so now I'm understanding some of it. Um, and of course, I still don't have a full picture, but
But we're not black though.
okay,
That's
I cannot apologize. I'm just using. I remember I'm 50 some years old. I'm using references that I
I
grew
know,
up with.
but if your creation story talks about a group of black people, we're not black though.
Well, it mentioned the people by color. It mentioned the yellow
We're,
people, the
we're
red
red.
man, the white man.
Red. You know, the red man was really about the red hair, the red skin. That's why they call them the red man. And a lot of our families have red, like ancestors. Like a lot of us got somebody in their family that's red. And when you look in our
Like
hair in the
myself, yeah,
sun,
myself. I got red hair.
I
Yeah.
mean, you look at our hair in the sun, our hair is not black. You can see brown. You can see the red in it.
No, I've met
Yeah,
many people
that's
that.
facts. I got a good photo of my dad and his best friend that really showed their red undertone. And my son's auntie on his dad's side, she has sandy blonde hair like opium.
I've known more than one guy called Red. You know,
You ever heard of Red Fox or Malcolm X?
a red fox.
You talk about the animal red, the red fox, the animal, or
The
like a
comedian.
person?
There's a red fox
Oh
comedian.
I got a red
no,
fox on top of my.
I've run into different dudes they called Red, and they were always really light complected, kind of light colored hair. Kind of, I think they called it red bone.
Yeah, I get called that. My red hair. My son gets called that because
Uh-huh.
we have red hair. And exactly.
We'll call
Yeah,
Yeah,
them
exactly.
red bones. Our light skinned brothers and sisters. We call them red bones.
yeah. See, I've heard that before.
And really that's like our albino. Like when you see the people that are like real light skin, got the freckles, the red hair, because our albinos still could take the sun.
I,
Everybody else's albinos can't take the sun. Ours can.
oh, I get
They
it.
just have the red hair, they have the light skin. That would be our version of the albino.
Yeah, yeah, I get it. I get it now. Like I said, it's something that I've noticed many times. I just was never told completely. Thank you.
Yeah, like the Melanesians. And then another thing too, the word America means the descendants of Eric the Red. The Vikings were here before anybody else came, hundreds of years before Columbus, Amerigo Vespucci. That's what American means.
Yeah, I remember when they found I studied a little science too, and I remember when they found a girl in a cave down in Mexico. That was, and then just recently they found another remains of a man, I believe in Montana, and it showed his DNA showed certain things that my dad was getting real excited about. But
Like, like, like Like when we look into the, like for instance, the Khoi San people, those are two tribes, the Khoi and the San people, right?
uh-huh.
So when you look at American Indian, you had the Americans, which was the descendant of Eric the Red, and you had the Indians, which was like the South America, the West Indies, put together created the American Indian, just like the Khoi and the San.
Yeah, see, I don't. The only thing I know is the Hopi creation story, and it's actually the story of the creation of the universe, not just the
And I
planet.
hope you have did your story start in a cave with an albino?
No,
Okay.
No. The story began with the creation of the universe and the sun and everything was created all the way down to the end. And when it came to man, the very first words that man says is, "Why am I here?" Very first words, "Why am I here?" And guess what? We're still asking that today.
All right, so Badge, I got a quick question. This might be,
Sure.
cannot be. Do you believe we're on a spinning ball floating in the middle with nothing, or do you believe that we're on foundations?
Um, Technically, the word "believe" means you don't know, I guess. I don't know. I know what they've told me in school. I know what other people have told me. I'm kind of a person that says if I can touch it and feel it, it's real, you know. And so even like people always they get real weird with me. Like I will question everything. I will question heaven and hell. Is it real or not? I
Hey,
don't know because I haven't been there.
well,
How
So
could
what
I
about
know?
what about if
you know
you
the
can see
Hopi
it?
people left. You know the Hopi people left a pictogram that depicted they believed in flat Earth with a dome, right? I'll show you the picture. Give me 3 minutes.
Okay. Yeah, the Hopis migrated the entire North American continent and the South American continent. Not all of the clans went into South America. There's a specific list of the clans that went into South America, so not all of them did. And
So, so are the
sir,
Hopi are y'all tilling the land and because y'all live in desert, right?
oh no, we're farmers.
You're farmers, so y'all have the integration of the or like the water irrigation like they used to have back in the day.
Yes, and we have all of our ceremonies. Basically, a lot of them have to do with bringing the rain.
So you said there were dark Hopis, like the Hopis that you say look mixed or whatever, but were like what we would say Negro Hopis. Is there Negro Hopis?
No, the Hopis have very, very, very straight hair.
And y'all have a lot of albinoism in your tribe, right?
I've not seen very many. The first time I ever saw an albino was in Gallup, New Mexico, at the grocery store when I was 5 years old, and I did not know what he was. And I remember grabbing my mom, what's that? And she explained to me that it was another human that had just grown differently.
Do y'all have any stories of the moon, children of the moon?
No, I don't know any of that stuff.
Okay, so
Um,
that would be in reference to albino tribes that existed back in the day. But
okay.
I was just wondering because that would have been them telling you without telling you that they were around. You just hadn't seen them, but that's fine. I was just wondering.
Yeah, from what I know, that's a human. I don't know. I get all the words, but it's a thing that some of us we become. It's just what do they call it? I hate to use the word deformation because it sounds negative, but
Don't hate
but
to
it's
use the
just
word.
not
That's
regular
it's
to
what
the
it
way
is,
most of
man.
us normally develop.
Don't listen. Don't hate to tell the truth about anything. How
Okay,
about that? Don't hate to
good,
tell the
good.
truth. Don't hate to be factual. Don't hate to be correct because you're not being politically correct. If you're telling the truth, you're telling the truth. And you're not harming anybody by telling the truth as much as they like to use the truth on this app as harm. It's not.
Yeah,
So
I just recognize that
I
I only
respect
know
you
so
coming at
much,
it
so
that
I
way,
don't
but
want
I
to say
just,
something that's not true.
So when it comes to the Hopi,
it's recessiveness is recessiveness, bro. It's
All right.
just genetics. Can't nobody do nothing about that. No matter whether
Yeah,
somebody likes it or not, it's just a simple fact of the matter.
yeah, and I mean, like I said, this whole conversation and all these things. Um, it's relevant right now. I got a real
I have a
question
question.
too. Oh, go ahead.
Have you've heard any stories about any invasions on the western coast from
Invasions?
like the Mongol invasion or the
Yeah,
Chinese
right.
influence sending ships over?
But you know,
No, I
uh,
never heard of any of that. In our migration stories, um, like we have symbols that we left on the rocks. They're called petroglyphs, and they're still there to this day. And there were circles that were made that showed how many rounds of the migrations you had done. Now, when I tell you a migration, for you to complete one round of a migration means that you went all the way to the Atlantic Ocean, you went all the way to the Great Frozen Door to the north, you went all the way to the Pacific Ocean, and you went all the way to either the tip of North America or the tip of South America. These are the four directions. And if you went completely in that direction to the very end and came back, you made a circle and it was one round of a migration. And some of the clans did several rounds. Now, this obviously didn't happen in one lifetime. It's happened over a long, long, long period of time.
Let me ask a question. Did the Hopis ever take hair from black women?
I wouldn't know that.
Did they do any rituals or anything like that? Because a Lakota told us they did. That they had two Lakota men nicely walk up to a black woman and ask her for her hair, which sounds like cap to me. Because why would you need two men to go up on a woman unless one is to hold her down and the other one is to take her hair?
Again, I've never heard of any of that. With Hopi, this is where and this is something that I heard a lot of people talk about, and I wanted to. I've watched these lives. I wanted to jump in and give my 2 cents. I just shut up. This is the first time I really talked, but it's like there's these people. They man, I'm losing this stuff because I hit my head. This sucks. Um, when it comes to religion, it's not everybody's right to know. It's not. And there's certain people that have responsibilities to do certain things. And that's only for them to know. And together we come together and we do what we need to do, and because of that it works. And so when you look at Western religions, people study the religions, and the more knowledge they gain, kind of the more status they achieve. It's not the same thing. And so, you know, people say, well, I'm part this, I want to be part. And it's like, that's not how this culture works. Um, they have to accept you and take you in and teach you what you need to know, because you don't know what you need to know. And if they do that, that's what you get. That's part of what you are now.
Hey, Badger,
Yeah,
can I read something to you real quick?
sure, brother.
And 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 let me know if it sounds anything like your people's story. You ready?
Uh-huh.
It says there were sky people who lived on an island in the sky. No one ever died or was born on this island. So when a sky woman became pregnant with twins, her husband pushed her off the island and she fell to earth. There was no land yet, only water, and the animals who lived there saved her from falling. They wanted to help her, so a frog swam to the bottom of the ocean and grabbed some mud for her to live on. Now they had to find somewhere to put this mud, so the frog put it on the back of a big turtle, and this is how the land was created. Is
Okay.
that somehow?
Here's the thing about some of that, and like I said, there's a lot of different tribes, and I am not 100% knowledgeable. I just know what I know, and so the I don't want to say this right. There were two twins in the creation story. There were two twins, and I'm sure that's in many different people's creation stories. The polars, the two twins, and Spider Woman. Spider Woman was the one that made it all, and she created everything. And when like I said, when the first human was created, the first question he asked is, "Why am I here?" And I look back on that stuff, and um it's to me it's a continuous understanding of human beings trying to figure out why we're here and who we are. And
But
and
but
if you
what
look
what
at
I'm asking is, did that does that sound? like people have a different way of telling the story. But what does that sound like? Almost what your story sound like?
Um, Part of it, but not all of it. And again, I invite you to buy that book, the Book of the Hopi. It's like $16 on Pelican, and that whole story's in there.
See, because there's another one I'll read to you real quick. You ready?
Okay. Yeah.
It says, and excuse me for butchering these names, but
It's
it
okay.
says the Ojibwe story tell of how the Quiche Manitou, which is where you get Manitoba, Manitou, flooded the earth because its creatures had forgotten to love, honor, and respect all beings in the circle of life. There was
Yeah.
no land for the surviving creatures to live on, but through the pity of the Great Spirit, the creatures repented. Who is that? Mackinac or Mackinac, the turtle, offered his back to be the foundation of the new land. Other
Okay.
animals would swim to the bottom of the water and bring up mud to put it on Mackinac's back, right? Once a small island was formed, the animals swam in a circle, which caused the land to grow. Then plants, grasses, and trees began to grow on the land, and the animals began to inhabit the land. Let me finish
Yeah.
reading. Eventually, uh, again, I'm gonna butcher the name, but Manitou brought human beings, Anishinaabe, which is the people in like Wisconsin, Montana, Canada area, the original ones to play on the earth. But they also forgot the original teachings as the animal's brother did. Remember, remember your creation story says that we all animals. Remember,
No, no, no,
right?
no, no, no. That's what I said.
Oh, that's what you said. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. So
No, it's okay. It's okay. I threw in some of my own thinking that I've been thinking about for a while, and I wondered what everybody else thought about it.
So, hey, and this is from from the Ojibwe tribe. Well, it says eventually Quiche Manitou brought human beings, the Anishinaabe or whatever, the original ones to play on the earth, but they had also forgot the original teachings as the animal brothers did. Again,
Yeah.
the Great Spirit was going to destroy the earth with fire. Does
The
that
sec
match anything in your story?
the second world, the second world was destroyed by fire. The 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 third world was destroyed by water. We are now in the fourth world, but the second world was destroyed by fire in our story.
And then it says the white eagle, which could be the white brother that you were speaking of, but the white eagle, having pity for the foolishness of the humans, appealed to Kiche Manitou to spare them. The eagle asked, if I am able to find one person who remembers the original teachings of loving, honoring, and respecting all creatures in the circle of life, will you spare the destruction for one more day? Keecha Manitou agreed, and so each day the eagle flies out at dawn to see if at least one human remembers. When he
Yeah.
finds one, he brings the news to Keecha Manitou, and the earth is spared for one more day. Now, out of that
Yeah.
story, you see how you can pick something out, and it closely like I don't want to say plagiarized, but it's closely like edited version of your story.
In a way, because again, like a lot of the Hopis, what we do in our ceremonies and all of this is again for the world. It's done things that are done every day, and like people that are not from Hopi don't understand this. Like, but I do. My I was standing on a rooftop watching a dance, and my dad was right there with me, and we're looking, and my own dad, who grew up at Hopi, was born and raised there, tells me, Mike, we're outsiders now. And I said, huh? What do you mean, Dad? And he says, well, we don't live here. He said, when you live in the village, you take part in things every single day that contribute to the ceremonies. And when you don't live here, you cannot do that. And because you cannot do that, you are not truly a full part. Just because it's in your blood, it doesn't mean religiously you're taking part in everything that you're supposed to take part in, which is what beingness actually is. It's not. It's like everybody's confused with race, this, that. It's more than that.
So,
You know what I
did you know there's a turtle island by Africa? Can I get the big screen? So So there's two turtle islands, right? You got one that's in the Philippines and you got one that's in Africa by Sierra Leone. I mean, the only people that really call this place Turtle Island is the natives. I know in y'all's
Yeah, that always confused me too, as to why they only called North America Turtle Island when Central and South America is connected to it.
and
I
it's
don't
not an
know. There's
island.
just the. At first I thought it was just a nickname, but then when you do the research in it and realize that it wasn't really being called that until the 1970s. You know, and then like you said, Kenya, there's two places in the world called Turtle Island too, so it was a bunch of confusion for me. But then I was understanding that to a certain extent that based off of the oral stories that some tribes called this land Turtle Island. But I was confused, like, if they was always calling their land Turtle Island, is it possible that these people who did migrate over here was calling their previous land Turtle Island, or was they just calling all the land that they stepped foot on Turtle Island? I just had a lot of questions when it came to that
I
terminology
mean,
for the land.
there's a small island off the coast of like where North Carolina is, and that's also called Turtle Island. But only thing, and it's small, and the only thing that really lives there is protected turtles. So, are y'all from that island? Are y'all from this or Philippines? Are y'all from the coast of Africa? Like, which one is it? Because y'all are the only ones I know that call this place Turtle Island.
I mean, honestly, like I've never heard my people call it Turtle Island, but I've heard other tribes call it Turtle Island. So I understand that there's a story behind that. There's a specific story to that origin, and it's not really mine to speak on.
Hey y'all. I wanted to ask Bunny Snake some questions. I seen that she said she was what, Maya. That's who you are.
Hello. Yes. Yeah, just to give a little background of who I am. I was born in Guatemala, and I was born in the highlands of Guatemala, where majority of all of Guatemala is Mayan people. And Mayan people
My
and
cousin
Garifuna.
married a woman from there.
Huh?
They're in Cali now. I just wanted to say my cousin had married a woman from there. They're from
Oh,
Cali.
that's
They live in
cool.
Cali now. Go ahead. I'm sorry
Hey.
to cut you off.
Well, go ahead. I'm intrigued
Yeah.
because my daughter is Guatemalan, so I'm intrigued to see what
Hey.
you got to
Okay,
say
cool,
about it.
man.
So you
Okay.
know, so my daughter being Guatemalan,
That's
I've
cool.
studied enough on it.
Yes.
So I just want to hear what you got to say.
Okay, yeah. So, yeah, and like I was saying, I grew up in Guatemala, and at the time that I grew up in Guatemala, I had grown up in the lowest of lowest classism due to the genocide that was going on in Guatemala. So, like I have a lot of knowledge about what's going, like some of the things that you were guys talking about, and with the in regards to the Turtle Island, I honestly have never really heard about that until I got to North America. And in our mythology, we acknowledge the earth as a crocodile slash snake slash being that just floats in the water. That's how
Like
we
a
acknowledge
naga,
the earth.
Um.
like a
Well.
naga,
Say it again.
like a naga,
A naga, a serpent
NAGA.
being, serpent.
Because at the end of the day, like regardless of like what kind of terms like the American government has been giving us, to different types of indigenous people, whether they're like from Canada, Indonesian areas, or like all the way to South America, like at the end of the day, we have like Kundalini within us, and that is what is really referred to when we're talking about like when we refer to Earth as like this like serpent kind of like being crocodile, like that has ties to ancient Egypt too and stuff like that. And when we say that,
Did
it's
you say ancient Egypt?
yes, because in Teotihuacan, there's the three pyramids that are in Teotihuacan are exact alignment with the ancient Egyptian pyramids and stuff. So
Can I ask you a question? So, do you know anything about the Louisiana tribes having ties to the Maya? Huh?
too much on North American tribes, and like that is what I'm kind of like wanting to come in here because like I've been hearing a lot of these conversations, and I was on a live, and there were like a lot of like lighter people that were like Americans that were talking about indigenous identity, and they were being very like racist and stuff like that, and like rude towards black people also, and like like I don't appreciate that because like Badger was saying, like in our creation stories, like we have accounts of like lighter skinned people being in our lands way before Columbus, and our creation story has like our creation story of like many different types of like just beings, of different colors on this earth, but so for when people are like
Flat Earth, or do you believe the Earth is a globe?
I believe the Earth is more like multi-dimensional. I think the Earth probably can, transform different shapes because, like,
So
it's
let me show you a picture
Um,
of a pictograph.
but
Let me show you a
let me
picture real
ask you
quick.
a question right quick. But what I really asked you to come up here was because there's a lot of tribes in Louisiana who have ties to the Maya. My tribe in particular, when it comes to the Chickamauga tribe, they actually have ties to the Maya. And the people that came from Guatemala, they actually classified them as Afro-Indigenous, because they resemble so-called black folks. And my grandmother, friend Fanny Thomas, for example, she was actually classified as a Negro, and because she was classified as a black or a Negro, due to colonization, she was actually detribalized. But my folks have ties to South America, and they also migrated into Louisiana over 40,000 years ago, and that was basically the Maya that settled into Louisiana over 40,000 years ago, and they're just starting to uncover all the Mayan graves there in St. Bernard Parish. So out here in Louisiana is like a big thing right now. The whole uncovering of the graves, we're starting to discover that our ancestors are underwater, and they've been covering it up for years and years and years. So all the Mayan graves are in St. Bernard Parish for the descendants of the people who reside in Louisiana.
For somebody in the comments who's saying something about what Bunny said, she's not from the mainlands of America. First off, she's from where Columbus did step foot, and nobody said anything about it being black lands. She's referencing us as a group of people, so y'all fools can understand. We know what the hell black is, so calm that down. Y'all
yeah,
be in the
like
comments just talking greasy and doing exactly what she said, being racist, because y'all the lighter ones that came after us
exactly.
mad.
Well, I mean, honestly, like a lot of these lighter people, like I don't know, I feel like there's a lot of racist just colonialism, and I have a whole lot of articles, backing up about, the American military our lands to,
Hey,
unalive
hey,
us and stuff. But
hey, Bunny,
yes, mm-hmm.
can I tell you how they lightened up Guatemala real quick?
Okay.
Okay. In the 1960s, the CIA had a government coup against Guatemala, right? So what they did was they took them kids, right? They Everybody that was still in like the campos or the villages, they took them kids and they put their parents in jail and they put them in the orphan system, right? They also did this again in the 80s, but the most important time that they did this was 86 through 1997, in which 300,000 kids were taken by
It's
Hillary
it's still
Clinton and
going
her
on.
foundation.
No, it's still going on. It's not something that has ended because I was put into the adoption system, and like I said, I was born in like the most lowest of lowest classism in Guatemala. So saw the extreme violence and that occurred because of the genocide. And they are still doing. They're still hurting. Our children. To this day, and putting our people in plantations, and like and yes, in these model villages, 100%.
So these kids that got stolen pretty much by Hillary Clinton and that foundation, right? When they came into the Americas, right? Do you know how many of them 300,000 kids were adopted by white families? Because this happened to my daughter's mother. Like I told you, I did a
Yeah.
lot of research.
Yes, many, because
Two hundred and
am
sixty thousand out of 300,000 of those innocent little kids that were from the campos, which we know are dark brown skin, are they not? Like actually brown skin, like this fella that's on the screen right now, are they not?
yes, the Mayan people in Guatemala, we're brown. We're very brown. And our hair,
Absolutely.
well, our hair comes in different textures. Let me just make that very clear. Us as Guatemalan indigenous Mayan, we come in very, very different looks, like completely. Some are very light with very indigenous heavy faces with straight hair, and some of us are very, very dark with more, like black features
Afro.
or Afro features, and
So
cursor, like coilier hair too, and
so
more
so
textures. So
so
yes, we come
so
in.
my point on talking about that trafficking, right, was
I
to bring up
loved
the
how
point.
honest she was with her answer when it comes to the Mayans, because we run across Mayans that would deny the Mayans with the Negroid features. They would straight up deny them and say their no Mayans look like that, and
Hey,
we
I
could
don't
see,
pull
think
up
see,
those
the
be real
see,
minds.
pictographs
C3.
and stuff.
That's the
So I love
significance
how
of
honest you are.
that's
The
the
Listen,
honest ones
significance
like
of pointing
Badger
out.
and Bunny, those are the real natives.
I was about to say
That's
I
the
don't think
significance of pointing out who adopted these kids, because when you have 95% of those kids adopted by rich white folks, right? When
yeah.
they go to school, they're gonna think that that's the fucking truth that they learned in school, because they have no connection to that Guatemalan side. You see
Look,
what I'm
look,
saying?
look,
So
look. I was
most of
about to
these
say
folks we arguing with, that's who they are the
that.
ones that were taken from Guatemala and adopted by white folks.
Yes,
Vance,
and you
that's
have
what
to be
I
very
was about to say.
cautious.
Look, I was about to say the ones who keep combating that C3. I don't think those aren't the real Mayans. You're
No.
talking to one on the
They
panel. That's
not.
why you're
Yeah,
getting a
you
real.
like.
That's why you're getting a real truth from her
Yes,
because
like I was
she's
gonna
literally
say.
from there.
Yeah, I was just saying
Those
I
other
love it
motherfuckers don't do.
because they can look at all of the evidence and still deny it.
Man,
I like the fact that it's
an
bringing out
imposter would have been got mad, or she would have been it would have been arguing, or it would have been heated by now.
or
So
yelling or anything else. But there's
No,
Facts.
nothing.
this is not archaeology. Like, this is not something that I can deny. And it's like I have talked to Indian people from India, and I'm like, hey, like, our cultures is very alike. Do we want to talk about this? And we've had long conversations where it's just very interesting that yes, we have very much deep connections, as well as with China, and like I said, Egypt and all these other like different places around the world. So yes, and like I was gonna
Hey,
say, like, you have to be very cautious on who is coming in these lives, talking on behalf of us, because a lot of these people are American born, people that do not have any ties to being born in our lands. There's a huge difference between, our land as indigenous Mayan people and the tourist attractions that is in Guatemala that only Americans get to see.
Benny, well, Benny, honestly speaking, I look completely different than you, but I consider myself to be a Mayan descendant because I know for a fact that that's what my grandmother was classified as. Afro, like we said, the people that came from Guatemala was classified as Afro indigenous, and that's my bloodline. I know for a fact that that's what my grandmother descend from. So I consider even though I reside in Louisiana, I consider myself to be a descendant of a Mayan. Period. No matter how people see me, look at me. My skin is brown, and I got an afro, a loose curl to be exact. But I consider myself to be a descendant of a Mayan because that's who my grandmother was.
and you want to know what's crazy? Before all, is the same people that left. The Mayans that left down there, right? And when they left there, the first place they said it was the Mississippi Valley in Louisiana, right? Guess where was the next place they civilized? The Cambodia, Nepal, India region. So this is why, as a Mayan, you can feel connections with the people in Hindustan, because in all actuality, Hindustan come from the people that came from the Mayans. It wasn't even called religion then. It wasn't even called Hindu. You see what I'm
Um,
saying?
They
We
didn't
yeah,
are
have
on the
the
motherland,
same
That's a
so
crazy
it
exact,
part.
makes sense.
and
the,
and not only that, the same exact instruments that the Mayans created. When you look at the history, is similar to all the instruments that was used for Zydeco music. And that's why we saying that Louisiana and the Guatemalan culture, the Mayan culture has significant ties, because you can see the relations in Louisiana culture and Mayan culture is like identical, to be honest. We also created a majority, the people they call the black folks. They created large genres of music, just like the Mayans is known for creating instruments and creating genres of music. And all thing is different is my ancestors migrated into Louisiana 40,000 years ago, and yours just stayed in Guatemala. That's the only thing different. That's
And
it.
so, like on my screen, I got something like, because my grandma was born in LaGrange, Georgia, right? And her daddy was from LaGrange. And when you look up the history of LaGrange, Georgia, it says that the language that most of the Creek Indians ancestors spoke in Georgia was it's whatever that word is, and which is the same thing that the Mayans call themselves. And so the story is that they found a lot of Mayan artifacts in Georgia, like some markings, and I know that Mayan blue is from Georgia. So Louisiana, Georgia, they went to the Mississippian culture. Like I have other pieces that says this too. Hold on, that they were the Mississippians.
Yeah, Bunny, do you know anything about the Mayans creating the Mississippian culture, like the Mississippian Empire?
So I don't know too much on that, but I understand. Like I definitely have seen some of the clothing that the people from Louisiana wear, and it's exactly, literally, exactly to how we dress as indigenous in Guatemala. Like literally.
Because those are folks.
now
Before
We
all,
boom
we
again.
before
we
all,
are
what I tell you,
basically
Those are
You notice
we are.
cousins.
you notice again,
what I
C3.
fucking
This is
tell
why I
you,
said
before all.
you ain't
Go
talked to
ahead,
nobody that was from the land until now. Cause
go ahead,
nobody
Bass.
has
What
said
you
that.
trying to say, Bass?
Because they be trying to deny that. I had showed that before, and a group of people was trying to say, no, that's African culture. They do that in Africa. I'm like, no, those people just started doing that. This type of culture been practiced here in the Americas for thousands of years.
You look at my videos that I put in my page. I posted like a long time, like a video of a slideshow of different indigenous people, which I was including like Afro indigenous people in there too, because like our murals literally say that is history, like so I don't understand why there is any confusion towards this, and like lies towards this, because we literally are connected. And I even had posted that Louisiana, from St. Louis, yeah, from St. No, yeah, Louisiana, and the Guatemalan, outfits together. And then people were like, oh no, this is not in Guatemala, that's in Louisiana. And I'm like, yeah, I know, that was the point.
Hey, Bass, what you was trying to say? Because I heard you
What,
call my name.
what's
That's
that?
your people. I told you. I,
And you know what? So many people don't understand that before colonization happened, because everybody get under this illusion that it was all so-called white folks that came to colonize America, but that's untrue. It was different groups, different nations that wanted a piece of the pie, right? And before it really became United States of America, so many people was already on this land already, mixing already, having children with each other. So It was already so-called black folks, people here, already white folks, already Mexican, already Asian. All of this stuff was already created already before they decided to create a United States of America, right? So what a lot of people got to understand is that when I say that I know for a fact that I am a descendant of the Maya people, I know for a fact that I am. Because, like I say, I have studied the Mayan culture, and that's the same exact thing we do in Louisiana. I have studied the
Exactly.
Mayan culture and the Louisiana culture, and they are exactly the same. No difference, literally. Now I'm gonna put some Louisiana attire on the screen, just like you got the people in Guatemala.
Hmm.
Watch my people. Watch my
Exactly.
people.
I literally I have so many questions that I'm like, I need answers.
Hey, well,
So I
got,
asked the
I,
question.
They're our little
I got
brothers and
one
sisters.
answer for you. My, I got one answer for you. I'm gonna read you a quick passage that correlate with both of y'all are reading. You ready? It says a portion of the it says according to one of these traditions, a portion of the Mayas about 40,000 years ago rebelled against the ruling king and finally withdrew to the north. This branch seems to have passed along the Gulf of Mexico and to have reached Louisiana and the lower Mississippi Valley between 30 and 35,000 years ago. So it continues and it says a few years ago, some casings were sunk for a bridge for bridge piers on Bayou Lafourche, Louisiana. At a depth of about 62 feet, some graves were uncovered. They had been made on the sandy beach of the Gulf of Mexico and had been covered with oyster shells. The present coast is about 110 miles from that point. The average thickness of the freshwater mud so far as surveyed is not less than 40 feet from this point to the Gulf Coast. So that's doing math, right? So it continues to say taking the average amount of solid matter mud that has annually passed down the Mississippi River to form these delta and Gulf plains, and we have a measuring unit. The United States government observations made daily since 1872 gives the annual amount of 57,872,000 cubic yards per year. By these units, again, we doing math, right? By these units, these graves are at least 29,000 years old. From the lower Mississippi, these people spread over much of the central portions of North American continent, especially throughout the valleys of Ohio and Mississippi and the lake regions. They seem to have been known as the original quote unquote mound builders.
Hmm. Baz, can you start from the beginning when you said the what the people was at? Bayou
Oh,
what?
oh yeah, absolutely. It says a portion of the Mayans. See, not all Mayans, but a portion. Like I was explaining to Badger, if I got a problem with, the way somebody is running shit, and I know there's all this land, I'ma just leave. So that's what these folks
Hmm.
did. So
Hmm.
it says a portion of these Mayas about 40,000 years ago, rebelled against the ruling king and finally withdrew to the north. This
Hmm.
branch seemed to have passed along the coast of the Gulf of Mexico, and to have reached Louisiana and the lower Mississippi Valley. So pretty much the Yucatan Peninsula
Hmm.
and up to the Mississippi Valley
Hmm.
and Louisiana between 30,000 and 35,000 years ago.
Yeah.
And what's so special about that, the place that they settled in Louisiana, that's exactly where I'm from. I'm from Lafourche Parish. My ancestors live along the side of Bayou Lafourche in Thibodaux, Louisiana. We've been there. We've never left. And that's exactly where I still stay on Bayou Lafourche. And now it's Thibodaux, Dowsonville, Napoleonville, all of those areas. And that's where my whole family is from. My ancestors own land all along the side of Bayou Lafourche. We've never left, and the same cultures that the Mayans celebrate or show is the same exact culture as the people y'all see during the Mardi Gras with the big feathers and the big headpieces. It's identical. It's the same culture. We've been there for over 40,000 years. We are the same people Like I said, your people just stayed in Guatemala, and my people left because they didn't like the ruling of the person that was in charge. We left over 40,000 years ago. Now, if if I actually had a daughter, right, and my second daughter, I didn't even believe that she was mine. I was confused because the features that she displayed, I was confused, like this cannot be my daughter, right? Because she doesn't have hair texture like me or anything. She looked completely than me. So that's when I started to like really like look into my my bloodline. I know that my family have mixed with different groups of people. Just looking at my daughter. So that's what really sparked this journey for me. And I know, looking through the Maya culture and Louisiana culture, I know that that's who I am a descendant of. So sometimes you can't go by what the colonizers say. You got to use your eyes and look at the culture and who you connected to as far as the culture goes.
Oh,
Hello. Can I ask question? Sorry.
Go ahead,
Okay.
George.
I am glad that a discussion like this has been an ongoing thing. When people know where they come from, they will know where they are going to. So initially, I thought everybody who has melanin is of African descent, but I am wrong because we have so many people with
There is
melanin.
Hold on,
pyramids. There
let
is
him
pyramid.
finish. Let
Yeah,
him finish. Let him finish.
people of melanin color in in different continents. They I found out recently that they are the owners of Australia before the invaders came in. I'll use the word invaders. So, but now I'm hearing another thing from the Caribbean also, and some part of America, like Guatemala, like she said. So my question was, and is, she said something about the Negro in that place. I wanted to know if these Negroes are migrants or
Who
they are.
said Negro? Who said
Okay,
Somebody
that?
so
wrote say
he's asking
Negro or
when Honey
something.
had mentioned the
She
one
mentioned
with the
Negro.
Negroid features
Yeah,
and the curly
Negroid.
hair
Yes.
textures. He wants to know, did they
I want to
migrate there
know,
or did they originate
are they
there?
migrants or they are the part of the original people in
All
the
right.
place?
Well, the best way I could do a timeline for you is by architecture. You ready? Okay,
Hmm.
so some of the oldest, well, first off, the way they were able to date pyramids is by how they
Mods,
are.
we're just muting
And
today.
so, according to science, right, the oldest type of pyramid is a step pyramid, right? Which they can
Temple.
date back between 28 and possibly 40,000 years ago. That's a long period of time, so you could give or take a few years, but at least 28,000 years old is the oldest step pyramid. Do you know where step pyramids
Temple.
exist at? And not only that, but
America.
in the Yucatan alone, right? There is 17 pyramids, right? Bigger than the biggest pyramid in Africa. And no, the biggest pyramid in Africa is not Djoser in Sudan. It's not.
That was a lie. They're
Yes,
now
it is.
trying to say
It
the
is
oldest
actually
pyramid is in
Cheops or
Asia.
Cheops. Cheops. Cheops, whatever you want to call it. That one is actually biggest. So, in the style that is made of, right? They only date those pyramids back to 3,000 years, up to 6,000 possibly, right?
Shields.
So when we talking about architecture, right? How can something that is 3,000 years old, right, be like, how could it be the first one when the very pyramids that's in the Mayan culture or the Mayan area are over 28,000 years old? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay,
And
yeah. So
Mhm.
So what I understand is that those with melanin are the migrants, from what you're saying.
Huh?
No,
Yes,
unless you're
from
saying
here,
Yeah,
they
that's what
from
migrated
that's
out
what
here,
of
he's saying.
from
America.
They
here.
migrated
Yes,
to the place, so they are not
yes.
the original of the place.
No, 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 no,
So
no, no, no.
the same thing they
They
are talking
came
about
from
United
here.
States.
They came from here, right? And were
Hmm.
already Negroed and
Okay,
traveled the world. Okay, right? So they
okay.
went from. So they went two ways. Once they split from the Mississippi, Louisiana Valley, they went up north towards the Ohio Valley. So they split. One went towards the west, towards what is considered Africa. One went towards northwest, where it's considered Greenland. Because snow is new. That is relatively a new feature on this on this planet. Snow is new. And there's actually a book, that Los put out, and it's called The Little Ice Age of the 1300s. You should go check
Hmm.
that out. But so when they split off, they had a group that went towards, like I said, Asia. So the San people are the original Asian people. Not the San people come from Khoisan, because linguistically Khoi means mixed. That's why you have a fish that's called a koi fish. It's a mixed breed fish, right? So when you look at the word Khoisan, who appear in South Africa, and they look Asian, it's because they were a product of the original San people that migrated from the Mississippi Valley to the Ohio Valley to Asia. And when they got
Mods, we're
there,
just muting today.
right,
Let the haters stay.
they went to the area named Cambodia, which I'm about to get there, which Cambodia is even older than Kemet. Because when you translate Cambodia, guess what you translate it to? It's Khem, which when you translate Kemet is Khem. So when you on the pathway of the original person being from America, and when they left here, they went to Asia, and you have a place called Cambodia, makes you think like why, right? So them people, the Asians, are even older than the Egyptians that they try to tell us that is there. For instance, like the Tibetans, the Nepal monks. You see what I'm saying? The most spiritual people on the planet.
Okay, okay, yeah, I get what you're saying. Another question is in the United States of America. So I also learned that before the group during slavery that were taken from Africa before they were brought here, that we already have the people of melanin already existing in the United States of America. Am I correct?
Yes,
Okay. So
he was already here.
and
Real
my question
cut
is
off,
because
Gregory, that
because
was part of the trick, bruh. To
okay,
get us to not think we were everywhere. That's the whole trick.
okay. So my question is because I don't think right now that I have the privilege of calling every person I see with melanin color an African American. Or some people consider it an insult. Some people say, "Oh, you don't use that; it's a slur or something." So I want to know, how do I differentiate the one with African ancestral lineage and the ones that are the aboriginal, like the people here before the slave trade? Thank you.
Um, for that question, well, in my opinion, assume what people are. It's best to ask what they are because so-called black folk, we don't have the privilege for some reason. Everybody else around the world have the privilege to be whatever they want to be. You know what I'm when it comes to so-called black folks in America, people only assume, oh, you just a black person, right? And by us talking about history and the people that we descend from and our bloodlines, we have the right to do that. You know what I'm saying? So my best advice to you is to ask people what they are. Who are your people? I me, I would never make the mistake on assuming somebody's a white person. I would never make the mistake of assuming somebody is a black person,
Yeah.
because where I reside in Louisiana right now, there are so many people who look like me who do not consider themselves to be an African descendant. And so many people who look like me, they call them, hey, 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 stop yelling. And so many people that look like me who they call passe blanc. That is basically brown skinned people who look basically white, like a white person. But when you see their grandmother, they look exactly like me. And we got so caught up, and America is so caught up on racism and so-called fake white supremacy. We don't understand it, right? That our ancestors just look the way they look because that's the way they fucking look. And people don't understand. Some of us have bloodlines we can't even pinpoint. And so many of fucking us who have mixed amongst each other before this became United States of America. But we get so caught up on being a black and a white, we can't see past that point. Who are you to say that you do not have an Asian descendant? Who are you to say that you do not have a Greenland descendant? Who are you to say that? You do not know what is running through your veins. You do not know until you really study your history. You do not know.
Okay, yeah, I understand where you're going to. I understand. So, all of us with the same color, are we called blacks? Or you will still have to differentiate because it's confusing when you come in a community. You don't even know who is from Africa and who is from America or who is from Asia or Australia. So, are we allowed to use the name black or brown on any person with melanin? Is it
No,
allowed? You
no,
said
no,
no.
because
Okay.
no,
Okay.
that's you gotta ask people because like I just said,
Okay.
America created the black and the white box. It
Okay.
doesn't mean anything. It
Yeah.
listen. I even have people in my family who have mixed with so-called white folks, right? But I know
Yeah.
for a fact that that's not who they really are. White is a description of a crayon color.
Yep.
Black is a crayon color. That does not
Yep.
say nothing about your history. Who are your
That's why I
people?
put this
Who
on
do
my
you
back
descend
screen.
from?
Okay.
It's colors. Colors cannot give history and culture. So my
Of
best
course.
advice to
Of
you
course.
is stop assuming people are black and white. You have to ask people who they people is. Cause look,
Okay. So if I see someone, I'll ask the person, "Oh, what do I call you? Where do you come
Hey,
from?"
ask them,
Georgie,
But
when
ask
the,
did you
them.
start? Where are you from, Georgie?
I'm from Nigeria. I'm an Igbo tribe of
Okay,
Nigeria.
so and how old are you?
Well, I'm old enough to know what's going on. I'm above 40.
Okay, so my point is, when in your life did you start saying, "Hey, I'm black"?
So before now, I've lived my life in my motherland because everybody has like their ancestral lines and stories. So I studied mine. I have my ancestral tree, which takes me back to my tribe, the Igbo, which is
Yes,
located in the southeastern part of Nigeria. So
I
even the
understand that.
name Nigeria is not even. I don't go with the name because it's not the name
It's a
that we have.
Portuguese name,
Yeah, yeah.
correct?
So
Yes.
uh,
So when did you, in your
when
40-year life, when did you start saying, "Hey, I'm a black man. I am black"?
so
When did you start considering yourself
so
black
when
or
I
using
started
that word to
considering
describe yourself?
Yeah, when I
Like,
started
hey, like,
considering
hey, I'm not
myself,
Igbo. Like, when did you start saying, "Hey, I'm not Igbo. I am black"? Was it
okay, I'll tell you.
30s, your 20s, as a little
I'll tell
boy?
you.
Bass is stupid.
I'll explain. I'll
He's
tell
he's
you.
trying to answer
So
you,
I,
man.
like I said, all my life I grew up in Africa. I was raised in Africa. I've only been to the United States like 5 years now. I don't call myself black. We don't see ourselves as black. we
Oh,
are identified based on where we come from. Like I first tell you, I am Igbo before every other thing. So identify, like when they see me, the question is, where you from? I'll say I'm Igbo. But when I'm here, that is where that discrepancy came up, that differences. So when I'm doing anything, when I'm going to fill any paperwork, the question is black or African American, black or African American or Asia or that. So I don't see any space where I can actually put my tribe or say, oh, I'm an African or something. So I go with what I
see,
see, black
hey,
or
Bunny.
African American. You understand where I'm heading to? So all my life, I know nothing about a color until I came to the United States. That's when I began to know that, oh,
Yeah,
some people are
yeah,
called
Georgie.
black.
But that's what we're telling you, Georgie. United States, they created that evil label of black and white to create this so-called white supremacy. You understand what I'm saying? So the
Okay,
people who are brown skinned gets oppressed. The people who are lighter are lifted up. But here's the thing: what we're trying to tell you, Georgie, was before this became a corporation, the United States of America, or whatever the case may be, before that happened, so many people was on this land. They give you this illusion that only white folks and Native Americans was over here, and the white folks came over here to colonize America and just was over here with Native Americans. That's false. So many people was already on this land. You had black folks, so-called black folks, and I'm talking about the people they call black Americans, Negroes, colored, right? It had black folks over here. It had Mongolians over here. It had Moors over here who came
yeah.
from North Africa. You understand? It
Hmm.
had Spaniards over here. People who are so-called black folks and so-called, white looking Spaniards. It had Asians over here. It even had white folks coming over here long before so-called 1492. It's all an illusion. Every nation was on this land already. They was migrating in and out of this land, going back to where they came from. It was already Everybody was already over here trading with each other. So
Okay.
what America decides to do is say, we are in a standpoint where we have to do something to enrich ourselves. So we got to create this system. We got to create taxes. We got to create laws. We got to create a government. That way we could be in power for a long time. And then when the first census came out in 1790, you could only pick two boxes, right? You can only be black, white, or no, you couldn't even be black then. You could only be a free person of color, a slave, or a free white in 1790. That's the only categories they had. So when I say the term free white, there was also white people coming in here in enslaved, basically
Yep,
working on sugarcane fields and everything else.
for
The
sure.
same shit, the Irish in particular. So right now, there's so many people like me that are trying to figure out, well, what the fuck happened to my people? How the fuck does my people get classified as a black and a Negro when they got ties to all of these tribes? How the fuck does that happen? How does it happen? And here's the thing. So many people are say, oh, because Native Americans owned your people. Cap, because even on the census, they say that they're not slaves, that they own land and that they possess this much money in their possession. Like my grandfather, Joseph Jones, right? How the hell is you a slave in the year 1790 if you own all this land and you got all this money in your possession and you can read and write and you can speak your native tongue? So how the hell is he a slave? The stories is not adding up. It's not
And
making sense.
if we telling you we don't want to be attached to the word black, but you're telling us that you're black because you want to be attached to the motherfucking word and the diaspora, that's fucked up. That's erasure.
You.
Right,
Because now, since you ain't the docile Negro, guess what? They will kill you off and let the new Negro be the Negro.
right.
Okay.
The
I don't think you
like
understand
the
what I
ones that
meant. You
scamming.
asked me question. When did I get to know the word black? I told you 5 years ago that I came
So
here
about
at
five
least
years
for
ago is when
is
you started
based on. I didn't
calling
call my.
yourself
I
black.
didn't. I didn't call
Or you
when I
still don't?
excuse me. Sorry,
I
sorry
am
to interrupt.
agreeing with you, Georgie.
But when
Absolutely.
I came in
We
here,
agree.
I used a language melanated, melanin. I didn't say black. I didn't call any
Okay.
person black.
So
So
so you
as
don't
we
even call
digress,
yourself black till this
as
day.
we
You still don't
progress,
use it.
as we progress in the discussion, I said, so why are they using the name? Because the
Okay, so
name,
you
It's
just really
made
want to
up.
understand why people call themselves
yes,
that.
because back it's good for everybody to know where they come from. It's good just for identification. We are all one race, which is human race, right? But in that race, you still want to know your ancestral trees. Like I said, I traced mine and find out that I am from Igbo down southeast of Nigeria. So I
Okay.
know where I came from. So and I wouldn't want anybody to disrespect me and call me something else that I'm not, that I am not. So
Absolutely.
which is what this platform is trying to correct, if I may be
Mm-hmm.
correct. So
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely
we all
agreed,
agree the
Georgie.
same. We all agree we have the same and the same partner. Everything we agree on the same thing. So another thing I want to talk about is
T3, I'm just reading
how
your background. I'm
how do
taking.
we how do we come together and sort out our differences based on ancestral trees?
It's simple.
Because we have the
It's
same
simple.
color in whether we are found in Asia, we are found in this, in that. It's still in that brown person has elements of melanin. In that person that claim, oh, I'll use the word. They say, oh, we are Negroes or something, which is a slow word. I don't like to use it. The same person will still say, oh, I have
It's not though.
element of this in us. So we are all mixed in one way or the other. So
Look,
how do we come
I'll
back
tell
and
you how the
say,
first. I'll tell you the
how,
first way we come together. The
yeah,
first
how
way
do
we
we
come
come
together.
together and
Listen,
stop
listen, listen,
all this
listen, listen,
fight?
listen, listen, listen. The first way we come together is to admit that we're not all gonna come the fuck together, and that's it. If both sides can understand there's fuckery on both ends,
Yeah, bro,
then
that's not
there
for
is
real,
no
right?
all
I
100% of us coming together because we're the same tone of skin. That ain't happening, Gregory. That's not gonna happen. So
But I appreciate
coming
you
to that
listening.
realization is the first step in everything, because what we gotta realize, and what we realize, people like you and Badger and even Bunny are rarities in this. As in, it's
Mm-hmm.
gonna be
Y'all a needle in the
us.
haystack.
Yes, it's
Y'all
gonna be
Somebody's
weird.
us.
saying,
Again, bruh, because
Let me
man,
finish what
wait,
I'm
I
saying
man.
don't
so y'all can
get it.
understand. Let
It's
me
like
finish
Go
what I'm
ahead.
some
Go
saying.
ahead and finish
Let
people,
me finish what I'm
Aboriginal, and then
saying
I
so
want to
you
ask George
understand.
a
I
question
think
after
some
this. Go
people in
ahead.
the group
George,
are
George,
going
wait,
the other
George,
way. We
George.
don't need to insult anybody here.
No,
I'm
no, no,
sorry.
Y'all
Georgie,
was
that was a
insulting.
compliment. That was a
Okay.
compliment, Georgie.
Okay.
Listen,
Okay.
That was saying we appreciate you.
I
That
yeah.
was a
heard you.
compliment.
What I'm saying is this: the percentage that's in this room is the
Mm-hmm.
percentage that it's gonna be on a grand scale. It's gonna be
Mm-hmm.
us versus pretty much everybody else, and a small percentage of one of y'all from everywhere
Mm-hmm.
that's gonna ride with us. That's what it is. We know that by now. Looking on this app, just being on here, just seeing this in real life, in real time. This is, I feel like TikTok is actually us reliving how the shit went back in the day in some form or fashion. I don't know
Yeah.
how to explain that. I'm not trying to be
Bunny,
all deep and philosophical and stuff. Y'all know I'm spiritual, but I don't try to get like
Bunny
that
being
on here like
quiet,
that.
but
But I
But
feel
yeah,
like this
Bunny,
shit is that, and this
I'm
is
not
the
sure if
same
Bunny's still
percentages.
here,
yeah.
but
Also, I
Bunny,
know.
can you put your stuff back on the screen right quick, Bunny? The stuff you showed
Yeah,
about
yeah.
Guatemala.
Yeah.
Somebody was talking about
All right, I'm gonna put you on the big screen.
Liberia. Somebody asked me a question about Liberia. I want to.
Oh,
What do you
before
want to
you
know?
before we get into the Liberia topic, um, George, what's the name of your indigenous tongue?
The language I speak,
Yes,
Portuguese.
Igbo. I speak IBO,
Igbo.
Igbo. Yeah.
Okay. Do you agree that there are some, or do you know that there are some indigenous African languages that are lost due to colonization, or do you believe that all Africans still hold their indigenous tongue?
Okay, so I'll tell you the ones that are lost due to colonization. I will start from my own place. Uh, um, the Africans that we are taking to the United States. majority of, I would say 65% of these Africans came from the West Africa. So West Africa is more of Ghana, Nigeria. We have 15 or 16 West African countries. So, and that's how the history, you may Google the Igbo landing, how my own tribe men were taken, and some people fought and drowned. Yes. So the people taken away from that zone lost not just the language, they lost also culture. They lost a lot of things because when you're taken away from where you were raised or born and placed somewhere and enslave you for a long time, when you come out, you tend to behave like the people you see there. You will lose your history, you lose your tree and everything. So I agree. Slavery
What about
cut
the
off a lot
people
of
on the
things.
continent? Are there areas or tribes on the continent of Africa that have lost their language?
Okay, so the people of Africa, I will, I will not say they have lost their language. So I'll start from my country. So my
Okay.
country we are 250 ethnic groups in Nigeria, and we have over 500 languages. So to make it easier for me to communicate with the next person in the same country, we decide to use what we call Pidgin English. So Pidgin English is dated back to colonization. It makes it easier for me to speak to next person. That doesn't mean when I'm in my house or when I'm in my with the people of the same tribe, we don't speak your tribe language. So in fact, Nigeria is multicultural. That if you meet a Nigeria tomorrow, once he sees your skin, he may start to speak one of the languages, thinking you belong to them. So Nigeria, which is the giant in Africa, has not lost that voice or that language that every tribe in Nigeria is known for. But there
Okay.
is an
So
introduction of a language which is, we call it pidgin, which is English, because of the people that colonized us. And that's why I'm speaking it here. The same thing with the people that came here from West Africa. They lost everything. So while they are speaking the language they were taught here in the United States. Yes.
Yeah,
Did I
but
answer the
okay.
question?
See, I asked because I was on an African live and I had mentioned how Africa was colonized by some of the same people who colonized America, and it doesn't make sense for the people over here to lose their language if not the people in Africa if they were colonized by the same people. And I was trying to explain to him that not all people of Africa lost their languages, but there are some areas that have. Like there are some indigenous languages that are going extinct if it haven't, because there are families that are choosing to teach English or French before their indigenous tongue.
Okay.
And that was just from my own personal research.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So
hold on,
It's
I like to
possible.
try to match my history
It's
with
possible.
about
Yeah,
that continent from people from that continent.
it's possible
And I
because of
understand I'm gonna
what
get
we
a different
call
story from everybody.
But see,
superiority or inferiority complex. If you decide to give out your language because you want to be like that man who colonized you, that's being stupid. Because
hold
in
on, Gregory,
Africa, okay,
hold on, Gregory.
Hold on, let him
okay,
finish. Let him finish. Then you can
okay.
go
You
next,
said you
Bass,
were
and then we're gonna
colonized by
let
the
Shorts
French,
go.
right? You said you were
No,
colonized by the French, right?
no,
Nigeria,
no,
French,
no,
West
no,
Africa.
no, no, no. Nigeria was not colonized by the French. Nigeria was colonized by the British. We were colonized by the British, so we speak English in Nigeria as a general language because of multi ethnicity.
Okay, what
Just to
form of
make it
English?
easier, just to
What
make it
form of?
easier for me to learn. Because no, you don't expect one person to learn 500 languages because he wants to be a Nigerian. So we have that common language, which is not even spoken well. Is we call it pidgin English or broken English. Just say one or two things, somebody hears you. But when you
So,
go back to your clan, go back to your tribe, it is mandated that you speak your dialect. Like in
so
my house now in the United
Nigeria,
States, my children speak Igbo.
Mm-hmm.
but Nigeria is literally a Portuguese Spanish word, right? So how can that colon? So how can you be colonized by the French, by the British, if the name Nigeria is literally Portuguese and Spanish? So literally, that place was colonized by the Portuguese and the Spanish, not by the English.
So I'll tell
You
you.
see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I
Is
will
it is
explain. I
it
will
possible
explain.
that they got colonized by
I will
both
explain.
people in different areas, but the
So
British colonized
yeah,
more?
I will
Is
explain to you
That
what's going
means
on. I will explain.
America
So
just
can I
recently put
can
that
I
language
explain?
there since the 60s.
Can I
Okay, go
explain?
ahead, George.
Can I explain? Nigeria
Please,
is not a
Gregory, please.
Spanish. Nigeria is not Spanish. Nigeria was colonized by British. The Niger is an area the Flora Shaw and Lord Lugard found. In fact, Nigeria was a birthday party, a birthday cake given to Flora Shaw. That name Nigeria, Niger area, they came in and said, we found this. Niger is a water. They say, oh, we call this is the Niger area, the water area. So it's not a Spanish thing.
Tap the
So
screen,
the
y'all. Let's get to
Portuguese,
30K likes.
so the Portuguese
hold
also
on.
came to Nigeria for
Is
All
there
right,
not a
man.
place
business
called
All
Niger
right, man.
in
All
Wait,
before
right,
wait.
Africa,
man.
man?
All right, man.
before
There it
before the
goes.
British.
That's what.
All
Okay,
right,
I'm
y'all.
answering your
That's
question.
my fucking. That's my point. There goes
Before
my point. You beat around the bush to get to where I just said y'all were colonized by the Portuguese because
no,
Nigeria,
I am
Niger.
sorry, but
When
no,
you
we
Wait,
are
put
wait a
not
minute. Wait a
colonized by
minute.
the
when
Wait,
you
Portuguese.
put
Gregory, it might be something
IA
you can learn in
when
this.
you
Just
put
hold on.
Wait a
Let
IA
minute.
him
Wait a
after
say
a
minute.
it.
word, it is
Is it
Portuguese slash Spanish, right? So
so they was
yes,
basically
Niger.
colonized by both people?
Yes,
Okay,
but
well,
the
look.
So
Portuguese
Zach
come
is
you're
speaking.
first.
practically
The
telling
British.
me
Wait. Everybody, before y'all start arguing and yelling.
you're
Um,
practically telling me you know better than where I came from. And if I
we're
decide to
not,
Okay,
tell
let's
you
not
Y'all
do
on
him
the
muted
when
not
other
we
him.
saying
side,
talking
you will
that.
to
not.
Y'all
us.
mute
We
my
can
Why
man.
everybody get
understand.
defensive as soon as somebody
Nigeria,
says,
okay.
listen,
Let
Gregory,
me say it again.
calm
You
down.
didn't allow me to
We're not
finish.
talking. It's
Allow
okay.
See
you didn't allow
the
me to
British,
finish. You
the
asked me a
British took
question.
that land from the Portuguese.
You didn't.
That's why you
Excuse me.
think you were. That's why you think you were colonized by the British. But the British, when
Oh,
they were still fighting in Europe, right? Every other land that the Spanish and Portuguese owned, and that when Britain defeated them, guess what that meant? Is Britain now owned that land?
look,
You see what I'm saying?
after this
So
So you
now
was
discussion, I would
colonized
like to
by
get
English,
both.
information.
Well,
English
he was
just now
colonized
got
on
there.
paper by
I will
another.
send
Hold
you.
on. I want to
I will
finish
say. I
hearing
would
what
like you to
Gregory
give
has to
me
say, though.
where you get the information. So let me explain what happened in my
Yeah,
country.
let him finish because I
If
got
you're
something to
talking
say
about
about that.
Africa, Africa is colonized by so many group of people.
I'm
The
gonna end it after he
French,
finish, y'all.
the Portuguese, the British. But if you see Nigeria, Nigeria is colonized by the British, but the first group of traders that came to Nigeria are the Portuguese. They didn't come for colonization. They came for businesses. The business they came for were the animal skin, the tusk, the elephant horn, all those stuff. That was the business.
The
The
ivory and
cowries,
the
the
trunk.
ivories, and those stuff. They came for business. So
So
when
did
they
did they
left,
name your land? Did they
when they
name your
left,
land?
yeah, they thought my land is not okay for even to have to stay in my land. So when they left, the British came in two ways: first through religion, then the other way by force. So when they came in, they brought religion and began to steal. In fact, my tribe fought British for 31 years. I'm Igbo. We fought them for 31 years before we gave up, before they came in actually to do whatever. So we don't have any business with Portuguese as regards colonization. The name Niger is coined from the British, Flora Shaw and Lord Lugard. And the worst thing they did was joining the Nigeria together, and call it that name Nigeria because we are too big. We are 255 million and we have 500 languages, 250 ethnic groups. We are too much, which is a problem to us today. So my country is colonized by the British. And the name Nigeria is I don't even want to hear the name because that's not my name. Just like the name they call Africa is not the original name is not even Africa. You can Google. It's
What's the
whatever they give
original
us.
name of your land? What was
It's what they
what
give
did
like
your
just
tribe
like I
call it?
told you, I'm Igbo.
So they called the Igbo, the
So see
land.
somebody wrote it there, right?
Bro, there's
1775.
25,000 original names for Africa because there were 25,000 tribes. So
The other
there's no
person
one
oh,
name for that landmass. There's hundreds and hundreds of thousands of names
So,
for that landmass. And
so
Alkebulan
this
is
is the
the first
And
information
that's the same
I
for
have.
colonized.
any landmass. If you think
Portuguese,
about
Alkebulan
it.
is the first
Portuguese.
name that a colonizer gave, which was an Arab king named King Bulan. So Alkebulan isn't even an authentic
Ooh, when you
African
say it
name.
slower, it's
Alkebulan is the
Al
name
King
Africa.
Ulan.
Is the name Africa. Is different. Ethiopia call it another name. Every section in Africa, I would say, every geopolitical zone have a name they call Africa. The people from the east have the name they call it. The south have the name they call it, but they decide to call that name Africa because of their interest, what they want to do, and all those things. So that's the thing. The British colonized my country, not Portuguese. Portuguese first came to Nigeria before the British, and they came for business.
So who do you think told Britain that you was there?
Who told me?
Look, I'm
Did you say
telling
who
you,
told
bro.
me?
I'm
Just
telling you.
like I'm
No,
The
he
asking you
he's
the
reason
same
asking
question.
you.
the
Let me
reason why
try to
you think
clarify.
the
He was
reason why you
asking
think
you, do you think the Portuguese told the British where you was at, for where your people were at, for them to come
No,
and colonize you?
I don't think so. Everybody's just going about stealing each country in Africa. All of them in the Western world, we are busy stealing countries, just like China did not
do you
colonize Africa, right? But
do you
modern
know
day
you could
They are
colonization is
now. Hold
happening.
on,
So
y'all.
let me
Badger
ask
have a
let me ask this
question,
question, man.
and then we
Go
gonna
on,
get
do,
back
ask.
to Buddy and
do
Be
you
for all.
know
Go ahead,
do
Badger.
you
Ask your question.
For me?
Yeah, didn't you say you had a question, or was that
Oh,
Aboriginal who said that?
hey
No,
guys,
that's
it's been
me.
going a long
Oh,
time.
my
I've just been
bad.
quietly listening. I'd just like to say to Gregory, I really appreciate your input from the African continent and the knowledge that you have from where you're from, and I wanted to thank you for that. And everybody else, this discussion that we've been having, I got to get going, man. I appreciate you guys welcoming me here, and I've enjoyed the conversation with all of you, and hope we're friends, man. Take care of yourselves. Come watch me mountain bike anytime you want. All right.
all
All
right,
right. Thanks
brother.
for coming.
Bye.
Thank you
Hey,
for
love you guys.
speaking
Take
your
care.
truth.
Yeah, you
All right.
too.
Peace.
God damn, I
So
never forgot.
it's
Go
all
ahead,
boiled down to the
Aboriginal.
same thing
Ask
I'm
your question,
saying.
and then we gonna get back to Bunny and Be
Ask
for
the
all.
question. The same thing I'm saying is, how do we come back without having so much differences? Because
It's not gonna
divided
be a
we
we come
fall.
back. You came back, man. You here. You right here with us. Just don't expect everybody else you know to do that.
No, I'm
That's what
not
we
telling
trying
you
to tell
to.
you.
No, I'm not. You don't understand what I mean. I'm not saying go to Africa or go anywhere. What I mean
No, I'm
is
not
Come
saying
back
nothing
coming
about
together.
that.
back. What I
You
I'm
mean
in
not
the
saying
is
motherland.
either.
You've
what
been in
I
the
mean.
motherland 5 years, brother. Brother, you in the motherland. You came back to the motherland.
We
You've been
we
here
telling
five
you
years.
we
So
telling you
are
what it
you
is,
literally
man.
telling me to go back to Africa? Is that what you
No,
mean?
Gregory,
No,
God
no,
damn it,
No,
listen.
no, that's
So
You're
not what
not
they're
saying
saying.
that. You're not listening. You're reacting.
you
I
here
said
in
you're
the
already
motherland.
here. You done made your peace with it. You're here. You just don't
okay.
expect everybody else you know from where you at to be where you at with this information. Don't expect that to be the case.
Yes,
It's not
yes,
going to be. That's
yes.
not
That's
what will
why we
happen.
need
It will.
education. That's why we need more
I
education.
understand. Listen, I
Letting
know what
people
everybody
know.
be yelling and screaming about, but everybody also swear up and down they know about the history of everything and know about being chosen people and know about information being chosen and sacred. But y'all act like every single individual person on the planet that look like you is gonna be down for what you down for. It's
No,
not
it's not
going to
possible.
happen. That is called mass indoctrination again. If we indoctrinate everybody into this and they all go for it, that's indoctrination all over again because half of them is going to be riding with it because everybody else is riding with it, not because they truly believe it. This shit is not for everyone. If you believe it,
Okay,
you believe it. If you're there, you're
okay,
there. We just have to accept it. We've accepted that on our end.
okay.
There's people who look like us that we know was born right here, that's never been nowhere else, and will say that they from over there where you at, and look at
Yeah,
us like we're idiots all
yeah,
day long. We're aware of
yes,
that. You have to
of
be aware of
course.
that too.
Somebody
You
said
have to.
something. 3% unity is enough for change. Yes. So the change I am advocating for is a change of mindset. You know why I'm saying a change of mindset? The other time I think is still on this platform that we argued, and at some point we came back to one conclusion, which is how do we recognize ourselves and recognize the strength in us and make peace and not always segregating, because I had my experience when I came in and I know what I had in mind before I came here. So when I came here, I met the people that I felt, oh, we are the same flesh and blood, the same color. And they told me, hey, your accent is bad. And they told me, go back to Africa and all those things. But what did I do? I decided to learn. And that today we are good because we ironed out our differences. And we know that if police stop you, the same treatment you get is what I will get. Because we are the same. No matter what, we are the same. So what I advocate for is how we can respect each other, how we should stop talking down on each other and help one another grow in one way or the other. We mustn't have the same
Bro,
ideology.
bro,
We
we're
mustn't have the
not the
same.
same.
But this is what I'm saying.
Listen,
If I
Georgie,
see you tomorrow, I'll be
Georgie,
able to
Georgie,
respect you. You
Georgie.
know?
I don't want to be. I don't want to sound like an asshole or be offended by what you just said. But we're not the same. My daddy was born in 1940. My mom was born in 1947 in America. I don't know how long you've been here, but I've seen hoses on them. I've seen dogs on them. I've seen this shit. We've seen some of our people strung up. Some of our people are old enough to know what that looks like. Okay, so
Okay.
for y'all
So
to
we are not the
experience this
same.
stuff, just wait. For y'all to experience this stuff in 10, 20, 30 years of being here, I need y'all to think about what year it is. It's 2023, minus 30 years from now. Even if they've been here 30 years, you were still in a blessed time to be here in comparison to us being here already. I love the fact that everybody wants to throw the unity thing out there because of skin tone. But again, the only way for us to come to anything is to admit that we are not the same and that we do not get treated the same.
Okay.
It's not
Okay.
gonna be but listen, the way
Okay.
they treat the Aboriginal people of any land will never be how they treat the sister or the cousins to that land. It
Okay.
will never be the same.
Okay.
Go to Australia right now and tell me that they treat a regular Australian just as bad as they treat the Aboriginal people of Australia, and they've done it for
Okay.
the longest. So I'm just
Okay.
saying that's a trigger thing. That's like me going over there and saying something about blood diamonds and disrespecting that and saying, "Oh my God, it's so it's extremely hard over here over in Ghana. It's
So
just hard.
I want
I've been over here for 20 years. It's just hard." No, I can't do that. I would like for you not to do that. I would like for people not to do that and think that skin color gives them the pass to do that. It's not
okay.
okay,
So
bro. I got a grandfather,
so
1912. Tell
okay.
me about
Okay.
anything going on in America in
That
1912 and what it was like to be
your
so-called
statement
born.
brings me to another question. Your
I'm
statement
Hey,
brings
hold
me
on,
to
hold
another
on, hey,
question to you.
hold on,
Yeah,
Georgie.
before
So
we
how
get
do
too far
I
off topic, I want to get that.
identify? Because also
So let's get
slavery
back on
brought my
topic.
people.
No,
Slavery.
no, no,
Can
no.
I
You're
say
not
that
talking
one?
about that
Just
shit.
one more question. I'm done. I'm
We're not
sorry. One
talking
more
about
question.
slavery. We're talking about
So
what happened on the day-to-day
one more question.
basis to
I'm
us
done.
out
I'm
here, bro.
sorry. Just one more question. So, like we know the history of slavery. Slavery also brought some people from West Africa to the United
Hey,
States.
hey,
Those
Georgie.
people are not the original of the United States. So, if I see someone of that kind, is that person not the same with me?
Hey,
That's the
Georgie.
question. Is
Hey,
that person
Georgie.
not
Um,
the same with me?
An African
um,
American would be the same as you, yeah.
Yeah,
Because I can
okay.
see
Okay,
that.
that's it. Thank you.
But
I've
no,
seen
you're
the
from not. But
discrepancy.
no.
Thank
Let's
you.
go back because we ain't even said this
this
to him
is
yet.
crazy. No,
You're
no,
from
no,
Hold
Nigeria,
no,
on.
which
no.
means you technically could be from
This
right
nigga
here.
is my no, 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 Georgie, no, no, no. We I don't even know how we even got to talking about Africa. Like we was building, talking about the similarities of culture, and I don't even know how the fuck we got here right now. But this Africa talk, I don't want to talk about Africa.
Why?
Hey, the
Like
new
Let's get back on
British.
topic. It
Why?
like
came from
that
when I had
that
asked
being
him
the
a question
topic.
about the language, and
They the new
Why?
then we
Why
got
British.
can't you talk about
further
Africa?
off
Why?
topic. So
I was
go
trying to
I
go
don't
bring it
want to
all
ahead.
talk about
together by saying what I just said. He not thinking
the
about the
reason
fact
why
that you
we don't
could
want
be
to talk
from
about
here.
Africa. The reason why we don't want to talk about Africa because Africa is always the center of attention. We don't want to talk about that. Like we was
Yeah,
building
yeah.
we
The
was
British
building something
colonizers
else.
taught that. taught that to us for 12 years. So we talked about that for 12 years. So it's
So
time to talk about something different now.
you said you said something about how the indigenous people were
No,
treated is
Georgie,
not the
no,
same
Georgie, no,
way.
Georgie, no, 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 no. With all
Y-
due respect, with all due respect, we're gonna go back to what we were talking about. With all due respect, so Bunny,
Okay,
you
so
said the
okay,
similarities
it's
between
fine.
Egypt and the Maya. You see this on my screen? This was actually
Hold on.
found on the Yucatan. So I would like to see what yeah, this was actually found in the Yucatan Peninsula.
Okay, I'm sorry. Someone can take me down. I'm sorry. I think
So
there's
I would
no
like
way.
to see what
What
Bunny
I
was
No, no,
talking
understand
you're
is
about.
that
fine, George.
we
You just
don't
had a question.
we will not be together. We can't come together. That's what he told me, that we are different and we continue to be different, right? But I
You
will
want
treat
to? Okay,
anybody I see with respect,
Okay,
Georgie,
so
and I want
what
Georgie.
it
everybody to treat
is,
me with respect. We are all
what it
human
is
race. We are
that
all
No, we
human
are not.
beings, and that's
No,
it.
we are not. Georgie, that's the problem with Africans. That's the problem that I have with Africans. Y'all keep saying we the same people. Well, where was these people? Where was y'all at when we was getting hung from trees? What was y'all at when we was getting
They
killed
hung
by
my
dogs? We are
ancestors on the
not the
same
same,
tree.
sir.
My
We
they
are
Go
did
not
to
the
that.
check
They
same,
Igbo
did
sir.
that in
Stop
landing.
doing
Igbo
Africa.
that.
landing will tell
Stop
you what
doing
happened.
that. We
My
don't want to hear
ancestors
that.
were stolen
Stop.
and brought to the America. They suffered the same fate with you. Africa is
No,
still
they
burning
didn't. No,
today.
How old
they
is
didn't.
Nigeria?
That's
How old is
it.
No,
Nigeria,
stop
brother?
saying that.
No,
It's
no, no, no.
okay.
Ask him that while he's over
You
there yelling. How old is
just
he now?
you. We
He
don't want to
dropped.
hear that. They
What?
keep
What?
saying we the same. No
No,
respect.
we're not.
If we saying we
Nigeria ain't
not from
even old as
Africa,
our
respect
story.
what we saying. Damn.
Nigeria is not old as our story, and I'm trying to tell him at the end of the whole thing was, bro, you doing all this tripping, and you might be from over here, claiming to be Nigerian because
For
half
the
of them is really
Africans in
backstory is over here.
and y'all want to say that y'all ancestors were being hung from trees. Y'all ancestors are also the ones that fought in the Revolutionary War to put people like us back into slavery. Y'all were the original Uncle Toms. Y'all fought on the side of certain French and British people. So that name Uncle Tom comes from y'all that were sellouts that chose to become spies. So do y'all want to talk about those Africans? Because there weren't very many of y'all
This
thrown
was
up on
found.
trees and shit. Let's be real about that. So don't do that.
Did Bad say this was found in the Yucatan
Yep.
Peninsula? Damn.
I was gonna
Yeah.
say was like, at the end of the day, like the most ancient, civilization is Mesopotamia. And when you look at Mesopotamia, there is like dark skin murals that are of people, and like no matter where you go around the world, there is just dark skin and brown skin being all over the world, and it's like that is why they refer to us as the word as black, or in Latin America they also use that word on us, like negritos and stuff. Like I've been called that a lot, and it's just a way to like it's the same way that they did to the Moorish people. Moors is just an umbrella term to describe many different types of people. So I definitely agree with you, all of you guys.
What? I agree with you.
Oh, you got somebody from out the country saying something like that? I wonder if any Moors hear that. But anyway,
We'll
uh,
see. We'll
'cause
see.
oh yeah, no, we know you know it's fine. We're not talking junk. We're just making a point. See,
Yeah,
this is
everybody's civilian, and
yeah, this is American cultural banter right here. We're bantering around about that term that you just said because they like to put that shit as an end all, give all to all existence and all everything, even though it has a date on it being used at this landmass. But yeah,
exactly. And I actually wanted to show you. We were talking about, like, black, identity in Latin America, and there is this black Jesus in Guatemala. Hold on, can you guys see it? Yeah, there's this black Jesus in Guatemala that is actually related to a much more ancient deity that comes from, as you can see, they say Ekbalam Chua, who was a black jaguar, and then a black warrior god Ek Chua, and then this black Christ, comes from him, and this is in Guatemala, and the area that is right here, like in the middle part of Central America. So it's like it because this kind of reminded me of the time when I went to Lake Atitlan. And in Lake Atitlan, there was also a Black Christ being honored in Lake Atitlan with like a lot of different like we're Mayan, so we practice like Santeria type of stuff, and there were a lot of candles around the Black God and the Christ, and then he also had like a triangle right up here because in Mayan culture, like these Kurikua, these twins, the creation story, like they come from these twins who, you as you can see, this has like the Shakona symbol, which is related to the Hindu, I think Hinduism, and like the Jewish symbol. And this is in Quirigua and with the Mayans and stuff. And where in this area, they talk a lot about zoomorphia, because we have the ability to like transform ourselves into different like beings, like different types of animal beings. And that's why we have like a lot of zoomorphia type of relics that go deep into that. And these twins are also related to Orion, to the literal Orion, and that is also related to the pyramids. So there's a lot of correlation.
We do. We've been
See your point.
We've been saying this and it's crazy that like you get up here and just say this, because it's crazy. You are a real Maya, right? And we've been talking about this for the longest time on how Egypt has connections to the Maya people. We've been saying this for the longest, and the Maya brought the Egyptian culture from South America into um Africa. We've been saying this for the longest. And people say, oh,
Mhm.
y'all tripping. Oh, y'all crazy. All you
Egypt's
literally
not
have
in
to do
America.
all you literally have to do is look in the cultures, look at the symbols, look at the wording, look at the people and see what the people practice today, and you will be able to connect it. It's literally that simple. And that's why I say I didn't want to make it about Africa, because we do this every time. Like, we got so much culture that we got to connect here in America. And when people get on here talking about Africa, they be driving me, because it's like the world is bigger than Africa. Black people were not just in Africa, we were everywhere. And that drives me crazy when they
Even in
just
China.
focus on Africa. We were everywhere. The Negroes, the people with the
And that's what we're
we were
saying. That
everywhere.
and that's the confusion, is that they keep, and they're making it, trying to make it seem like we're not acknowledging the other people that could be our relatives due to the things that happen too. That's the thing that they keep trying to put on us, like we're just saying, oh, it wasn't nobody that looked like you or any other kind of demographic. No, we're saying that fucking there's so many, like how Bass was saying. Sometimes people left from other cultures or other tribes because they didn't like the ruling and started their own kind of shit, but it's still kind of the same fucking shit. So it really matters who you are, who your bloodline is. Stop sitting up here saying everybody's anything. God damn it, you know.
Yeah.
A lot
Honey,
yeah.
you know what I want to ask you? Can you put on the screen? Can I seen that you had your laptop. Somebody background loud in here. But I seen that you had the your attire on there that the people in Guatemala wear. Can you put that on the screen one time so I can show you some of mine? Like, I remember you put the attire y'all was wearing, like some kind of attire with some feathers and stuff like that.
With the Louisiana.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I got you. Let me see.
Because out here in Louisiana, like different colors mean different things. Can you point out what is familiar to you, and what does it mean to y'all, so we could like correlate and see what does it, if our culture still remain the same.
Okay. Oh, was that a question? I thought you were gonna like tell me to. You wanted to compare, or was that a question?
Yeah, yeah, because I see yours say Guatemala, and can you like talk about the attire and what it is and what does it represent?
What showed to you that we, how we pretty much brothers and sisters or cousins or whatever? What are the things that you see in common with your culture with ours down south?
So I just like when we talk like when I think of indigenous, I don't think of like a certain group of people, a certain type of DNA. Because indigenous means indigenous to any part of the world. So like, and I have looked at, Polynesian culture because we have, in I've studied like some of our stuff, and it says that like, we were also, doing trading with the Polynesians. Like they're it's the ability to go from Polynesia to the Americas so easily, and that's Hawaii and all that stuff. And I just see so much correlation within all of that we were like travelers. And then like even from Africa to South America, like there it's very quick to get to. And
In
the older.
consideration the barter system, you're taking in consideration the bartering system that everybody fucking felt like to forget about.
Yeah, and then there's also like the oldest civilization is also not in Central America. It's in Peru, which is the city of Corral, Supe, and the Peruvians have a lot of interesting things that have exactly correlations with the Mayans. Like for example, Badger was talking about the spider lady. We have like the great goddess mother in Teotihuacan, and the great goddess mother, she correlates with with Kali Yuga. And Kali Yuga, she's a black goddess, and who is the wife of what's his name, I forgot his other name, but they in Peru, they also have this great goddess, and this great goddess is in Teotihuacan, and in Teotihuacan is the land of where the gods were born, So there's a lot of like very interesting symbols that like this spider lady. Let me try to find her symbol. Yeah, so you see the spider lady, like these men are found in Persia as well, which Persia is also one of the oldest civilizations. And if you can see his little like handbag, like his little hand bag thingy, this is seen in so many places around the world. And this whole entire thing like is relating to the Saiba tree, which like the in Jewish culture they talk about like the Kabbalah and all that stuff. Like yeah, that's like the our version of the underworld Saiba tree. Like in the Avatar movies where they connected their hair to the tree. Like that's exactly what she represents and all of this stuff.
Um,
Which. Mm-hmm.
can you put the attire on there one more time so I can tell you what it is? Like the outfits and stuff y'all be wearing on there
Hold on.
with the feathers and all of that stuff.
Yes, this one.
Yeah. Now, peep game, right? I want everybody to pay attention. Now, put mine on the big screen, C3. Put mine on the big screen.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. That's why I'm like, wow, it's just so similar. Like
It's the
literally,
same
it's because
Damn
exact
it!
style.
thing. And
Yeah.
listen, and for
Mm-hmm.
a long time, we've been telling them we are the people who came from South America and migrated into this area in Louisiana. The same exact thing. We do the same exact thing that y'all guys do right now.
Mm-hmm. And
The,
this is
the
like
and,
our
and we
modern
and
version.
we've been telling them that they
Trick.
didn't believe us. They didn't
But this is
believe
the
us.
whole trick, Bunny, and this is the thing I want you and others, like the real Native Americans, the real ones that, like yourself, that really that have been taking this journey with integrity and not scared to really be open-minded, right? Is that this is what you're gonna run into. You're gonna run into now that people are gonna say, everything that you and B for all and we all talked about right now, it's all fucking pseudo. And the only way anything the fuck that we're talking about could have happened or have relation is that we came off a fucking boat as slaves or we integrated with your people. That's the only way. Other than that, fuck what we
Whenever
talking
I
about.
bring
Well,
these
that's
conversations up,
fuckery.
whenever I
Just
bring these
look.
conversations up, they like to use like my multiracial like DNA as like a way to like say, oh, you're only saying that because you're part black. Oh, you're only saying that because you're part Garifuna. It's like, what are you like? What are you talking about? There are
Listen,
actual Mayan
that's
people deep in the jungle that have like a curly hair, like that have wide noses, that have big lips, that have dark skin. Like there's Mayans that have dark skin, big lips, bigger noses, and straight hair. You know, like there's just so much variety, and it's like these
The
people
same,
want to speak on our behalf, and that's not correct.
the
That's
same
why I
Exactly.
wouldn't let
wear,
them
this,
talk.
Exactly.
the same tribal wear is getting worn in Haiti. Los just said this in the comments, but I know the same thing as I got Haitian in me too. And it's in okay. So ain't nobody ever seen the the Caribbean, the Carib parades and shit. You ain't never seen those. Okay, so
Yeah,
all
with
of
the
it's the same.
feathers.
All of
Uh-huh.
it is exactly the same. This is the little bit of tidbit of informations and the puzzle pieces they don't be wanting us to put together because then it start looking like, okay, if all of us look the same and then we don't resemble these other people that they say we supposed to be, then really that means we these people. And it's not that hard. 1 plus 1 is always gonna equal 2 if you're doing the right damn math. They always be throwing all
Hey,
this extra shit at us to confuse us, but it's real simple to see.
and on my page,
Barbados, Brazil, yeah, that
I
too.
have a video. On my page, I have a video of a Garifuna man who was a historian in his country, right? And there's a video on my page, and he says, "Yeah, I'm not African. They came way later, thousands of years later.
Yes.
We've been dark." And people like to say, "Well, the Garifuna are Africans." Well, they not. The Garifuna are like they Caribs, not Arawak, but Caribs. You see what I'm saying? They always been a dark people, never from Africa. Now, when the Africans came, they mixed in with the Garifuna. That's how they were able to hide. But the Garifuna have been, you know, with afros and kinky hair
They don't
and
want to
darker
give.
skin.
They don't want to give us our acknowledgement and our respect for when they were dealing with their bullshit with the Muslims and the Spaniards and the Portuguese. That they came and integrated with our folks, mama. That's the
They
fucking
know
big
they
ass
don't want to
fucking
give
truth.
you the
That's the
credit
fucking
for.
truth. Yeah, they don't want to
The truth
acknowledge
is
that
they
they
don't
had
want
to
to
come and
acknowledge the fact
integrate
that
with
they
our people.
are the Portuguese, the Spaniards and Conquistadors. They are those same people. They branched up out of that circle of migration shit. Yeah, they kept circling around, coming from North Africa, going to the European countries, coming back, doing that shit. Then they finally decided they wanted to bring their ass over here. Bass just said it. The motherfuckers want to hide. They mix in with people to hide. They've
Well,
mixed in with everybody else to hide who the hell they were. And when you do the origins on the people who are really against us, most of them come from over there. But yeah,
but I wonder if we still practice like the same spiritual stuff. Like as far as not I don't want to say like a religion, but like the same thing that we do to like kind of heal ourselves on the low. I wonder if we still have those correlations between each other. Like in Louisiana, we got this thing called blue dust. I'm not sure anybody ever heard of it. It's literally like a saying, and you like put blue dye in it, and it's for good luck. I'm not sure if you ever heard of it, but I know they talk about like Maya blue or whatever, and I was wondering, is that what the fuck that comes from? And that's why we practicing that out here in Louisiana. We use it before we go gambling. It's something like it basically brings you like good luck. So I wonder if that has something to do with
you
that
know
tradition.
the dice shit is supposed to come from the Mayan. That came from the Mayan and Aztecs.
Yeah,
So that part.
I'm not 100% sure about that blue part, but I know that like Santeria and voodoo and hoodoo, like it's all the same thing. Like honestly, like yeah, like
Y'all
that's where
practice
we
that
have
too?
to. That's where we listen. We as Mayan people are being prosecuted because we like Haitian people still have these rituals that we do and use like all the time on the daily, and this is a threat to them because yes, if like how the Israeli people say, oh, the biggest threat is the black youth. It's because if we start connecting the dots and start talking, and we as indigenous Mayan people, like the Wakanda movie, if we start coming together and start claiming our lands back, that is a threat to America and all of
Got it.
these
She
corporations that
figured
they
it out.
are using to, rob our lands and still enslave our people. Like they're still enslaving Guatemalans. This is a huge, issue in Guatemala. Is America, companies with Israel in there, and it's just a way to divide us and not allow us to talk.
I have a question.
See, that's why they put up all these imaginary borders. They want us
I'm
to
glad
talk to
she
our
got it,
family
bro.
down south.
I'm glad she got it because that's the
No, that's a
trick.
fact.
That's
And
the
that's why
whole
we gotta
catch.
practice. Yeah, that's why we gotta practice our spirituality, because that is a threat. Like, look at how Haitians, got their freedom. Like, that is no joke. I have had, I've looked at a snake's eyes before. My name is Bunny Snakeson for a reason, because I have looked at a snake's eyes and like went into other dimensions. That's how I know all about this. As a kid, I've been having so much connections with the spirit realm. Like, this is not something that we get to choose for ourselves. It's like the spirit realm, it chooses us. And it's not that we're chosen. There's no such thing as chosen. We're all alive here. But the thing is, like, we have our spirituality is what, we are more, Christian practicing instead of our actual indigenous spirituality. And it's a reason for that. It's because, if we actually practice those things, we can literally dismantle a lot of these, societies that want to oppress us through just spirit realms.
Miss Bunny, may I ask you a question?
Mm-hmm.
Let me start off by saying how you doing. It can't be rude, but so I was researching, and it's this dude. He's basically like an explorer. I forget his name. I'm gonna try to find it, but basically he said there was some untapped tribes in South America. Would you say that they look more like us or more like you know
Oh, you
white
must have
passing
just
money
got
house?
in here because she just said all that.
Oh, for real? I did.
Yes,
Have you?
That's
she
Were you
literally
guys hearing
just
my
She
said
done did
all
question?
so
that.
much.
Hopefully, yeah.
You came in right
She been
after
here
she
right up for
said
the
that
yeah, I came
longest,
in
bro.
late
she just said that there's a
for
lot of untouched tribes in
okay.
South America throughout the
You came,
Amazon
hey
Wow,
with
that's
Barry, you
solid.
came
dark
in,
skin,
Jeez.
Barry,
thick lips,
Barry, you
dry
came in late
noses,
for your
curly
set.
hair, some with
Yeah, I
straight
did come
hair.
in late. Jeez.
So you came in
Um,
right after she said
And
all that.
like
this is my last
believe.
question for
Sorry.
Buddy. This is my last question for Buddy though. Buddy, I want to kind of talk about the spirituality part, right? So about 2 months ago, the same stuff you talking about as far as like tapping into like your spirituality. When I tapped into my spirituality, it took me to a place that I can't even explain. Like I went through some shit. I felt like I literally lost my mind. I literally I literally had to like go on vacation, step away from what I was doing. Like I was in shock. I got on TikTok to even talk about what the fuck I actually experienced.
Mm-hmm.
Now in that in that phase that I went through, I was actually was blessed, was actually a phase, right? Like my bloodline was actually given to me. Like I was able to see the person that I actually descend from, and the person was actually like handing me a torch in my whole spirituality or whatever it is I went through. I can't even explain exactly what the fuck it was, but in that portion of what I went through, I actually changed my name, and my name was Mayan Return. And I don't know why the fuck I changed my name today, but I just did, right? And the guy on the panel named Real Fat Bass, he actually brought me a receipt. And the receipt and what I was looking for, he actually blessed me and told me that where my ancestors was buried. Now when he told me that, a couple of days later, breaking news. Breaking news, Mayan graves uncovered in St. Bernard Parish, and blah, 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 blah. And still to this day, like I said, it happened a couple months ago. I'm in shock, right? That they're actually uncovering all of these graves, and they're calling them the Mayan people, and certain tribes where I'm from have so-called black people in the tribes, but they kicked them out, unalived them, and all of this stuff. 66 bodies are unaccounted for right now as we speak. Um, where I reside, people that I actually know, they can't be found. They was killed in the 1800s and all of these times, right? And they call it a massacre where I'm from. So it's just funny, that all of this shit is even happening, and I was able to bump into you, and we can see correlations in our culture. Not everybody get this experience, and I feel like I've been blessed twice on this app to talk to people who I can talk to about what the fuck I have experienced, and I feel like as long as we practice what you said, our indigenous culture, and really start tapping in, there's nothing that they could really do with us at that point. But that's why I got aggravated when they wanted to talk about Africa, because it's like that's been the topic for the last 40 years. Like, can we get back to our indigenous culture and the people that we descend from? Like, Africa can't help us on this land right here. So we got to do what the fuck we got to do right here.
I'm just happy a real Mayan stepped up to say, I told these motherfuckers, all these fake other motherfuckers, when the real
Listen,
ones
I
start
was sick
really
and
waking up.
tired. Listen, I was sick and tired of like TikTok kept recommending me these lies, and I was listening to them, and the amount of anti-blackness in these lies is so insane. I'm like, oh my god, and that is why I wanted to come on here, because it's like we have no issue, you know, especially like Northern Native Americans have, you know, in Latin America, like there's no issue with accepting white people into our, you know, to the powwows, into the ceremonies, into all these spaces, but all of a sudden black people we can't talk about, like that is absurd. And that is why I wanted to talk about, because it's like if you actually study archaeology, everywhere in the whole entire world, civilization has always worshipped black goddess, you know, or you know, yeah, you know, and around the world, you know, especially in Mesopotamia, you know, like this is not, you know, and I think a lot of these people are being paid, or I don't know who they are, or no, I'm serious, because I
Yeah,
think
we
like
know. We say that all
they're
the
being
time.
divided,
Every
like
time,
they're
every
so
time you hear us laugh
divided.
when you say something, it's because it's something that we've said 1,000,001 times. That's the only reason why I'm breathing.
Could I ask one more question?
That was funny. That was
Hello,
funny that she said that.
You back, man. I actually get to follow a real Mayan
Bunny.
back. Fucking that's what's up.
Bunny, you
Yeah.
mind if I ask one more question?
Mhm.
So, as far as like y'all history is concerned within the schooling system, like, because I read like three different books on my family in the Virgin Islands, and my family on my mom's side don't know nothing but New York and the Virgin Islands. But I read a book saying that they killed the entire population and replaced them all with African slaves. I read another book saying that it was next to nobody there, and they were like extremely good swimmers, and they turned them into slaves. And I read another book saying that they wasn't allowed to come on the islands because they were so aggressive there, and they basically damn near down half of the colonizers' boats. So I say that to say, how big of an African population you think came to South and Central America, or what do they teach you in school based off of African slaves coming to South America?
That's a good question.
Yeah, so like me, I don't really know, because you know, it's like that's kind of hard to answer, because we know that 80 to 90% of the indigenous population were unalive. Like that's a huge, insane amount of people. Like you know, like the ability to rewrite history is so easy. It was so easy if you are able to exterminate 80% of our people. Like that's insane.
Could I say something real
But
quick?
but see,
So
when
hold up,
when they say
Bass, real quick,
exterminate, it doesn't mean kill.
Bass, real quick.
It means
Yeah,
interbreed.
that is true. But hear me out. So the thing I didn't say is the fact that those books are so each book was newer than the last one. The most recent one said that they killed them, turned them into Africans. The one that was slightly older than that one said that they turned the populace into slaves. And the oldest book had said we didn't allow them on the sands. We kept attacking the boats till some of them sunk. So like take it for what you will, but I don't believe that they killed us because we fought too hard and they wasn't even allowed to get off the ships.
No, we haven't died off. That's another reason why I wanted to come and make these accounts on my Instagram. I mean, on my TikTok, because so many documentaries that I have watched, they always say the same thing. Oh, Mayans went extinct. Mayans went extinct. Blah blah blah. I've read it. I've like a historian. People have told me this, and I'm like, what are you talking about? I'm right here. There's millions of us. What are you talking about? So this whole entire like them saying that we are gone, that's just another tactic it to further genocide us. Because again, you have to understand that right now American companies are still invaded in our lands and are still enslaving our people and putting our people into these model villages to unalive us. So they really want to genocide our history, just like they're doing to the Palestinian people, because the Mormons also are taking our lands and trying to claim our temples as part of their religion, and it's like, what?
Is it not funny that ain't nobody told nobody else that 80 to 90% of their people was destroyed, and they had to sit there and tell them, "Oh nah, we right here." The same way they said that all the Mississippians were destroyed, all of us were gone, every
That's
single
the
one of the
same thing.
tribes.
That's the same thing that they say about the
They
Mississippi Empire, and that's cap.
they only
They
say
ain't
that
destroyed.
about people that's on our side of the water too. They don't say that about nobody else on the other side of the water. They don't tell nobody else that a high percentage of your original population is destroyed now. It's gone. You no longer exist. You all died out. You got sick. You had the measles. We dropped bombs on nobody else but this side of the water. Unless you want to talk
Um,
about Japan.
Bunny, can you the stuff you was reading, is that a website or is that something that you just study or?
But this stuff that I study, but honestly, like if you guys follow my page, I'm gonna be posting a lot of the links because, like, hold on, let me show you. Like, I have so many links. Like, do you see this? You see all of these links? Like, I study a lot, so this is just on one of my links, and then I have like, so many other things that go into like more into Guatemala and just a lot. So, I like to study a lot.
That's what's up. That's what's up.
Because
Yeah, I'm gonna look into that. I'll probably be looking at the wrong stuff. Yeah, because I definitely want to learn more about like the worshiping of my ancestors for sure because I feel like by my people leaving that area, we had basically had to pick up another culture. Now the culture that people call Louisiana culture, Creole culture, and all of this stuff right here. So like we have been through so many changes just trying to adapt by all these different invaders, and I feel like we still practice like voodoo, hoodoo, or whatever people want to call it, but it's different when you got an actual name to call out to and an actual face to actually connect. Because, like I said, I'm not there of the ancient structures of which my people worship to. So it is actually an honor just to be in the presence of somebody who actually could connect to that and know where to find it. So, you know, I'm grateful.
too, I can send you the links too. I added you, so I can like private message you.
Appreciate that.
I also need to go in like 15 minutes, just so you guys know. But yeah, I just like I'm so grateful for you guys allowing me to be on here and sharing. Because like this is what they don't want. They don't want us to literally talk with each other. Like there's a reason why Wakanda was made with Black people and Mayan people. Like there's a correlation.
Exactly. I'm just happy. You made, like I said, you made my day. The fact even to know that there's, like I said, there's hope out there, homie. That long as more of you wake up that are actually really our brothers and sisters, we're gonna shit all over. They're gonna be so mad, homie. So like I said, some of us are just sitting back waiting for more of y'all to wake up, homie. I'm so happy.
Here's the thing,
This
like,
is what they fear.
Facts. Cause
like
South
here's the
America,
thing.
like our big brother for real.
Like here's the thing, like America has cooled so many of our governments in Latin America that eventually, like, America is only 400 years old. Like that is it's so insignificant compared to all of these grand, archaeology that is in our lands, and they're going to have to answer the spirit eventually. Like, and the more that and this is why I wanted to talk, because I feel like a lot of more Americans need to start practicing, spirituality in a different form than we have been, that is more correlating to, Haitians and us Mayans and what we do to really, really make things, occur in the background. We don't have to go to protest. We don't have to do all that. We don't have to, there's ways that we can definitely protect ourselves.
Everything's gonna have
Facts.
be a domino effect once we all start paying homage to our oldest ports of life and finding out that
we're either brothers and sisters or we're from the same tribe. Watch every. I know how we are. Everything's just gonna fucking. It's gonna flow after that.
Mhm.
revolting as of like now. Like they're still, doing this to our people, and people are still revolting. And like I said, like eventually, spirit is, they're gonna, like I said, like the Mayan calendar was created for a reason. The Kali Yuga is 3,102 BC, where they talk about this cycle, which we as Mayans talk about. And it's like eventually you're going to hit the wall as America, thinking that you're going to continue to oppress us and not allow us to literally have communications with each other as indigenous people. Like that's insane.
Mhm.
Oh, not thinking there's gonna be any kind of repercussion. How stupid can you be, right?
That's their fear. That's their fear. Us coming together, standing together, and having each other's back. Cause this whole landmass, like I can't remember who said it. South America was the big brother. Yeah, we started down there and we traveled up and
Yeah.
we built all of these wonderful, beautiful structures, mounds, and pyramids as we traveled. And
Yep.
some settled in certain areas.
And a lot of them right now in like Louisiana, Mississippi, and all these areas, Ohio, a lot of them are like closed up, like gated off. But so a lot of it, y'all, even I don't know how y'all feel about it, but I feel like that's the reason why they even blocked it off is so nothing spiritual happens. You know what I mean? So it's almost like they're like keeping us away from the great awakening that they've been talking about. It was almost like a way to strip us from our ancestors. You know what I'm saying? And it's so crazy that everybody can recognize that there's this pattern that has happened to them. The stuff that she talked about that happened to them in South America is the exact same story that happened to us right here, right now. Being taking our land, harming our people, trying to stop us from being indigenous people. Same shit that happened, and she all the way in South America.
The constant slavery factor, we getting thrown in jail all the time. Once you go to jail, you're legally a slave. If
Guess what? In my
These
in
trolls will leave
Guatemala,
her alone too for
in
speaking
Gua-
her
ain't
truth.
nobody worried about that bullshit down there. I feel like she 100%
No,
on point
I'm
with
talking
everything.
about the ones that's going to come after. Because
Oh
every
yeah,
time
yeah,
we
yeah.
get a rare
So, hey,
a
yeah,
rare
Somebody
you
gonna
about to
come
get
gem
a
on
lot.
pop
this
up,
and
they
say
come
something.
after.
Somebody
Yeah,
gonna make a
let me,
post about an unauthentic
yeah,
Mayan
let me tell
tomorrow.
you
All
now.
this
We
You
don't,
about to
fake and
start.
we
Yeah, you're
don't
gonna
everything.
get a
care.
lot. Yeah, I'm gonna let you know right now, Bunny. You probably gonna get a lot of fucking supposed Native Americans that claim they're Native Americans, right? They're
Yeah,
gonna
we
start
don't know
fucking
nothing
being. They're
about the
gonna start
culture.
saying, "What are you doing? What's wrong with you?" And all this fucking shit. So
That
just
Like,
get
is
you
ready.
weren't
definitely
black.
not the narrative that is TikTok wants, but again, I'm sick and tired of the narrative because there's a reason why the Vatican is holding all of our archaeology, like the
We've been saying that
UNESCO,
too.
right? Like the United Nations has built a special military just to protect these archaeologies, these cultural, histories. There's a reason why they're doing
And
this.
then notice whose stuff that they're protecting. They're not protecting everybody
Or
else's. I keep trying to say that. Everybody don't understand how much of a non-factor they really are. They're not making whole live congressional movements because of you other people. They doing that shit because of us. They're
Hey,
not
Bunny,
doing shit because of y'all. And
Bunny,
I just want to say this real quick to Bunny, and then I'm done. You on point with 100% of everything you saying, minus 1% on that black umbrella thing. I know it's a thing that lets people know who you're talking about when you say it, but if you're gonna be spitting it, you gotta know what that is too. And we're not gonna ever call you black, but we know we're not black. You know what I'm saying? So, but past that, everything I agree with 100%.
hey, Bunny, you
But that word to me is not to me it shouldn't be taken offensive because like there is like the sky is black. Like like there's like that word is just a word, and it's a reason why that they're
Well, not
using
here.
black more.
It might be more so just a word on your landmass, but here, by definition, by law, it has meaning, and it doesn't mean anything positive. So we have to do that. We have to have that clarification by the laws and the standards of the U.S. corporation for the moment, so people can understand certain things. And by those terminologies, that's not a positive.
Yeah, it's like
Not
See,
positive.
see, Bunny. Pretty much what we're trying to say is, let's say you live in Guatemala, right? And you of a darker color, right? And instead of me calling you by what you are or Mayan, right? But because your skin color is that, I call you black. Do you see how that's derogatory? Plus, we
It's
know
a racial
when the
slur.
Spanish Plus, we know when the Spanish invaders were coming around, when they seen people of that color, they called them what? Negro, right? So the white man took negro and said negro, and then after negro turned into black. So do you see how that like flow with each other?
Yeah, 100% agree, and I agree with like re-identifying ourselves, but I also agree like I also don't think that like it should be offensive to like well actually no I understand what you mean because you're saying like it's the fact that they gave us that name for us to
It's
describe
it's
us.
like
It's
it's
the
like
issue.
for a certain group of people not being offended by the word ER, the hard ER. It
Right.
doesn't offend them, so they use it because to them it's not offensive. And well, why should you not be worried? Why should you be bothered by it? Because it's not offensive to me, but literally it grouped a whole set of people in a negative thing. We have a bad
Yeah, I
tendency
see.
to instead of creating our own narratives, we just like to make another narrative positive that was negative at some point. It's retarded. It's something for entertainment purposes only, because for some reason that word is still triggering. But it's something slow that we do instead of just going ahead and creating our own narratives. We'll retake a bad one and try to take the power and make the power into no, no. Sometimes it's literally toss that shit in the trash. It's spoiled. Why you keep trying to reheat spoiled shit?
Like there's a difference between Spanish speakers of being morena and then somebody calling you un negro. You see what I'm saying? In a Spanish speaking country, like a moreno is the proper way to say one of darker skin. Saying negro is like saying the nigg. You know what I'm saying? Or do you see what I'm saying?
No, like to us, like moreno just means like brown, and then negro just means black. So like, yeah, but I 100% like people use the word negro or negrita. Like I've been called a lot of this, like because I have curlier hair and stuff, and yes, I 100% agree. Like that word is definitely used as like like when people try to use that word as a negative, and it's like it's not really like oh my god, like that's actually a compliment, but
I
okay.
think it's also, I think they don't want us to use the copper color term because then everybody else can't self include themselves because everybody is not copper colored. Bunny is, we are, but everybody is not. Like your boy Gregory got caught up in here. He wouldn't. That's a different tone right there, different undertone. Some of
He
the
blue
people from
black.
Western or Central Africa or whatever, or some of these other places that have melanated people that's outside of Africa, you wouldn't be considered copper tone. So now when we start having these conversations, you can't just self include yourself because we're up under the black umbrella. Well, no, we're talking about copper color now. So what are you talking about? We're talking about over here on this side, this
If it's
hemisphere,
termed
these
if it's
people.
if it's
Hey
termed
Bunny,
melanated better.
do you know anybody with sickle cell?
What?
Bunny, do you know anybody with sickle cell?
No, what is that?
Do you know anybody with the sickle cell anemia, like the blood disease?
No, I don't know what that is.
All right, I'm a without that was just a little question, but I wanted to show you something here that you could probably share with your folks too. I don't know how to screen share, so I'm gonna just show it on my tablet from my page that I damn. Just show it on my tablet from a page that I got, right? So right here, this on the Wise Diamond page. I'm logged in on the Noon of Goodfellas so I can see this Wise Diamond, but I'm logged on Wise Diamond with my phone. So this right here, it
You
says
can't see nothing. The camera's off.
Put your camera
my
on.
camera off. I thought it was
You
on.
gotta press. You gotta
Make sure
press
you press
save.
save.
Oh, okay. Uh, can it is it showing anything now?
No.
What?
Make sure you press save at the bottom.
You
Oh
gotta
damn,
get the
my
camera.
fault. Yeah, I
It
see.
The
should.
camera
I
around.
got it. I got
Oh,
it.
there you
Let's
go.
say there you go.
All right. So look, it say right here, bone change in the sickle cell anemia with similar changes observed in the skull of ancient Mayan Indians. All right. So right here, we got United States is unknown. Working with partners, the Centers for Disease Control supports projects to learn about the number of people living with sickle cell disease to better understand how the disease impacts their health. So this is taken from the CDC website. And it says that sickle cell disease affects approximately 100,000 Americans. It occurs in among about 1 out of every 365 Black or African American births. It occurs among about 1 out of every 16,300 Hispanic American births. About 1 in 13 Black or African American babies is born with sickle cell trait, sickle cell disease. So that was just a gem I wanted to drop. Ever since I posted this on my TikTok, I qualified out Indians. I don't know if you're familiar with that term, but the posers, they won't, deny, like they won't accept or deny this. But this is science right here. So it's like, what y'all got for this? Anybody that's, Native American in the chat, what y'all got for this? Anybody that's a Mexican or Hispanic or Latino, whatever you call yourself, what you got for this? That's what I want to know.
Yeah, like I'm not really sure about this, and I'm definitely gonna research more about this for sure. But I do gotta go. Like I told you guys, like I had to go in 15 minutes. I have like a meeting I have to go to. But I definitely I'm going to add you guys, so we can talk about this later, and I can send you guys links too.
For sure, for sure. Take care of that. Appreciate you, man. Seriously.
For having me on here.
Yes.
Bye. Have
Thanks
a
for
good night.
coming and sharing your truth. I'm about to add you on my
Bye.
main page too.
Peace.
Bye.
Bye.
How do I get
That was
up?
beautiful.
Can you drop me?
That was beautiful.
It was. We got to see um the similarities in the Louisiana and Mayan culture. We got to hear a real Mayan speak. A real native came up, a native elder at that, because he was in his 50s and he was being truthful about his tribe. And he admitted and he acknowledged his white heritage too, unlike all these other natives.
Oh
It
yeah,
was a great live.
I don't think we ever gonna see this much agreement in a 7 day span because a lot's going on in the last 7 days. That just went from
Yeah,
it
I
went
love
like
it.
it was
Y'all
hitting.
natives better leave our Mayan friend alone.
It went
She got
from
a
shit.
tribe behind her now on this app. You better leave her alone.
It
We
shit
know how
went
y'all
from
be coming.
it shit went from everything hitting the fan in the beginning of the week to everybody with this agreement side just came and they really wasn't going back left because most people come in with the agreements trying to get their ass in the dough. This is them sticking their foot in the dough to block it when you're trying to close it. But these people was really like in agreement. They sat back and stood at the front door respectfully and waited for somebody to open that bitch and let them in. That's a whole nother demeanor. That's why lives go a whole nother way. I heard people talking in the comments saying, oh, a peaceful live or oh, no drama. And yeah, because we
Yeah, I was
don't
seeing they
come
was
with
coming
drama.
in. Yeah, I was seeing
We
it
don't come
too. So
dramified. We just defend all bullshit. So when
you
things
know what
come
it
up,
is though? So many people are so used to seeing lives where they're yelling at each other and whatnot, or it gets calm and then they start yelling again. This was a really into line live. Like if y'all wasn't like at y'all face at the screen when she was showing her heritage and everything, I don't know what to tell y'all. That was beautiful seeing our cousins in South America in their traditional attire. That was beautiful seeing all the headstones she was showing, the architecture that our ancestors had made so
Yeah,
they descendants can know that we
C3.
were always here.
C3 girl, I'm still shocked, y'all, when this
I
girl was
am
up
saving
here.
this live and it will be up on my YouTube.
Y'all, when this girl was up here, look, I asked her to come up here for a reason, right? I added her in the comments. I was like, come up, because I read her bio and I went on her page, right? So I asked her to come up because I seen her before in another live. She was in Manny live one time, and she didn't like what they were saying. She was in the comments. She was like, y'all just so anti-black. And I seen her in the comments. So when I said when I see her next time, I'm gonna ask to talk to her. So that's why I said come up in the box. I said come up in the box because I wanted to talk to her. And when I seen Maya, I wanted to see if she really knew that like black people inhabit her land first, and then like other groups started coming in, and then you had the admixtures before colonization happened. So y'all, when this girl kept it 1,000, I was lost for words, like, and that's why I feel like that it's important for us to have a dialogue where we will allow people to come up and talk, because I feel like when we be fussing and fighting and being how we be sometimes, it make people hard, to stay. But I'm still lost for words when this girl kept it 1,000. She kept it 1,000.
I can't nothing. So I hope somebody did get the beginning, because I want to see the whole thing. I just came in like 10 minutes ago. Like I saw
Yeah,
the
I've
end
definitely
of
posted
it.
this. It was a lot of truth spilled in this live.
You everything.
Yeah,
You missed all the goodness.
she's good. I like what she was talking about.
And that's another
And
thing. That's another
I like
reason
how
why I
she
made this background too, because we're rich with we have so much rich history and culture behind us throughout our land, the Americas. We built so much. How could
I'm
we be
asking for that.
slaves?
I'm asking
We
for the
were
black.
never slaves. We was prisoners of war, and we still outdid everybody else.
I like how she connected the Louisiana tribes to the tribe that she was in. So that was pretty cool.
Oh, oh, y'all know what
That
I
was
was
beautiful.
excited
That was
about.
more than cool. Cool. That was beautiful.
So just
Y'all know what I
Well,
was
your
excited
shit
yeah.
about.
bass with old boy earlier. You made one nigga run and you made old boy like, yeah, you did your shit today, bro.
Bass was on
No,
it today. I can't
no.
front.
When the Mayan pointed to the fucking Moors. Now we know what Moors she's talking about is the MUUR, which are considered the mound builders. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
So when she said that,
She said that.
Mm-hmm.
you know, now with somebody from Guatemala saying something like that, now when we see things like that in books, now we can correlate that as to being close to what could be the truth. You see what I'm saying?
Yo,
Now,
No.
now we can
Thanksgiving
go
late
to the
she's
United
gay.
Nations and take our seat back in the United Nations because we just proved that the Mayans are the Washita Moors and the Washita Moors have a seat in the fucking United Nations. And we know that the people in Louisiana and the Mississippi Valley are who? The mound builders, which are who? The Washita Moors. So we got
Yo,
our seat. All we gotta do is go get that motherfucker.
I swear, and y'all, when she showed the people, the woman that they worship, and like the twin brothers, and she's correlated with the people of Egypt. I said, bruh,
Whew, that's gonna
bruh.
make a lot of Pan
That,
Africans mad.
that took me out, because if you read the book, The Return of the fucking Ancient Ones, they talk about how the people in America are descendants of the descendants of some ancient Egyptian. His name was called the Jet. Is DJET. So
I think I read that book before.
y'all look, when she said that the Mayans have a connection to the ancient Egyptians, I said, bango. She keeping it a stack, and she keeping it motherfucking real. And we've been saying this entire time. Now, when niggas be like ancient Egypt is not in America, I'm on your head. I'm on your head, nigga. Because at the end of the day, if she could correlate that ancient Egypt, that they have a connection in between the two, and we've been telling them from the beginning, civilization started from here and then it moved into other areas. We on your head, nigga, because when I get them links from her, you better believe it's up. You better believe it's up. All it takes is for you to correlate, cross-reference, and game is over. That's why when old boy didn't take that battle from Susan, I say nah, don't take it. You don't really have everything that you need right now. But I feel like if we could correlate what she have and what we have, we could make this shit happen. And after that point, it shouldn't be no more fucking talking with these people. Cause the reason why you can't see is because your fucking eye is closed. You don't want to see it because you are enslaved by the mind, and that's it.
They don't want to know. They
Everybody,
don't
man, what's
care.
down with y'all, man? Say,
Peace.
say, C3 and be for real, but y'all be waking up and
Peace.
y'all be choosing violence early, don't y'all? C3 and be for real, y'all be choosing violence early, bruh.
What you
Wild
trying to say?
Indians.
But look, all jokes aside though, look, a real nigga shit. I was just reading about earlier. I was just reading about the explorers of Louisiana, right? And it's mighty funny y'all had this conversation with her because the I was on the what the hold on, I'm about to
While he holding on, that's a depiction of the ancient twins. I ain't gonna lie, it's hella hard to pronounce their names, so I ain't gonna slave their names. But what's wild on the spiritual aspect of it, and on the aspect of us reliving life, yo, y'all know I got twin boys, and they're Gemini's. I have twin boys. So yeah, and then
What's their
the
name you
story
said?
behind, huh?
Twin
What's
boys
their
are
name you said?
Gemini's.
My son, their names are hard to pronounce.
Y'all, this is crazy.
go to if you go to the Explorer or if you go to the Explorer of the Louisiana Territory, it gives you the rundown of the timeline of Louisiana. So basically, they was telling them like in 1519, I mean like 1519, that the settlers ain't started. The white folks, I'm gonna call it. I ain't gonna say white. I'm gonna take that back. Me rearrange my word before they say I'm hate speech. Before I get a warrant. So if you look up what I just told you to look up the territorial of Louisiana, it gives you the rundown. And I'm like saying to myself, like, wait, hold on. They said that they didn't start, the white folks didn't start migrating until like the 1700s in Louisiana. So if they didn't start migrating until the 1700s in Louisiana, who was the people that they found when they got there?
Facts. B for
That's
all.
crazy. I'm gonna have to get that.
What's the name of that
What
book
you say?
that you were just talking about?
Me-
Yeah, the name of the book.
The Return of the Ancient Ones.
Okay.
I don't know
Opium,
what happened to Robin.
opium. I was so surprised you was being quiet when she was up
Yeah.
here.
Man, the shit was too good. I'm like, fuck that. I'm about to let these niggas spill all the
Wait
beans.
a minute. He said this was too good. Hold on.
When she started hitting on
Opium.
all our talking points, it was no more
Man, I
fucking
said,
shit. It was
let
like,
me
I'm gonna
sit
shut
back
up and
and
let
let
this
her.
woman talk.
Opium, was
Right?
you this face?
I know you
I
lying.
was because
Was
one.
you this face or was you this one right here? Which one was you?
When Bass was doing
I
his
was
shit
that
on,
one
because Bass was working both them
with the
niggas, homie. The nigga had to
popcorn.
leave. One of the niggas had to run off, right? So I'm just sitting there like Michael Jackson, just like nigga, fuck it. I'm chilling, smoking, doing my little
Say
errands and
C3.
shit.
Oh, C3, you got your laptop with you? Got your laptop?
I'm not buying right now.
Go on, right, don't worry about it. I'm about to tell you to look up Alonzo Alvarez, and he was one of the dudes that came to Louisiana in 1519. And and if you look up him and you read about what he said, he dropped so much. He dropped so much stuff in there. When he actually snitched and said what he saw when he arrived there, and he said he was met with the Indians, black Indians in New Orleans.
All right, we about to pull it up.
Hey, wild man. You know who else did that? There was an explorer with the last name Coronado. He also said the same thing, and he explored South America, the Caribbean islands, and when he got to America, he went to Mexico, Texas, Arizona, New Mexico, Utah, and California
He's
area.
not lying. His name is mentioned. His name is mentioned. His name is mentioned in it, bro. It's him and it's Alonzo and that guy right there. They dropped the dime and say what they. And man, look, and they also got a dude by the name Jean. I think his name Jean Lafette as a French name. He said when he arrived in Louisiana, I mean in New Orleans, he was met with the Indians. See, it's like three different people telling the same story.
Augustus LaPlongeon. Well, Augustus LaPlongent is his name, but yeah, him.
What was the name of the book? Oh, he went away.
Return to the Ancient Ones.
No, not that one. The one that Wild Man was talking about.
Oh,
Alvarez. It's probably Alvarez Expedition.
Spell it for me. I want to make sure I spell it right.
Alvarez.
So I was earlier because I was listening to what's his name? The dude was on a channel yesterday with us, and I was talking to him, and he was trying to explain some stuff. I was ran across some information about the Asians. They were talking about how the Native Americans was here first. They found it. I said there's no mention of Native Americans to the 1800s. So how was they here? Their story don't pick up to the 1800s. Everything before 1800 was us, and I'm like saying, my wait, hold on. All religions was started like Seven Day Adventists, Jehovah Witnesses. All that was created in the 1600s when they came here. You see, so I'm like saying to myself, wait. I'm like saying to myself, wait a minute, hold on. This shit is getting too deep. Let me get up out of here because when you look at all the religions started, except Christianity started in the 1600s. You can look them up. They're all man-made by a white man at 1600s. Then you go back, and then when you go to like in New Orleans, the history of New Orleans by itself, the Louisiana territory, they start bringing that mention Mississippi and all that together. So I'm like, wait a minute, oh, this shit is just is blowing my mind because everybody just said they was met with black Indians down there in New Orleans. So I'm gonna understand how can you miss this subject if you're a Pan African? How can you miss this literature here that states several people came and said that they studied this? And when I'm talking about this is coming from the Library of
Oh,
Congress.
so he was a Spanish explorer and a cartographer. He basically documented what he saw, the
Well,
landscapes.
a cartographer makes maps,
Yeah, he documented what he saw with the landscapes. He made maps.
and when he got here, the people he saw, and so did Coronado. And see, they talk about when they landed here, it was about the 1530s, 1540s. And they literally say that the people here remind me of the Africans. Not that they were Africans, but remind me of the Moorish inhabitants because they were wearing garments that look like Moorish. But when you think about it, it isn't Moorish, it's Mayan clothing.
Oh, all right,
So
let
when
me
he
see.
got here and seen people of dark color, he said these people remind me of the Moors, which we know that Coronado and them had just came from Spain and Africa, so they know what the Moors look like. So when they got here, to say that the people here look like Moors is insinuating that the people that they ran into were
quote unquote black Indians.
And this is right here. This what I was talking about. I put in the chat right here. It comes from the Library of Congress right here. Look up that right there. That right there. That's gonna break down everything. What it leads up to how, what they saw, what happened, and everything. And I was like, damn. I'm like, so how y'all not looking for information? That's right here in your. This is Congress, the Library of Congress. They ain't got no reason to lie.
Columbus' actual name that he went by is
Christoph Columbus. Oh, it's like Christopher Columbus. Christopher Columbus is the white version. His name was Christoph, something like. Like a funny name he had.
Cristoforo Colombo. And Cristobal, that's what he went by in France because of his dad, so that way he can inherit the possessions and property. And Cristobal Colon is what he went by in Spain.
They go
But
Cloud Cap right there. They go Cloud. I was just talking about him, Cloud
Hey,
Cap.
dude, do you
but
know what his real name is?
yeah, it's
Not
Salvador.
his.
I was getting to that, but his actual name is that he was called is Salvador Fernandez Arco, and he
Yes,
was a
sir.
Morano, and he was a nigga that got
He was
whitewashed.
black.
Yes,
Christopher Columbus was
sir.
black.
He was a Sephardi. Yeah.
It doesn't excuse the fact that what he did, but he was a Negro. He was a Negro. It is what it is at the
You
end of the
can't
day. But
you can't infiltrate a people without having a Judas do it.
huh?
You can't infiltrate a people without having a Judas. You need somebody that's with them that
There
look.
you go. But what they don't understand is if he's supposed to have the if he was supposed to have the this is like simple questions you can ask a fool. Like if he was coming here, he never been here before. Why he took translators with him? So somebody had to tell him to take translator with you because you got to communicate with the people when you going where you going. So
Most likely,
somebody
most,
came first.
most likely Isabella or somebody that that services her was like that suggested it to Isabella, and they drilled him because he did everything they told him not to do. They was that sent here to convert people to make them Aranos as well, but he tried to get on some usury and slavery shit.
But see, that story that Christopher Columbus didn't know where he was
Coming.
going is false because the Silk Road is 3,000 years old. So you mean to tell me them motherfuckers didn't know how to get to India when India had to do with the fucking Silk Road? You
I'm
see how
from
that
them.
shit don't match up?
I'm from them.
So he knew where he was going. You see what I'm saying? But the thing is, he came here 3 to 4 times, right? And the first time he came here, he broke down. But when he returned, he got in trouble. He went to prison because when he came back, he told the fucking king and queen that these were nice people and how they looked. And he didn't do nothing. So they forced him, for him to get out of prison, they forced him back to take over. See,
Yeah.
that's what people don't read is Christopher Columbus actually had more than one diary.
Mm-hmm. And
And
he
you
named
and guess what?
Haiti,
And then the
Tobago, all them. He named all them. Even
and,
Hispaniola, Haiti, Haiti, and Dominican Republic, which is known as Kiskir, named after Kiskir. He named all those them Spanish names.
and there's another thing too. Like if you go and look up the story of New Orleans, they had a guy there was a French settler came the first time. He couldn't get the job done, and I think it was a king of the second. He came there because one of the cities is named like one of the streets is named after him in New Orleans, and he came and got the job done and conquered and colonized and everything. And they celebrated and stuff like that. But I'm gonna tell you something. I'm gonna tell y'all a trick though. The Saints symbol on the Saints helmet is it only grows in the South. When they came here and stole that Saints Florida leaf. They stole it and took it up to England. That's why it's in New England. That's why it's in the because it only grows in the South. So let you know they came here and stole, bro, and they brought it with them back as a souvenir, and that's how they get it where it's at right now. You can't get that nowhere else, and that's a fact. When you start digging into certain things and asking certain, like when you start digging into this information, it'll blow your mind.
Exactly, Wild Man. Like everybody only want to talk about Columbus,
But there was 17 different explorers that came over here in the 1600s. You know what I'm saying? You don't hear him talking about Verrazano. Well, Natural talking about Verrazano, but I'm talking about other people. You don't hear people talking about Verrazano, Cortez, Ponce
That
de
was the
Leon.
that was a
You
that was
know,
a that was a boat of like a small, I want to say like eight African sail explorers that came from over there, that came over here, that they don't talk about. That's in, but you can go look them up, and they'll tell you they came over here. Allegedly, they came over here. Somebody was heading for over here and went back home. You see, there's a lot of people that was coming. So if this land was vacant, if this land was vacant, who was the people coming to see what was going on over here? They had everybody attention to want to come over here. And when the one thing that people keep ignoring the fact that it's a heavy evidence, why the hell if we all from Africa, why they have Indians on money? We had our own currency. They had Indians on on dollar bills, so they changed it. So if we come from Africa, why you put Indians on the money then? If we all from Africa?
but how the fuck can we be mixed with European when the Europeans stop by there first and they not European? You see how that don't make sense? We
Exactly.
mix with European, but y'all not mixed with European. Y'all Igbo.
And,
You,
but the first tribe of Asian folks was melanated that
mhm.
migrated from Africa to over there.
And what's crazy, wild man, is like 2 or 3 years ago, right? There was like, well, right before the 19 shit went on, right? There was a group of melanated Chinese, and they live in West China, but they call them Uyghurs, or they spelled Uyghurs, so UHGAYARS, something like that, some variation of that, right? So
Mm-hmm.
them folks are like, they're like put into concentration camps and all this shit, and they're considered like Muslim Chinese. But you never hear Chinese folks talk about them.
Exactly. You're not. And it was crazy because I was working. I used to work at this little spot called Ojo Locos. I don't know if y'all know about that. This is like a Hispanic. It's a Hispanic Hooters. So I'm gonna let me say that like that. So people they had. I was talking to a few people one day, and it was
Not
like,
a Hispanic Hooters.
yes, that's a story for another day. Uh, and I was talking to some people I was talking to some people in there. They didn't know. Some people, I was talking to these people, and majority of these people did not know that they had melanated Mexicans, bro. They was like, I don't.
Hey,
They say, man, you lying. They don't have no melanated. I said, bro, I will pull up a melanated Hispanic for your ass right now, right now. I
what
have a video where the people is explaining how the Hispanics hate dislike the ones of same color as us. You see what I'm
you
saying?
know?
They disown them because they
You,
feel like they're not worthy of them because they're not the same color. So they didn't believe. So I started showing them they had Hispanic. I blew a few people mind because I'm like, so I said, let me tell you something. Anybody, I don't care if they Honduras, Guatemala, Salvadoran, any of that shit. I don't give a fuck what color, what race they come from. If they the same color as me, they the original people. I don't give a fuck where they come from.
a wild man. What's crazy is you can find a lot of videos about this, but in Mexico, right? So when you hear all these Mexicans say, "I speak Nahuatl," right? It's Nahutl, right? They
Okay.
call that a dying language. You want to know why it's a dying language? Because the few
Mhm.
2,000, 3,000 people that speak that, they're fucking black.
Because, and when your boy said earlier on the live, he said he don't speak Spanish. Get those kind out in Houston. Though they call them kind Tex-Mex. They call them Tex-Mex out here in Houston. That the ones that don't they has Hispanic, don't speak Spanish. They call them Tex because it's like this.
Tex Mex, Mix Tech, Toll Tech.
Yeah, they
Do
call them
you hear me,
Tex-Mex
wild man?
because they're Hispanic, but they grew up over here in America and they don't speak no Spanish. So their parents might speak Spanish, but they don't speak Spanish. They can only comprehend it if their parents speaking. So I'm like, wait, what the hell? So I found out, me living here and raising my children here, I'm like, why would they give a Hispanic person Spanish class? And I'm like, wait a minute, how you Hispanic? You can't. I asked him, I said, how you Hispanic and you can't speak Spanish and you're in the house with Spanish people all day? Like now we don't speak Spanish. So I'm like, okay, cool, I get it now. So it's like she said to a lot of people, like, I'm a Tex-Mex, I'm a Tex-Mex baby. They say it like it's funny though, but it's actually embarrassing. You see what I'm saying? Because it's like you failed your own people basically, because that's a part of your heritage allegedly. But yeah, so I'm like saying to myself, damn, this shit here crazy how they got everybody. I can see if they was giving us Spanish. That's one thing, but for them to tell them, that's like saying you don't know nothing. You don't even know your language. Everything been a lie.
Well, man, when they tell us to speak a language and then they say, well, my grandma speak Nahuatl. What's crazy is that's our language. And what's even crazier is
Yeah, Nuatla is our people too.
to be one, to have all these folks on TikTok and literally through all studies, there is only 2,000 speakers and 3 of them are YouTubers, right? Of Nahuatl. So for you to say your grandma speak that and for you to say that you black, you from West African, that's a fucking contradiction because the only speakers of Nahuatl are the black Mexicans.
No, I'm not Peanut, bro. That's my brother. I know what I'm saying. And you know what's crazy though? I'm a trip. You know that old famous story they like to tell, the Mayans, the little short Mayans with the little dwarfs and all that shit there. You know that little famous story they always to tell. You know some Hispanics. You know what cultures the Hispanics? That's the little short people, the Guatemalans.
Mm-hmm.
That's the little short people they talking about. The Guatemala. They short, but they got
Mm-hmm.
the. I'm talking about the melanated ones. The Guatemalans, the short ones.
And what's
Y'all,
crazy is, oh,
listen to
sorry, go
me.
ahead.
Y'all, I ain't gonna lie, y'all. I'm still in disbelief on this motherfucker. Like, who the hell was recording from the hallway when that
I
was
mean,
going down? Who was recording from the hallway when it was going down?
They
I
left,
wonder.
they left so they could say they didn't see it.
wait, what happened? What I miss? Oh shit!
We both missed it, well, man. It's okay.
I was too high. I had to go to sleep. I was too high. I couldn't do it. I had to go to bed. I had to go take a nap. I knew some shit was gonna pop off. It was going too good. I was like, fuck, man. But it's like it's crazy how like shit be in your. Like, I didn't know a lot of this stuff until I moved out here in Texas. You dig me? Then when I started like doing my homework, like really digging into my homework, like really started. I started this journey like the last what 5 6 years ago. So like when I stopped going to church, I was like, man, fuck that church, man. And I just say, I'm out just fuck, you know. I was doing my homework and digging. And I'm like, wait. The whole while I'm from a wait, hold on. So you mean to tell me when I found out we was all over this place. When I found that out, I look at anybody that's 9 million, like the Hispanics. They the one y'all call $5. I call them flea market Indians.
Not flea market.
That's exactly what I call them, the flea market Friday, Saturday, and Sunday Indians. Because you
Hey,
know,
what was beautiful, Wild Man, is something that I got from a book, right? Matched someone's teachings on here and matched someone's dreams, right? Here goes 5 months later or something like that. Someone that never been around literally repeated what we talked about 5 months later, bro. Like, I got goosebumps. I know before I got goosebumps, but I got goosebumps. That's why I couldn't stop talking.
So
somebody just
the
verified the
reason
truth.
why the reason why I want her to send me the links is because once I start looking at the faces of the statues and the murals and everything that we can't see because we not in Guatemala, I want to see if that's the face that I kept seeing in my dreams. I want to see if that's the person that I keep on getting flashbacks of, or getting remember. I want to see the people that she was putting up on the screen and all the links, because the way that she came up here and said, like, everybody know, like, they were black people, and we even worship a black God, and I'm like, and she was like, and this is the twin brothers, and I'm like, what the, like,
The
that
stuff
was
I just told, C3 to go look up with the Louisiana stuff I just told, the territories. In there, it talks about the Mississippi Indians and the New Orleans Indians, and it talks about the Mexican Indians. They all was black, but all of them was the Mayans and mound builders. I was reading earlier how they were saying how the people from Louisiana, Mississippi, and the
what,
Mexico.
you know
Listen to
what,
me.
Chief Warhol said the same thing.
You know I ain't lying to you.
Yeah, she said the same thing. She said she went somewhere, and some Mexicans basically was in the woods practicing some kind of culture, and she was like, hold up, this is the same shit that we practice. How the hell does the people from Mexico have the same culture as us? And that would explain that some kind of way we cross paths with each other, and we just doing the same exact shit. Now the culture she was talking about is basically like worshiping your ancestors. I forgot what the name of the movie is. You know, they what they like, damn, what's the name of the movie with the little, like, they worshiping like the dead folks? What is it? I forgot what the name of
Coco,
the movie with the little,
Coco.
Coco. That's the best way to put it. And with the little face that they always draw, with the white thing, and I remember it kind of looked similar to like a clown face, basically. And we do the same exact. We have the same exact traditions out here, like with the painting on the face, and that's how they worship, like, their ancestors and stuff like that. But they was doing it late night, like a late night ceremony, and she so happens to be at the same time, and she was like, "How the fuck are they doing the same thing that we do?" And that's what so when she was talking, it was like we started all in one place, and we just migrated out, and just some kind of way we got stuck up in the whole matrix, and now we're blacks and whites and Mexicans and Hispanics and Latinos and all these different groups, basically. And we Haitians and all of this shit. It's just crazy that we was all like even colonizing this way. Is just devastating, really, how far this shit has actually gone. And like, really, none of us really forgot. We just was like, we just gonna live our life basically and do our thing, but we still practice our culture. That blew me. That's
That was
crazy.
amazing.
It's crazy we even got to this point. And I always ask myself, like, what the fuck is the end game? Like, how the fuck do we get the hell up out of this? And I realized the only way out of it is just to be. That's the only way out of it.
Uh-huh. All the natives ran away. Ain't nobody trying to come up and combat her or anything. What? Unless
So
Bass scared them off with how he did the other two, with the other one.
I missed it. I missed it. I wasn't here for that. I missed it. But Sosa,
No, cause
Sosa,
they
go ahead.
um oh my God, what was his name? I forgot his name already. But the native that was Badger. There you go. When Badger was on the panel talking about his tribe, and Bass was pointing out how they have at the Basque language, and another native popped up here trying to debunk Bass, and he wasn't ready for Bass to bring up the receipts.
Mm. What? Damn, I missed that.
Uh-huh.
Damn.
He just dropped. He didn't say anything. He just dropped. He tried to go back and forth, and then he got to a point to where he just dropped. Like he got quiet. He was like, "Okay, I'm gonna make my exit now." Like when the conversation went somewhere else, just dropped out of nowhere.
It's the algorithm because literally the same topic Los been talking about the last 3 days. This motherfucker is gonna try to argue. Like I'm telling you, it's the fucking algorithm that worked 95 different ways and it interconnected all of us. That's how he came up there. I'm telling you, it has to be.
That shit was funny because he pointed out how if they was talking about the northern Athabascans, where they was highlighted that on the map versus the southern ones. That's what that's when it was checkmate. When he correlated the text to the map. It was over with after that. I was like, you can't defute this, man. There it is. I'll
When
put
I
on the
dropped
big screen. Yes, because he had he put this up, and then he put the text up, and he's like, okay, so when they talk about the northern part, boom, and then you see the southern part. I'm like, yeah, you can't dispute that.
and that's literally
He got
what
you.
Los been talking about. That's what blew me. I said, ain't no fucking way, like, ain't no way the higher power set me up for a beautiful, a beautiful dunk. That was a great alley oop from the higher power.
Definitely was.
As soon as I pulled it up and I read that text, go.
He just dropped here and say, "Oh, you got me or nothing."
Go.
Oh, that was funny. At least say you got that. You got that, my dog. Something. Just nothing.
Go.
Ooh, y'all. I didn't realize just how deep this shit is getting. Like, man, this shit getting crazy out here.
Real crazy. Live started off with an African and a black trying to tell me I was African.
So what?
The live started off with a black and an African trying to tell me that I'm African based off of lookership.
Yeah, they got that shit bad, man. Now I say that's why I was mad. Georgie was even up here because why y'all always trying to like come in our couch? Like we was vibing, we was talking about America and building. He won't hit the box. What the fuck you in? What the fuck you won't hit the box for? Damn, damn. We talking about us. We ain't talking about that shit. He won't hit the. What you request the box for? Damn. But yeah, Sosa bread, man. This Mayan just left from up here, man. You missed it. Come in the box, Sosa. Man, a Mayan was just up here. Blew us, man. Blew us. She dropped buku gems on his head. Buku. And then we was able to correlate the culture that she practiced right now in Guatemala is the same exact culture that we practice right now in Louisiana. She dropped them gems. She was like, and when I saw what y'all do in Louisiana, I was like, I was like, yeah. And I told her, and then Baz came up here and read about how the Mayans
Alito.
migrated. What's up, Salsa?
How
And
you
then, then
tell?
Baz read how the Mayans migrated into um, Louisiana over 40,000 years ago and was a part of the Mississippi Empire. And I was like, and he told the area, and he told the area in which they inhabited, along like Bayou Lafourche and of the Mississippi Valley. And she was like, the same exact culture we do out here in Guatemala is the same exact culture y'all do in Louisiana. She said, that's how I know. I told her, we the same exact people. The only thing that happened was our people left and y'all people stayed. No different. And she said people call her basically a Negro all the time. Like, and she be basically telling them like, nah, I'm not, but I'm Mayan. But you know what I'm saying? It blew me. It blew me. Blew me. Blew me. That she, C3 got this. I'm pretty sure she got this bitch recorded.
So
But this,
yeah, man,
Uh-huh.
man, she came up
we
here and dropped
coming
some.
back to it. We waking up at a immeasurable pace, and we understand that now we the originators of all this stuff. Like even that okra shit, they tried to really play us with that gumbo shit, and we are the originators of gumbo. And I know you know that, before all. So it's just all this stuff they try to play us with, and it's all starting to come back. Like, oh, we really taught y'all, we civilized y'all, we really the makers of all this. So we really coming back, and the energy is getting crazy.
I
They
was,
really did try to play us on that gumbo shit. Like we don't know our land, our food.
but that was fun though. You know what I'm saying? The what I say, like they don't understand that gumbo is the way we make it right now is really like new. To be honest, and that's what I was trying to explain to them, like how we used to make it in ancient times. We used to use a spice called a herb called sassafras or something like that. And it's the same exact thing that people call filet right now. So this is what we used to do. We used to mix the filet with the water. And that was basically the thickener. And how people make andouille sausage, it's nothing but all the animals a put into a casing, whether that be a beef casing or a pork casing. But before we started making sausage, we would literally cut a rabbit, a squirrel, whatever animal we could find. Really all the animals that was running around this bitch, and we would literally make it just like that with all the herbs like the bell peppers, onions, and all of that shit. Now what we do for a quicker base, we just use flour and oil, and that's how we thicken it up. That's how we do the roux. But before then, we was using sassafras or whatever the fuck it's called, filet
Hey,
basically. It's just filet.
do you know that root beer is made from sassafras?
Yeah, yeah, and my grandma will make it all the time.
Mm-hmm.
My grandma will make it all the time. Yep. And look, yo, and that's what I say, look, what's happening right now is like so many people starting to remember. I don't know if it was made to be this way or what the fuck that it is, you know. But Sosa, she even got up here and showed all the so-called black people that the Mayans worshipped. She gave us the names. She said she gonna send me the link. And I was telling her that like I literally had this vision of like the beginning of my first bloodline, and I don't think I even knew you at this time, but I had changed my name to Mayan Return, and I don't know why. I just woke up and I just did it. But it's crazy, you know what I'm saying, that she was saying like all the black people that used to worship, like that the Mayans worship right now, like the twin brothers, a woman. She gave the names. I can't wait till she sent me the names because it's over with from at that point. It's sent me all the information. It's over with at this point. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna lie. It was a blessing, bro, to have somebody who is a Mayan who come up here and say y'all are right. Like y'all, you know what I'm saying? And everybody who say y'all not right, they just basically anti-black because y'all we was here before the slave trade happened. I ain't gonna lie. It was an honor.
And that's an honor. That's honorable as heck. And that's what I like when the other people get to really telling the truth, because they really trying to make it seem like we all crazy. Ain't nobody all went crazy at the same time, and ain't no millions of grandmas just lying. Like it ain't popping like that. So Excuse me, I appreciate
Right. So
y'all.
you
I
just
gotta
saying a bunch of people, grandmas got together and said we gonna make up this big lie and tell our children. It don't
right.
make sense.
Exactly. But I gotta go back to this job, y'all. I'm gonna get with y'all in a minute, and we gonna build on this for real, for real. Respect to all of y'all. Keep going, y'all.
Man, that's a vibe, yo. Man, that's a vibe. I swear.
Yeah.
I swear, man. Fuck what they be talking about. Anybody wanna, from this point on, if they won't argue about shit, y'all go right ahead, man. I'm not arguing with y'all no more. Y'all gonna keep being asleep. That's on you. Hopefully your next time when you come into this avatar you got on, you know what I'm saying? Hopefully you be a different person with a different mind. Cause you still asleep at this point. That was a gem.
It was a great joke. A great joke. Who going live next?
And what we need to do is we need to get the motherfuckers all riled up one day as like a final straw. Since we tired of the motherfuckers, rile them up one day and just drop that clip, and then just be done with them. If you don't get along after that, we can't help you no more.
Hey Baz, you know what I'm gonna do? On my Beef for All page, I'm gonna drop a video and I'm gonna go research the Guatemala culture and like put the and like put all their attire and our attire and the Mayans going into Louisiana with 40,000 years ago. I'm gonna make a bomb ass video. I'm gonna make a bomb ass video. They gonna be mad about this shit, y'all. They gonna say, "Oh Lord, Beef for All on that bullshit again." You know what I'm saying? Cause I was stuck in my journey. Like
Give them something else to be mad at.
I was stuck in my journey for a long time, but that's my next that's my next video. I'm a correlate Guatemala culture to Louisiana culture, and y'all better not let me find the dishes. It's a wrap. Once I find out what they be eating, it's a wrap. Y'all better not let me see a bell pepper or nothing in that motherfucking culture. It's a wrap. It's over with.
I'm pretty sure it's already a wrap. Especially what was said tonight. The attire is basically the same. I'm pretty sure the food is too.
That's what I should have asked her, like what they ate and shit, and see if I could, correlate. Papa Pat said, "Yeah, they watching." I'm sure. They over there slapping the table, pissed off right now. But it's alright though. Y'all go to my Beef for All page because I'm sure about to drop this gem as soon as I finish twisting my hair.
Nah, it's funny because '05 came in here, didn't say a motherfucking word.
Mm. You're quiet, huh?
That I didn't even see he came in here.
Oh, he
He
owed me
came in here when she was on the panel.
yes, ma'am. He owed me $1,000. Best believe I see his name whenever it pop up. Yes, he was in here and didn't say the only motherfucker that said one word was Geo Kid, and after a while, he shut his mouth.
He can't come and challenge a real Maya, huh?
Nope. Nope. Now I say, what can y'all tell the people that's there right now that say no? Like people were black and they were there like before the slave trade, and we worship like black gods and gave the name. Like, how the fuck y'all argue with that? That's crazy.
And then like you got a book, you got somebody that's from there, and then you got somebody that's been doing hella research, and then what tops it fucking off is you dreamed about it, right? Nobody knows of the dream, and randomly at 2 o'clock in the morning, before I log off, I say, "Hey, let me ask you a question about Louisiana." And then look at us now. That's 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 what gave me goosebumps. It's like it was like affirmed. Like the research that we doing is going in a positive direction. If if everything is matching up, we don't know this person. She don't know us, and she says the only live I can stand in is y'all. There's been so much anti-blackness. The whole time they saying, "Oh, well, we black," and the whole time they anti-black. You see what I'm saying? That's what gave me goosebumps. Is like everything matched up months after each other, a domino effect. You see what I'm saying?
Right, man. That's why I couldn't even get my words out, cause like when she noticed like what they was doing, and like she pointed it out like, bruh, the people y'all hating is the people that started this shit. Like we can't. I'm a black person. Like I have the Mayans were black people, and y'all trying to make it seem
Yo,
like they was. And
hey,
she was like, they had afros. They were black basically, and
hey, y'all,
people
sweep
don't
the
like it.
sweep the room, whoa. Sweep the room like right now. See who in this bitch, bro. Like dead ass serious. Like sweep the room, my nigga. Nigga, I just heard our whole conversation, bro. Somebody in this bitch recorded our whole conversation. I just got up here, son. Ain't no fucking way I'm supposed to be getting heard over there.
I already told you who it was. It was
By
Geo
Who?
who?
Kid. It was Geo Kid. It got to be.
By
Dog,
who?
I just heard her whole conversation, my nigga. I just
On
heard
whose
Booker Ray
live?
whole conversation.
On whose live?
Who else?
Who's recording it? That's what I'm asking.
Dr. Umar and them.
Dr. Umar.
The pair goofies?
Yeah. I just heard our whole conversation. I just heard myself. I screen recorded, so don't worry about it. I
That
say
is
it to you.
that is sad, and that is so sad. Hey, let me tell y'all something,
My shit
y'all.
was popping that much. Y'all couldn't come in. Y'all could have asked her some questions.
Y'all know what's so sad, y'all. Let me tell y'all what's so sad.
not
That
damn.
we
Not they
got so-called
salty.
black men that want to fight this information. Okay, what y'all gonna do? Y'all gonna harass the girl? I hope the girl put our page on private, because this is fucking ridiculous, y'all. That we can't even have a conversation without them recording us because they want to hear what we saying. Y'all could have came up here and asked her questions. Why the fuck the girl gotta make that shit up? We don't know that fucking guy.
Right. I would have let y'all up on the panel. Y'all could have came over.
Who?
You
So
know how you be going past the pages on people who live, but you don't have to go into the room. And
yeah.
I heard me. I heard me. Ain't no fucking like
Weirdos. Who records a whole freaking live like that? Like, leave her alone. What the fuck is wrong with people?
If he
let
could
me
hear
see.
me, he owe me $1,000.
Who is screaming this live?
The
So it's
peg,
suited or oh 05?
No, I heard myself on that nigga Brother X page.
brother X.
Well,
Oh,
So
so one of
yeah,
them.
I
they
They're
I'm
call
saying,
it,
so weird,
I,
they
and they
call it
need
Not
a
the
sexting.
life.
$5 Africans recording.
You
They're
know,
weird and they need a life. That shit is not funny.
well, they were in the comments the other day, and supposedly I'm the next target and stuff like that. But can't fuck with me when I know what your name means,
They
and
just mad because their theories are stupid as fuck and they have nothing to capitalize over. They want to be viewed. They want to be popular like Naturalista and Natural. So freaking bad. But they're not going to get it.
I just
They
heard
missed
I
their
know I just came up.
train.
I know I just came up here, dog, and I know for a fact. I just
They are whack. They need to get a life, have kids, enjoy their life. But they're being whack on TikTok recording
Who is
people.
Ghetto Glory?
Somebody that's about to be blocked if they don't explain who the hell she talking about. What are you talking about, Ghetto Glory?
No, I'm asking who is that? It's my first time seeing that name.
I don't know.
And you want to know what's crazy? Is
That's
you know,
crazy.
Not a whole lot of talking about us.
I, so you know, I already talked about what Sutan meant. It means Nubia or Sudan, right? So let me
Yeah.
tell you a story about Brother X. So he's pretty much trying to copy Malcolm X, right? So if he really knew who Malcolm X was, he would knew Malcolm X when he traveled to Mecca. He changed his name, and guess what? He changed his name to El Hajj Malik El Shabazz. Guess what that is? A Moorish name. So, Sutan, are you claiming to be a descendant of a Moor? Because you took on a Moor name.
You're ridiculous. They need to
But
talk
how long
about
they
their
They could have came
genealogy.
in. I would have let them up on the panel to ask her questions if they was
They
that
need to
curious
talk
on what
about
was
their
going on over
genealogy and
here.
stop being obsessed over ours.
but hold up, how long they been recording the live?
That could be a long time because I heard, I just heard everything you were saying about the little chick. Everything the little chick was saying to you about Cora, you said correlates and put everything together. I heard that. I ain't got lies. I'm trying to find a way I can send a screen recording what I took because somebody was in here the whole while with screen recording because you just had this conversation. We just had. I heard myself. I just got on here, so I know for a fact they were just in here. I just got up here, so I know for a fact there was somebody in here because I heard myself on the live.
Not they streaming from their other phone. They streaming from a burner account.
You know, you
I
know.
know either because I didn't go in the room, but you can stand outside. So he got the little mascot Spoonie background, and you can
Was that
hear him.
Messy Jesse that they screaming it from?
But you don't have to
No,
enter the room to hear what they're saying. You could be on the outside the room and you could just listen to what they're talking about and you can hear everything. You ain't got necessarily got to go in now. And that's how I saw it. And I heard myself. I'm not stupid. I heard myself, bro. And I'm like, just like you said, they got a whole live about us over there. He not like I know I heard it.
Oh well, somebody must have recorded the conversation and like sent it to them, and then like they basically like replaying what we
Yeah,
talking
and
about.
and try to add their own little ad lib to try to say he pushed natural shit in and all that. He told me he made responsibility for us to respond back to him. Ain't nobody got time for that, man. Go lay down and go to sleep. It was man, that live you're talking about right now just happened, dog. That means somebody was in the. I think of that Geo kid, like who somebody said, 'cause I be seeing him flipping.
that Geo kid just came back in here.
I know who it is. I know who it is.
The people need live. That Geo kid, did you scream play our lives?
Yeah, he's only like 20 years old, so they use him as the one that they use. When you
Don't
need like
let them use you, Geo kid.
when you need a cigar or something, you send the youngest one
They
out the crib to
setting
go
you
get the
up for
cigars for the
failure.
store. That's what they do to him. They just send him to the store for the cigars and the party favors.
Oh, you know what? I actually bumped into Geo Kid one time on Prince Kofi live,
He
and
came on my
he was
panel
quoting.
before, but this I don't know if this the
Uh-huh.
same Geo kid because it's not the same.
It
Like
is.
the
It
act's the
is.
same. It is. The last
It is.
time Geo kid
But
came up on my panel, he had like 200 and something followers. This one have like 79, unless this is just a whole different page.
it's him. But like last year, he used
Around
to
you
be in
see,
Los's lives, and he used to have a completely different name. But now it's Geo Kid.
people act differently around you, C3. You have a very calm voice, and you're inviting. So people tend to act different around you,
No, I
even
was
when they
just
become
making
an
sure that
asshole.
wasn't somebody else that was using the same. name as him.
Yeah,
That's why I
got you.
had asked.
The kid that was sitting up there like 3 or 4 days ago that was trying to like tell everybody they Bantu and they from West Africa, but now everybody in West okay, everybody that gets a DNA test that's black, their DNA comes back Bantu, but everybody in West Africa ain't Bantu. Make that make sense. That's that kid from like 4 days ago. That's him. That's the same kid. So make it make sense. Next time, ask them this question: if every quote unquote African American, when they do a DNA test and it comes back Bantu, but then you say all of West Africa isn't Bantu, make that make sense. How could every African American be Bantu if not all West African is Bantu? You see the contradiction? And see, when I asked him that question, he ran from me the other day.
And not only just that, like I thought that majority of South Africa is banned too. Like
What's
I thought the majority of South Africa say that they banned too. I
what's
don't.
crazy is
Mhm.
2,000 of Bantu languages. Guess where it is? 2,000 of them is in Tanzania,
What?
Uganda, and Kenya, the East. So how the fuck can West Africans be Bantu if Bantu exists in the East?
What?
And
Yeah,
I'm
Bantu,
you didn't know that.
confused.
Yeah, you didn't know
I'm
that.
confused.
Yeah, you didn't know that.
No, because
Yeah.
the way Indigo be talking, she act like majority of fucking Bantu people come from South Africa. Like everybody in South Africa know they're banned too. That's how she be talking. So that's why I'm confused. Like, what the fuck going on
No,
then?
no, no, no. See. Most Bantu speakers are in East Africa. So the excuse that they give is you never heard of the Bantu migration? Yeah, the Bantu migration was slavery. You dumb fuck. You see what I'm saying? So if you go to East Africa, Somalia, like tribes in Somalia, Uganda, Tanzania, Kenya, Somaliland, Eritrea, even Ethiopia, they're considered Bantu speakers because Bantu isn't a people, it's a language group. So, for instance, when you come to this side of the water and you have Guatemalan, Honduras, El Salvador, Colombia, Belize, Mexico, Puerto Rico, Dominican Republic all speak Spanish. You see what I'm saying? And they call them Latinos. That's exactly what Bantu is doing. It's calling people, i.e., Latino, because they speak a Spanish dialect. You see what I'm saying? So when you say you Bantu, you saying you one of 22,000 different tribe languages. And if
Yeah,
you don't believe me, I
saying,
will go to the nearest hood store and ask this dude from Kenya that's only here in America to get a college education, and he will say the same thing I'm saying.
yeah, and that's why I'm so basically like Bantu is like similar to saying like everybody that's black is from Africa, basically. Like it's like a bunch of different people, but all of a sudden they all become one group, basically. Because you say it's like over 20,000 what languages or 2,000 languages, and then like they all speak Bantu though. I'm confused. How the fuck does that happen?
See. Now you can correlate that to when in the 1860s when that Dutch or German man put all those languages into one group. So when people say that a German or a Dutch man invented that word, yes, because before that Bantu didn't exist. You had the Kalenjin, the Ordo, the Odo. You had this language. This, you see what I'm saying? You would say what your language was. You wouldn't just say I'm Bantu. That didn't exist. Bantu is not one of the oldest language groups. Bantu has one of the oldest languages in that group, but Bantu itself is not a language. It's a
Yeah,
group of languages.
uh, that was so beautiful, yo, and you could tell it was beautiful because it's having immediate effects. They over there talking so much shit right now. I was like, y'all sound angry as a motherfucker over there. Like it's all positive and shit over
Who
here. Then
say
you go
it?
over there and get dark. Like you remember in the Lion King, it's like going to go see Scar and shit.
Everything black over there. Huh?
What was they saying, Papa Patch?
Oh God, Super is looking up at the ceiling. I could tell by his voice, and he like, "We're gonna fight until the last blood drop. We're not giving up." He's like, he's talking about what's the name and what they do for their career about being something with the law enforcement or something. And they're taking personal jabs. They ain't dropping no knowledge or nothing right now. They just say they feelings. So that shit,
About what happened? About what we talked about?
from what I can tell, yeah. Because I mean, they talking about natural over there in Earth Speak, but they tying it. They like Earth Speak, the one that snitched on a natural about being or something with the law enforcement or whatever. I'm like, what are y'all talking about? So
But they do know that the history that they're talking about come from what they would call law enforcement officer, which is the CIA agent, right? Which is seventh grade knowledge. So if you 42 and you still repeating knowledge from when you 12, you
They hang
never
around
evolved.
Backwater Geechee, and he said he was retiring from the FBI or some shit like that. Is somebody's live in the comments?
right, it has nothing to do with the information. I'm like, it's just personal shots right now because I think they trying to find out how they gonna regroup from what they just witnessed. Because somebody went over there and told them.
Did they call me Snowflake?
I don't know. I ain't stay that long. I just when you was telling me, I was like, let me go see what's
I
going
should
on.
I should go over to their live and be like, "Did you like what you hear in my live?" That should be
Peace
hilarious.
to the guys and goddess on the panel. This your boy Full Hustles. How y'all doing?
So
How you
It's
doing?
good,
Peace,
man.
peace.
Hey, I just wanted to say something. What people don't realize that that language of the Bantu, they say Bantu is pronounced Bantu. That's a baby language of Kosa, which Kosa was a baby language of the Iwa, the Ibre, the Iwa, what they call Hebrew. That's a baby. That's the father language of the Kosa language, which fathered the Bantu or the Bantu language. You know what I'm saying? And the Bantu language was a baby of the Kosa, which is Xosa. So when people look into that, then they'll really find like, wow, the Xhosa language is from South America, but it was a part of royal families, and it was a part of like, you know what I'm saying, rulership that went over there and conquered Africa. There was a lot of remnants of people that was left there, you know what I'm saying? That's why Southeast Africa is still kind of like Americanized to this day.
hey, how you spell that so I could look that up? Khosa?
No, Xosa.
Xosa.
Yeah, it's pronounced Xhosa though, but it's XH.
All right. Appreciate that,
It's
Cuzzo.
when you finding out that everything that you stood on was actually a part of the big motherfucking crime scene. That's what they going through right now. They like, we been standing on this, and you mean to tell me that we the ones that was doing this shit? Not them in particular, but you know what I'm saying, the ancestors that they've been representing, like Garvey and all that. You know, like it's gonna get to that point when all these people are telling you, yeah, they had afros, yeah, they came in, yeah, it's all originated, and as they keep, you know, asking for it, they gonna receive it, and then that's what they're going through to me. It's like they got some, you know, some trauma. They've been following that shit all their life. You know what I'm saying? And so this shit is shocking.
Hey,
Hey,
facts, man. You know what's
Patch.
crazy?
Yeah.
I was gonna say what's crazy is that that's why they call debates to the indigenous Aboriginal American Indians. They call debates to us because they trying to learn at the same time find a reason to try to debunk it
Yeah.
because they don't know. When the Pan Africans start speaking, you can tell how intellectual they are by patterns of what they talk about. It'd be the same thing as somebody else said.
I'm watching the Pan Africans turn into them people that when you try to talk and they can't, they got nowhere else to run, they just start screaming. You know what I'm saying? They like, "Mama, you're trying to help me!" Like they
Every time.
can't.
Every time.
Hey, look, that's how they standing on business.
Yo, man, the video about to drop gonna be so clear. I'ma tear their ass up. They gonna say, man, y'all gotta do something with her. She doing too fucking much. It's a
And you know what I don't understand about them folks though is most of the information they're using come from the white man, right? But dare I drop some fucking information, I'm a motherfucking snowflake. How the fuck does that make sense?
Right. They steadily using all their information does, not some of it, all of it does. You know, because they only go by book. They don't never bring an actual, like what happened here hasn't happened there. And I've been going over there for a minute. And it don't happen there. I keep asking like, okay, well, who's y'all African cousin? Like, just show me one. You know what I'm saying? Show me one. Not like you're just married, but like from back then. Draw the line. You know, and not saying I know the rabbit hole go deep and all that. So I know that we had influence all over the world, but I'm talking about on the narrative that they be trying to draw to.
y'all. Listen, y'all. I think that y'all we got this in the bag. Like the arguing with these people, it don't even make sense, yo. I was watching the episode with Jada Pinkett and what's that white Jane Elliott, bruh.
Man, I saw that too today. That's crazy.
You watched that today?
Yeah, something made me go back and look at it again. That's
I
crazy.
watched it. I watched it today, right? So I was like, I'm like, bro, millions of people view that red table talk shit, right?
Hmm.
We got artists talking about us being indigenous to the America. We got we got what's this other dude name? Even on TikTok, this herbalist dude. We got Pharaoh. We got so many people pushing this information and bringing documentation and bringing facts. You can't stop this. We got even the youth talking about this.
Yeah.
The younger kids and us on. We got every platform on like Facebook, Twitter,
The
YouTube,
news. The
TikTok,
news.
the news. It is a wrap. So arguing with them, it does not make sense because nobody believed they descendants of the slave. Like nobody can show proof. Like show me the proof. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like these people know we got this in the bag, and that's why they arguing, and that's why they mad. That's
At
what I
Beef
feel.
Raw. So the white tea, like younger content creators are stealing our content, right? The
What?
same videos that we get cursed out on, they get in hundreds of thousands of likes, right? And
Hmm.
if you go read the comments, there's 30,000 comments. I'm talking about YT after YT after YT talking about, yeah, Egypt is in the Grand Canyon. Egypt is in America. Israel's in America. Yeah,
Huh?
yeah, yeah. Look, go look at the messages I've sent you in the last couple of months. Go look at the white folks that have a platform that, like, using our information, literally, word for word, bar for bar, using our information, making videos and getting hundreds of thousands. So that's not 100,000, that's 200, 300, 400,000 likes, 30 to 50,000 comments. YT folks
Damn.
talking about, yeah, there's even British and European folks talking about, yeah, I've learned so much about America on TikTok. Egypt might definitely be in America. These are YT folks. Look, go follow this dude named Cultivate Elevate, right? And he reads out of this old book that talks about Tartaria, right? Go look at how many fucking YT folks believe in Tartaria in America, right? And believe that the, like, quote unquote black folks or Moors built it and believe that Egypt is in the Grand Canyon. Go look. Cultivate, Elevate is his name. That's one of hundreds of white creators that's getting all these likes using our content, bro.
Hmm.
No, it's crazy. I don't even be on that side of TikTok like that.
What?
Actually, one white dude, he was talking about the chopping up the cherry tree, and all of that shit. Like that video went viral, and I'm like, bro, and he was like, the black people is indigenous to the Americas, and they talked about how if they how they want to cut their history, and they went out their way to do it. Man, that video got so many damn likes. I'm like, bro, how it we. I guess y'all don't want it to come out of our mouth, so y'all gonna push the white man information before us. Damn.
Hey, that
Hmm.
same video you talking about, and I think Sutek is a new page of Sutin because Sutek and Sutin is the same word. It means
It
Nubian.
is. That's
Okay, so he tagged me in a video, right? Asking why I reposted that same video you talking about
it.
with the curly. You talking about the curly hair white T boy and was talking
Yeah,
about the Moors and yeah. Okay,
yeah.
so he made a 10-minute video when I told you that he said I was his next target. He tagged me in a 10-minute video, right? Asking me why I've reposted that video.
Like you can't repost something that you like. Would you the retag police?
But the
No.
thing is, he was like, "Oh, so you a snowflake getting information from a snowflake? That's how it
Uh-uh.
is." Hey,
Uh-uh.
do you know
Does he
on a
really
daily
want to go there?
basis how much racist shit I'm getting from these folks?
Do he really want to
The-
go there though? You know what I'm saying? Like, don't go there, bro. Don't do it. Don't do it.
oh no, they call me Snow Bunny, Snowflake,
Oh
Eh,
no.
eh,
White
if that,
boy. Um, they told me the pictures that I show of my grandma and my mama and my dad and my grandmother, that's not mine. Um, yeah, I get all that.
yeah,
Dog.
That's why every time I see them, I press them for my $1,000.
yeah. I remember I talked about you one time, and it was like, you letting that white Puerto Rican tell you about you. And I'm like, bro, he gave me information. What is the problem? That's a white Puerto Rican man. I say, okay, man, I ain't arguing with y'all about that shit.
But see, if they were smart enough, okay. So to call yourself Borican is to consider yourself Taino indigenous, right? To call yourself Puerto Rican is literally calling yourself a mix of 7 ethnic groups. Literally. Because that's what we mixed of is most of us is mixed Arab.
Yeah.
So call me a Arab conqueror, not a white tea conqueror. Call me a Portuguese conqueror, not a white tea conqueror, because I'm Portuguese and Spaniard, not British.
He need to call you the truth because at least you standing on who you are. And he ain't. You know what I'm saying?
That's why I fucks with you anyway, because you stand on your own shit.
Right.
Appreciate it.
That's what the fuck you need to call you. And see, they be trying to label us all kind of stuff like y'all pushing the whitey supremacy and all this other weird shit. But they the ones that's actually using all that information in order to stand on it. You know what I'm saying? We like, well, they were paying y'all in all kind of ways, and y'all trying to flip the script and make this a whole color thing. You know what I'm saying? And it really ain't that. It's just about what is the truth. You know what I'm saying? But they the only thing they can do is try to make it into that type of shit because if they can do that then it puts us at an anger state like we slaves and we ain't got nothing and we woe me and the white man is so stronger than us and all this other stuff. It's a divide and conquer strategy and their teachings that is outdated, and then when they get met with this new information they fucking black it out.
See, I'm gonna tell you a scenario, right? And see, that happened with, with the community, you know what I'm saying, back in about 2017, 2018 on YouTube, powerful community, bro. You know what I'm talking about? We actually reached over 50 million people plus going up. And that was back in 2017 when my man looked on it, like YouTube digital platform of all the people in our community with their channels and all the views reaching people like my man Real Basil, brother. I know y'all familiar with Caramel Ahu. You know what I'm saying? He's a good narrator. He awesome dude with the books and information on that because he also know how to read Spanish and stuff. So we need people like that, But it was just a relevance jealousy going through the community that caused people to start renegating against them.
Right.
And I'm like, y'all don't see truth through every bullshit that y'all dealing with. We need everybody that can come with resolutions to the problem of the American lands. But people
Right.
are choosing picking. It's like
Hey,
they
see,
don't understand.
see, so what gets to me is, there's a lot of Puerto Ricans on here, right? And they like to talk about Columbus, okay, right? But why don't you ever talk about Juan Ponce de Leon, who
Mm.
literally was the conqueror of the island?
Yep.
Literally, Ponce is named after Juan Ponce de Leon. San Juan is named after Juan Ponce de Leon. And Leon is named after Juan Ponce de Leon. So ask yourself, why don't you ever read the information that Juan Ponce de Leon said about the island? Two, which 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 is why this is a reason why I'm adamant about this information is because besides Juan Ponce de Leon, another explorer that went to the islands. But why I like this information is because when he left the islands, he came to South Carolina. His name was like Isaac Ayon de Vasquez, right? Which
Mm.
I am a Vasquez, right? So literally, I am a descendant of this man. So when he left Puerto Rico, and he intertwined with my people, that's what makes me a descendant. He did the same thing in South Carolina. So I, through my colonizer, have a descendant somewhere here in South Carolina that he also fucked over. That's why this
Mhm.
information is so like, interesting to me because due to a colonizer, I have a same story as somebody in South Carolina that I've never met. That
Right.
I know who my descendant is. His name is John Henry, but I don't know who else is related to John Henry. You see what I'm saying?
Mhm. Yeah, they taught about Ponce de Leon in school. Like, you know what I'm saying? He was one of the few, especially in the Carolinas. I don't know about, what age they might have stopped, but when I was in school, they taught about him. And so he was one of the very few, that they actually would give us information on in school. And so, yeah, people don't talk about him like that.
And you heard you seen you've never hear them talk about it, and we talked about it here today. Now let's see if they talk about the expedition of Coronado because we mentioned that today. Let's see if they talk about Juan Ponce de Leon's expedition now.
Hey,
Let's see if they talk about Ion de Vasquez expedition now because they didn't hear it nowhere else but when today.
you
Right.
know what though? With the expeditions you just mentioned is what formed the comic book Christopher Columbus, bro.
He had a comic book.
Man, no, that whole story is a comic.
Oh, oh, I'm about to say, man. Oh,
Like the whole
hell no.
Christopher Columbus contract, water treaty, all that shit is a contract and it's a comic book. But all of what he just named, those, what I'm saying, expeditions were a part of what they used to form the whole Christopher Columbus story and his fake 6 books and all of that stuff. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? Just like,
yeah.
how they use the Old Testament to create the New Testament, the Bible. You know what I'm saying? Like
Hmm.
it's remaking, and the reconstruction is going to continue. We stopping it by speaking on these truths and bringing them to light, no matter which angle they come from. That's what they don't want. That's why it's being censored. You know what I'm saying?
And the more you feed the mind, the less you have to eat. You know what I mean? And it's just funny to me how certain feathers that our people will wear representing certain things, and then they take that and flip it and put it in the market by starving us of the correct information and stimulation as far as like just frequency. And because we're starving from that, we end up eating a bunch of junk, and they use the colors of our feathers to market the shit. So like, you go to McDonald's and all that shit, and you see like red and orange and yellow, what I'm saying, to stimulate hunger from the gut, but not from the mind. And that shit is just
Hey,
crazy. It's crazy how they flipped everything. Is what I'm tripping on.
Hey, Papa Patch, and it's cool you said that because the other day I reposted a video, right? and it's like a time lapse of a young kid. He just so happened to be an American Indian, or what they would call quote unquote a black kid, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they did a test on him on a whole class simply by using a different light bulb, right? So
Mm-hmm.
with a certain light bulb, the YT color kids were calm, collective, and the American Indian boy was hyperactive, couldn't stay still, and couldn't pay attention, right?
Right.
So months later, they changed the light bulbs, right? And it was a complete opposite story. The young Indian kid asked to be moved to the front. Grades increased. He was the only kid that was sitting down when they used that different light bulb. I reposted it. You got to go check it out.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna check that out. It makes sense because the lights that we use are artificial lights, and it's not like natural light, of course, and don't even reflect the illusion of the artificial. Don't even reflect the closeness to the natural
Like
light.
fire. Yeah, we used to fire in candles.
Right.
hmm Hey, but around the what they would call the inner city, or the quote unquote, ghetto areas, have y'all noticed the street lights went to like that blue color? Not the bluish whitish, but they like every so often you see a dark blue like street light.
Mm-hmm.
Have y'all noticed that?
Yeah.
And they call it a defect. But how can you have 86,000 lights defected when that's when you have quality control for QC in a factory? So that defect doesn't make sense. They intentionally putting that in our areas, bro.
Right.
Because like I just said with that young Indian kid, the difference of a light bulb has an effect on someone.
Hmm. So yeah. So it's a whole psyop, and that's why I said that's what at the end of the day, that's what we're dealing with. And and the crazy thing is, it's not just the ideology from Pan A's. It's also some other stuff. Because I was listening in Dave's live earlier, David's live, and I think Big Chief, what's his name? God, I don't want to mess his name up, but he be speaking a lot on the tablets. And so I'm in that live, and the same dude that somehow me and him got into it on another live,
You've
and huh?
cutthroat or some shit. I was in there with you, bro. I remember that he was slandering a whole bunch of information, man. It was
Yeah.
weird.
Oh, you saw that? Yeah. He was taking everything and mashing it together under some God body, New York God body type. Because I studied the supreme math and stuff, and then he just had this whole thing of where he was trying to make it. He was trying to talk to us in the level of like the God term, but then at the same time smash. I can't even explain what he was doing, but he was trying to just. I was like, bruh, what?
Everybody
Like,
in the
you're
room. No,
insulting our
no, no, hold on,
intelligence.
hold on. Let me say
Go
something
ahead.
real. He was talking in the manner of like, yo, and matter of fact, he was saying this out his mouth. I know this and I know that and I know everything. So, you know what I'm saying? And I'm just here, you know what I'm saying? And so my man was like, so, where you get your information from? Like, not, if you're not using books, then where you get your information from? He said, I just get my information from the sun.
Yeah, yeah, he'll do shit like that. Yeah, Cutter didn't know what to say. Cutter was like, well, shit.
That when people come in doing that, that just be losing me.
It was funny as hell. I had to get up. I ain't realize Real was getting up there, but I got up there right behind him. I was like, man, look, I was in the back, like, man, this dude slandering a whole bunch of shit, man. What the hell he making up?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
He act like everybody didn't know nothing. Like he was the supreme being, and he came. He got a download from the sun to come tell us everything, and didn't want to hear nothing nobody else had to say. I was like,
Yeah,
this dude
and a
crazy.
couple of people even had a chance to speak, and what they said, he countered it with more of what he know that he assumed to know or whatever. That his information was countering that to be more correct. Like every
Right.
time somebody speak, like it was bad. I was like, oh man, this is crazy, man.
And so what he was saying on one level wasn't wrong, but then because he would smash it with some other shit and then turn around and act like it's coming from the sun, Like he's allowed to say certain things, but then when someone else says something, he had to bend it. Like I was like, well, God, he'll break down the etymology of certain things, but then he won't on the other things. So I was like, okay,
We are talking about Goldie.
I don't know the brother's name, man. We got into it bad. I don't know his name.
That sounds like golden.
Yeah, I think it is Golden. I think it is him.
But he always say, and I'm saying if it's Goldie, and you ask him like, "What's your tribe?" He'll say, I'm from the I'm a descendant of the children of the sun."
Yeah, that's him.
That's
Yeah,
Golden.
yeah, yeah. That's him. That's exactly what he say.
Welcome back, Opium.
Oh, what up, y'all? I had a little phone call and shit. Who y'all talking about? I heard that guy was
The
golden
Pan
ass.
Goofies was recording our live.
Oh, who came in earlier? What? Somebody came in earlier.
No,
No, they was
when
playing my live on students panel.
Grell was up here, when the
Or
Mayan Grell
someone
was up
had
here.
recorded it and went over there
Oh,
and played it.
they were that mad where they had to like
I hope
oh,
they
they was
heard
like
the ancient Egypt part.
right. Oh, they
In
like they got a
America.
fucking real Mayan in here. Oh shit. Fuck these motherfuckers.
Y'all gonna make Port City end up going over there to some kind of Mayan artifact and be like, "I'm here, family. I'm here, family.
I'm here, family. What you say? What you
I'm, I'm
say?
here, family. Family, I'm right in front of the statue, family. You see, family? This doesn't look like them, family. Somebody
With a
tell
shirt.
them.
Hey, with a
I'm
shirt. Hey,
fucking weak.
with a shirt on, with a shirt on, with an ass and a piece of shit, right? Like with and a
Man,
push button and a push
bruh,
button.
he over there with the corn, with the little AI with the corn, but it looked like he got the AI like sucking the corn instead of eating it or whatever. I'm like, bro, you gonna stand in front of that
Ugh.
and give a lecture in front of that clown with the corn in his mouth like
Hey, do that
Dude,
voice
I
again.
seen that shit. I seen
Hey, do
that
that
like
voice again.
motherfucker.
Y'all see me
Do the voice
standing in
again.
front of. Yeah, family. You see me, family? I'm right here in front of the corn. You see how he's sucking the corn, family? And that clown's family.
and like that's
Hey,
I'm
hey,
like,
here
bro,
come a
get in
pop.
front of
Yeah,
away from
family.
that goddamn
Yeah, family.
clown.
I see you, family. You in front of that pyramid. I see you. I got court documents to prove that that pyramid is real.
Got a ass motherfucker.
You guys don't go nowhere. That's the problem. You guys don't travel. You won't leave America. You see, family, I touched the pyramid. I went to Egypt. You see me,
I'm a
family?
Negro. You're not a Negro. If it says African American and it's an invention, that's me. That's not you. That's me. I'm an
Because
African.
you travel to
You
other
not.
states to go to be a trick don't mean you travel, nigga. A trick and a traveler are two different motherfucking.
I made it, family. I'm here, family. I'm touching the pyramid. You see? No afros, family. Where's the afro family?
Like, yeah, man, that motherfucker boy, the voice, I can't, shit kills me with this. There's
I'm
no
weak.
way, bro. Like, I need to see the woman that actually gave you some pussy. Like, who gave you some ass, bro? It's talking like that. Like,
I'm at
I
the
can't.
gym. I'm at the gym. 3 o'clock. I'm a host alive. 3 o'clock. I'm at the gym right now. Come see me at 3 o'clock. You a coward. You a coward.
Crazy out here. Shooting goddamn.
I'm weak.
Like I said, I can't do shooting because I bust a blood vessel trying to do hell. I can't even do it. I'm prepared though. I'm prepared,
You
but
gonna
I'm gonna bust a
you
blood
gonna
vessel trying to
bust a
do hell.
blood vessel trying to
How him,
imitate
how
Sudan.
how
But
him
yeah,
and
Please
BGP,
don't.
how him and BGP
apparently,
got the same bottom grill. Y'all got this. How y'all both got the both same gingivitis? Y'all gingivitis look alike.
Not gingivitis.
Oh shit!
well, opium.
That
Apparently,
was
when O'Grell was up
yo.
here, apparently when O'Grell was up here,
They got twin gingivitis.
they was recording. They was recording when she was up here, and they now they doing commentary on the recording,
They
which
doing
is
commentary on the recording right now?
uh-huh.
Hold on. He said
Oh,
they
they
got
hurt
twin
her.
gingivitis though. But not even the same people. Y'all both, when you look at your TV, I gingivitis. Like, what kind of shit?
Like they ate the same amount of sugar their whole life, the same amount of syrup, the same amount of this, the same amount of butter.
Everything. He get it.
Be all up on the camera. Be all up on the goddamn camera, spitting and shit, spitting all on
Oh
the camera.
shit! Oh man, that's hilarious, man.
Oh, they sound jealous. That's jealousy. They wish they had a Mayan come up on their panel.
Oh, they was hurt. They was big. Oh, girl coming up here doing that shit, man. They wanted her to come up here and join the whole bandwagon of saying that. See, no, she know who she is. Y'all motherfuckers is probably not happy with. That's what I'm saying. It's really coming down to just basically we're gonna find out that y'all motherfuckers happy with your family, and you was the nigga that either probably was the asshole of the family, or you just was something's gonna come out. That's a lot of the thing. Burnt
Hey,
family ties and
Hey,
shit. And so some of y'all probably can't
see,
even.
that's why.
Yeah, some.
hold on. I was gonna say something real quick, and I'm gonna let you end it. That Mayan situation. Most of y'all motherfuckers is Mayans. Y'all want to realize it? Because you got to realize
Oh, we
this.
know that.
This peep this though. It goes way deep down to Peru, right, where the Choque people was at. That's the original Cherokee, the Choque. Then they became the Aniwaya and then all the other names after that. But the Choque people, those are the last ones that had kings in the early 1800s. They actually, it was the five kings and the queen that went to speak with the Queen of Europe. Yeah,
And you want to know what's crazy though? Is when you say that is since all of them like to throw out DNA, right? If you Google, right, are the Cherokee Phoenicians, right? And guess what pops up? 100 articles are talking about how DNA and genetically, when you see the word Cherokee or when you see the word Phoenician, they're talking about the Cherokee or what's that word you just said?
the
G.
Choque.
So now we know that the Phoenicians or the AKA Venetians traveled the world, but we
Yeah,
also know the Mayans did it too. So now we can see that when they talk about Venetian, Phoenician, Cherokee, they talking about the Mayan or that word you just said. You
yep,
see what I'm saying?
the Aniwaya or the Choque. Also, are you guys familiar with the word Yankee?
Yep.
Yeah, it's a Cherokee word for coward or slave.
No, 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 no. Actually it's kind of like a nickname or what we call a street name for the Yamasee.
Mm, I haven't heard
Yes.
that.
Yes, it's the Yamasee, and I mean, and when I was doing like about 7, 8 years ago when I was really decoding into the Roman Empire, that's why what was blowing my fucking head off, because a lot of places was filled with Roman citizens and not the actual empire listed people, which the empire people was us. But the citizens was the people servitude and working inside doing their job. You see what I'm saying? Just kind of like the US with
Queen
the government and these jobs that they're doing today.
Queen Charlotte. Yeah.
Yep. And so it was like that. That's when I mentioned earlier the Southwest, the Southeast part of Africa that still is influenced by Americanized people today. You'll see like 1846 Yankee on the top of them big factories and stuff, and it's actually because the Yamasee people is over there that built up Cape Providence, Freeland, and some other areas over there, and it's beautiful. Like you'll look in your city at your high schools and stuff, and then go to Cape Providence, Southeast Africa, and then it'll look the same.
Right.
Yeah,
I mean, all this evidence, man, is really like I'm like it's really like before said it's really over with. Like you know what I'm saying? Like it's really over with, and it's almost just like what else? Like because it's all the information is like it's over with. The only thing they can do now is take every talking point that we displaying and then try to use it for content to gain, I guess likes or whatever they trying to do. But as far as the debating, it's like what else? Like you can't top the shit. Like there's nothing y'all can do about it. Shit.
You see, if they really cared to learn, right? When I said Google, are Phoenicians genetically related to Phoenicians, right? If they really cared to learn, and since they live streaming this what you call it, right? If they really cared to learn, guess what they would have did in front of all their little 20 guests? They would have Googled what I just said, right?
Hmm.
Not 20 guests.
You know they smart. Turtle people. You know that's what we start calling them turtle people, man.
That shit's
Oh,
funny.
I like how she also said that she never heard of the land being called Turtle Island until she came to North America.
Hmm.
And
Why though,
what I
right?
loved was the Egyptian. When she said Egyptian, out of nowhere, she said Egyptian. And then there's this guy on TikTok. You should go look at his page. His page is named Alien Carvings, right? So he has a whole bunch of like ankhs and a whole bunch of like crazy ass carvings and shit like that that has Egyptian, hieroglyphs and shit like that you call it, that he found in Mexico. And they have like they glow in the dark, they this, they that, they this, they that from Mexico. So when
Hmm.
she said that, and then it correlates the same thing with that book that I read out of that correlated the Mayans and the people in Louisiana. The same thing she said about the Egyptians, that book said the same thing.
Because it makes everything easier when you, when like I said, when you realize bartering system, hub of civilization, most of everything, self sufficient. It's certain
Right.
things you take all the little key points in consideration. It's like, bruh, it makes it a lot easier to have an understanding of the you know what I mean, the multiple demographic. What the fuck was actually going on after this shit was cracking?
And then not only, well, excuse me when I say we, I'm just used to it, because I've been around folk my whole life. But so when we say like Mississippian, to say y'all know, like in the 1990s or early 2000s, the videos still go around, but it was a white man in the Ohio Valley, so Ohio, Illinois, Indiana area, and he said he went into a cave and found a whole bunch of artifacts that had Egyptian writings, right? And he sent it into the Smithsonian, and they denied him, right? So now reading that
Hmm.
the Mississippians spread to
They
the
was saying that they
Ohio
was
Valley.
hoax. Yep, I know about that story. They was saying that the artifacts was hoax.
Yes. In which he
Yep, but
had
it's real.
15,000.
Yep.
50, one, five
Actually, he had a
thousand.
farmland. He found them like on a farmland, like where he had.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, yep. He was digging them out,
Mm-hmm.
man, and he had found that one big one that was up under like the tree root that had turned. The tree had
Yes,
turned up
sir.
or something. Yep,
Yes,
I
sir.
know what you're talking
So
about.
now, with this girl from Guatemala correlating that the Mayans went to the Louisiana, Mississippi area, and we know the Mississippians went to the Ohio Valley, and she brought up Egyptian artifacts, then how can we call in what's in Ohio false if we just correlated it, with a lady from Guatemala?
Yep. And when you cross reference, when you do that, and then you time jump into when they started doing court in Ohio, and you find all them court documents with them Indians inside of it that they're describing as our complexion. Like Ohio court got mad cases when they were dealing with the whole slave thing about the Indians being us, and so that plus the artifacts, like I said, it's a lot, man. It's
And look,
undeniable.
and they try to trick us by using the word meso, Meso, right? So
Hmm.
they try to say Mesopotamia, and then that's over there in like Iraq and Iran and stuff like that, right? But they call Mexico and the Yucatan and El Salvador, Honduras, they call that
Mesoamerica.
Mesoamerica.
Mhm.
Hmm.
Do you see the correlation there?
Hey, but you know what, Base? They changed it from Latin America to Mesoamerica.
Hmm.
That's Latin America.
So did.
Yeah.
And they've been trying to, I guess, further wash it out. You know what I'm saying? Like they keep trying to, but as they're trying to do that, shit is being revealed at the same time. So.
And you know what, peep though? When I was decoding the languages back in fucking 2013, right? When I was finding how deep that Latin was from America and indigenous here, right? That's what got me on that roll and that hunt going through Roman Empire, finding out all the Roman Empire was built up all American Indians. It fucked me up because then you still to this day look up Roman Empire and the Roman language, Latin.
See, and how you just said they just gave us the word Meso, like Mesoamerica.
Yeah.
I think this place used to be called Paleo America because they
Yeah, it's
found
paleo.
Paleo
Yeah.
Hebrew shit here. You see what I'm saying?
Well, paleo just means
So that's a script, ain't it? Yeah, I'm about
no,
to say.
paleo is a time era,
Right,
as they would call it. But it means ancient, ancient, you know.
Yes.
right.
That you right though. And that's why when I was like when y'all mentioned languages, I was like, to break down the languages will really tell the truth without people really even realizing it. Because it'll decipher all of the shipping and migrations of people.
Right,
And
So
and
when
and
we
see,
tell people that we invented all these languages, we ain't lying.
right,
Nope.
and see,
It's
you
the
know, Africa used,
originator was here.
right,
Africa used the 72 laws of Mayat, right? M-A apostrophe A-T, right? Mayat, okay?
Yep.
Mayan, Maya, Maya. You see how when they wrote history, you see how lazy they got?
Because
yeah.
that's written
I,
in Latin.
yeah, I think some of it is lazy, and that's what happens when you copy somebody's work. You know what I'm saying? When
Yeah.
you copy a
Look
text.
how like you when you use the apostrophe, it's really Latin and French writing. A lot of people don't see that, but it's just plain as day. Oh, y'all said somebody recording us right now, right?
Yeah, we probably live on another motherfucking outlet.
Who
We probably
recording?
we might
I don't know.
BET might be recording us
Well,
right now.
you
Goddamn.
know, we
You
teach them.
said BGP?
No, I said BGP and BET.
Hell no.
Look, the same way these folks charging $300, $400 for them to be on YouTube channels and podcasts, we need to stop fucking with these Pan Africans and these fucking Native Americans and charge to talk to from this day forward. In order for them to talk to us, they must put a deposit of $500.
Right.
Yeah,
From this day forward, they have to 500 to talk to us. If not, we're gonna take our talents to South Beach.
Unless we running an advertisement. Now we every now and then we might run an advertisement where y'all can come through and during our commercial break.
And look, prices is subject to change. So
Yeah.
when you fucking with a heavy
Yeah,
hitter,
I've been telling them that, like, let's start charging these niggas to talk to us because at this point, I feel like we should do a series like all the American Indians. I feel like
Right.
we should all get together and do like all secrets reveals, like a whole series. Just drop bomb after bomb after bomb, and be done with these niggas, man. We
Yep.
we we, we should drop bomb after bomb and just be done with them and say we done this shit. We left our mark on TikTok. We did our thing, man.
Right.
I think we should be done with them. Be done with them, man.
Yeah. I feel the same way.
we
Cause they
see
not
This
all
gonna.
is
that.
They're not
definitely
gonna.
going down in American Indian history.
Yeah. Legendary. They can't do nothing with it, and I feel like that's why I was getting to the point I was getting to. I was like, what else? Like other than charging, you know what I'm saying? What else?
look, to talk to us, you gotta go through C3. Since she's the nice one out of everybody, she's the most, like, she don't let no emotion get through her. She's always straight. You gotta talk to C3. But she know the starting price, 500 for a show.
Yeah.
Because think about it
I'm
like
weak.
this. Think about it like this. All them coins, 1.3 thousand coins and shit like that they be getting and shit like that. All the next clouds and the next videos they're gonna make out of 3 hours. They're gonna make 714 videos. You see how much traffic they're gonna get, and you telling me I'm not gonna get a lick of that? You fucking kidding me?
Right.
You see, every time somebody tests my intelligence, what I tell them, bet
Look,
1,000. If you
look,
that confident, bet 1,000. I
Right.
got it.
look,
You
y'all,
got it.
look. That's why I think that we all should get together and do a series and let them pick it apart. At this point, but here's the thing, yo. I want it to be so bomb that there's nothing they can say. Just like when they drop Hidden Colors. I want bomb after bomb. Man, look, all secrets revealed American Indian edition. Fuck all that talking to them niggas
Hell
like
yeah.
y'all do y'all look through the information. You fight it. I'm not fighting with y'all.
Hold on, sis. Hold on.
Look, we gonna drop bomb after
Hold on,
bomb after
everybody.
bomb, and they gonna be like, "What?"
Peep though. You know what's funny? Right after that, I had a debate with him. I destroyed him so bad. And I did it politely. I wasn't ignorant with it. Wasn't, you know. And I was like, why would you? And I said this. I said, why would you drop that movie before you take time to finish doing your investigation? I said because that word research is simple. That's the beginning of on your journey. I said you got to investigate, decode, decipher. You got to go parallel, matching information. I said you got to go deep, bro. And he was like, man. I knew he was writing stuff down that I was talking to him about. But, you know, I'm not a debater. I just share information. That's why, you know, I come through, share information, keep it moving.
Right. Yeah, man, I got the IndianBusinessMedia.com. I did it for us. So I'm great with the motherfucking editing and the graphics. So I can help market this shit. And I want to do it be for real. Said, if y'all all go sign up, you can use whatever name, whatever email, but everybody sign up. And then that way, anybody that got links, I can, share the links on the site, and we can, do that and like run the whole series and then and charge.
Yeah, I think we should do that and name it just what I said. Secrets Revealed, American Indian edition. Because at this point, the only way for us to really get our history back is if we take it back. No questions asked, and just put everything on the line. Like, you know what I'm saying? Don't nobody hold no bars. Everybody do their damn thing.
Right.
But
So I
but
think
but
we
And
see,
Put
my,
in
my
the
thing is,
disclaimer: these
I
are
need to be
non-debatable facts.
I need to be added to a fucking group message or something because like me, like I'm not really tech savvy. Like I never been into like technology. So I have a lot of like, pictures and receipts and stuff like that. I just don't know how to put them together. Like you see I'm loud because I'm deaf in my right ear. Like I'm 50% deaf in my right ear. So I'm loud. You see what I'm saying?
mm,
So I don't know how to put stuff together. I stutter and I'm loud as fuck. But
y'all
I
give
have a
me the
lot of shit I need to share.
yeah, y'all give me the what I'm saying, the work, and I know how to put that shit in a documentary, BTVH1 History Channel goddamn look, you know what I'm saying? To make that shit pop. You know what I'm saying? Cuz I y'all
It's
y'all
about
do
that
what
time.
y'all do what I can't do, so then y'all give me what I'm saying, the stuff to work with, and I edit that shit. And we charging though. We ain't giving them this shit for free.
That's
You
that's
know?
what I'm saying, bro. Cause
They can
then
only get the
imagine,
commercial for free.
imagine when they get the info, and then 3 years from now, they the ones that making videos as if they got this information and they got it for fucking free.
Right.
No, I need some I need some upfront royalties. I need a signing bonus.
Hey, man, let me be one of the narrators, man, because I got the perfect cracker voice.
Boy,
Not
that
cracker voice. I'm
that's real
weak.
shit.
You
The
know,
personalities is crazy.
for real, because you know how niggas only believe what the cracker say. So, fuck, you know, look, then they'll end up showing me, and I'll just be myself, you know what I'm saying? I'll be looking just like this, you know what I'm saying? Just talking to him like, yes. Why, yes, because by the day that the American Indians had started realizing that they were being invaded, coming
Hey,
the
so
1800s, it'll be
so
very, very rare for the. What's up?
put my face, and you voice over my face. They
Oh,
definitely gonna
man.
listen.
Listen, I got 1,000 voices, my brother, for real. You know what I'm saying? Like, my voice is deep, but for some reason, I can change my voice to any voice.
Voice over my face. They're gonna be like, "Oh yeah, they go Snowflake.
They go the white man, and then they gonna give it a listen with your little white man voice. Hell yeah, we got them.
And I listen, the information I be spilling to be so deep and rugged because I'm talking about down to the polygonal stone structures starting and all of that. That's what I'm on. That's my lane. I'm into the structures. I know all of like I'm a master carpenter. I can build a house and all that. So you know what I'm saying? Like studying that through my journeys, man. Like I actually seeing our ancestors work influenced me to be like it's natural in all of us, and you just got to pick up, a tool and try it. It's in all of us, man.
Yeah, man. Like we're the subject of all their content right now. They not even talking about themselves no more. You know?
It's not because we can do anything.
Yeah, like
Yeah, look, everybody on the panel felt me on that one. Like we can do anything. It's like, ah, there's no way to disagree with that one.
yeah, that's true. Across the board. I mean, and I'm gonna go on and say it because we got the best looking women on TikTok. You know what I'm saying? We got handsome brothers and the best looking women on here, and that's not, you know what I'm saying? That's not talking down on nobody. It's just it is what it is. Like
It's a fact.
somebody was talking about, it is what it is.
And you know what? I feel like y'all gotta imagine the face they're gonna be making while they're watching the documentary. Y'all eyes gonna be all balled up. Your mouth, their mouth gonna be balled up. Everything gonna be balled up. You hear me? And like I say, we gotta let them know bar for bar. We going bar for bar. All the talking points gonna be here. I feel like we can start working on this shit because it's so much shit that I want to do in regards to American Indian business. Drop bar for bar. Let them know it's up.
Yeah.
Up in the stuff.
Hey, what they need to realize too
Mhm.
is even if they convert, us as melanated folks know we joke. So yeah, you're gonna have to deal with. You remember that time that you said that? You're gonna have to deal with that here and there. But we're not gonna disown you because you was debating us one day and now you see the truth. We
Right.
got no problem against that. We gonna joke a little bit about it, but we welcoming you. We want you to know this.
Depends on
You
how
have
far you
to
went.
do
Depends
this
on how far you went. But yeah, of course. No, I agree. I agree 100%.
all the way. Really, you have to do this. We must get our people to know this. This is a must because we are the vibration and the beacons that's going to balance this new, what they call solar flare, energy hit, EMP, whatever you can name it. We are the beacons that's going to balance it. So no matter where you at on the planet or the planets, we got to balance it. So our people must know all of this because we are the energy beacons.
Hey, there's this story in the place that I live in North Carolina, right? And there was a guy. He was locked up from like when he was like 12 years old. This was like 60 years ago. So he was locked up when he was like 12 years old. He got out maybe in like the mid 90s, early 2000s, right? So he was locked up 60 years, right? So this man, because he didn't have nowhere to go, nothing to do, he didn't know nothing. Like he pretty much told them like I'm not going nowhere. I don't want to go nowhere. And he even said, if you let me out, I'm gonna go commit horrific things just so I can come right back. So they
Right.
literally gave him a bed and people would see him buying snacks at the store. So my thing is like this guy had been so brainwashed and so conditioned so long, he didn't want to go out into the free world because he was so conditioned. So now, do you see how that correlates to how they think? They
Hmm.
so conditioned and it's so out of the norm from what they heard. It seems almost blasphemy or almost ignorant. In which ignorant only means you don't know. It doesn't mean you stupid. It just means you don't know.
Yeah.
Facts.
And
You know.
it also shows that you're going against everything you're saying that you're not is the opposite because they're doing, you know what I'm saying? Like they're doing what they're saying shouldn't be done.
Like, you know what I'm saying? Like y'all, they're the ones that's coming with like all this hate type energy. You know what I'm saying? Like
Hey, you know what, real?
somebody identifying who they are and knowing who they are, and here you want to say no, you're not, and like y'all pushing some weird shit to me. Yeah, what up, bro?
Hey, that's some real stuff you saying, bro. And real base has said the same exact thing on a different level. Where I see it like I would rather have what people would call the ignorance of a person, which is a virgin way of thinking, compared to a person know it all and ain't accepting. You see what I'm saying? Because when you got a virgin thinking person, they're open to it and you let them know, don't believe me, challenge what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? Compared to a person that thinks they know and they're not acceptance of new information. Oh man, well, yeah, and they never heard what you saying. Oh yeah, I heard that, but you know what I'm saying? They didn't, their response is something totally different direction.
Yeah, and then so like with before all, she showed her front door. She showed them not her front door, but her front yard. Like, and I mean this like metaphorically. We going in the backyard when we do this documentary she talking about because that's where we can actually after we drop in the knowledge or shit or at the same time we can also be showing what we know how she was showing those feathers matching with the Mayan with the outfits and the regalia that
Right.
Louisiana had the same way that was being shown, and that's just a piece of it. Imagine how much shit, because I know I got a lot of shit that I haven't shown as far as family, you know
And
what I mean? And that's what we can do that they got to get on a goddamn plane, get on a boat. They got to ride across the motherfucking whatever Port City did to get over there to finally say, I touched the pyramid family. I touched it. I touched it. He had to go through all that when we can just go right in the backyard. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, everybody watch. I'm finna kiss it. I kissed it.
I'm dead.
Oh God.
I just proved that I'm the first Negro to kiss a pyramid.
And
Oh
I feel
God.
like
Never gonna get old. That shit ain't gonna ever get old.
you know what? I feel like man, it's gonna be bombs, especially when you can correlate the cultures in between all the states. Like I guess like the rebuild of the Mississippian Empire, correlating, showing that the Mayans moved into the Louisiana, Mississippi, and all those areas. I feel like that part. I feel like that's what we should start it off at, like the boom, and then like
Mhm.
break down and then just break the culture down bit by bit. I feel like that's the way we need to go. You start with the Mississippi Empire, the Mayans, and the correlations of the people. It's a wrap after that. Y'all niggas gonna cry in the car after that. It's a wrap.
hey,
It's a
y'all
wrap.
know that it's gonna tie into the Kanawha people in the Pampa Patagonian giants, right?
Mhm.
Because the Kanawha people built all the canals, and also they were, the mediocre. A lot of our people have Kanawha in their blood. They 6'4" and 6'7". The Pampa,
Abraham Lincoln shit.
yeah, the Pampa Patagonians was like 8 and 12 feet.
Mhm.
Though the same people though, you know what I'm saying? So like in this the information and all of the evidence is just through all the stories leaving out of the Mississippi culture, then to where the empires of the Olmec and the Mayan and all that started blossoming, due, to the connections of the other peoples that, what I'm saying, started all working together. Because you got to look at it like an architect a lot of times is not going to be with the tools in his hand. Well, actually, 99% of the time, you're not going to find an architect in the field with the tools in his hands to do the work. So you got different segments of nations that did certain things. Like some was great with the mathematics, some was good the handiwork and cutting. You had this nation good with this, and that's how our nations all work together to be able to build strategic empires throughout many planets across what they call Earth.
Man, we got to do this because I just had while you were saying that. I got a download from the sun. No, I'm joking, but I I got a vibe
Not a
though.
download.
Message.
Yeah, message. I got a vibe.
Message.
I got a vibe for the sun, but it ain't the sun ain't even out. And I caught this, y'all. So the thing is that I was thinking about. I was talking to Rocky on a live, and she was watching something on Netflix that just came out. That movie, it's a documentary out on Netflix, and Rocky was like, "Oh, I'm gonna watch this because of some of the things that they were showing." And then I went to go watch it still because Rocky had me so goddamn hyped. Like, let me go see what she talking about. I watched it, and by the time I got to the middle of it, not even the middle, the first part of it, I started getting instantly angry. I'm like, why the fuck am I looking at this shit? And but it had the talking points that y'all been talking about on here, but it was flipped to fit the narrative of them. You know what I'm saying? So, damn, I wish I knew the name of that shit. Well, C3, that was your no. Was you there, C3, when Rocky was talking about that documentary on Netflix?
What you just mentioned, I be using it in
Yeah,
battle.
but I was playing something on my live. Um,
No,
um, a broken heart, burying at a wounded knee, bury my heart at a wounded knee, something like that.
man,
It
that's
showed It was talking about Chief Sitting Bull and Pirates Reservation, stuff like that.
yeah. This one was about like American during the reclassifications. They were going like we went from this to this to this, but they were doing it in a in a very commercialized way. And under the cover on the cover, they got the flag where the guy has the star over his eyes, and then they looking at another person. I think it's a woman with the the red part of the flag over their mouth. That's the cover. I gotta find out the name of it. But the reason why I brought it up is because um, they're taking the information, flipping it, and then like Bass was saying, making tons of dough off of misinformation. You know what I'm saying? By taking the talking points and spinning them around into little
Mm-hmm.
documentaries and making hella money off of it.
Yeah,
So they're not gonna
we
put
gotta
us on
fight
a
back.
Netflix. Yeah, they're
That,
not gonna
that's why.
put us on a Netflix.
Mm-mm.
But you know what? We can get on Tubi. We can get on a whole bunch of them. Like there's so many. Like we can actually get a TV show started if we had the right arrangements with the right technical people in the right positions. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Well, the documentaries is so easy. Like when we do the what Beef for All talking about, that'll be powerful enough to what you do, what you just said. People will laugh at it and shit, be like, "Oh, y'all gonna put that on Tubi?"
but
But
no,
we'll
no,
kick
no.
ass if we put it on Tubi, bro. You know what I'm
And
saying?
peep though, what goes deeper is that how we break down information anyway. We give quotations of the common sense level of being put in front of people. A lot of people that be trying to use this information and share it, they don't have enough background information and more to speak on to back them up what they're saying. So they speak a little bit going forward, then stop and let somebody respond or seeing what the reaction is to people's answers to stuff. You know what I'm
Hmm.
saying? So, you got a lot of people that's learning this information that's still limited. When
Hmm.
you got people that's 30, 40 years into this information and been waiting for the commonwealth of people of likeness to, come into it. It's
Hmm.
awesome now. And it's like, let's work, let's get this done.
Facts. Yeah, man. It'll kick ass like that because it's not out there. You know what I'm saying? It's not out there. Of course we can do YouTube and all that, but if we do it isolated somewhat, but then run the commercials through all those outlets online, but then tie it into something like a Tubi, if not Tubi, that should go. And because it's a documentary, you bypass the fair right use. You know what I'm saying? We can use the fair what they call that shit, the fair use copyright, and we can get it off.
Yeah, fair use. Another thing that, when I said I be using what you just said to be, battling them, I was talking about how, they be always showing these, what I'm saying, white tee looking people, with dark hair and stuff, and it's like if y'all was the builders, what the last some 100 years y'all ain't built nothing? Oh, nowhere. And then the ones on the reservations, it's like, really?
But you know what? Damn, you just said a mouthful. Because you know how
Ooh.
everybody be like, America is behind, America's behind. And I feel like America, as far as the culture, as far as the agriculture and the culture, it is like when you look at China and you look at all the technology and the speed that they are moving at with just anything. Like if you go to Japan or anywhere, they got like it's still areas here where you can't use your phone to pay. You know what I'm saying? Or you can't tap and stuff. And but over there it's damn near everything is like, on some
Y'all, I
level.
saw I saw a machine where have y'all seen them videos of people getting chips in their hand to pay with? I saw one of the machines in a store near me for the first time.
Wow. Oh, in America over
My
here?
son was waving his hand over it for some reason. I'm like, leave that alone. He's like, it says wave your hand. And I looked at it. I said, oh, that's that machine for them chips in the hand. So there's
Yeah,
people out here really doing that stupid shit.
Are
right.
you in Cali?
Nah, I'm in the Midwest.
What? I'm out here too, man. I'm in Michigan, man. Don't be saying that shit, man. You making me.
I'm in Chicago,
Yeah,
Well, yeah.
that's exactly.
Twin Cities.
But she's saying exactly what my point was, that
Yeah,
that's what makes us kind of actually in a nice space, because because like America got a lot of towns that's known as historic towns. You know what I'm saying? And they're preserving the culture there, and that's why we can still go back and find artifacts. How Louisiana is still got a tradition going, and you can find that all throughout America where they're not going into the digital realm to the level where they're losing the culture. So you can find old houses and still, you know what I'm saying? You can find all kind of stuff that they're not even looking at because they're so busy trying to push that agenda, that digital.
hey, you know what? You just said a mouthful. Look, just like you said to me. Hey sis, right? Listen, you know how they call it Chicago Chirac, right? On ancient maps, it was called shellac.
Mhm.
The same way with it. Instead of an R, it was with an L. So instead of Chirac, it was shellac.
Mm, I'm not looking for that. I haven't heard that.
But he just when he mentioned the small towns of the ancient, and it's on the maps where Carthage and all of that was here in America.
Mhm.
Mhm.
It's back in like the 50. I say the I-5, hundreds, but they say them 1500s.
Bet. I'll look it up.
Yeah, man, they've made millions off of our ancestors' property, land, and inventions, and they put it inside the movies. When you look at what happened in I mean not Pittsburgh, Philadelphia, and then you go look at Rocky, and this motherfucker running up. You know what I'm saying? And they making it about a statue, but it's so deeper than that, where he's particularly standing at. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's so much information like that that you can cross reference when you're making the points
How
to draw
Soldier
it.
Field? She's up there trying to ask you about Soldier Field, the original one.
I couldn't hear you.
Yeah, I couldn't hear you.
I said that was Soldier Field. That was Soldier Field stairs he ran up in that movie Rocky.
Right.
Yeah, and sis over in Chirac, you know about the original Soldier Field. It's like didn't they wrap that in like glass or something like that, make like a building around the some parts of it?
What now?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
It's been a minute since I've been up there, but I believe I think it's like half of it. Half of it's wrapped in glass, the other half is stone. The entrance that you walk in through is stone.
Yeah.
And
That
the arena area, if I remember correctly, is in the glass casing. It's been a long time since I've been up there.
yeah. And that right there, that was one of the locations where Olympics happened thousands of years ago to our tribal and nation people.
Hmm.
Cause like
Mm-hmm.
whenever you
It's
see stone
beautiful.
columns that's like 3 and 5 feet thick, round, you're talking 10,000 years ago.
Right.
Instantly. Yep. That's why I said, like, as they call it, archaeologist, man, I'm a master carpenter, you know what I'm saying? Like, the archaeologist and all that part of it is just something that you learn being in this trade and skilled at. That's good to know your woods, know stones, know what type of material you're using and all of that. And that's what I really got into, even down to how our ancestors used to use whale fat, animal fur, and sand to make mortar that
Hmm.
still stands to this day.
Right.
Yep. Cause the well fat was like a glue. Man, it's dope, bro. It's deep.
It ain't no mud houses.
No. Tent what?
Just
I got
saying. We some advanced people, man. You know what I'm saying? Advanced people. And when our talents combine, you better watch out, boy. We might have goddamn Monty stomping on their ass in the documentary, dancing.
Mm-hmm. That note, y'all, I'm going to go ahead and end the live. I'm about to eat.
For sure. Y'all stay blessed.
This is a great live. I'm definitely going to be uploading this.
No doubt. Peace to the guys and guidance.
Peace.
Peace. See y'all on somebody else's live.
All right. All right.
Yeah.